Chapter 1061, Grabbing Their Place. They never thought that each of these three people actually had more than 500 B scores. Such a result was a bit too scary. When Xiahou Yuanshan and the other younger generations of the Xiahou family, who laughed at Su Maoyang, heard this number, their expressions changed drastically. They looked pale. They just laughed wildly. But now they couldn't even find a smile. What was left was shock. Even Xiahou Gaohan and Xiahou Wanyan were stunned by Su Maoyang's move. It was like a thunder exploded above their heads. And their minds were blank. They really didn't expect that Xiahou Wanxian, who was not so powerful, actually had more than 500 B scores. What a joke. However, seeing this scene in front of them, Xiahou Wanyan and Xiahou Gaohan also reacted quickly. Xiahou Wanxian and others had so many B scores. So there was only one possibility. That is, they defeated the group of Flying Phoenix Black Poison Bees at the level of the 6th level Holy Beast. At that time, they encountered Flying Phoenix Black Poisonous Bees. Just by visual estimation, there were thousands of them. It seemed that Su Mo successfully led them to break through the siege and harvested a lot of Flying Phoenix Black Poisonous Bees beast cores. Realizing this, Xiahou Wanyan and Xiahou Gaohan looked at Su Mo with surprise, and their expressions became a little strange. Although they had seen Su Maoyang's fighting ability, she had limited spiritual power after all, and was an inconspicuous venerable spiritual master. Even if she had good skills and moves, it was okay to fight a powerful spiritual beast. But it was still impossible to strangle so many Flying Phoenix Black Poisonous Bees. After all, the spiritual power of a venerable spiritual master would be exhausted soon. She only had explosive power, but no endurance. So it was difficult to accomplish it. Therefore, facing such terrible results, Xiahou Wanyan and Xiahou Gaohan were full of shock and confusion, and couldn't figure out how they did it. However, in addition to this, they were very regretful. If the two of them had not left Sumo's team and left them behind, they would have more than 500 B scores now. Unlike now, they don't even have 10 B scores. At that time, after the two of them left Su Maoyang, they joined other people's teams. Although these people were not very strong, fortunately, there was strength in numbers and they united. So the journey was relatively smooth. However, the B scores were divided equally, and the ones they got were not enough, resulting in only 8 B scores for each of them. Compared with the results of Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian, it was a world of difference. Such a gap made Xiahou Wanyan grit her teeth and blush her cheeks. And she hated Su Mo and Xiahou Wanxian to the bone. Originally, Grandpa Xiahou sent someone to pick her up and take her back to the Xiahou family, while Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian took advantage of her relationship to come to the imperial capital. But now they have become the host and have become more prominent than her. She, who was invited back by the Xiahou family, failed to enter Liuguang College, while they, who were just relatives and friends, became the protagonists and qualified to enter Liuguang College. Thinking of this, Xiahou Wanyan's anger was boiling in her chest, like a boiler about to explode. And she was so angry that she trembled all over. Xiahou Gaohan was also pale, and his heart was bitter and unpleasant. But the matter had already happened. There was no regret medicine to take, and he had to accept the reality. At this time, even the elite disciples of other families were shocked and looked unhappy when they saw Su Maoyang's B score. They seemed to have suffered a deep blow and were unable to recover. After all, it was the first time for them to see someone take out so many B scores in such a short time. And there were only 3 people. I really don't know what happened to the 3 of them. Everyone was shocked and puzzled, while Xiahou Yuanshan couldn't stand the shock and shouted, "No! Impossible! They must have cheated. How could they get so many B scores? I don't believe it. I don't believe it." Xiahou Yuanshan blushed and shook her head. Her emotions were a little out of control. You know, the 3 of them successfully squeezed into the top 10, which means that she and Xiahou Mingxiu will be eliminated. She lost so many brothers along the way, and finally got 50 B scores. But the place to enter the academy was snatched away by this group of country bumpkins. Thinking that this group of disciples, who had been carefully trained by the Xiahou family, were not as good as the trash from Yuxing Town. Wouldn't they become the laughing stock of Fonglin Imperial Capital if this got out? Losing the qualification to enter Liuguang Academy and becoming the laughing stock of the Imperial Capital was undoubtedly a fatal blow to Xiahou Yuanshan and other disciples of the Xiahou family. Thinking of this, Xiahou Yuanshan was so angry that she almost vomited blood. However, she didn't know that even so, Su Maoyong still concealed his strength, put most of the remaining beast cores into the space, and threw them to Tianmo Martin and Tontian Flamingo to heal their injuries. These beast cores in front of them were just to deal with the elders and successfully enter Liuguang Academy. If Xiahou Yuanshan knew that Su Maoyong still had reservations, she would probably faint from anger. Now, facing her doubts, Su Maoyong raised the corners of her lips and smiled. Miss Yuanshan, if you say we cheated, you should also provide evidence. It's not fair for you to frame us like this. Huh? It's really unfair to let you pass the test. You must have used some shameful and insidious means. Otherwise, with your strength, how could you have such a result? Xiahou Yuanshan cursed angrily. No matter what, she couldn't let the three of them take away their places in Liuguang College. Su Maoyong heard this, but laughed indifferently. Miss Yuanshan, what you said is wrong. The elders have clearly announced before that they don't look at the process, but only the results. No matter whether it is the beast cores that are fought or robbed, whoever has more will win. This means that Feng doesn't care what means you use, as long as the result is satisfactory. Didn't you hear it before? It doesn't matter if you didn't hear it. I will repeat it now. You should hear it clearly now. Right? Su Maoyong's question immediately made Xiahou Yuanshan speechless. Her pretty face turned purple because of anger and anxiety. She was grinning, but she couldn't utter a word. After a long time, she pointed at Su Maoyong with shaking hands, panting and growling. You are awesome. You are awesome. Su Mo, you better give up entering Liuguang College and give up your place. Otherwise, I will never let you go. Xiahou Yuanshan couldn't imagine how miserable her status in the Xiahou family would be if she didn't enter Liuguang College. You have to know that the elders of the Xiahou family have high hopes for her. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. If they knew that she missed Liuguang College, they would probably want to beat her up and eat her. Chapter 1062. What a smart girl. Su Maoyong frowned slightly when he heard such an impolite request, and asked unhappily, why should we give up the quota we got by our own ability? You just kept saying that we cheated. If we really gave up the quota and violated the facts, it would be called cheating. What's more, now under the eyes of several elders, you actually made such an unfair request. If it spreads out, wouldn't the entrance examination of Liuguang College become a joke? Su Maoyong's words immediately made Xiahou Yuanshan hate him, and aroused the dissatisfaction of the elders of Liuguang College toward Xiahou Yuanshan. As expected, the elders could not sit still and scolded. How dare you? Xiahou Yuanshan, what do you think of our Liuguang Academy? You can't just give up the quota for entering the academy? If you want to enter Liuguang, you must rely on your real ability to get the quota. If you seek benefits by threatening others, how will you deal with yourself in the future? Hearing the elders' harsh scolding, Xiahou Yuanshan was furious. If there were not so many people present, she really wanted to rush up and tear Su Mo's mouth. Xiahou Mingxiu, who was standing aside, saw that Xiahou Yuanshan was a little impulsive, and hurriedly pulled her back, solemnly reminding her, don't fall into the trap. She is deliberately trying to sow discord between you and Liuguang Academy. We are the Xiahou family, one of the 6 major families after all. We lost the quota this time, but there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. If we make a scene in front of so many people now, we will not only offend the elders of Liuguang Academy, but also make people laugh at us. If Grandpa and Father knew about it, they would not let us off. Hearing this, Xiahou Yuanshan forced herself to suppress her anger and just stared at Su Maoyong's eyes, which were like 2 stabbing knives, as if she wanted to cut him into pieces. Xiahou Zian and Xiahou Wanxian saw that the other party was furious and could do nothing about them. They laughed in their hearts, and the corners of their mouths couldn't help but raise an arc, which stimulated Xiahou Yuanshan to tremble all over. At this time, the 3 elders of Liuguang College saw the rankings and ignored Xiahou Yuanshan. Instead, they came to Su Maoyong and others with a warm smile on their faces and asked, congratulations to the 3 of you for being the top 3 in this assessment. You have the priority to choose the college and the gate hall. I wonder if the 3 of you have any colleges you want to go to. Speaking of the destination, the other 3 colleges were also eager to try, and they all threw olive branches to Su Maoyong and Xiahou Wanxian. Little girl, come to our Lingya Academy. We will reward you with 10,000 spiritual stones. Little girl, come to our Haohong Academy. We will reward you with 20,000 spiritual stones. No. 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 Little girl, our Shichen Academy is more suitable for you. We will not only reward you with 20,000 spiritual stones, but also give you a Xian Great Elixir. Hearing the Xian Great Elixir, the other elders who were vying to invite Su Maoyang changed their faces and looked at the elders of Shichen Academy in surprise. They didn't expect that in order to recruit talents, this old guy would even take out the Xian Great Elixir. You know, the Xian Great Elixir is an elixir that can only be made by alchemists at the Danwan level. This Shichen Academy is really willing to spend a lot of money. However, Su Maoyang was originally an alchemist, and was not interested in the conditions of Shichen Academy. However, the elders of Liuguang Academy felt the pressure immediately, fearing that the top 3 would be snatched away by Shichen Academy, and invited. Little girl, you should know that our Liuguang Academy is the most famous and powerful academy in Fenglin Imperial Capital. Countless geniuses and strong men have graduated from our academy. As long as you enter our academy, you will definitely get the best training. Your strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. This is something that cannot be replaced by many spiritual stones and elixirs. Su Maoyang saw that the elders of Liuguang Academy were also anxious to snatch people, obviously not wanting to miss them. Realizing this, Su Maoyang frowned. She looked at the elders of other colleges with a slight raise of her eyes, as if she didn't take it seriously. Although Liuguang College is famous, it doesn't have much sincerity. On the contrary, the conditions offered by several other colleges are more attractive. If I go there, I will definitely be valued. It is said that Liuguang College has a lot of resources, but now they are unwilling to give me anything decent, which means that they don't value me very much. As the saying goes, you can't be the head of a chicken, but you can't be the tail of a phoenix. There are too many geniuses in Liuguang College, and I don't get any attention. If I go there, I will probably be drowned in the sea of people, and no one will pay attention to me. And if I enter a college that values me, it will definitely give me the best resources. So, speaking of this, Su Maoyang retracted her gaze and fell on the elders of Liuguang College again. She didn't finish her words, and looked like she was still unsatisfied. But her meaning was quite clear. She just disliked Liuguang College for not being sincere enough and not paying much attention to them. When the elders of Liuguang Academy heard this, they saw that she was intentionally favoring other academies, and they immediately became anxious. In the end, they made up their minds and offered considerable conditions. Little girl, it is true that we have abundant resources in Liuguang Academy. How about we give you 100,000 spiritual power stones? Su Maoyang smiled and pointed at Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian. Elder, we have 3 people here. Hearing this, the elder was so stunned that he vomited blood. He had never seen such a smart girl. Not only did she seek benefits for herself, but she also wanted to fight for her 2 companions. This was simply the rhythm of draining him dry. However, thinking that they could take out so many beast cores, they must have something extraordinary. Such talents must not be missed by Liuguang Academy. Thinking of this, the elder gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I will give you 300,000 spiritual power stones, plus 3 Xian Great Elixirs. This should be enough." Hearing such tempting conditions, the disciples around were shocked. All of them were envious and swallowed their saliva with desire. They had never seen Liuguang Academy recruit talents so generously. Usually, the disciples who got the top 10 in the entrance examination would join Liuguang Academy without any doubt, without any need to say anything. There was no need for Liuguang Academy to flatter and invite them. This Su Mo in front of him actually dared to negotiate conditions with Liuguang Academy and seek benefits. This person is too bold and too calculating. The other elders all looked gloomy and looked at each other when they saw that Liuguang Academy, which has always been high and mighty, could actually lower its status and invite disciples. They knew that they could not catch up with the wealth of Liuguang Academy. When it comes to snatching talents, they can't compete with Liuguang Academy. Thinking of this, several elders looked ugly and kept silent. At this time, Su Maoyang smiled with satisfaction and nodded slightly. It is worthy of being the most famous academy in the imperial capital. It is really generous and generous. Since the elders are so sincere, then the 3 of us will join Liuguang Academy. Chapter 1063, Which hall to choose? Su Maoyang gave Liuguang Academy such a high hat. Even if the elder's heart was bleeding, he had to pretend to be generous on the surface. He smiled and waved his hand nonchalantly. We Liuguang Academy have always valued talents. As long as we can recruit talents. This is nothing. Su Maoyang smiled and nodded. Yes. This gift is not even as big as a fingernail for the wealthy Liuguang Academy. No wonder so many disciples are trying their best to enter Liuguang. Other disciples were all frowning when they heard Su Maoyang's words. They have never seen anyone who made Liuguang Academy bleed so much and let the other party follow her words. This person is simply a pit. Xiahou Yuanshan, Xiahou Mingqiu and others were stunned by Su Maoyang's behavior. It is really unexpected that these three people not only entered Liuguang Academy, but also blackmailed Liuguang Academy, and finally made Liuguang Academy willing. This Su Mo's method is really extraordinary. Xiahou Gaohan and Xiahou Wanyan looked even more ashamed when they saw this scene. And their faces looked uglier than if they had eaten a fly. If they had a good relationship with Su Mo, they would have had a place in Liuguang Academy. A large number of spiritual power stones, and precious Xian-grade elixirs. Why did they make such a mess now? Now, Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian, two useless people, have benefited from it. Just thinking about it, they regretted and felt heartbroken beyond words. The elders of Liuguang Academy were also very happy when they heard Su Maoyang's compliment. After laughing, they asked again, "Little girl, our Liuguang Academy has a total of 3 gate halls, namely the Spirit Hall, the Alchemy Hall, and the Beast Hall. Which gate hall do you three want to choose?" Xiahou Zian and Xiahou Wanxian had never thought that they were qualified to enter the academy before. Now that they were suddenly asked, they were all confused. They didn't know what to choose, nor did they know what they were suitable for. But Su Maoyang answered without thinking, "Xiahou Wanxian, and I will join the Beast Hall." When this was said, the elder who asked the question froze his expression, and his pupils were shocked. Obviously, he didn't expect Su Maoyang to choose the Beast Hall. Even Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian were stunned by Su Maoyang's sudden decision, staring at her in confusion. At this time, Xiahou Yuanshan seemed to have heard a big joke. She sneered and said sarcastically, "Su Mo, you, a maid, actually want to enter the Beast Hall? Are you mistaken? Do you think that the Beast Hall is a place that everyone can enter? Even we don't have the capital to enter the Beast Hall. Just because you are poor and shabby from Yuxing Town, you want to enter the Beast Hall. You are simply digging your own grave." Hearing this, the crowd around were shocked and whispered to each other, pointing fingers at the identities of Su Mo and Xiahou Wanxian and others. Everyone knows that Yuxing Town is a border city of the Maple Forest Empire. It is remote and desolate. Most of the refugees gathered there are very poor. And this Su Mo is still a maid. The Xiahou family has already declined. It is a bit difficult to support the disciples in the family, let alone to work hard on a maid. Su Mo now proposed to enter the Beast Hall. But everyone knows that if you want to gain a foothold and practice in the Beast Hall, you must have your own spirit beast. However, with their current strength, even if they have the means to hunt spirit beasts, their low spiritual power level and weak physiques cannot withstand the power of spirit beasts, and they can easily suffer backlash. Therefore, it is basically impossible for them to contract a spirit beast by their own strength. If they want to contract a spirit beast, they can only ask the Beastmaster for help. And asking the Beastmaster to help, they have to pay a very expensive fee. The disciples of ordinary families can't afford this huge expense. In Fenglin Imperial Capital, only the 6 major families have the money to provide the younger generations of the family to enter the Beast Hall and practice beast control. The common people don't even think about it in this life. Therefore, the Beast Hall and the Alchemy Hall are basically gate halls open for rich people. Only those with background and financial support can make a good living in them. Otherwise, it is difficult to make a living, let alone what you can learn. Although the Xiahou family is one of the 6 major families, it has gradually declined. It has spent too much money to fully support those geniuses, and there is not much savings. However, even if the Xiahou family is rich, it is impossible to spend a lot of money to ask the Beastmaster to help contract a spirit beast for a maid. Therefore, Su Mo's idea of entering the Beast Hall was too naive. No wonder Xiahou Yuanshan would mock. At this time, the elder in charge of the Beast Hall of Liuguang Academy saw Su Maoyang's determined face and seemed to have made up her mind, and couldn't help but remind her, "Little girl, you have to think clearly. If you want to enter the Beast Hall, it will be difficult to gain a foothold if you don't have your own spirit beast, because the results of the competition in our Beast Hall are all related to spirit beasts. Furthermore, Our beast hall needs a lot of money to capture spirit beasts, improve spirit beasts, and control spirit beasts. If you don't have it, you might as well enter the spirit hall and improve your spiritual power down to earth. It's more reliable. Hearing this earnest persuasion, Xiahou Wanqian also knew that this was not a joke, and hurriedly pulled Su Maoyang and whispered, Su Mo, forget it. Although we are children of the Xiahou family, in the eyes of the Xiahou family, we are not even as good as servants. With our status of living under someone else's roof, how can we afford to enter the beast palace? Although Xiahou Wanqian has contracted 2 good spirit beasts, she knows very well that her strength is still too weak. After entering Liuguang Academy, there are geniuses everywhere. She has to keep getting stronger to gain a foothold. But without money, she can't move forward, and will still be trampled underfoot by others, with no improvement. Therefore, she might as well go to a place with unlimited possibilities. However, Su Maoyang ignored her persuasion and nodded solemnly to the elder. Elder, I have thought it through. Xiahou Wanqian and I will join the Beast Hall. The elder just said that the top 10 are eligible to actively choose the academy and the gate hall. The elder will not go back on his word. Right? What are you talking about? The rules set by our 4 academies will naturally not change. The Beast Hall welcomes you. The elder in charge of the Beast Hall disagreed and finally accepted Su Maoyang and Xiahou Wanqian. Seeing the elder's agreement, Su Maoyang turned his eyes to Xiahou Zian, who was waiting to be decided, and asked in a deep voice, Have you decided which gate hall to go to? I don't know. I feel like I don't have any talent for anything. Faced with Su Maoyang's inquiry, Xiahou Zian sighed helplessly, and somewhat blamed his own incompetence in his heart. In terms of spiritual power, he is a half-baked one. After practicing for so long, he is only an early-stage respected spiritual master. As for taming animals, he had even less talent. He was not as close to all animals as Xiahou Wanqian. As for alchemy, he was not as talented as Xiahou Wanyan. So he really didn't have anything he was good at. Su Maoyang saw his depressed look, but raised his eyebrows slightly and said quietly, I heard from Wanqian that you like to study medicinal herbs, and you are particularly good at poisonous medicinal herbs. Chapter 1064, Developing in the Direction of a Poisonist. Hearing this, Xiahou Zian was slightly stunned, and immediately raised his head and stared at Su Maoyang, not quite understanding what she meant. Su Maoyang raised the corners of his lips slightly, and raised a calm arc, his eyes slightly condensed, and said in a deep voice, I suggest you enter the Dan Palace and develop in the direction of a poisonist. Hearing the poisonist, Xiahou Zian was shocked, and his face changed instantly. The profession of poisonist is very unpopular. In the 9 Nether Realm, people who practice this niche profession are many times rarer than alchemists, because poisonists need to extract toxins from plants, animals, minerals, various materials, and various organisms, and refine toxins. It is a very dangerous profession. If you are not careful, you will be poisoned to death. So, almost few people are willing to risk their lives to practice this profession. The reason why he knows a little about this profession is because his eldest sister is an alchemist, and always asks Xiahou Wanqian to go to the forest to help her collect medicinal materials. And he was worried about Xiahou Wanqian going to the forest alone. So he often accompanied her to collect herbs. The more he collected and the more he saw, the more he knew about herbs. And gradually he became interested in them. As a result, he liked to tinker with some herbs and study the venom in some poisonous plants. And then, he had a general understanding of the profession of poisoner. However, he had never thought about practicing to be a poisoner. With his level of strength, he was afraid that he would poison himself to death before he succeeded in practicing. Thinking of this, he waved his hands quickly. No, 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 that's too difficult. I definitely can't do it. Su Maoyang saw that he didn't believe him, frowned slightly, and said seriously, Believe me, you have a talent in this area. It can bring you something unexpected. After spending this period of time together, although Su Maoyang and Xiahou Zian have little intersection, they often see each other. In addition, Xiahou Wanqian likes to tell her about things in the mansion, and the one she talks about the most is naturally her favorite second brother. So, Su Maoyang still knows a thing or two about him. The profession of poison master deals with poisons every day, which is very dangerous. But as long as there is an antidote, there is nothing to be afraid of. Su Maoyang is an alchemist, and her level is not low. She can completely refine the antidote, and support Xiao Zian to practice Poison Master. So, she gave such advice. Now, it depends on whether Xiao Zian has the courage to try, and the courage to fight without hesitation even though he knows the danger. Xiao Zian was shocked when he heard Su Maoyang's words, and his expression and eyes were full of surprise. He had never heard anyone say that he had talent. In these years, he had achieved nothing, and even his father had no hope for him. Now, someone actually said that he had talent. This was undoubtedly a great affirmation and encouragement for Xiao Zian. At this moment, under the slightly stiff and surprised handsome face, there was a hot and surging excitement. If you are afraid, just ignore what I said. Su Maoyang saw him frozen in place, and he didn't react for a long time. He thought he was worried about the danger of the Poison Master, so he didn't intend to force him. But who knew that as soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Zian agreed, as if he had made up his mind. Okay, I will join the Dan Palace. I was not afraid of death in the forest just now. How could I be afraid of something I like? After this forest training, Xiao Zian saw Su Maoyang's ability and courage, and admired this woman from the bottom of his heart. So, he believed in her, and she must have her reasons for giving her advice. Moreover, he also wanted to believe in himself once. He wanted to become stronger, and didn't want to be trampled underfoot again. Instead of living a mediocre life like this, it is better to give it a try and make a name for himself. When the elder heard that Xiao Zian was really going to join the Dan Palace, he was shocked by such a decision again. They didn't expect that this group of young people who didn't know the sky and the earth would specially choose the two most difficult and most expensive gates. What is a newborn calf not afraid of a tiger? They have finally learned it. When the other disciples heard that Xiao Zian was going to enter the Dan Palace and wanted to make pills, they all shook their heads and thought it was ridiculous. For a while, there was a commotion. All of them laughed at his overestimation of his ability, and really didn't think highly of these three whimsical and unrealistic people. However, they have the qualifications to choose the gate hall, and have made the decision. They can only make a few comments, which will not have any substantial effect. The elders saw that the three of them had made their choice, so they didn't say much. They just notified them seriously. Since you have chosen our Liuguan Academy, you can take the admission token and report to our academy tomorrow. Admission token? Su Maoyang frowned slightly and asked in confusion, seeing that she didn't know much about the admission rules. The elder patiently explained, the admission token is a pass to enter the academy. Only with the token in hand can you successfully enter the academy and become a member of Liuguan Academy. Therefore, this token is very important. The college leaders are afraid that our elders, who are in charge of recruiting students, will abuse their power and give others convenience. So they did not give us the token. However, we will report the list of the top 10, and the college leaders will personally send someone to deliver the admission token to your house based on the list. After hearing the explanation, Su Maoyang nodded in understanding. Speaking of which, this admission token is actually equivalent to the admission certificate. Only with the token can you prove that you are a student of Liuguan College, because they are worried that the elders will privately give the token to other students. The college leaders personally distribute it, which is relatively fair and just. Yes. Thank you, elder. After Su Maoyang understood, he clasped his fist respectfully. You're welcome. As for the 300,000 spiritual power stones and 3 pills, you can go to the Lingbao Pavilion to collect them after you enter the college, the elder explained with a smile. After hearing the elder's explanation, Su Maoyang nodded. Junior knows. The destinations of the top 3 have been decided, and the destinations of the next 10 people are next. Of course, without exception, the top 10 all joined Liuguan College. After Liuguan College selected its disciples, it was the turn of the other 3 colleges to select their favorite disciples. However, Xiao Yuanshan and Xiao Mingxu were qualified to enter other colleges, but they gave up the opportunity and did not join any college. Xiao Gaohan and Xiao Wanyan did not even qualify to enter the 4 major colleges. So, after a round of screening, the results were settled. Seeing that everyone was tired all day, the elders also considerately asked everyone to go back and rest. The carriages of the 6 major families had been waiting on the side for a long time. As soon as the assessment was over, the family disciples got on the carriages and drove away. Xiao Yuanshan had been furious for a long time, and could not stay for a moment. So he got on the carriage and prepared to leave. Xiahou Wanxian saw that the Xiahou family's convoy was going back, and she also quickly pulled Su Maoliang on the carriage. Chapter 1065. Strength to pass the buck. At this time, the atmosphere in the Xiahou family was a little solemn, because this assessment was related to whether their Xiahou family had the hope of rising among the 6 major families. The more younger generations entered Liuguang College, the stronger the reserve force of the Xiahou family would be, and the higher its status in the imperial capital would be. Therefore, several elders in the family gathered in the hall, anxiously waiting for the news from the forest, and attached great importance to this entrance examination. At this time, housekeeper Ming rushed in from outside, panting, and reported in a panic. "Grandpa, the head of the family, Miss Yuan Shan and others are back." Hearing this, all the elders present were surprised, and they immediately stood up and hurriedly greeted them. Xiahou Yuan Shan, Xiahou Mingxiu and others got off the carriage with the help of servants, and as soon as they walked to the front yard, they met several anxious elders. Grandpa Xiahou and the head of the Xiahou family walked in front, taking 2 steps at a time, and came forward expectantly, asking, "Yuan Shan, Mingxiu, how are you? Have you entered Liuguang College?" Hearing their anxious questions, Xiahou Yuan Shan and others were embarrassed, lowered their heads guiltily, and dared not look directly into their expectant eyes. Grandpa Xiahou and the head of the Xiahou family were shocked when they saw their expressions, and the expectant smiles on their faces gradually solidified and finally disappeared. If they successfully entered the college, they would definitely be overjoyed. Why are they so depressed? Thinking of this, the head of the Xiahou family had a bad premonition in his heart, raised his eyes and glanced at the other children, and saw that there were only a few people in front of him, and immediately frowned and asked loudly, "Where are the others? Why are there only a few of you left?" When they went out, the Xiahou family sent more than a dozen children. How come more than half of them were missing when they came back? Xiahou Yuan Shan and Xiahou Mingxiu faced a stern questioning. Their faces were tangled, and they didn't know how to speak. They knew that they would definitely be punished if they spoke. When Grandpa Xiahou saw that they kept silent, he knew something was wrong. His face darkened, and he shouted angrily. His majestic voice made everyone's eardrums hurt. "Tell me, what happened?" Xiahou Mingxiu saw that his grandfather was angry, so he had to bite the bullet and answer. They all died in the Huling forest. What? Hearing this, except for Grandpa Xiahou and the head of the family, even the 3 uncles exclaimed in shock. Most of those children were the illegitimate children of the 3 uncles. They died in the forest, and the 3 uncles were the most heartbroken. Uncle Wu couldn't accept this fact, and his face was livid as he growled. "Didn't I ask you to act together? How did it turn out like this?" "Yes, the fire scale forest is not dangerous, and there are so many of you. You are more than enough to deal with the spirit beasts in the forest. How could you die in it?" Uncle San also roared in disbelief. Xiahou Mingxiu had to explain everything in the face of his father and uncle's questioning. "We encountered the 8th level holy spirit beast, the blood-eyed blue sky python, in the forest. At that time, Yuan Shan stole its snake egg, which angered the beast. In order to get the snake egg, we fought with the 8th level holy spirit beast." So, when Uncle San heard this, he knew that it was his daughter who caused the trouble. He frowned and scolded her. "You bastard! For a snake egg, you let so many brothers die for you. I must beat you to death today." Seeing that Uncle San was about to take action, the head of the Xiahou family stopped him. Now is not the time to teach the children a lesson. In fact, sacrificing other useless brothers is not a big deal, as long as they can achieve their goal, contract a spirit beast, and enter Liuguang Academy. Their sacrifice will be valuable. After saying this, the head of the Xiahou family changed the subject and looked at Xiahou Yuan Shan again. His low voice was a bit cold. "The key is whether you got the snake egg and successfully entered the academy?" At this time, Su Maoliang, who had just walked in from outside, suddenly heard this and had to sigh that the people of the big family were really cold-blooded. In order to cultivate those 1 or 2 talented children, other untalented children were sacrificed, and a large group of them paved the way for those 1 or 2 people. Such an approach is extremely cruel to those children who are not valued, because it is not others, not enemies, but their own relatives who abandoned them and killed them. At this time, Xiahou Yuan Shan received the sharp gaze of the head of the Xiahou family. She was nervous. Her fists trembled slightly, and she spoke hesitantly. Aye. Did you get it? Third uncle saw that she couldn't get a fart with half a stick, and yelled anxiously. Xiahou Yuanshan shrank her head and muttered softly. I didn't get it. Third uncle was even more furious when he heard this, and waved his arms, pretending to hit someone. If the head of the family hadn't stopped him, Xiahou Yuanshan would have been beaten to death now. When Grandpa Xiahou heard this, his face darkened and he asked, Did you get the quota for Liuguang College? Xiahou Yuanshan was already scared by her father's arrogance, and now facing the majesty of the old man, she was even more scared and her face turned pale, shaking her head tremblingly. Humph. Bastards. You didn't get anything. And you lost so many people. You are just a bunch of trash. What use does the Xiahou family have for you? The rage that the head of the Xiahou family had been suppressing finally broke out, and the fierce rebuke scared several younger generations to tremble. Xiahou Yuanshan saw the head of the family get angry, and the meaning between the lines obviously could not tolerate her. She was panicked, and her peripheral vision just happened to catch Su Maoyang and others, who were trying to bypass them, and quietly enter the backyard from the side. She suddenly had an idea, and immediately pointed at Su Maoyang and Xiahou Wanxian, and complained loudly, Head of the family, I had already got the snake egg, but it was Su Mo and Xiahou Wanxian who played a dirty trick and snatched my snake egg. After they got the snake egg, they left us brothers and ran away alone, causing us to suffer heavy casualties. All this is their fault. Hearing what Xiahou Yuanshan said, several elders were shocked, and their eyes fell on Su Maoyang and others. Su Maoyang originally saw the head of the Xiahou family asking Xiahou Yuanshan, so he wanted to enter the backyard in a low profile and not get involved in the family affairs of the Xiahou family. Anyway, this group of people also lived in the Xiahou family because of their relationship, and the elders of the Xiahou family didn't care much about their life or death, but who knew that after Xiahou Yuanshan's roar, their existence immediately attracted the attention of the elders, and the spearhead turned to them. I have to admit that Xiahou Yuanshan is really vicious. It was obviously she who threw the snake eggs over, wanting Su Maoyang and others to delay the blood-eyed blue sky python, and buy time for her to escape. As a result, from her mouth, it turned out that they framed her. She caused the trouble herself, and let them bear it. Facing such a person, Su Maoyang really didn't know what to say. Chapter 1066, Drag them out and beat them to death. Xiahou Wanxian. Xiahou Zian. Is this true? After hearing what Xiahou Yuanshan said, the head of the Xiahou family glared at Xiahou Wanxian and the other two with his eyes wide open, exuding a fierce and violent aura. Xiahou Wanxian never expected that Xiahou Yuanshan would turn the tables and frame her. She looked anxious and quickly explained, Uncle, we didn't take her snake eggs. She threw them over herself and wanted to use us to divert the attention of the blood-eyed blue sky python so that they could escape. Xiahou Wanxian. You still dare to quibble at this juncture? If I threw the snake eggs to you to divert the blood-eyed blue sky python, how could you stand here? With the strength of the three of you, how could you possibly be the opponent of the 8th level Holy Spirit beast? Do you really think Uncle is a fool? Xiahou Yuanshan refuted back unwillingly. He was obviously lying with his eyes open, but he also made some sense, which made people believe it. The strength of Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian was clear to the elders. If it was true as Xiahou Wanxian said, that Yuanshan deliberately threw the snake eggs to them, then the blood-eyed blue sky python would naturally not let them go. They must have died in the forest long ago. How could they come back safely? Therefore, Xiahou Wanchuan's explanation is not credible. Humph. Father, look! Xiahou Xinhong's children are just like him. They specialize in killing their brothers. I told you not to keep these little beasts, but you insisted on keeping them. Now they have caused such a big disaster, not only killing so many brothers and sisters, but also causing Yuanshan and others to lose their places in Liuguang College. Do you still plan to protect them? The head of the Xiahou family didn't like Xiahou Xinhong's children. He had always opposed them staying, but the old man insisted, so he couldn't force it. Now that he knew that Xiahou Yuanshan and his friends had suffered heavy losses and lost their places in Liuguang Academy, and that the culprits were the three of them, he roared in disgust. Facing his question, Mr. Xiahou thought that these three people had caused the Xiahou family to have no disciples enter Liuguang Academy. He was furious, his face dark and gloomy, and some of his sagging muscles were stretched longer and longer, and became more and more tense. He threw away all his reluctance and said angrily, "Since they don't know what's good for them, and have caused such a disaster, whether they live or die, let the head of the family deal with it." Hearing that the old man finally gave in, the head of the Xiahou family nodded in satisfaction and shouted, "Come on! Drag these 3 people out and beat them to death." Xiahou, Wan Xian and Xiahou Zian were frightened by their uncle's order and hurriedly explained, "Uncle, Grandpa, we really didn't kill them. It was Xiahou Yuanshan who refused to let go in order to get the snake eggs. So they died in the python's mouth. It has nothing to do with us. We are really wronged." The head of the Xiahou family heard that they dared to quibble, and was afraid that the old man would waver. So he urged them in a stern voice, "Why don't you drag them out?" The guards received the order and stepped forward quickly, ready to capture the 3 of them. Seeing this, Sima Yang frowned and stopped him in a deep voice. "Wait, old man. No matter what, Wan Xian and Zian are your grandsons, the blood of the Xiahou family. You want to beat your grandson to death with a stick before the matter is investigated clearly. Isn't it too arbitrary and cruel?" Sima Yang's question immediately made the head of the Xiahou family look gloomy, and he roared angrily, "You are so bold. You actually blame the old man." "I didn't blame anyone. I just talked about the facts." Xiahou Yuanshan put all the blame on us based on one-sided words. There is no evidence, and the head of the family is not interested in investigating. How can such a result be convincing? As the saying goes, even a tiger will not eat its own cubs, let alone a human. Old man, if you accidentally killed your grandson, wouldn't you regret it? At this moment of life and death, Sima Yang was not afraid of the anger of the head of the Xiahou family, but spoke calmly. Old man Xiahou frowned at her words, and the head of the Xiahou family did not give her a chance to defend herself, and angrily retorted, "Regret? You have caused the Xiahou family to suffer heavy losses. I will regret it if I don't kill you. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and do it." Seeing that the head of the family insisted on taking the lives of these 3 people, the guards did not hesitate and immediately stepped forward to grab Xiahou Wan Xian and the other 2. However, at this moment, a luxurious carriage suddenly drove in at the gate of the Xiahou mansion. Before everyone could react, they saw a middle-aged man in a black robe getting out of the carriage. On the black robe was a golden badge with the word Liu engraved on it. It was obvious that this person was the elder of Liuguan Academy. Recognizing the other party's identity, Grandpa Xiahou, the head of the Xiahou family, and the 3 uncles were shocked and did not dare to neglect to greet him. "Elder, what are you doing here at the Xiahou family?" the head of the Xiahou family asked with a smile. Grandpa Xiahou immediately extended his hand and warmly invited him to come in. "Elder, please come in. If you have anything to say, let's talk slowly in the hall." Hearing this, the elder glanced at the 2 of them coldly and waved his hand to refuse. "No, I'm not here to be a guest. I'm here to do business." Hearing that they were doing business, Grandpa Xiahou and the head of the Xiahou family looked at each other in confusion, not knowing what the elder was thinking. "I wonder what business the elder has," the head of the Xiahou family asked with a smile. "I wonder if Xiahou Wan Qian, Xiahou Zian, and Su Mo are at home?" the elder asked straight to the point without any nonsense. Hearing that the elder of Liuguang College suddenly mentioned the names of these 3 people, the elders present were all shocked. The smiles on their mouths suddenly froze, and they looked at each other in disbelief. Uncle San saw this scene and had some guesses in his mind. He asked worriedly, "Did the 3 of them get into trouble? They even let the elder come to the door in person." The head of the Xiahou family realized the seriousness of the matter and immediately distanced himself from it. "Elder, these 3 people have long been driven out of the Xiahou family and have nothing to do with our Xiahou family. So, what they did has nothing to do with our Xiahou family. Liuguang College is very powerful, and their Xiahou family can't afford to offend it. He couldn't let the Xiahou family be implicated by these 3 little beasts. So he cut off the relationship in advance, at least to save the relationship between the Xiahou family and Liuguan Academy. After all, he still had to ask the elders of Liuguan Academy to send Xiahou Yuanshan and others in." The black-clothed elder frowned slightly when he heard this, looked at him in surprise, and explained, "They didn't cause any trouble. I just came to give them the admission token." Hearing the words admission token, the old man, the head of the family, and the three uncles were shocked and stunned. Everyone knows that the admission token is the certificate for entering Liuguang Academy. Having an admission token means becoming a disciple of Liuguang Academy. As long as you pass the assessment, Liuguang Academy will send an elder to personally deliver the token. Now the elder said that he would send tokens to Xiahou Wanqian and others. Doesn't it mean that they have become disciples of Liuguang Academy? Chapter 1067 Two Faces. Where are Xiahou Wanqian, Xiahou Zian and Su Mo? The elder who sent the token saw the old man and the head of the family standing there for a long time without any response. And he was unhappy and asked impatiently. When the head of the Xiahou family heard his question, he suddenly came back to his senses, turned around stiffly, and pointed in the direction of Su Maoyang and Xiahou Wanqian. Over there. The elder looked in the direction of his finger, and saw Su Maoyang and the other two. He waved to the servant behind him, signaling him to bring 3 golden tokens, and sincerely invited Su Maoyang and the others. Liuguang Academy welcomes you to join. Su Maoyang, who was being caught by the guards, raised his eyebrows slightly, and said helplessly, Elder, I'm really sorry. I'm afraid we can't go to Liuguang Academy. Hearing this, the elder's face changed slightly, and he frowned immediately, asking in confusion, What do you mean? You all squeezed into the top 3, and are qualified to enter Liuguang Academy. Why can't you go? Do you regret it? Top 3. The old man and the head of the Xiahou family, who had not yet recovered from the shock, heard that Xiahou Wanqian and the others squeezed into the top 3, and their hearts trembled uncontrollably. They stared at them with their eyes wide open, and their eyes almost fell out. It was already amazing to squeeze into the top 10, and they squeezed into the top 3. Doesn't this make the people from the other 5 major families look inferior? Realizing this, the mature and steady faces of several elders suddenly turned blue-gray, and their expressions of fear and wide eyes actually looked a little funny. They couldn't figure out how Xiahou Wanqian and others could enter Liuguang College with their strength. But the elder of Liuguang Academy was standing in front of them, and the servant was holding 3 genuine admission tokens. This didn't look fake. Compared to their shock, Su Maoyang was much calmer. Facing the elder's question, he explained calmly, It's not that we regretted and didn't want to go, but we couldn't go because we couldn't help it. Because the 3 of us will be dragged out and beaten to death by the head of the Xiahou family. We are really sorry that we won't be able to enter Liuguang Academy. As he said this, Su Maoyang looked at the guards around him who were arresting them, and his expression was helpless. When the elder heard this, he was really stunned, seeing the situation in front of him. It seemed that he really wanted to torture them. Surprise also surged on his cold face, and he looked at the head of the Xiahou family with doubts. After all, Grandpa Xiahou was an old man who had seen many storms. Facing this situation, he was the first to react and quickly explained with a smile. No. The elder misunderstood. Xiahou Wanqian and Xiahou Zian are my granddaughter and grandson. How could I kill them? I am so happy that they can enter Liuguang College this time. What are you doing? Hearing this, the elder still didn't quite understand and pointed at the guards, who captured Xiahou Wanqian and others. Grandpa Xiahou pulled the corner of his mouth awkwardly and waved his hands hurriedly. They made a mistake. I just scared them a few times. How could I bear to really hit them? Then will you still enter Liuguang College? After hearing this, the elder looked at Su Maoyang and others again. Without waiting for Su Maoyang to answer, Old Master Xiahou immediately took over the conversation and nodded repeatedly. Go in. Go in. They must go in. We asked them to take the entrance examination just to let them enter Liuguang College. Now that they have obtained the quota, there is no reason for them not to enter. As he said that, Grandpa Xiahou was furious and yelled at the guards, who had no vision. Why don't you let go quickly? I let you scare me a few times, but you really took action. You are so brave. The guards were trembling with fear and quickly let go and retreated to the side. Xiahou Zian sneered and asked sharply, Grandpa, just now my uncle kept saying that we killed our brothers and sisters. The crime has not been investigated clearly. You let us go. Isn't it too hasty? Hearing this, Grandpa Xiahou knew that they were angry and didn't intend to let it go. Then, he winked at the head of the family and asked him to give in to the children. As the head of the family, the head of the Xiahou family could not bring himself to say good things to a group of juniors. But because the elders of Liuguang College were present, and he was forced by the old man, He had no choice but to say, I was too careless just now. I convicted without investigating clearly. I still believe in your character. You will never do anything to harm your brothers and sisters. Hee hee. Uncle, did I hear it wrong? Or did you say it wrong? You didn't say that just now. You said this and that. And I can't figure out which one you meant. Xiahou Zian raised a disdainful arc at the corner of his mouth and said sarcastically. Xiahou Zian was unforgiving and sarcastic, which made Su Maoyang and Xiahou Wanxian laugh. The head of the Xiahou family never expected that there would be a day when he would be blocked by the juniors and couldn't speak. His whole old face was dark and heavy. His expression was wrinkled, and his fists were clenched with blue veins because of anger. Obviously, he was holding back a lot of anger. Zian, your uncle heard that so many nephews had died, and he was inevitably distressed and anxious. He said something harsh in a moment of impulse. Don't bother with him. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Mr. Xiahou lowered his status and advised kindly. After that, he glared at the head of the family and scolded angrily. Okay, you misunderstood your nephews and nieces. Apologize to them quickly. This matter is over. Hearing this, Zian and Wanxian knew very well that Mr. Xiahou was only soft-tempered and said nice things for the sake of Liuguang Academy. Otherwise, how could they have the treatment of asking the head of the Xiahou family to apologize on his own initiative? Don't. Grandpa. Uncle is an elder. How can he apologize to us younger generations? We can't afford it. Xiahou Zian immediately waved his hand, and his repulsive attitude made the head of the Xiahou family tremble all over. But even so, for the sake of the overall situation, in order to send the disciples of the Xiahou family to Liuguang College, the head of the Xiahou family had to swallow his anger and apologize. It was my fault. I misunderstood you. I apologize to you and hope you can forgive me. Seeing the head of the Xiahou family apologize so humbly, Xiahou Zian finally calmed down and glanced at him with a sneer in his heart. Uncle, you are too serious. As the head of the Xiahou family, how dare we get angry with you? Okay. This is all a misunderstanding. It's all over. You should quickly accept this admission token. Seeing the atmosphere eased a little, Mr. Xiahou immediately pointed to the token in the servant's hand and urged anxiously. Seeing the hypocritical faces of grandfather and several uncles, Zian and Wanchuan's heart seemed to be filled with cold wind. And they were cold. Although they saw through this group of people, they really didn't need to lose the opportunity to enter Liuguang College for a fit of anger. So, they stepped forward and took the tokens without any hesitation. Chapter 1068 Donfang Gongzi. The elder saw them accept the token, nodded with satisfaction, gave a few simple instructions, and then turned around and got on the carriage and left. Seeing the elder leave, the old man smiled and praised Wanxian and Zian. Not bad. Not bad. You can squeeze into the top 3. Our Xiahou family hasn't achieved such a result for a long time. This time we finally hold our heads high among the 6 major families. When the old man saw them holding the admission tokens, his eyes smiled into a line, and it can be seen that he was in a very happy mood. In the future, when you enter Liuguang Academy, you must work hard to practice, assist your brothers and sisters in the academy, and revitalize our Xiahou family. Understand? Even if he was happy, the old man did not forget to remind them of their mission. Xiahou Zian and Xiahou Wanxian felt uncomfortable when they heard this. After all, the purpose of their Xiahou family is just to let them assist and support their brothers and sisters who are already in Liuguang Academy. For example, Xiahou Qingyi, who is held in the palm of the hand by the Xiahou family. I heard that she is a famous alchemist, the apple of the eye of the head of the Xiahou family, and the greatest hope of the Xiahou family. Many children in the family exist to pave the way for Xiahou Qingyi. Even Xiahou Yuanshan, Xiahou Mingxiu and others are no exception. Of course, let alone children of their status. Okay, now it's time to settle accounts with you. You are not even as good as the brothers and sisters from Yuxing Town. What use does the Xiahou family have for you? Grandpa Xiahou changed the subject and turned the spearhead to Xiahou Yuanshan. Xiahou Yuanshan, Xiahou Mingxiu and others were so scared when they heard the old man's words that they trembled all over, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed in horror. Grandpa, I know I was wrong. I will work hard next time and not let Grandpa and Uncle down. Grandpa, Uncle, give us another chance. Humph. Opportunity? I gave you too many opportunities, so you don't cherish them anymore. The head of the Xiaohou family was in a bad mood. And he was even more unhappy when facing Xiaohou Yuanshan and the group of trash. Xiaohou Yuanshan was worried that she would really be abandoned by the Xiaohou family. So she cried and said, "Uncle, I will never dare to do it again. I will complete what you ordered. As long as I can enter Liuguang College, I will assist Sister Qingyi well and never let you down. Please give me another chance. Please." Xiaohou Yuanshan cowed out heavily, and a blood mark appeared on his forehead. Xiaohou Mingxiu and other brothers on the side were not much better. In front of the head of the Xiaohou family, they were as humble as dogs and kept begging for mercy out of fear. Seeing this scene, Su Maoyang was filled with emotion. Outsiders only see the bright and beautiful side of the children of the big family, but they don't see what kind of responsibilities and missions they bear behind them. They are born helpless and born to live for others, practicing desperately and fighting desperately. It seems like they are trying to improve themselves, but in fact, they are just working hard for others. In the family, they are also trembling with fear and treading on thin ice. If they are not careful, they will be abandoned by the family. Now think about it. The children of these big families are also extremely helpless and miserable. Growing up in such an environment, it is no wonder that they have developed a cold-blooded, cruel, and unscrupulous nature. However, Su Maoyang was no longer interested in knowing about Xiaohou Yuanshan's punishment. He and Xiaohou Wanxian turned back to their own yard and began to pack up, preparing to report to Liuguang College the next day. The next morning, the sky cleared up and the streets became lively. The entrance of Liuguang Academy was crowded with people, and disciples entered one after another. They all wore the badges of Liuguang Academy, but the colors of the badges were different. Some were gold, some were black, and some were red. It seemed that they belonged to 3 different gates. "Sir, Miss, we have arrived at Liuguang Academy." Just as Su Maoyang was looking at the crowd outside, the driver had already reminded her. Then, she got off the carriage with Xian and Wanxian, and walked towards the gate of Liuguang Academy along with the crowd, because other disciples were wearing badges and could enter the academy smoothly. Su Maoyang and the other 2 were strangers and had no badges, so they were immediately stopped by the guards at the door. "Which hall are you from? Please show your badges." Su Maoyang and the other 2 heard this, and quickly showed their admission tokens and explained, "We are the disciples who passed the admission examination this year." Seeing the admission token, the guard nodded in understanding and made way. "Go in." Su Maoyang and Wanxian were allowed to pass. And then, they put away the tokens, and prepared to enter the academy with other disciples, who knew that at this moment, the sound of horse hooves suddenly came from a distance. Before they got close, the crowd around Su Maoyang retreated to both sides, with fearful expressions and strange looks, and their eyes were all cast towards the convoy coming towards this side. Su Maoyang couldn't help but stop and look behind him when he saw this strange scene. In the golden morning light, a gilded carriage inlaid with gems came stepping into the light. Exquisite tassels and pendants were hung on the 4 corners of the carriage. The windows were separated by golden silk cloth, which was embroidered with simple and elegant patterns. As the carriage bumped, it drew gentle arcs, like flowing clear water. Under the sunlight, it shone brightly, making it impossible for people outside the carriage to find out who was in this gorgeous carriage. Just as Su Maoyang was looking at the carriage, someone beside him exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't expect it to be young Master Dongfang. It's really rare that I saw young Master Dongfang's carriage at the entrance of the academy today." That's right. Young Master Dongfang is protected too well by the Dongfang family and rarely shows up. Why did he think of coming to the academy today? It's not surprising that he came to the academy. The dean of Liuguang Academy is his 3rd uncle. As a nephew, it's normal for him to come to visit his uncle. One of the disciples explained with a smile, with some envy in his tone that was hard to hide. The other nodded, smacked his lips and sighed. Yes, this Dongfang young master is so lucky. Not only was he born in the Dongfang family, the head of the 6 major families, but his uncle is also the dean of Liuguang College. This background is really amazing. Keep your voice down. The carriage is coming. If you talk about Dongfang young master behind his back, be careful that the Dongfang family will take your life. Seeing that the carriage was about to arrive, a man watching nearby couldn't help but remind the sighing man. Hearing this, the man immediately shut up, holding his breath, and dared not say a word. Su Maoyang heard their discussion back and forth. Although he didn't hear it too clearly, But from the posture, he knew that the owner of this carriage was not small. Dongfang family. Su Maoyong heard people mention it several times after arriving in the imperial capital. It is said to be the most powerful family among the 6 major families. Chapter 1069 The carriage chasing the Dongfang young master. In general countries, the royal family is the leader, and the family power is the auxiliary. But the Maple Forest Empire is a little special, which is exactly the opposite of other countries. Take the Dongfang family for example. Whether it is strength or power, it is an existence that surpasses the royal family. Therefore, among the 6 major families, the Dongfang family ranks first. It is needless to say that its strength must not be underestimated. Hearing them shouting about the Dongfang young master, I think the owner of this carriage should be the son of the Dongfang family. At this time, Xiahou Wanxian, who was standing next to him, saw the luxurious and domineering convoy of the Dongfang family and couldn't help sighing. I have heard that the Dongfang family is powerful in the court and the country. Today, I see that it is indeed well deserved. It is indeed enviable. Su Maoyong didn't seem to agree with her when she heard her words. She smiled meaningfully and said, "Envy? What is there to envy about a family that is more powerful than the master? A family power surpasses the imperial power, and is at the top of the 6 major families. A big tree attracts the wind. It is conceivable that many people and forces regard the Dongfang family as a thorn in their eyes. The first person who wants to get rid of them should be the emperor of the Maple Forest Empire. Sometimes being too aggressive is not a good thing." Xiahou Zian was shocked when he heard Su Maoyong's words, and his eyes froze slightly. He obviously understood Su Maoyong's deep meaning. He looked at the Dongfang family's convoy again, and he had other ideas in his mind. Thinking like this, the carriage had already driven in front of them and passed by them. The guards guarding the entrance of the academy saw the Dongfang family's carriage, and not only did they not stop it, but they saluted respectfully and retreated to both sides in an orderly manner to make way for the carriage. I think, among the 6 major families, only the Dongfang family has such treatment. The carriage entered the academy smoothly, headed straight in one direction, and was soon submerged in the crowd. It was not until the carriage completely disappeared from everyone's sight that everyone started to discuss in a low voice again. From their words, Su Maoyong heard that these people not only envied the Dongfang family, but also had deep fear. But she had something to do, so it was inconvenient to stay. She put aside the gossip around her, and took Xiahou Zian and Xiahou Wanxian into the academy, and came to the admissions office. The elders of the admissions office saw that they were newly recruited disciples of the Dan Palace and the Beast Palace. So they gave them the red badge of the Beast Palace and the gold badge of the Dan Palace, and sent someone to take them to the dormitory. The place where Su Maoyong and Xiahou Wanxian lived was called the 100 Beasts Garden. There were many attics and houses in the garden, which were specially for the disciples of the Beast Palace to live in. And the place where Xiahou Zian lived was Jingdan Garden, which was specially for the disciples of the Dan Palace to live in. In fact, the residences of the Spiritual Hall and the Alchemy Hall were not far away, just next to the Beast Garden. Therefore, the disciples of the 3 halls often met each other when they came and went. The 3 of them went to their designated accommodations, packed up, and met at the exit of the Beast Garden, because they still had to go to the Lingbao Pavilion to receive the 300,000 spiritual power stones and Xiangrade elixirs promised by the elders. Su Maoyong had a huge demand for spiritual power stones, and she would accept them no matter how many. Now that it was given by someone else, there was no reason for her not to accept it. After leaving the Beast Garden, the 3 of them walked for a long time before they came to the Lingbao Pavilion mentioned by the elders. It must be said that Liuguang College is worthy of being the most famous college in the imperial capital. The area it covers is very vast. From a distance, the Lingbao Pavilion is even taller and more magnificent. The 3 golden characters Lingbao Pavilion on the huge plaque towering in the sky are particularly eye-catching. Looking down and up, there are 3 floors in total. The outside is decorated with carved beams and painted buildings, and it is magnificent. The bottom floor is supported by 8 thick and tall red painted pillars. The reddish-brown glazed tiles on the roof are shining in the sunlight. Before Xiahou Wanxian approached, she was impressed by the magnificent momentum of the Lingbao Pavilion from a distance, and exclaimed in shock, "It really deserves to be the wealthy Liuguang College, let alone the spiritual treasures and weapons inside. Even the decoration outside must have cost a lot of money." Xiahou Zian also nodded, unable to hide the amazement in his eyes. Wan Xian and Xian have been living in the remote area of Yuxing Town. They have never seen the buildings in big cities. It is no wonder that they are particularly surprised to see Lingbao Pavilion. In contrast, Su Maoyang was much calmer, because she had seen many buildings more luxurious than Lingbao Pavilion in the past in Yunlu Dark Domain and Finshua Tianqing. For her, there was nothing strange about the Lingbao Pavilion in front of her. However, what attracted her attention was the carriage of the Dongfang family parked at the door of Lingbao Pavilion. At this time, a man wearing a blue brocade robe and a silver hair crown came out of Lingbao Pavilion, and then got on the carriage surrounded by servants. Su Maoyang stood on the side of the gate of Lingbao Pavilion, a little far away, and could not see the man's appearance clearly, because he was surrounded by servants. Su Maoyang could not even see his profile clearly. However, the familiar figure shocked her. She suddenly opened her eyes wide, and her pupils were instantly filled with extreme shock. She couldn't believe it and murmured, "Xiao Linchen is Xiao Linchen." The figure was very similar to Xiao Linchen, and even the clothes were the style he usually liked. Seeing this scene, Su Maoyang's eyes were red with excitement, and he looked anxious. Without any hesitation, he ran towards the carriage. Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian, who stayed in place, were stunned by Su Maoyang's sudden reaction. After a few seconds, they shouted in confusion, "Su Mo, where are you going?" She didn't even say hello, and rushed out like crazy, leaving the two of them confused. At this time, Su Maoyang saw that the carriage of the Dongfang family had turned around and headed towards the exit of the academy. She was anxious and shouted while running, "Xiao Linchen! Xiao Linchen!" Perhaps she missed him too much, seeing such a similar back. Su Maoyang's heart seemed to be exploded. All the emotions buried in her heart surged up, and she was so painful that her face turned pale and tears burst out, wetting her cheeks. Since this is Lingbao Pavilion, there are many disciples coming and going. Su Maoyang's behavior of chasing the carriage of the Dongfang family and her anxious shouting immediately attracted everyone's attention. All the disciples around stopped and cast surprised eyes at Su Maoyang. It was the first time they saw someone dare to chase the carriage of the Dongfang family, let alone a woman. Even Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian were shocked by Su Maoyang's behavior. They had no intersection with the Dongfang family, and they never thought that Su Mo would suddenly chase the carriage of the Dongfang family. After spending some time together, in their impression, Su Mo is a reserved and steady person. How could he do such an outrageous and strange thing? Chapter 1070. Sorry, I got the wrong person. It's okay that she chased the carriage, but she chased the carriage of the Dongfang family. She was looking for death by provoking the Dongfang family as soon as she came. Realizing this, Xiahou Zian cursed anxiously. This lunatic! Stop her quickly. After that, he and Wanxian quickly chased in the direction of Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang had been with them for so long, and they had already developed feelings for each other. Moreover, they were able to enter Liuguang College this time because of her. Now they couldn't just watch her die. However, at this time, Su Maoyang's mind was full of Xiao Linchen's figure, and she didn't care about Wanxian and Zian stopping behind her. She chased the carriage all the way, with no intention of stopping at all. Because of her anxiety, her voice of calling Xiao Linchen became louder and louder, and soon attracted pedestrians on this road. When everyone saw this strange scene, they all pointed at Su Maoyang, and their mouths were undoubtedly some unbearable sarcasm. TSK. 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 There are so many strange things nowadays. It is true that many women want to marry into the Dongfang family, but I have never seen a woman so shameless that she actually chased after the carriage of the Dongfang young master in order to attract him. Yes, I have never seen anyone so shameless that she would do anything to seduce a man. That's right. She looks strange, as if she is new. Haha. This woman is really amazing. She has done such a shocking thing just after entering the academy. I am afraid she will be famous in the academy. Many women who were watching this scene were laughing sarcastically, as if they misunderstood Su Maoyang's pursuit of the car as a coquettish means of pursuing men. Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian were also shocked by Su Maoyang, and they couldn't figure out why she suddenly became so abnormal. However, hard work pays off. Su Maoyang chased and shouted from behind, and finally alarmed the carriage in front. At this time, the coachman suddenly stopped. Su Maoyang was delighted when she saw this, and hurriedly chased after him and blocked the way of the carriage. She held the last hope that Xiao Linchen was still alive, and asked in a trembling voice, "Xiao Linchen, is that you?" This question contained so much emotion and expectation of Su Maoyong. In order to save her, Xiao Linchen blocked the sneak attack of Dean Kongming for her. But he turned into a blood mist, and completely disappeared from this world. That handsome face covered in blood, that look of begging her to live, still lingers in her mind. Lingering. The last 2 words of his life, "Run away," echoed in Su Maoyong's ears, tormenting her spirit. The boy who admired her and insisted on recognizing her as the boss. The boy who originally belonged to the lower plane, but in order to follow her, regardless of difficulties and obstacles, followed her to the 9 netherworld without hesitation. The boy who was always busy and took care of everything when she encountered difficulties. The boy who rushed to her when she was in danger, fought for his life, and protected her. Because of her, he was gone. Although it had been so long, Su Maoyong still couldn't face this fact. You know, he is so smart. In the blood battle group, he is always the one who makes plans. He is also so careful. Among many brothers, he is always the first one to detect her thoughts and understand her ideas. How could such a smart, delicate and cautious boy just disappear like this? She doesn't believe it. She doesn't believe it. Just thinking about it, Su Maoyong felt heartbroken like a knife, and tears kept flowing down. At this time, a white jade-like, well-defined hand suddenly came out of the carriage. He gently lifted the curtain and gradually revealed his full appearance. Who is it? What came into view was a handsome face. Although the facial features are not delicate, they are unusually pleasing to the eye. The white skin is as delicate as porcelain, and the long eyelashes are a pair of peach blossom eyes like black agate, deep and sexy, which makes people fall into it if they are not careful. The silky black hair is raised high by the silver hair crown, and the remaining hair is draped over the shoulders, showing a bit of softness. No, not Xiao Linchen. The face in front of him was extremely unfamiliar. Not the Xiao Linchen that Su Maoyong knew at all. Seeing this unfamiliar face, Su Maoyong was shocked. Her expected expression froze instantly. Her face turned pale as paper, and she took 2 steps back, unable to bear the pressure. She was full of expectations, but at this moment, it turned into a bubble. Such a gap made Su Maoyong's heart empty, as if she had lost something. The coachman heard the question from Mr. Dongfang and hurriedly replied respectfully, "My lord, this woman has been chasing our carriage and dared to block your way. Do you want me to help you deal with her?" Dongfang Yaoyu heard the words, raised his eyebrows slightly, looked at Su Maoyong deeply, and immediately stopped the coachman. "This is the academy. Don't make trouble." Dongfang Yaoyu saw that Su Maoyong looked ordinary and dressed ordinary, but she wore the badge of the Beast Hall on her clothes, so he guessed her identity. However, he didn't understand why this disciple of the Beast Hall was chasing his carriage, and couldn't help asking, "This girl, you stopped my carriage. What's the matter?" Su Maoyong faced his question and pulled the corner of her mouth awkwardly. "I'm really sorry. I recognized the wrong person." Dongfang Yaoyu obviously didn't expect this answer. After a moment of hesitation, he smiled and shook his head. "It seems to be someone who looks very similar to me." "No, you look different, but your back and clothes are a little similar. I was a little excited just now. I'm really sorry for causing trouble to you." Su Maoyong knew that she recognized the wrong person, so she gradually calmed down, suppressed her inner disappointment, and apologized to the man in blue. Dongfang Yaoyu didn't take it to heart. "It's okay. People are similar. It's reasonable to mistake someone. Don't blame yourself too much. Seeing that the girl is so anxious to chase the carriage, I think this person is very important to the girl." Su Maoyong didn't expect that the son trained by the Dongfang family, who was feared by everyone, was not arrogant, but a reasonable person. This surprised her a little. Thinking of this, Su Maoyong was grateful for his understanding and nodded slightly. "Thank you for your understanding. I won't disturb you on your way." After saying that, Su Maoyong made way and walked towards the direction of Lingdao Pavilion. Dongfang Yaoyu saw her leave with a disappointed look on her face, and a ripple suddenly appeared in his heart. These days, the women in the imperial capital all looked surprised when they saw him. He had never encountered someone who would be disappointed because he was not someone else. Thinking of this, Dongfang Yaoyu became curious about people who were somewhat similar to him, and asked the driver, "What name did she shout just now?" The driver scratched his head and recalled, It seemed to be Xiao Linchen's name. Dongfang Yaoyu frowned slightly and pondered. Xiao Linchen? I seem to have heard this name somewhere before. Chapter 1071. Why are you here? Dongfang Yaoyu seemed to have thought of something. His narrow black eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a dark light. And then he straightened his face and ordered the driver seriously. Check her identity for me. The driver did not expect that his master, who had always been indifferent to worldly affairs, would be interested in a woman. A hint of surprise flashed across his face. After a moment of stunned, he nodded repeatedly. Yes, I obey your order. At this time, Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian hurriedly caught up, but saw Su Maoyang walking back with an ugly face. Her eyes were red, and she looked like she had been crying. Both of them were shocked and hurried over to ask. Su Mo, what's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly chase after the carriage of Master Dongfang? Why are you crying? Did Master Dongfang bully you? The two asked one by one, which made Su Maoyang frown and shook her head weakly. He didn't do anything to me. I recognized the wrong person. Recognized the wrong person? Wanxian and Zian obviously didn't expect this to be the reason, and looked at each other in surprise. Forget it. Go to Lingbao Pavilion to get the spiritual power stone. Su Maoyang didn't want to mention Xiao Linchen again. That was the pain in her heart that could not be erased. Every time someone mentioned it, it was heartbreaking. With that, Su Maoyang walked towards the gate of Lingbao Pavilion without waiting for them to ask. Wanxian and Zian saw that she was in a low mood and her face was not very good, so they didn't say much and followed her tactfully. However, before the three of them entered the Lingbao Pavilion, they saw a group of people coming towards them. Among them were two familiar faces, Xiahou Yuanshan and Xiahou Mingxiu, who had a grudge against them. The other few people were a little unfamiliar, but they looked a little similar to the two of them. It seemed that they were most likely descendants of the Xiahou family. TSK. 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 Who was so shameless that he chased after the carriage of the Eastern Master. It turned out to be a maid from our Xiahou family. When Xiahou Yuanshan saw Su Maoyang, Xiahou Wanxian and others, she couldn't help but sneer, and her sharp voice was extremely unpleasant. She and several brothers of the Xiahou family had just come out of Lingbao Pavilion when they saw Su Maoyang chasing after the carriage of the Eastern Master, attracting countless people to stop and watch. Such shameless behavior made Xiahou Yuanshan despise it to the bone. Humph! An ugly maid with a low status, who didn't even look in the mirror, actually dared to pursue the Eastern Master. It was a disgrace to my Xiahou family. It's really disgusting. Xiahou Yuanshan sneered and looked at Su Maoyang with disgust, with an extremely disgusted expression. When the people around heard this, they looked at each other in shock. They thought that this woman dared to chase the carriage of the Eastern Master. No matter how arrogant she was, she must be a lady of a certain family, who knew that she was actually a maid. I really don't know where a maid got the courage to do such a bold thing. Xiahou Wanxian heard such humiliating words, and immediately stood up for Su Maoyang and angrily scolded. Xiahou Yuanshan, keep your mouth clean. Su Mo just recognized the wrong person. Recognized the wrong person? You believe this nonsense? She can only deceive a fool like you who is ignorant of the world. Xiahou Yuanshan snorted coldly, and raised a sarcastic sneer. Yu Xiahou Wanxian couldn't talk to her, and was once again speechless because of her anger. Xiahou Zian didn't expect to meet Xiahou Yuanshan and Xiahou Mingxiu here. He frowned and asked unhappily, didn't you lose the qualification to enter Liuguang College? Why are you here? You can't enter Liuguang College without a token. Xiahou Yuanshan's beautiful almond eyes flashed with pride, and her thin red lips grinned with a disdainful sneer. Sorry, I disappoint you. We are now disciples of the Spirit Hall of Liuguang College. Don't think that we are not defeated just because you have taken our place. Let me tell you, as long as I want, there is nothing I can't do. Xiahou Zian heard her proud boasting and snorted contemptuously. You could enter this Liuguang College. Grandpa and Uncle must have spent a lot of money and energy. I don't know what to be proud of for entering through the back door. I don't know if Xiahou Zian has been studying toxins for many years or because of his personality. That mouth is really poisonous, and he can always hit the nail on the head. Xiahou Yuanshan's cheeks flushed immediately after hearing his words. He immediately turned to the two men next to him and complained angrily. Brother Jingxiang, Brother Xiaojun. It was the three of them who used dirty tricks to frame us in the forest. Not only did they kill other brothers, but they also took our quota. Look at their arrogance. It's so infuriating. The two leading middle-aged men called Jingxiang and Xiao Jun narrowed their eyes slightly when they heard this, and a layer of sinister anger instantly appeared on their handsome faces. One of the men in ink-colored clothes snorted coldly. So it was you little bastards. Your father killed his brothers back then. But I didn't expect you guys like to do some shameful things. It's true that like father like son. You are all disgusting. Yu Xiaohou Wanxian was so angry when she heard this that her eyes were wide open, and she was shaking all over. She pointed at them and couldn't speak. Brother Jingxiang, you have to avenge us and our dead brothers. Xiaohou Yuanshan saw that brother Jingxiang was also very dissatisfied with Su Imo and Xiaohou Wanxian, and immediately instigated them to take action. Xiaohou Mingxiu heard this and took over the conversation, adding fuel to the fire. Brother Jingxiang, when they entered the academy, the elders promised to give them 300,000 spiritual power stones and 3 Xiangrade elixirs. Judging from their appearance, they should go to the Lingbao Pavilion to collect the spiritual power stones and elixirs. Aren't you worried about not having enough money to buy spiritual power stones? Isn't this just right? Hearing this, Xiaohou Jingxiang and Xiaohou Xiaojun, who were originally disdainful, both brightened up, and a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. 300,000 spiritual power stones are enough for them to absorb for a long time. And the 3 Xiangrade elixirs are even more valuable. Such benefits are too tempting and immediately aroused their interest. Xiaohou Jingxiang did not hide his desire at all. He licked his lips and ordered domineeringly. I advise you to give up the 300,000 spiritual power stones and 3 Xiangrade elixirs to honor your brothers. Otherwise, as he spoke, Xiaohou Jingxiang rubbed his fists and glared at Su Maoyang and the other two fiercely, as if he was going to hit them. Seeing this, Su Maoyang met his fierce eyes without fear, and raised the corners of his lips with a disdainful arc. What else? Want to beat us? As far as I know, the academy doesn't seem to allow private fights. Hee. Private fights are indeed not allowed in the academy. But if you want to gain a foothold in the academy, you will definitely not be able to move forward without our care. What's more, if you want to improve your strength, you will definitely go to the training room. There are not so many rules in the training room. As long as you don't beat people to death, the elders of the academy will not ask too much. So, whether you want to suffer or practice in peace, you have to think clearly. Xiaohou Jingxiang snorted contemptuously, and the sinister voice was full of threats, which immediately changed Xiaohou Wanxian and Xiaohou Xian's faces. Chapter 1072 I accept the challenge. They just entered Liuguan College. They don't know anything. They can't do anything. If they are still excluded by others, they can't survive in the college. Now, after being frightened by Xiaohou Jingxiang, Xiaohou Wanxian and Xiaohou Xian were worried, and their brows were tangled together. But Su Maoyang didn't take it to heart, and replied coldly, Sorry. We fought for the Xianpin elixir and 300,000 spiritual power stones with our strength. If you want it, you can earn it with your own ability. What kind of ability is it to threaten others here? Strength? Just rely on you. Ha ha ha. This is really the funniest joke I have ever heard. Since you are so capable, I would like to see your strength. I wonder if you dare to accept my challenge. Xiaohou Jingxiang laughed with his head raised, obviously not taking this group of brothers and sisters from Yuxing Town seriously. When Su Maoyang heard the challenge, she naturally knew that he was referring to the arena PK. She had also learned about the PK system in the academy before, and knew that the winner of the arena PK would be rewarded with 100,000 spiritual stones and Xiangrade elixirs. So many battle maniacs especially like to initiate arena challenges. The purpose is to win spiritual stones and elixirs and improve their own cultivation. On the other hand, they can also exchange martial arts and enhance practical experience. This incentive mechanism is very helpful for the improvement of disciples. The reason why Su Maoyang entered the academy to practice was, on the one hand, to obtain resources more conveniently, and on the other hand, to exercise her skills. Now there is a cannon fodder who takes the initiative to show up and let her practice. So she naturally has no reason to refuse. Hearing his proposal, Su Maoyang agreed without thinking. Okay, I accept your challenge. Xiaohou Wanxian and Xiaohou Xian were shocked by her straightforward agreement. Wanxian grabbed Su Maoyang and persuaded anxiously. Are you crazy? This Xiaohou Jingxiang is an old man in Liuguan College, and his strength must be above yours. If you accept his challenge, aren't you looking for death? Xian also looked ugly and disapproved to stop him. Yes. Don't be stupid and fall into his trap. We just entered the college. How can we have more experience than him? He is clearly bullying you deliberately by relying on his strength. Su Maoyang didn't mind, and waved his hand slightly. Don't worry. It's just a competition. Why don't you understand? He doesn't want to compete with you at all. He wants to beat you to death. Xiahou Wanxian was so anxious that she jumped up and down. They have such a deep hatred for Xiahou Yuanshan and her group. If Su Imo accepts the challenge, Xiahou Jingxiang will definitely not show mercy. Even if he doesn't beat Su Imo to death, he will probably cripple her. Their status in the Xiahou family is not high. And Su Imo is just a maid. If something really happens, no one will support her. This is something that everyone with a clear eye can see. Why is Su Imo so confused? Seeing Su Maoyang's disapproving look, Xiahou Yuanshan couldn't help but sneered. Su Imo, Brother Jingxiang is a top-level spiritual master. He can beat you into a meat pie with one punch. You have to think clearly. Are you willing to hand over the spiritual power stone or suffer physical pain? In Xiahou Yuanshan's view, Su Mo's behavior of accepting the challenge was stupid. Su Maoyang didn't take her warning seriously at all, and said to Xiahou Wanxian seriously, "Don't worry. I know how to deal with this matter." Xiahou Xian had seen Su Maoyang's methods in the forest last time. Seeing her so calm now, he also had some hope for her. He pulled the excited Xiahou Wanxian and told Su Maoyang, "Be careful." Su Maoyang nodded slightly. "Yes, I know." After that, she looked at Xiahou Jingxiang opposite and asked calmly, "Do you want to compete now or arrange a time?" Seeing her so calm, Xiahou Jingxiang was a little surprised. It seemed that he didn't expect Su Maoyang to really dare to challenge. He laughed dryly twice, not knowing whether he was laughing at her stupidity or overestimating her ability. "Since you dare to accept, let's compete now. I want to see your so-called strength. Let's go to the arena." After that, Xiahou Jingxiang and other disciples of the Xiahou family walked towards the arena in a mighty manner. Su Maoyang did not hesitate and followed closely. The crowd watching nearby were full of curiosity when they heard that they were going to enter the arena for a competition, and they all followed to join in the fun. They had never seen a freshman who had just entered the academy so brave that he dared to accept the challenge of his predecessors. And it was said that this freshman was a maid. Strange things happen every year, especially this year. It was shocking that a maid was admitted to Liuguan Academy. So everyone wanted to see what ability this maid had, and what confidence she had to accept the challenge. What's more, Su Maoyang's pursuit of the carriage of Mr. Dongfang just now had caused dissatisfaction among many people, and everyone was waiting to see her make a fool of herself. The legendary arena for PK was located in the square, in the center of the academy. When Su Maoyang came to the arena, what came into view was a huge square arena, covering a very wide area, with two big drums placed in each direction, which seemed to be used for cheering. The ring was covered with a red carpet, on which was engraved a huge word "Wu," with a vigorous pen that exuded a bit of domineering power. At this time, the ring was already full of people. At a glance, it was crowded and lively. Xiahou Jingxiang walked forward, picked up the drumstick, and hit the drum hard. The rumbling drum sound shook like spring thunder, attracting more people to watch. As soon as the fighting posture was set, Xiahou Jingxiang was the first to fly onto the ring, which immediately attracted thunderous applause from the audience around him. And excited cheers came one after another, bringing the atmosphere of the whole venue to a climax. Su Maoyang saw this and did not hesitate. Then he also rushed onto the ring and stood opposite Xiahou Jingxiang. Since you are a woman, I will let you 3 moves, so that others will not say that I don't have sympathy for women." Xiahou Jingxiang saw Su Maoyang's thin and small body and laughed disdainfully. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows slightly and said indifferently, "No. I'm also afraid that others will say that I bully the weak." "What? You bully the weak? You are so arrogant. It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson today, you really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is." Xiahou Jingxiang was so angry at her provocative words that he gritted his teeth and roared loudly. His tall and mighty body rushed towards her. The spiritual power of the peak master of the spirit was immediately lingering on his sturdy arms. The power fluctuated, causing many of the disciples watching around to change color slightly. Although Xiahou Jingxiang's strength is not particularly good in the academy, He is at least a descendant of the 6 major families, and an old man in the academy. Even if his spiritual power has always remained at the peak master of the spirit, his skilled and agile skills and experienced fighting power are incomparable to ordinary disciples. Therefore, his punch is very powerful. Chapter 1073, Ineffective. Seeing this scene, everyone was worried about Su Maoyang. She was a new disciple, and a thin woman. How could she withstand such a force? She was afraid that she would be knocked to the ground with one punch. Seeing that the fist was about to fall on Su Maoyang, Xiahou Yuanshan raised her red lips, and a smug smile suddenly appeared on her pretty face. The depressed mood that had been blocked by Su Maoyang and Xiahou Wanxian recently gradually cleared up. Before, it was not convenient for her to take action at Xiaohu's house, and she didn't kill her in the Firelin Forest. Now that she was at the academy, she finally had the opportunity to teach her a lesson. She had to teach her a lesson, so that this group of refugees from Yuxing Town would not dare to climb over the heads of their main disciples. Xiahou Yuanshan was imagining the scene of Su Maoyang being beaten to the ground and begging for mercy. At this time, Su Maoyang, facing Xiahou Xingxiang's punch that broke through the air, did not move at all. He did not even move his feet. He raised his hand and grabbed Xiahou Xingxiang's fist full of spiritual power. The next second, everyone saw with their naked eyes that the fierce spiritual power suddenly extinguished, and Xiahou Xingxiang's body that rushed over was instantly intercepted. Xiahou Xingxiang's face was shocked, and his disdainful expression suddenly solidified. Faced with such a weird scene, he was anxious in his heart and pushed his fist harder to break through Su Maoyang's obstruction. But in the end, he found that he had no strength at all and was suppressed by the thin woman in front of him. This situation is clearly level suppression. If it is really level suppression, then wouldn't the spiritual power of the maid in front of him be higher than his? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. As a child of the Xiahou family, he was cultivated by the Xiahou family since he was a child. It took him 2 years to go to Liuguan Academy before he worked hard to cultivate to the peak of the venerable spiritual master. How could a maid from Yuxing Town be better than him? Xiahou Xingxiang couldn't accept this fact. He looked up in shock and met Su Maoyang's dark and shiny eyes. He was immediately frightened by her sharp and cold eyes and trembled uncontrollably. However, Su Maoyang, who was holding his fist at this time, didn't wait for him to react. With a cold face, he turned his wrist hard. With a click, Xiahou Xingxiang's arm was instantly broken. He cried out in pain and retreated several meters backwards. Seeing the crowd around him, their faces changed instantly. They didn't expect that Xiahou Xingxiang, who was tall and strong and had rich combat experience, faced a woman who was half a head shorter than him. Not only did he have no power to fight back, but his arm was twisted. This was simply a great shame. In an instant, the discussion in the entire square stopped abruptly, and everyone stared at Su Maoyang in astonishment. However, before they could come to their senses, Su Maoyang rushed towards Xiahou Xingxiang, who was holding his arm and grimacing in pain. Like a fleeting shadow, "You are as weak as a chicken. It seems that you can't get the spiritual power stone." After the words fell, Su Maoyang turned into a residual shadow and flashed by, so fast that people could not catch it. Even Xiahou Xingxiang himself did not have time to dodge, and felt a palm hit his abdomen, and suddenly a surge of pain. By the time he reacted, the other party had already pulled away and jumped into the air. The agile white figure was like a silver dragon, passing by him in front of his eyes, and then suddenly raised his foot and swept towards his face. Seeing Su Maoyang kicking, Xiahou Xingxiang's face changed drastically, and he quickly stretched out his hand to block it. However, he was no match for Su Maoyang in terms of speed. Before he could raise his hand to his head, he was kicked by Su Maoyang. A powerful force, accompanied by a force emanating from his body, kicked Xiahou Xingxiang to the ground. In the stunned eyes of everyone, Xiahou Xingxiang fell on his back. In a mess, he struggled a few times and tried to prop himself up from the ground, revealing his gray face with footprints left on it, which immediately caused everyone in the audience to laugh. This Xiahou Xingxiang usually relied on the relationship of being Xiahou Qingyi's brother, and often acted arrogantly in the academy, bullying and robbing the weak. But he didn't expect that he would be beaten so badly, and the opponent didn't even use his spiritual power, but used some close combat moves to beat him down, which was enough to show that Xiahou Xingxiang was just a fool with a beautiful appearance and rotten inside, and had no fighting power. Realizing this, everyone felt very happy and pointed at him and laughed at him. Xiahou Yuanshan and Xiahou Mingxi were stunned when they saw this scene. And their hearts sank like cold lead. And their faces looked uglier than eating shit. Although Xiahou Jingxiang didn't even make it into the top 100 of the PK list. He was at least a peak spiritual master. Even if his skills were not good, his level was there. It was impossible for a maid to break his arm and kick him upside down. This is too weak. Brother Jingxiang. What's wrong with you? Don't let her win just because she's a woman. Show your strength and teach her a lesson. Don't let others laugh at our Xiahou family. Xiahou Yuanshan didn't believe that Su Mo's strength was above Xiahou Jingxiang's. So she guessed that Brother Jingxiang showed mercy because he saw that she was a woman. Xiahou Jingxiang felt very upset when he heard Xiahou Yuanshan's roar. Only he knew that he had almost exhausted his strength and spiritual power. But in front of that damn girl Su Mo, he couldn't burst out anyway. No matter what moves he made, he was led by her. It would be fine if he couldn't use spiritual power. But the key was that the girl was very fast, and her moves were very fierce. He could hardly see how she made her move. So he couldn't resist at all. He wanted to teach Su Maoyan a lesson. But he couldn't use his strength, and couldn't defend himself. He was in a dilemma, and was caught in the middle. He could only be beaten. But he couldn't say this. Being beaten to the ground by a woman in front of so many people was embarrassing enough. If he told the truth, he would be suppressed by the other party, which would make others laugh. However, he didn't know that Su Maoyan had recovered to the level of a peak spiritual master. The same level as him. According to Su Maoyan's strength and abnormal physique, he usually abused people across levels. Now that he was at the same level, it was a no-brainer that he crushed people. Xiahou Jingxiang, a peak spiritual master, was naturally not her opponent. In other words, he was unlucky. He could have provoked anyone else. But Su Maoyan, however, facing the ridicule of the people around him, Xiahou Jingxiang had never lost so much face. He was not convinced. And his veins bulged. He shouted, "I'll fight you." Chapter 1074 Rolling on the ground. Seeing that Xiahou Jingxiang was still unwilling to give up, Su Maoyan sighed and shook her head helplessly. "Still coming? It seems that you will not give up until you are beaten to a pulp. In that case, don't blame me for being rude." Su Maoyan had only used 30% of her strength to deal with this idiot, who knew that he was so ungrateful and wanted to fight again. Then she had no choice but to accompany him to the end. When Xiahou Jingxiang heard this, it was undoubtedly a humiliating provocation, which stimulated him to blush and grit his teeth. "Bitch. Die!" Then, he suddenly raised his arm and burst out all the spiritual power in his body. This time, not only his arm, but also his body was filled with spiritual power. And the spiritual power of his arm turned into a huge axe, which seemed to be burning with raging fire, and chopped down fiercely in the direction where Su Maoyan was standing. At this moment, his body rushed out like a cheetah, leaving a dazzling stream of light on the ring, and rushed straight to Su Maoyan. The onlookers saw this scene, and they all opened their eyes wide in shock, staring at the huge axe falling, feeling the powerful pressure and power fluctuations. Everyone seemed to have a dry throat, and couldn't help swallowing saliva. Obviously, Xiahou Jingxiang was completely enraged this time, and he tried his best to beat this woman to death. Originally, killing was not allowed in the arena, unless a life and death agreement was signed. The elders would not interfere. Other situations were violations of the academy regulations, and would be punished accordingly. Xiahou Wanxian, who was in the audience, saw that the other party was so powerful, and clearly wanted to kill Su Maoyan. She was immediately frightened and turned pale, and shouted anxiously, "Xiahou Jingxiang, the academy stipulates that killing is not allowed in the arena competition. You actually dared to kill people. Aren't you afraid of the academy's sanctions?" Xiahou Yuanshan on the side snorted indifferently, disdainfully retorting, "Humph. It's just killing a maid. You can't be so naive to think that the academy will go against the entire Xiahou family for a maid?" Although Su Imo and Xiahou Wanxian were lucky this time and entered Liuguang College, compared with their brothers and sisters who have already established a foothold in Liuguang College, the Xiahou family naturally attaches more importance to the latter. After all, they are the children of the eldest and second uncles, and their status in the family is naturally better than that of Xiahou Wanxian, a child who was kicked out of the ancestral home. Originally, Xiahou Wanxian had no status to speak of, let alone her maid. Besides, the Xiaohou family also spent a lot of manpower, material resources, and financial resources to train Xiahou Jingxiang. It was not easy for him to gain a foothold in Liuguang College. If he was punished by the academy for beating a maid to death, how could his grandfather and uncle sit idly by? They will definitely come to the academy, which will inevitably cause trouble for the academy. To some extent, it is normal for the master of the Xiaohou family to beat his own maid to death. Therefore, the academy is not so stupid as to interfere in other people's family affairs and get themselves into trouble. The academy's rules can only constrain ordinary disciples without backgrounds. If they really meet those with backgrounds and backers, they can't do anything. Therefore, if Xiahou Jingxiang really killed Suemo, the academy would only give a symbolic reprimand, which would not hurt his bones, but just to show off. Therefore, he and Xiahou Yuanshan and others are so unscrupulous. When Xiahou Wanxian heard this, she naturally knew that reality was cruel. She was so angry at Xiahou Yuanshan's arrogance that she gnashed her teeth and trembled all over. She wanted to rush forward and tear her gloating face apart. However, while the two were bickering, Su Maoyang on the stage flashed and avoided Xiahou Jingxiang's attack. The powerful force in her body suddenly became agitated, and a strong breath burst out, forming a huge pressure at once, covering Xiahou Jingxiang. At the same time, Su Maoyang raised her palm, and a fierce spiritual power wrapped around her arm like a spirit snake, instantly bursting out with dazzling light, making everyone present squint their eyes. However, when they opened their eyes again, the powerful spiritual power had turned into a long whip and was tightly held in her hand. When everyone saw the scene, they all gasped in shock. Their expressions were frozen, their mouths twitched, their voices trembled, and they exclaimed, "Oh my God! This maid is also a peak spiritual master. I am not dreaming." Many people rubbed their eyes in disbelief to confirm the authenticity of the scene before them. Some people were so excited by the scene that they lost their direction and sighed one after another. When did the Xiahou family become so powerful that even a maid is a peak master of the spirit? No. 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 It's not the Xiahou family that is powerful. It's this maid. Look! Xiahou Jingxiang has been practicing for so long, but he has only reached the level of a peak master of the spirit. The maid is obviously younger than him, and she is of such a humble status. She must not have received good training, but she has such results. Strictly speaking, she is several levels higher than Xiahou Jingxiang. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, looking at Su Maoyang with great shock. However, at this time, Su Maoyang had no time to pay attention to the reactions around him. He jumped into the air and swung his slender arms with full force. The whip flashing with dazzling light followed her flying black hair and drew a beautiful arc in the air, like a spirit snake. With fierce power, it was swung toward Xiahou Jingxiang. There was a loud bang, and wherever the whip passed, a terrifying gully was smashed. Xiahou Jingxiang had the experience of the last time, so he did not dare to underestimate the enemy. He reacted much faster and dodged to the side, barely avoiding the whip attack. But he had no time to catch his breath. The whip seemed to have eyes and attacked him again. Each whip landed on the precise position, leaving him no chance to dodge. There were several consecutive slaps, and it fell on his body, instantly hitting him. After a while, he was covered with wounds and blood was flowing. After several rounds, Xiahou Jingxiang had basically no intact place from beginning to end. His whole body was covered with whip marks, and his clothes were beaten into rags. Even his white buttocks were exposed outside, which made the people around him laugh and couldn't stop. If he hadn't protected his crotch with his hands throughout the whole process, it is estimated that now, not only would his body be exposed, but he would also have no children or grandchildren. But Su Maoyang's whip showed no sign of stopping, and Xiahou Jingxiang was so angry that he jumped up and down. Finally, he couldn't stand this perverted torture, and fell to the ground, rolling and wailing. His miserable begging for mercy echoed in the arena. It was not known whether to laugh at him or sympathize with him. "Stop! Stop! I beg you!" Xiahou Yuanshan was frightened when she saw this scene. At the same time, she was shocked and shouted to stop him. "Suemo! Stop it now! If you beat him to death, Liuguang Academy and Xiahou family will not let you go." Chapter 1075. It's so unfair. Hearing this, Xiahou Wanxian angrily retorted, "Xiahou Yuanshan, you are so shameless. Are you only allowed to kill your brother Jingxiang, and not allow Su Mo to resist? Is that what she calls resistance? Brother Jingxiang didn't even touch her body, and she beat him to the ground the whole time. It's clear that she took the opportunity to kill brother Jingxiang. If anything happens to brother Jingxiang today, all of you will be buried with him. Xiahou Yuanshan's eyes were wide open, and he shouted fiercely to warn. The arrogant and strong arrogance made Xiahou Yuanshan pale, who told him not to admit defeat. If he had admitted defeat earlier, why would he have suffered such a punishment? He deserved to be beaten to the ground by Su Mo. Xiahou Yuanshan also retorted unconvincingly. However, although she hated Xiahou Yuanshan and Xiahou Jingxiang, she was also worried that Su Mo would be punished by the academy and the Xiahou family. After all, they didn't have much backing, and if they got into trouble, there would be no way to end it well. In fact, Su Moyang didn't intend to kill Xiahou Jingxiang. The reason why she whipped him was because she didn't want to cause trouble, just to make him suffer a little. Otherwise, with her strength, she could kill Xiahou Jingxiang with just one palm. So why wait until now? At this time, the elder who was sitting in the audience and was responsible for the fairness of the arena saw Xiahou Jingxiang being beaten to pieces and bleeding, and the whole person was lying on the ground without the strength to struggle. He was also worried about causing a death. So he stood up anxiously and stopped him loudly. Stop! The winner has been decided. Don't entangle. After saying this, he frowned, waved his long sleeves, and suddenly sent a powerful spiritual power towards Su Moyang. Su Moyang did not expect the elder to suddenly attack, and now her level was not his opponent, so she was caught off guard. Although the spiritual power was far behind, Su Moyang's skills were still there. Seeing that the spiritual power was about to fall on her, she quickly avoided the important parts and blocked it with her hands. But after all, the difference in strength was too great, and the elder's spiritual power was not restrained at all. For a peak master of the spirit, this was almost a fatal blow. If it were someone else, he would have been beaten to death long ago. It was obvious that this elder did not take her seriously, and did not show any mercy. So, from the heart, he still favored Xiahou Jingxiang. However, Su Moyang's skills were agile, and avoided most of the power. Even so, her petite body was still overwhelmed, and was blasted back a few meters. She barely stabilized her body, and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this scene, Xiahou Yuanshan and Xiahou Zian were so scared that their souls flew away, and their hearts were in their throats. When the elder saw that Su Moyang actually avoided his attack, and was only slightly injured, a look of surprise instantly jumped on his wrinkled old face. Obviously, he did not expect that a peak master of the spirit could have such skills. However, Xiahou Jingxiang was finally saved because of the elder's intervention. But with his injuries, even if he didn't die, he would probably have to lie in bed for half a month. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to Xiahou Jingxiang, because not only was he covered in wounds and in pain, he also lost face in front of everyone. If the news of being beaten to the ground by the maid spread in the academy, he would basically have no place to stand, and would only become a waste despised by everyone. Furthermore, to treat his injuries, he would inevitably have to consume medicinal materials and pills, which was another huge expense for him. He was already tight on money after buying the spiritual power stone, and now it was undoubtedly worse. In addition, the competition pressure in the academy was so great that everyone was racing against time to practice. Now that he was injured, he would definitely be delayed for a long time. Once his practice was surpassed by others, his status in the Xiahou family would also decline rapidly. With such a loss, Xiahou Jingxiang would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood. At this time, Xiahou Yuanshan and others saw Xiahou Jingxiang escape from Su Moyang's clutches, so they rushed up in a hurry and helped him up. Seeing that he was beaten to death and even had difficulty standing, the disciples of the Xiahou family were all gnashing their teeth in anger. Xiahou Yuanshan's eyes were red, and she screamed. Her anger seemed to burst out of her eyes. Su Mo, you wait. I will make you pay a heavy price. Among them, only Xiahou Jingxiang is the strongest. Now even he has been beaten like this. Even if Xiahou Yuanshan and others are not convinced, they can only endure it temporarily and look for another opportunity. You know, although their Xiahou family has declined, there are still several talented geniuses in Liuguan Academy. It's just that I didn't expect Su Moyang to be so difficult to deal with at the beginning. I thought Xiahou Jingxiang could completely crush her. Now it seems that only someone else can do it. Don't talk nonsense with her. Brother Jingxiang's injury can't be delayed. It's important to take him down to heal. Xiahou Mingxiu saw Xiahou Jingxiang's miserable condition, frowned, and urged anxiously. Now they have lost so much face. If they stay here, they will only make people laugh. It's better to leave quickly. Xiahou Yuanshan heard this. Even though she was so angry that her teeth itched, she had no choice but to follow Xiahou Mingxiu and other disciples of the Xiahou family, and hurriedly supported Xiahou Jingxiang to leave in disgrace. Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian saw the disciples of the Xiahou family leave, and hurriedly ran to the ring, asking with concern, Su Mo, are you okay? Where are you injured? Is it serious? Let me take a look. Facing Xiahou Wanchuan's questioning, Su Maoyang curled his lips and waved his hand to comfort. It's okay. Just a minor injury. How can it be okay? I see you vomited blood. Xiahou Wanxian was worried and shouted anxiously. Just now, the elder personally took action. So you can imagine how serious the injury was. This injury is nothing to me. I'm used to it. Su Maoyang was chased by the deans of the 3 colleges of Fenshua Tianqing and survived. Not to mention an elder with poor strength. As she said this, she looked at the elder who attacked her. She knew that the elder was biased. But for the sake of the spirit stone, she had to patiently ask, Elder, I heard that the winner of the competition will be rewarded with 100,000 spirit stones and Xian-grade elixirs. I wonder if I can collect my spoils now. Humph. You killed someone in the competition, and you still want to collect the spirit stone? The middle-aged elder in a black robe heard her request and snorted coldly, obviously not intending to pay the spirit stone. Xiahou Zian was furious when he heard this, and he protested. Elder, how can you say that? We all saw clearly that it was Xiahou Jingxiang who wanted to kill Su Mo, and Su Mo fought back. Besides, Xiahou Jingxiang was just whipped, not fatally, and Su Mo didn't kill anyone at all. Is it not allowed to fight back in the arena? How is this fair? How dare you? If I hadn't stopped her in time, Xiahou Jingxiang would be dead now. Everyone knows the rules of the arena, and she broke the rules as soon as she came. I didn't punish her severely, which was already a leniency. The elder didn't expect that a disciple would dare to refute him. His face sank, and he roared angrily. Chapter 1076 I've spotted a treasure. Su Maoyang frowned slightly when he heard this, and asked in a deep voice, Elder, isn't it too unfair for you to say that? In the competition in the arena, it is inevitable that you will get hurt. You can't say that I killed Xiahou Jingxiang just because I beat him up. I still don't believe that no one who participates in the competition will not get hurt. Besides, you said that I broke the rules. Then may I ask, is there a clear rule in the competition in the arena that you can't hurt people? Su Maoyang's sharp question blocked the elder's speech, and his angry old face was even more gloomy. Even the people around him whispered and agreed with Su Maoyang's statement. In the arena competition, it is inevitable to get hurt. The academy only stipulates that you can't kill people, but never stipulates that you can't hurt people. If you can't hurt anyone, then why fight? Seeing that the elder couldn't speak, Su Maoyang struck while the iron was hot and continued to question. If you lose the reward for hurting the opponent, who will participate in the arena competition in the future? Isn't this arena competition meaningless? Besides, I won this competition openly and honestly, and there are so many people watching in the audience. But you, Elder, are not admitting it and deducting my reward. If you don't know, you will think that you have received many benefits from Xiahou Jingxiang and helped him cheat. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar, and they whispered in shock. Faced with the current situation, everyone suddenly realized. No wonder Xiahou Jingxiang has no skills, but often wins in the arena. It turns out that the elder took advantage of him and helped him cheat. When the elder heard Su Maoyang's words, he was shocked and his face changed. His angry face turned pale. His cheeks trembled and he shouted angrily, You bastard! You slander me! You have no evidence. How can you frame me? His duty in the academy is to ensure the fairness of the competition in the arena. But now a little girl said that he accepted bribes from the Xiahou family and helped Xiahou Jingxiang cheat. This is simply an insult to him, and has a very bad impact on him. Because if this word gets to the top, he will be in trouble, and will inevitably be severely punished. Seeing that he denied it, Su Maoyang sneered sarcastically and asked, if the elder did not accept the benefits of Xiahou Xingxiang. Then Xiahou Xingxiang was injured and lost the game. Why did you favor him and embarrass me? Did I slander him? The eyes of the masses are sharp. As he said, Su Maoyang pointed at the crowd in the audience with a calm face, and immediately pushed the elder to the peak of public opinion. The elder received the suspicious eyes of the disciples, and his heart was cold, and a layer of cold sweat came out. He had never done anything, but it was exaggerated by this dead girl, and it seemed to be true. With so many eyes staring, and so many mouths talking, the elder was worried that 3 people would make a tiger, and he would get into trouble. He could only take a deep breath and suppress his anger. He waved his sleeves and threw a money card to Su Maoyang. This is your reward. There are 1.5 million Xian crystals in it. You can go to Lingbao Pavilion to exchange 100,000 spiritual power stones and a Xian grade elixir. Su Maoyang reached out to catch the money card and nodded politely. Thank you, elder. After she finished speaking, she told Wan Qian and Xian, let's go to Lingbao Pavilion. With that, the 3 of them got off the stage and walked towards Lingbao Pavilion, leaving the surprised discussions and looks of others behind. Although the farce ended, after this battle, Su Mo's name has gradually spread in Liuguang College. Lingbao Pavilion. Lingbao Pavilion is worthy of being the place where Liuguang College specially stores treasures. Walking into the gate, what comes into view is a spacious hall with the floor paved with fine white jade, and the roof inlaid with shiny gems. The gems are reflected on the white jade, shining with warm light, illuminating the entire hall. The hall is surrounded by lifelike murals, which seem to be plated with a layer of gold, appearing golden and extremely luxurious. The most eye-catching thing is the cabinets and tables placed in 4 directions, because there are countless treasures displayed inside, and it is dazzling at a glance. However, Su Maoyang came to receive the spiritual power stone. After scanning the whole audience, he went straight to the topic and walked quickly towards the counter of the person in charge. The person in charge sitting in the front of the hall was also an elderly middle-aged man with dark skin, straight features and sharp edges. He was fiddling with the treasure in his hand until Su Maoyang came up to him. He looked up and took a look at the 3 people. Seeing that they were 3 unfamiliar faces, he asked indifferently, what do you want to buy? Su Maoyang explained. Elder, we are new students who have just enrolled this year. Elder He, who is in charge of admissions, promised to reward us with 300,000 spiritual power stones and 3 Xian grade pills. So we are here to receive the reward. Hearing this, the elder nodded in understanding. Yes, elder, he mentioned it to me. As he said that, he handed the storage bag that had been prepared long ago to Su Maoyang and the other 2. There are 300,000 spiritual power stones and 3 Xian grade pills in it. Enough for you to use for a long time. Su Maoyang took the storage bag and handed over the money card again. There are still 1.5 million Xian crystals here. I want to exchange them all for spiritual power stones. The elder did not expect that a new student would have so much money. A trace of surprise flashed across his face, and he looked at Su Maoyang deeply. Although he was shocked, he still took out 150,000 spiritual power stones according to the rules. However, when Su Maoyang took the storage bag and was about to turn around and leave, the old man Jinjuan in the space suddenly reminded him. Young master, the armor hanging on your right is called Jiolin Dragon Armor. It is made of dragon scales and has very strong defensive capabilities. If you can buy that armor, it will undoubtedly have an extra life-saving skill. Hearing this, Su Maoyang's eyes lit up, and he immediately looked in the direction that the old man Jinjuan said. Sure enough, he saw a silver armor hanging on the shelf over there. Under the light, it not only glowed with a faint silver glow, but also faintly released a kind of awe-inspiring majesty. Seeing this scene, Su Maoyang became interested. If he bought this armor and put it on the puppet, the abnormal defense would probably be enough to defeat the 3 deans of Burning Blood City. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang couldn't help but point at the armor and ask the elder, Elder, how much is that armor? Hearing this, the elder stared at Su Maoyang with disdain, grinned, and sneered. You know the goods. That armor is a very rare treasure. The price is 50 million Xian crystals. But can you afford it? Hearing such an expensive price, Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian changed their faces, staring at the armor, and couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Oh my god! This is obviously a robbery! Xiahou Wanxian exclaimed. When the elder heard this, his face darkened immediately. and he waved his hand to drive the man away unhappily. Go away. Go away. The price of this armor is 50 million black crystals, which is already a small amount. If you don't understand, just get out of the way. Don't get in my way. Chapter 1077. What a big tone. Su Maoyang saw the elder getting angry and apologized quickly. Elder, calm down. I know this armor is worth a lot of money and is a very rare treasure. So I want to buy it. But I don't have that much money now. I wonder if I can exchange it with elixirs. Although Su Maoyang didn't have that many black crystals, her high-grade elixirs were very valuable, even if it was not worth 50 million. For Su Maoyang, it was just a small matter of taking out a few more elixirs. When the elder heard that she actually threatened to buy the armor, his eyebrows raised, as if he had heard a big joke, and laughed contemptuously. Trade with elixirs? Little girl, you probably didn't understand it. Our Lingbao Pavilion sells medicinal materials, elixirs and treasures. Do you still need your elixirs? The elder heard he mention the identities of these three people, and knew that they were all from the Xiaohou family. The Xiaohou family has fallen into decline, and is not considered rich among the 6 major families. Asking them to take out 50 million Xian crystals is basically asking for their lives. So they would never take out so much money to buy a piece of armor. However, the only pride of the Xiaohou family is that they have produced a Dan Wang alchemist. Xiaohou Qingyi. The girl in front of him said that she would exchange the elixir. So I think the elixir should be from Xiaohou Qingyi. Although Xiaohou Qingyi is considered a genius alchemist among the younger generation, she is only a Dan Wang and can only refine Xian-grade elixirs. Xian-grade elixirs, no matter how precious they are not worth 50 million Xian crystals. Therefore, facing Su Maoyang's request, the elder just thought it was ridiculous and shook his head repeatedly. Obviously not taking the elixir, she mentioned seriously. Let's go quickly. Our Lingbao Pavilion does not accept elixir transactions. This armor is not something you can afford. The elder had a bad temper and had no patience to talk nonsense with him. He waved his hand and drove them away with a dark face. But Su Maoyang obviously did not intend to give up. She had finally encountered a good thing. No matter how difficult it was, she had to get it. She immediately pleaded, Elder, let's do this. I will reserve this armor first. You keep it for me, and don't sell it to others. I will find a way to earn some black crystals now. Su Maoyang was worried that this treasure would be bought by other rich and powerful people. So she reserved it in advance. Seeing that she was still unwilling to give up, and was still dreaming of earning 50 million Xian crystals, the elder thought that this person was too naive and stupid. He frowned suddenly and asked angrily, Is there something wrong with your brain or your ears? That armor costs 50 million Xian crystals. Don't you understand? It will take a long time for you to earn 50 million Xian crystals. Right? With your ability, you probably won't be able to make that much money in your lifetime. I advise you not to have unrealistic dreams. Get out of here quickly. Don't embarrass yourself here. The elder's voice was loud and angry, and it exploded in the hall, attracting the attention of many disciples. When everyone heard that someone wanted to buy an armor worth 50 million Xian crystals, they all stared at Su Maoyang with shock on their faces. Some people had never seen Su Maoyang and did not know her identity. They were shocked and sighed. Who is that person? He actually dared to claim that he would earn 50 million black crystals to buy the Nineland Dragon armor. What a big tone! Even the disciples of the 6 major families would not dare to say such big words, because 50 million Xianjing is a huge fortune for the 6 major families. Among the 6 major families, it is estimated that only the Dongfang family can easily come up with so much money. The woman in front of him looked unfamiliar, and she didn't look like a disciple of the Dongfang family. However, Su Maoyang had chased the Dongfang family's carriage before, and had a fight with Xiahou Jingxiang, which caused quite a stir in the academy. At this time, many people in the hall also recognized her. Hearing the doubts of others, a woman in a green dress seemed to know some super big gossip, and hurriedly explained, You don't know? This woman is the maid of the Xiahou family. What? Maid? Are you mistaken? How can a maid enter Liuguang Academy and become a disciple of the Beast Hall? Hearing such an answer, the uninformed people all changed their faces, and even rubbed their eyes, and looked carefully at the red badge worn by Su Maoyang. The badge of the Beast Hall is not wrong. Liuguang Academy is not so low level that it can give the badge to a maid casually. Seeing that they didn't believe her, the woman who knew the truth nodded anxiously. It's true. I was outside before, and heard Xiahou Yuanshan say with my own ears that she was Xiahou Wenchuan's maid. Hearing this heavy news, everyone was shocked and their eyes changed when they stared at Su Maoyang. Who is Xiahou Wenxian? Why haven't I heard of her? Some people were even confused about Xiahou Wenchuan's identity. Haven't you heard that the fourth young master of the Xiahou family was driven out of the Xiahou family? Xiahou Wenxian and Xiahou Zian are his children. The woman in green knew a lot of gossip and reminded them in a low voice. Hearing this, everyone present suddenly realized. They were young and had no impression of the fourth young master of the Xiahou family. But they had heard the elders in the family mention the scandal of the Xiahou family. They knew that a bastard had made a mistake and was expelled from his ancestral home and driven to a remote town. Unexpectedly, his children also came to the imperial capital and entered Liuguang Academy. It was really incredible. Haha. Who was I thinking? It turned out to be the country bumpkins of the Xiahou family living in the countryside. How dare they come to Lingbao Pavilion to buy the 9-unicorn dragon armor? Are they crazy? After learning the identities of Su Maoyang and others, some people have already laughed at them sarcastically. Someone took the lead, and others naturally followed suit. A maid dared to claim to earn 50 million Xian crystals. A toad yawning. What a big tone. She is not afraid of spraining her tongue when she says such a big thing. Ha ha ha. It's really hilarious. Wan Xian and Zian received the sarcastic gazes from the people around them, and their mocking voices echoed in their ears. They were embarrassed and whispered to Su Maoyang. Su Mo, where can we get so many Xian crystals? Let's go quickly, and don't let people laugh at us. Yes, 50 million Xian crystals are not as good as 1 million Xian crystals. You earn 1 million Xian crystals through arena competitions with great difficulty. 50 million. You don't know how many games you have to play to get enough. And there are people outside people. Mountains outside mountains. And there are countless geniuses in the academy. You may not win every game. Xiahou Zian is more rational. 50 million Xian crystals are indeed an astronomical figure for them. And there is really no need to show off. Su Maoyang heard the two people's persuasion and saw the elder's impatient look. She knew that if she continued to talk, she would be rejected again. So she had to compromise for the time being. Let's go! It seems that she still needs to go to the underground exchange. Chapter 1078, I always feel something is wrong. Su Maoyang returned to her room in the beast garden and began to concentrate on refining pills. She had already spent a lot of pills on buying spiritual power stones last time. This time, she needed a lot of pills to collect 50 million black crystals. However, it was 3 days later when she finished refining the pills and came out of the room. During this period, Xiahou Wenxian also came to see her. But she was rejected. When Su Maoyang came out of retreat, he should have said hello to her. But considering that the armor could not be delayed, and he could not take her to the underground exchange, he simply went out alone without telling Xiahou Wenxian and walked onto the street. When she was in Yuxing Town before, she knew the rules of the underground exchange. So this time she bought a large black cloak and put it on her body, and followed the bustling crowd into the underground exchange. The underground exchange located in Fenglin Imperial Capital is the headquarters of all exchanges, and the decoration and furnishings are naturally many times more luxurious than those in Yuxing Town. The spaciousness of the site and the dense flow of people are also incomparable to Yuxing Town. The gap between big cities and small villages can be imagined. However, Su Maoyang had no intention of appreciating the luxury of the underground exchange. Under the guidance of the servant, she went directly to the trading room that looked like a pawn shop. The layout and structure of the room were similar to the trading room she went to last time. Even the man who was responsible for trading for her was almost the same age. Seeing Su Maoyang sitting down, the middle-aged man asked in a calm voice, "What do you want to trade? I bought a piece of news in your underground exchange before. I wonder if you have an answer now." Su Maoyang came this time, not only to buy Xianjing, but also to inquire about the fire spirit body. Jun Haotsong's body cannot be delayed. In addition to recovering her strength, the most important thing is to find the fire spirit body and refine the antidote for him to treat the ice. She had heard about the underground exchange of the Maple Forest Empire a long time ago, and the information was exchanged. So the headquarters should know the question she left before. The middle-aged man nodded slightly after hearing this. I wonder what information the customer bought before. The whereabouts of the fire spirit body. Su Maoyang did not hide anything and spoke directly, which shocked the middle-aged man's eyes. You? So you are the guest? Oh, Nice to meet you. I didn't recognize you. And I hope you can forgive me. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, his face full of surprise. And he stood up quickly, nodding and bowing to her, full of flattery. Su Maoyang was somewhat speechless by his polite words. She was wearing a cloak, and her whole body was hidden in it, so her appearance could not be seen clearly. Moreover, he had never seen her before, so it was impossible for him to recognize her. However, seeing this person's flattering attitude, Su Maoyang was not surprised at all. After all, she sold so many high-quality elixirs to the underground exchange last time, and also seized the medicinal materials for refining high-quality elixirs, which led to the underground exchange misunderstanding that she was the maid of the Danzong alchemist. The Danzong alchemist was already a very powerful alchemist in the Maple Forest Empire. Even the underground exchange had to give way to him. Now that such a distinguished customer came to the door, they naturally had to please him. Facing his enthusiastic greeting, Su Maoyang just nodded coldly. I wonder how you investigated this news. Hearing the question, the middle-aged man's smiling face suddenly froze, and he pulled the corner of his mouth awkwardly, sighing in embarrassment. Hey, guest, your question is really tricky. We have sent many people to investigate, but they have found nothing, so it is unlikely to find out the result in a short time. Su Maoyang actually knew that it was very difficult to investigate the whereabouts of the fire spirit body, and was not surprised by his answer. She just nodded in understanding, and she spoke again after a long time. I want to exchange 50 million Xin crystals this time. As she said, she handed over the medicine bottle containing the premium elixir. The middle-aged man was still shocked when he heard 50 million Xian crystals, and murmured uncertainly, 50-50-50 million? What? Is it inconvenient for you? Su Maoyang saw that he reacted so much, raised his eyebrows slightly, and asked back. The middle-aged man waved his hands quickly. No. 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 It's convenient. Of course it's convenient. It's our underground exchange's honor to serve you. In that case, look at these 50 premium pills. Are they enough for exchange? Su Maoyang pushed the medicine bottle into the small window. The middle-aged man had heard that this person was related to the alchemist of Danzong before, and now seeing that she was giving out 50 premium pills at once, he was also shocked and could not help swallowing his saliva. But he finally suppressed his greed and reluctantly pushed the medicine bottle back. Customer, we don't want your pills. 50 million spirit stones? All for you. Su Maoyang heard this, and a trace of surprise flashed across his usually calm face. He couldn't help but look up and look deeply at the middle-aged man. Seeing that he was serious and didn't seem to be joking, Su Maoyang frowned slightly and asked in confusion. Senior, do you know what you are talking about? No pills. Give me black crystals for free. Are you sure? The middle-aged man smiled and nodded. Ha ha ha. Of course I know what I am talking about. I will ask someone to prepare 50 million black crystals for you now. After saying that, before Su Maoyang could speak, the middle-aged man had already ordered the servants in the back room to prepare. Su Maoyang saw his straightforward look. The corners of her mouth twitched, and her pupils were filled with uncontrollable shock. She had never seen such a selfless merchant, who didn't want anything and directly gave her black crystals. And the amount of black crystals was not small. A full 50 million. Is there really such a good thing in the world? Su Maoyang was confused by the middle-aged man's behavior, and for a moment, she was a little unsure of his thoughts. She could understand that he was trying to please her, but he didn't have to try to please her to this extent. The reason why the underground exchange wanted to please her was because they wanted her elixir. Su Maoyang felt it was too strange and puzzled, until the middle-aged man really handed her a card with 50 million black crystals. When she saw the number of 50 million on it, she came to her senses and confirmed the authenticity of the matter. But even so, Su Maoyang still had a lot of questions. Senior, you gave me so many black crystals. I must know the reason. Haha. What reason can there be? Isn't it just that the underground exchange wants to make friends with the guests and hopes that the guests will pay more attention to our underground exchange in the future? When the middle-aged man was asked about the reason, his expression froze, and he laughed dryly twice as if he was covering up something, and explained. Su Maoyang always felt that something was wrong when she heard this, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. Chapter 1079 Encountering Strange Things. The middle-aged man saw her holding the money card and lowering her head, and seemed to have doubts, because he couldn't see her expression clearly, and couldn't figure out her thoughts. He was worried that she would think too much. So he hurriedly interrupted with a smile. Guest, our underground exchange is sincere to make friends with you. In the future, when you have better elixirs, don't forget our exchange. Su Maoyang nodded slightly after hearing this. Although she still had many doubts in her heart. She was in a hurry to get the money now. So she had to accept the money card temporarily, and didn't ask any more questions. Thank you very much, Senior. Ha ha ha. You are too polite. Giving you convenience is also giving us convenience. I hope you will take care of our underground exchange. The middle-aged man smiled, and waved his hands repeatedly. Looking flattered, Su Maoyang got the money card. And it was inconvenient for her to stay for a long time. She ignored his flattery, nodded politely, got up and walked out. Coming out of the underground exchange, Su Maoyang quickly ran into a hidden alley, changed into her original clothes, returned to the street, and walked towards the direction of Liuguan Academy. However, after walking for a while, Su Maoyang felt that there was always someone in the crowd behind her, following her slowly. The sky demon Martin in the space also noticed that someone was following her. It lay on the back of the sky flamingo, crossed its legs, picked its teeth, and snorted disdainfully. Woman, you are being targeted. Another group of people who are going to die. No challenge at all. So boring. Su Maoyang heard its arrogant words and rolled her eyes helplessly. Judging from their aura, their strength is not too high. If I guess correctly, they should be disciples of the academy. They are probably coming for my spiritual power stones. If they are from the underground exchange, they will definitely be very cautious and will never reveal their whereabouts. However, the group of people behind her have poor hiding ability and were easily spotted by her. They are a group of young boys. Since they are from the academy, it must be that she received too many spiritual power stones in the Lingbao Pavilion and attracted their attention. But they can't do it directly in the academy, so they can only do it outside. Now that she is alone, it is a good opportunity to rob her. Do you want to play with them? Upon hearing this, Tianmo Martin became playful, stretched his waist, rubbed his chubby arms, and asked nonchalantly. Su Maoyang didn't have time to waste with him. His eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a trace of coldness, and his low voice was obviously murderous. No. Quick victory. After she finished speaking, she quickened her pace and rushed to a place with few people, intending to lead this group of people to a remote corner and kill them all at once. At this time, Su Maoyang ran from the east side of Fenglin Chongqing Street to the west side with a vigorous pace. Finally, she found a remote alley and confirmed that there were no people around. She rushed in nimbly. However, she waited in the alley for a long time and did not see the group of people following her. Gradually, her face darkened and her brows frowned in confusion. She clearly felt that there were at least 10 people chasing in this direction from behind. So how could they suddenly disappear? Did she lose them? But there are so few people on the west side of Chongqing Street, and the terrain is not complicated. How stupid is it to lose them? Su Maoyang was full of doubts. After waiting for a while, she walked out of the alley and looked around. She found that it was calm outside, and they could not be seen. She frowned in disbelief. Somehow, she encountered strange things today. It was strange enough that the underground exchange not only did not want her elixir, but also gave her 5,000 Xian crystals for free. Now, the group of people who followed her all the way not only did not attack her, but also disappeared inexplicably. No matter how you look at it, it feels very strange. Although she felt that there were too many suspicious places, Su Maoyang could not figure it out for a while. She shook her head helplessly, and had to go back to the street, and hurried back to the academy. After returning to the academy, she went straight to Lingbao Pavilion without a moment's delay. However, when Su Maoyang saw that the armor on the shelf was gone, her face changed instantly, and she immediately pulled a servant to ask in a deep voice, "Where is the 9-scale dragon armor? Has it been sold?" The servant heard this and immediately guessed her identity, and a look of surprise surged on his face, and asked back, "Excuse me, Miss Su Mo?" Su Maoyang looked unhappy and nodded slightly. "It's me. Oh, Miss Su Mo. Please follow me quickly. Elder One has been waiting for you for a long time." The servant greeted Su Maoyang with a smile on his face, and quickly led the way to the private room on the right side of the hall. Su Maoyang heard this. A trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. and countless question marks popped up in her mind. Just hearing that Elder One was waiting for her, Su Maoyang still curiously followed him. At this time, the servant pushed open the door of the private room, made a gesture to her, and invited her in. Su Maoyang frowned, looked at him in confusion, and then strode into the private room. At this time, Elder One, who was sitting in the private room, saw Su Maoyang coming in, and hurriedly stood up and walked over to her. "Ha. Miss Suimo is here. Please take a seat." Su Maoyang had not lost her memory yet. The Elder One in front of her was the Elder who laughed at her for not being able to come up with 50 million Xian crystals 3 days ago. His attitude was very bad before, and he didn't take her seriously at all. How come he seemed to have changed like a different person now? Not only with a smile on his face, but also calling her Miss Suimo? This person suddenly became so respectful and polite. It was really unacceptable. "No need. Elder One, I just want to know, did you sell that armor?" Su Maoyang didn't bother to be polite with him, and asked directly. Elder One stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Ha. How could I sell the armor that Miss Suimo ordered to others? Of course I'm keeping it for you." As he spoke, Elder One stood up and came to the wooden rack at the back. He stretched out his hand and pulled it, and immediately lifted the black cloth on the wooden rack, showing the 9-dragon armor. "Look! Isn't it here?" Seeing the armor, Su Maoyang's eyes lit up, and her somewhat gloomy face suddenly became a little happy. When she saw that the armor was gone, she thought he had sold it. Now that it was still there, Su Maoyang was relieved. But she was still very surprised by Elder One's attitude. 3 days ago, this Elder One looked down on her and drove her away without giving her face, and did not agree to keep the armor for her. Why did her attitude change 180 degrees today? Although she was suspicious, Su Maoyang still did not forget the purpose of coming to Lingbao Pavilion. She immediately handed the card to Elder One. "Elder, I have collected all the black crystals. Now I can buy this armor." Elder One looked at the card she handed over. It really showed 50 million. But he was not surprised at all. He quickly reached out to take it, and said with a smile, "Ha. Of course. This armor belongs to Miss Suimo. From now on, it belongs to Miss Suimo." Chapter 1080. The elder sister tries to get close to him. Su Maoyang saw that he agreed to sell it to her, so she waved her sleeves and put the armor into the space. She clasped her fists respectfully and said, "Thank you, Elder. Ha. You're welcome. You are destined to be with this armor. It is destined to be yours." Elder One smiled and waved his hands with a pleasant expression, which was completely different from his previous attitude. Su Maoyang obviously didn't believe his nonsense, but she didn't refute it on her face. She just nodded slightly in agreement with him. For Su Maoyang, as long as she got the armor, she didn't bother to care about anything else. "I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." Su Maoyang thought that she had been out for so long, and if Xiahou Wanxian saw that she was not there, she would definitely be worried. It would be better to go back as soon as possible. Elder One saw that she was leaving, but he did not try to stop her. He nodded in understanding and told the servant, "Hurry up and send Miss Suimo out." The servant accepted the order and immediately stretched out his hand, making a gesture of invitation. Su Maoyang followed him and quickly walked out of Lingbao Pavilion. However, she did not walk far before she saw 2 or 3 people running from the direction of the academy gate, shouting to the people walking in groups of 3 or 5 on the road, "Sister May, Brother Luo, something happened. Something happened. What happened? Why are you in such a hurry?" The woman called Sister May asked with a look of surprise. The disciples who came back from outside hurriedly explained, "We just learned a shocking news. I heard that more than a dozen bodies were found in Chongqing Street. All of them were disciples of our Liuguan Academy. Is this true? How did those disciples die?" Brother Luo, who was standing aside, heard the words and widened his eyes in shock, and hurriedly asked, "Alas, we don't know either. They died inexplicably, and in broad daylight. It's so weird. Are they all disciples of our academy? Did our disciples offend some big shot? That's not clear. I heard that they were all killed with one blow. The enemy's method was quite sharp. It seems that they really offended some great enemy." Su Maoyang heard this and stopped immediately. She looked at the panicked disciples. Chongqing Street? Didn't she just come back from that street? At that time, she was followed by more than a dozen people. And then the group of people disappeared inexplicably. Now, more than a dozen corpses suddenly appeared, and they were all disciples of Liuguang Academy. No matter how you look at it, there seems to be some unknown connection between the two. After hearing this news, Su Maoyang was confused and wanted to ask a few questions. But before he could go over, Xiahou Wanchuan's shout came from the opposite side. Su Mo, you are here. We have been looking for you for a long time. Where did you go? Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian ran over breathlessly. There was a thin layer of sweat on their foreheads, and they looked nervous. It was obvious that they had been looking for her nearby for a long time. Sorry. I just felt a little stuffy in the room. So I came out for a walk. Su Maoyang saw their anxious faces and felt guilty. So he quickly explained. Wanxian frowned and blamed him in dissatisfaction. You came out for a walk without telling me. I thought you were kidnapped by Xiahou Yuanshan's group. Su Maoyang had just defeated Xiahou Jingxiang. Xiahou Yuanshan threatened in front of so many people that she would not let her go. There must be other actions in the future. Xiahou Wanxian was worried when she saw Su Mo suddenly disappear, because she was afraid that Su Maoyang would be persecuted by Xiahou Yuanshan and her group of sinister people. Su Maoyang was touched when he heard this, and apologized with more guilt. I'm sorry for making you worry. However, this is the academy after all, and they don't have the courage to do it. If they privately harm disciples in the academy and are found out, they will have to pay for it themselves, and the gain will not outweigh the loss. Xiahou Zian saw that she didn't take Xiahou Yuanshan seriously, and retorted disapprovingly. That being said, you'd better be careful. I heard that Xiahou Jingxiang has a good relationship with Xiahou Hanlin, and Xiahou Hanlin is Xiahou Qingyi's elder brother. It is said that his strength is already at the level of an early Junlingshi, and his combat power is much stronger than Xiahou Jingxiang. Top 50 masters on the park list. Xiahou Jingxiang was beaten so badly by you this time. Xiahou Hanlin will definitely stand up for him. Su Maoyang touched his nose in surprise when he heard this, and asked doubtfully, Top 50? Xiahou Wanxian saw that she didn't believe it, and nodded heavily. Yes, he is already an early Junlingshi, and his strength is quite powerful. In fact, Su Maoyang was not surprised that he was an early Junlingshi, but that an early Junlingshi could actually rank in the top 50 on the PK list. It seems that the talent of the younger generation of the Maple Forest Empire is indeed weaker than that of Burning Blood Sky City and Yunlu Dark Domain. However, although Su Maoyang thought so in his heart, he didn't say much, but just followed Xiahou Wanchuan's words and nodded slightly. Well, I know. I won't run around in the future, and I will tell you where I go. Hearing this, Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian nodded in relief. However, before they could speak, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind them. Second brother, little sister. Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian were shocked when they heard this, and immediately turned around to look. Xiahou Wanyan came from a distance. She was wearing a purple dress, with a graceful figure and a pretty face, like a purple butterfly, which attracted many people's attention. Wanxian and Zian were shocked to see this, and they couldn't believe that they would see her here. However, before Xiahou Wanxian asked, Xiahou Zian immediately pulled her and took 2 steps back, and quickly kept a distance from Xiahou Wanyan, who was chasing after her. Xiahou Wanyan saw their hostility and rejection, and her smile froze. She tried to get close to them with a hurt expression. Second brother, we are siblings after all, and we are related by blood. Why do you have to reject me? Humph. Siblings? Blood relationship? Leaving your brother and sister behind and running away alone. Is this what you call siblings? Second brother, little sister, I already know I was wrong. After so many things, I have repented. We all came from the poor and remote place of Yuxing Town. We don't know anyone in the academy. Only the 3 of us can support each other. If we split up again, we won't be able to survive in Liuguang Academy at all? Xiahou Wanyan made a bitter face and pitifully asked for their forgiveness. Xiahou Wanxian was very surprised to hear this, and asked in confusion, Big sister, have you also entered Liuguang College? Aren't you not qualified? Xiahou Wanyan was not angry when she heard this, but explained in a good-tempered manner. It was Grandpa Xiahou who helped me get a place in the Dan Palace through connections, so I was lucky enough to get in. I heard that my second brother is also in the Dan Palace, and we can make pills together in the future. No need. From now on you go your way and I go mine. It's best not to have any intersection. It's too dangerous to be with you. Xiahou Jian refused without thinking. Chapter 1081 Give her precious elixir. Xiahou Wanyan's expression was stiffened by Xiahou Zian's ruthlessness. She twitched her lips awkwardly, seeing the other party's tough attitude. She wiped her tears and cried sadly. Yes, elder sister was wrong. Elder sister is guilty. And what elder sister regrets most now is abandoning you. But the situation was critical at that time. I was scared. And I just ran away out of instinct. Not deliberately abandoning you. Now you don't want to pay attention to me. And Xiahou Yuanshan's group hates me and wants to harm me. If I had known, I would not come to this Fenglin imperial capital and stay in Yuxing town to spend the rest of my life. Why make so many things happen? As she spoke, she burst into tears, attracting the attention of many people. Xiahou Wanxian was panicked when she heard her crying so sadly. She had never seen her always proud elder sister cry bitterly. And after hearing her pitiful explanation, her heart was inevitably softened. Second brother? Forget it. After all, we are a family. We have lived together for so many years. So we have some feelings for each other. Xiahou Zian was obviously more hard-hearted than her, and immediately raised his voice to ask back in disapproval. Feelings? How has she treated you all these years? She asked you to go to the forest to collect herbs before, and almost killed you. Later, she ran away selfishly without caring about our lives. Has she ever thought about us once? Didn't she give me elixirs when I was injured that time? I might have been really scared when I ran away alone last time. Besides, we can come to the imperial capital this time and have the opportunity to enter Liuguang College because of her. If it weren't for her, we would still be in Yuxing town. After all, it's all her fault. Let's forgive her this time. Xiahou Wanxian was kind by nature. Although she was angry at her elder sister's selfishness, she couldn't bear to see her crying in front of her. What's more, this person was her elder sister who had lived with her for so many years, and she couldn't bear it in the end. Xiahou Zian listened to her advice, and the anger in his heart gradually subsided. Although he hated Xiahou Wanyan, he had to admit that they did come to the imperial capital because of her. This was true. Thinking of this, Xiahou Zian's expression eased a little. He glared at Xiahou Wanyan unhappily and stopped talking. It was obvious that he softened his attitude and no longer targeted her. Xiahou Wanyan was delighted when she saw this. She immediately came forward and held Xiahou Wanchuan's hand, saying kindly, "My good sister, you are finally willing to forgive your sister. Thank you." As she spoke, she sobbed as if she was moved, which made Xiahou Wanxian feel distressed. "Sister, let the past be the past. You don't have to take it to heart. The three of us brothers and sisters will be together well in the future." Xiahou Wanyan choked up and nodded repeatedly. "Yeah, I'll be fine in the future. You just entered the academy. You may not be familiar with it yet. Come on. I'll take you to your Jingnan Garden. Jingnan Garden is the garden where the disciples of the Dan Palace live. And my second brother lives there." As she said that, Xiahou Wanxian enthusiastically pulled Xiahou Wanyan to the accommodation. Xiahou Zian had no choice but to follow Xiahou Wanxian after seeing that she had forgiven her. Su Maoyang saw the scene, staring at Xiahou Wanyan's back as she left, and couldn't help but frown slightly, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Su Maoyang saw clearly what kind of person Xiahou Wanyan was. Would such a person really repent? Xiahou Wanxian believed it. But she didn't. To be honest, she was not afraid that Xiahou Wanyan would not repent. But she was afraid that she would not only not repent, but also become more aggressive. After all, Xiahou Wanxian was too naive and kind, and it was easy for her to be deceived by Xiahou Wanchuan's pity. "Suimo, let's go. Why are you still standing there?" Xiahou Wanxian found that Su Maoyang didn't catch up, and couldn't help but turn around and call her. Seeing Xiahou Wanchuan's happy look because she reconciled with her elder sister, Su Maoyang couldn't bear it, so he had to swallow the words that rolled to his throat. Su Maoyang really didn't like walking with Xiahou Wanyan. When he saw that they were going to Jingnan Garden, he left alone on the pretext of being tired and wanting to rest. Xiahou Wanxian also saw Su Maoyang's disgust for Xiahou Wanyan, and understood that she let her leave first. Xiahou Zian could not enter the girls' area, and they had to go their separate ways at the entrance of Jingnan Garden. Xiahou Wanyan saw that the other two had left, and her pupils flashed with a gleam of light. She immediately pulled Xiahou Wanxian to her residence. "Let's go sit with my elder sister. Since we came to the imperial capital, we two sisters haven't had a good chat." Seeing her so enthusiastic, Xiahou Wanxian didn't want to disappoint her kindness. So she followed her in. When they came to Xiahou Wanyan's room, Xiahou Wanxian was pulled by her to have a long talk. And the relationship became much closer. Sister, it was my fault before. I'm sorry for you. These days, I have been living in regret. And I am very glad that you survived. Otherwise, I can't forgive myself. And I can't explain to my parents. Sister, don't say these words anymore. No one is perfect. I have already forgiven you. My second brother and I are still alive and well. So you don't have to blame yourself too much. Xiahou Wanxian couldn't bear to see her cry. So she quickly comforted her. Xiahou Wanyan wiped away her tears, nodded gratefully, and then took out a black box and handed it to Xiahou Wanxian. Sister, this is the top-grade Shuiyun pill. A little gift from my sister. I hope you will accept it. Hearing that it was a top-grade pill, Xiahou Wanxian was shocked and immediately refused. Your thing is too expensive. I can't accept it. You should know that the top-grade pill can only be made by the top alchemists of the Dan sect. It is priceless and extremely rare. You and I are sisters. Why bother about so much? If you don't accept it, I will feel bad, and it will only make me feel worse. But the premium elixir is too expensive. I really can't afford it. Xiahou Wanxian waved her hands repeatedly and refused to accept it. Xiahou Wanyan saw her stubbornness and wiped her tears sadly again. You don't want to accept my elixir? It seems that you still don't want to forgive me. I know that my sins are serious, and I can't forgive them in this life. Seeing her sobbing again, Xiahou Wanxian was a little at a loss, and hurriedly explained, No, I don't mean that. I really forgive you. Okay, don't be sad. I accept this elixir. Isn't it okay? As she said, Xiahou Wanxian took the box. Xiahou Wanyan saw that she accepted the elixir, and a hidden smile flashed across the corner of her mouth. Then wiped away her tears and burst into laughter. But where did you get such a precious medicine? Xiahou Wanxian opened the box and saw the unique luster of the Shuiyun pill inside. She smacked her lips in shock. Xiahou Wanyan's expression froze slightly, and a guilty look flashed in her eyes. She explained, It was a gift from my grandfather. He hoped that I could excel in alchemy. So, Chapter 1082, she stole the elder's elixir. Hearing this, Xiahou Wanxian nodded in understanding, her tone full of envy. No wonder. Grandpa is so good to you. Don't let him down. Hearing this, Xiahou Wanyan smiled and nodded. Ha. Of course. The two sisters talked for a while, and Xiahou Wanyan let Wanxian go back. However, Xiahou Wanxian was still immersed in the joy of reconciliation with her elder sister. And the next day, she was hit by the sudden disaster and was dizzy. The next morning, just after dawn, a large group of people suddenly poured into the beast garden. Among this group of people, most of them wore golden badges, and they were obviously disciples of the Dan Palace. The rest were disciples of the Spirit Palace. The most eye-catching ones were naturally the disciples of the Xiahou family, Xiahou Yuanshan's group. In addition, they were followed by a large group of aggressive guards, and the posture seemed to be ready to start a war at any time. The person walking in front of this group of people was none other than Elder Qiu from the Alchemy Hall. Elder Qiu was an alchemist at the peak of the Alchemy Emperor level, and a nominal elder of the Alchemy Guild. He had a good relationship with the Alchemy Guild, so he had a very high status in the Alchemy Hall. However, this person had a strange personality and a bad temper, and was notoriously strict in the academy. He just rarely took care of the academy's miscellaneous affairs, and always devoted himself to alchemy. It was the first time that he came to the door in person. Therefore, the appearance of Elder Qiu was like a huge rock thrown into the lake, causing 1,000 waves in the 100 Beasts garden, and immediately alarmed all the disciples of the Beast Hall. Come on! Search each room for me! Elder Qiu ordered loudly as soon as he entered the garden without saying a word. As soon as the roar fell, the guards behind him all rushed into the surrounding rooms, frightening the disciples of the Beast Hall. They all ran out of the house and stared at Elder Qiu with confusion. Although Elder Qiu had a strange temper, he had never been so angry. He actually ran to the Beast Hall in person and sent people to search. It seemed that something big had happened. Xiahou Wanxian and Su Maoyang in the room heard the noise outside and opened the door and walked out in confusion. But as soon as they came out, they met the aggressive guards, who wanted to break into their room to search. Su Maoyang saw this and his face darkened on the spot. He shouted angrily, This is a woman's boudoir. What are you doing? Get out of here. We are following orders. You can't refuse. The guard snorted coldly and immediately stretched out his hand to Su Maoyang, trying to push her away. Su Maoyang didn't let the guard get close to him. He grabbed the guard's wrist and flicked it hard. A scream suddenly rose up, shocking everyone present. The elder didn't expect that a disciple would dare to disobey his order. He was furious on the spot and shouted with a dark face, "How dare you? This is my order. Are you going to resist me?" Su Maoyang looked up when he heard this, and found that there was an elder over 50 years old standing in the yard, followed by a large group of people, including Xiahou Yuan Shan and Xiahou Wanyin. Seeing them, Su Maoyang knew that something bad must be wrong. He raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth and asked the elder, "This elder, you suddenly ran to our beast garden without even an explanation, and asked the guards to search our room. Isn't it too overbearing and arbitrary? Su Mo, you dare to accuse Elder Chiu. You are so bold. Elder Chiu lost an extremely precious elixir last night, and someone reported that it was stolen by your disciples of the Beast Hall. So Elder Chiu came to the Beast Hall to search. You are so opposed to the guards searching the room now. Are you feeling guilty and afraid of what they will find?" Xiahou Yuan Shan saw Su Maoyang being presumptuous and immediately scolded him. The last question shocked everyone, and everyone talked about it and cast surprised eyes at Su Maoyang. Hearing such slander, Xiahou Wanxian quickly stood up and angrily retorted, "Xiahou Yuan Shan, stop talking nonsense. Su Mo has been in the room these 2 days and has not been to the Dan Palace. Moreover, she is not a person who would steal the elder's elixir." Xiahou Yuan Shan heard this and grinned with a sarcastic arc. She shook her head and obviously disagreed with her statement. "Su Mo is your maid. If she did something shameful, you must cover it up for her. You, Xiahou Yuan Shan, you slandered me. Without evidence? How can you say that Su Mo stole it?" Xiahou Wanxian was so angry at her sarcastic words that her face turned red and she gritted her teeth. Xiahou Yuan Shan sneered sarcastically. "Evidence? I really have it. Xiahou Wanyin, tell the elder in person what you saw last night." After saying that, Xiahou Wanyin walked out of the crowd and came to Elder Chiu and confessed honestly, "Elder Chiu, I saw Su Mo coming out of the Dan Palace last night. She was sneaky at the time. I don't know what she was doing, but she ran very fast. Before I could catch up with her, she disappeared. Until today, when I heard the elder say that the elixir was lost, I realized that it was Su Mo who stole your elixir." Xiahou Wanxian never expected that her elder sister would not only not defend them, but also stand up at this critical moment and frame them. Hearing these words, she was shocked and stared at Xiahou Wanyin in disbelief. She took 2 steps back in shock. Her pretty face turned pale, as if she was dead. When she spoke, her voice was trembling. "Big sister, why do you say that? Why do you want to frame Su Mo? Didn't you just say that we should be together well? Why do you change your face when you turn your back?" "Little sister, I'm just telling the truth. I didn't say I would frame anyone," Xiahou Wanyin answered with a cold face. "Humph. Tell the truth? You are just full of lies and malicious slander." "Little sister, don't be fooled by her. She tried to get close to you and apologize to you, but it was all fake. Now is her true face." At this time, Xiahou Zian also walked in from outside and roared angrily. When he heard that the elder had lost the elixir and someone reported that it was done by the disciples of the Beast Hall, he felt that something was wrong. So he rushed over to see what was going on. Unexpectedly, he just happened to catch up with Xiahou Wanyin's accusation, and the anger in his heart suddenly rolled up, as if it was about to explode. At this moment, facing Xiahou Wanyin's hypocritical face, he really wanted to step forward and slap her twice. As the eldest sister, it would be fine if she selfishly abandoned them and ran away. But now she is even more aggressive to frame Xiahou Wanxian and Su Mo. She is not a sister at all. She is simply a conscienceless, poisonous woman. Xiahou Wanxian still couldn't accept what Xiahou Zian said, and shook her head, heartbroken and crying. "Sister, why are you like this? Aren't we sisters? Why are you helping others to frame us?" "Okay, don't play sisterly love here. Since Xiahou Wanyin said she saw you steal the elixir, we can find out by searching. Don't you think so, Elder Chiu?" Xiahou Yuanshan was in no mood to waste time talking to them, so he got straight to the point. Chapter 1083. The elixir disappeared out of thin air? Su Maoyang heard this and asked before Elder Chiu could speak. You can search our room. But before that, I want to ask a question. Xiahou Wanyin. Are you sure I stole the elixir? Xiahou Wanyin was stunned for a moment, and nodded heavily, pretending to be calm. Yes, I am sure. Su Maoyang saw that she was so sure, and raised his eyebrows and sneered. Okay, since you are sure that I stole the elixir, if you don't find the lost elixir of the elder from me and Wan Xian, it means that you deliberately framed me. The crime of privately harming disciples will be expelled from the academy. You finally entered the academy, and you left like this. Can you afford the consequences? Xiahou Wanyin was uneasy when Su Maoyang asked, and looked at Xiahou Yuanshan nervously. Xiahou Yuanshan saw that she was a little retreating, frowned, and glared at her fiercely. Xiahou Wanyin was frightened by her fierce eyes, and trembled all over. She spoke without hesitation. Don't threaten me. I just told you what I saw. I dare not tell a lie, let alone frame my fellow disciples. Xiahou Yuanshan's brothers and sisters are all powerful masters. If she doesn't obey, her life will be in danger at any time. Therefore, compared with Xiahou Yuanshan, she would rather offend Su Imo and sacrifice Xiahou Wanxian. Okay, in this case, let's search. Su Maoyang wanted to give her one last chance for Xiahou Wanxuan's sake. As long as she denied it now, and said she couldn't remember it, there would be room for maneuver. But Xiahou Wanyin was used by Xiahou Yuanshan to put her sister and her to death. Faced with such a decisive answer, Su Maoyang's heart completely cooled down, and she automatically stood aside to make way for the guards. Xiahou Wanxian was also disheartened and stepped aside, but her tearful eyes were staring at Xiahou Wanyin, filled with too much indignation and disappointment. Elder Chiu saw that they no longer resisted, and shouted directly, "Search for me quickly!" As he spoke, a large group of guards rushed into Su Maoyang and Xiahou Wanxuan's rooms respectively and began to search them. When everyone saw the scene, they held their breath, whispered nervously, and waited for the results of the search. Stealing the elder's things is a serious crime. If the evidence is conclusive, Elder Chiu has the right to torture and serve. If you are not careful, your life will be in danger. So, now is almost the moment of life and death. Not long after, the guards ran out in a hurry and reported to the elders with a fist. Elder, we found everything in the room. Elder Chiu frowned suddenly when he heard this. His face dark and gloomy, and he was about to get angry. At this time Xiahou Yuanshan said first, "It's normal that the room can't be searched. Such precious elixirs must have been put into their space rings long ago. So we must break their space rings to find out whether they have them or not." Hearing this suggestion, Xiahou Wanxian was so shocked that her eyes widened and she roared angrily. "Xiahou Yuanshan, don't go too far. The space ring is expensive, and it is a considerable expense for a family like theirs from Yuxing Town." At the beginning, she also begged for a long time before her father bought it for her. Therefore, apart from the pill Xiahou Wanyin had given her, the most valuable thing on Xiahou Wanxuan's body was the space ring. Although there was only a 10 square meter space in the ring, which could only store some small things, it was extremely precious to her. At the moment, she clearly did not steal the pill, but Xiahou Yuanshan wanted to break her ring just because of suspicion. It was too much. Elder Chiu ignored her anger and directly ordered, "Do it." The lost high-quality pill was a gift from the vice president of the Alchemy Guild. He was so precious that he couldn't bear to eat it himself. Now it was stolen. He wanted to skin the thief, let alone break an inconspicuous space ring. As soon as the words fell, the guard grabbed Xiahou Wanxian, and regardless of her resistance, he pulled the ring off her hand with force, and threw it to the ground with a bang. The ring was broken, and the things inside were immediately exposed, and Su Maoyang threw the ring to the ground voluntarily, without waiting for the guard to take action. She only put some spiritual power stones and Xian-grade elixirs that she had recently obtained in the academy in her space ring. All other valuable items were in the medicine cauldron space. However, outsiders had no way of knowing the existence of the medicine cauldron space, because contracted weapons generally do not generate space, and the evil blood cauldron is a special existence. So the space inside is naturally unknown. Contracted spirit beasts do generate space to provide a place for spirit beasts to move around. But such space is a space of spiritual consciousness, and cannot be used as a space ring to store sundries. After all, not all spaces can be like the medicine cauldron space. which can store both sundries and living things. Therefore, Xiahou Wanyan was sure that the pill she gave to Xiahou Wanxian must be in her space ring. And now she dared to accuse her so decisively. The guard saw that the things in Xiahou Wanxian and Su Maoyang's rings were exposed on the ground, and hurriedly searched carefully. Xiahou Wanyan saw that there was indeed a familiar black box inside, and her uneasy heart finally fell back into her stomach. Xiahou Yuanshan was secretly happy, and a hidden confident smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She didn't believe that Xiahou Wanxian and Su Imo could still walk out of Liguan Academy alive today. At this time, the guard opened the black box in Xiahou Yuanshan's expectant eyes, and the next second, the pill inside was exposed to everyone's sight. Xiahou Yuanshan was choked by the pill in front of her before she could spit out the sarcasm that surged to her throat. 5-turn solid foundation pill. The pill in the box turned out to be a very common Xian-grade pill in the academy. Compared with the top-grade pill, the Xian-grade pill is a world away. One was made by the Dan King alchemist, and the other was made by the Dan sect alchemist. How could they be the same? Xiahou Yuanshan's expression suddenly froze when he saw this, and he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. At this time, the guard who was responsible for searching Su Maoyang on the other side also opened the box of pills, which was also a Xian-grade 5-turn solid foundation pill. Elder Qiu, there is no Shuiyun pill in Xiahou Wanxian and Su Mo's rings. Only a Xian-grade 5-turn solid foundation pill. The guard searched over and over again, and finally reported with a fist. Xiahou Wanyan was shocked when she saw this scene. Her face was full of horror. She stared at the pill in the black box with her eyes wide open. She looked extremely frightened and shook her head repeatedly in disbelief. Impossible. Impossible. She had clearly given the Shuiyun pill to Xiahou Wanxian herself. How could it not be in the house? Or even in the space ring? You know, Xiahou Yuanshan had sent people to monitor the whereabouts of Su Imo and Xiahou Wanxian. There was nothing wrong with the two of them, and they had never left the 100 Beasts garden. How could the Shuiyun pill disappear out of thin air? This is too unbelievable. Chapter 1084. She is completely finished. As an alchemist, Elder Qiu is very familiar with the 5th-turn solid foundation pill. When he saw that the box was not the Shuiyun pill he had lost, his already gloomy face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, emitting a cold and hostile aura. He turned his head and glared at Xiahou Wanyan beside him, snorting and questioning. Didn't you say that they stole my Shuiyun pill? How come they didn't? Elder Qiu's low and hoarse voice suppressed his obvious anger, scaring Xiahou Wanyan to sweat and tremble all over. They must have hidden in other corners of the garden. As soon as Xiahou Wanyan finished speaking, the guards who searched the entire garden also ran over and reported with a fist. Elder Qiu, the entire 100 Beasts garden has been searched, and the Shuiyun pill has not been found. Hearing this, Xiahou Wanyan was frightened to death and fell to the ground. She couldn't accept this cruel reality and kept muttering, Impossible. Impossible. How could this be? Su Maoyang saw her distraught look, curled the corners of his mouth, and smiled. How is it impossible? Are you questioning whether we didn't find the supreme pill from us? Medicine. Or do you doubt that we have Xian-grade elixirs? As for the former, you have to see clearly that this is a Xian-grade elixir, and it has nothing to do with Elder Qiu's top-grade elixir. I don't know why you suspect me. As for the latter, everyone knows that before Wanxian, Xian, and I entered Liguang College, Elder He, who is in charge of admissions, promised to reward us with 300,000 spiritual power stones and 3 Xian-grade elixirs. These elixirs were personally handed to me by Elder One of Lingdao Pavilion, and he can testify. I don't know. How come the rewards we received openly became stolen by you? Xiahou Xian also sneered and said sarcastically, Haha. Isn't it obvious? Xiahou Wanyan and Xiahou Yuanshan just swore that you stole the Elder's elixir, but they didn't find anything. It's obvious that they deliberately framed you in Wanxian. I heard that those who privately harm disciples will be expelled from the academy. It seems that they are going to lose more than they gain. Hearing these sarcastic and sharp words, Xiahou Yuanshan and others all turned pale and looked very ugly. They stared at Xiahou Wanyan, and the murderous intent in their eyes clearly blamed the latter for her incompetence. However, Xiahou Yuanshan knew the seriousness of the matter and was worried that the fire would burn herself. So she hurriedly tried to distance herself from the matter to Elder Qiu. Elder Qiu, it's none of my business. I only believed Xiahou Wanyan because she said She saw Sumo sneaking out of the Dan Palace with her own eyes, and suspected that she was instructed by Xiahou Wanxian to steal the elixir. I didn't know that I was deceived by her. In the end, I am also a victim who was kept in the dark. When Xiahou Wanyan heard this, it was like a thunderbolt that hit her head, making her dizzy and her face pale. Now even Xiahou Yuanshan betrayed her. She knew that she was finished. Framing a disciple is a serious crime in the academy. Thinking that she had finally gotten in through connections, and was about to be expelled from the academy, Xiahou Wanyan felt like she had fallen into an ice cellar. Her whole body was cold, and she knelt in front of Elder Qiu in fear. Cowed out repeatedly. Elder Qiu. I was dazzled and misunderstood Sumo and Xiahou Wanxian, and I didn't deliberately frame them. I didn't do it on purpose. Please give me a chance. Don't drive me away. She knew very well that nothing she said now would help. Only by saying that this matter was a misunderstanding caused by blurry eyes would there be a glimmer of hope to stay. If she exposed Xiahou Yuanshan and others, and completely broke off with them, she would not only have no chance to stay in Liuguang College, but also could not stay in the Xiahou family. Therefore, she had to say that all this was a misunderstanding. Otherwise she would definitely not escape the fate of being expelled from the college today. Su Maoyang sneered in disapproval when he heard this. Just now I asked you in person if you were sure I stole it, and you answered me so decisively, and now you say you were dazzled and made a mistake. And you are talking nonsense, which is really unbelievable. You Sumo. I am Xiahou Wanchuan's sister. How could I deliberately frame her? Hee hee. Now you remember that you are her sister? Then who accused her of stealing just now? I have never seen a sister say that her sister stole things and put her sister to death. Su Maoyang sneered and shook his head, and the sarcastic words immediately caused the people around to condemn Xiahou Wanyan. Yu Xiahou Wanyan was immediately blocked by her and couldn't speak. Now Su Maoyang is right anyway. Knowing that she couldn't win the argument with Su Maoyang, Xiahou Wanyan turned to look at Elder Qiu and cried heartbreakingly. Elder Qiu. I really didn't mean it. It was so dark at night that it was easy to mistake someone. I saw that person looked very similar to Sumo, and I was worried about the elder's lost elixir. So I hurried to report it. But I didn't know that I got the wrong person. Elder, please forgive me this time for my grandfather's sake. Xiahou Wanyan cried and kowtowed, and her pitiful appearance made people unbearable to look at. Elder Qiu was originally full of anger and wanted to severely punish Xiahou Wanyan. But when he heard old Master Xiahou, he had to take a deep breath and suppress his anger. In fact, he had a good relationship with old Master Xiahou, and the reason why Xiahou Wanyan was able to come in was because old Master Xiahou asked him for favors. If Xiahou Wanyan was expelled from the academy because of this matter, old Master Xiahou would definitely not give up, and would come to the academy to deal with him. Thinking of the stubborn old man who was difficult to deal with, Elder Qiu had a headache and had to give up the idea of expelling her from the academy. Su Maoyang saw that Elder Qiu was hesitating and clearly softened his attitude, and asked back, Elder Qiu, even if she misjudged the person, she wrongly accused a good person and caused us harm. It is impossible to just let it go. Hearing this, the disciples around nodded in agreement. Their zoo was searched for no apparent reason, leaving the place in a state of chaos and panic. How could they just let it go? Thinking of this, everyone started to shout in displeasure, extremely dissatisfied with Xiahou Wanyan. Elder Qiu was forced by the public opinion around him, and by so many eyes watching him. He, who had always been fair, had to punish Xiahou Wanyan. Xiahou Wanyan wrongly accused a good person without any evidence. But considering that it was an unintentional mistake, she does not need to be expelled from the academy. She should be punished with 50 lashes. Hearing this, Xiahou Wanyan was completely relieved and collapsed on the ground. But before she could recover, the guards next to her grabbed her and pressed her to the ground and beat her. The miserable howl echoed throughout the zoo, which made everyone feel relieved. However, Su Maoyang was obviously not satisfied with this result. He could not help but glance at Xiahou Yuanshan and said coldly, Xiahou Yuanshan, whether you knew about it or were deceived, you are an accomplice in wrongly accusing Wanxian. You asked the guards to break her space ring. How are you going to settle this account? Chapter 1085, Making a Fortune. Xiahou Yuanshan saw that Elder Qiu did not pursue her, and thought that it was over. But she did not expect Sumo to hold on, and insisted on asking for an explanation. Hearing her aggressive questioning, Xiahou Yuanshan gritted her teeth, trying to restrain the urge to strangle her. and said in a deep voice, Suemo, I am also a victim of deception. Don't go too far. Are you going too far? Or am I going too far? You didn't understand the situation. And you just listened to other people's evidence and broke our precious space ring, causing unnecessary losses and adverse effects, and brought great psychological trauma to me and Xiao Wanxian. Can it be erased just because you said you were deceived? Su Maoyang frowned, with a cold face, and seriously scolded Xiao Yuanshan. Xiao Yuanshan was so angry that her face turned red, and she gritted her teeth. Suemo, you are shameless. What psychological trauma? Don't think she doesn't know that today's incident was clearly a trap set by Suemo and Xiao Wanxian, deliberately digging a pit for them to jump into. Otherwise, how could the elixir that Xiao Wanyan personally gave to Xiao Wanxian disappear? Even if it was lost, it is impossible that it could not be found in the entire garden. Besides, such a precious elixir, it is too late to hide it. Who would be so careless as to lose it? So, this is obviously a plot set by them. And this Suemo shamelessly said something about psychological trauma. She was obviously laughing in her heart. Trauma. No matter how shameless I am. I am better than you who put your relatives to death. At the beginning, didn't you laugh at Wanchuan's father for killing his brothers? And what's the difference between you and him? Su Maoyang glanced at her with disdain, and his cold voice was full of sarcasm. Yu Xiao Yuanshan's cheeks turned redder when she heard this, and she glared at her in anger, unable to refute. Forget it. For the sake of Elder Chiu, I won't bother with you. But you asked the guards to break our space rings. So no matter what, you have to compensate us for our space rings. Su Maoyang saw that the other party was so angry that his hair exploded, and a hidden smile flashed across his eyes, and then pretended to be tolerant and softened his attitude. Xiao Yuanshan didn't take the space ring seriously when she heard about it. She was in the Xiao family, so she naturally had no shortage of this thing. Thinking of this, she took off 2 of them casually and threw them to Su Maoyang. It's just 2 space rings. Look how nervous you are. What's so rare about it? I'll compensate you. Su Maoyang took the ring and raised his eyebrows and asked, How big is your ring? Humph. It's 30 square meters. More than enough to compensate for your rings. Xiao Yuanshan snorted disdainfully. She didn't think that the country bumpkin from Yuxing town could afford to buy a 30 square meter ring. 30 square meters is a fairly spacious house. Su Maoyang frowned and shook his head unsatisfied after hearing this. Sorry. Wanxian and I both have 100 square meter rings. And your 30 square meters is far from enough. So you have to get 2 more. Xiao Yuanshan's face changed drastically when she heard 100 square meters. And she suddenly woke up. She pointed at her and cursed her with a gasp. I finally understand. Your purpose is to blackmail us and make a fortune from us. Suemo, you are so insidious. You shameless vicious woman. Bitch. Xiao Yuanshan had never seen such a sinister person. This Suemo took the elder's noble elixir and blackmailed him for 2 100 square meter space rings. Although the Xiao family doesn't take the space ring seriously, a 100 square meter ring is still a considerable expense. Even she couldn't bear to spend so much money on a 100 square meter ring, let alone give it out to compensate others. If she compensates, she will lose her pocket money for several months. Listen, everyone. What is she saying? It's obviously her who wronged me and Wanxian and proposed to break our rings. Now we don't pursue other responsibilities, but just ask her to compensate for the rings. It's a reasonable request. But she called her a vicious woman and a bitch. Is there any reason in the world? Su Maoyang heard this and immediately raised his voice to ask everyone. The people around them have long been dissatisfied with their behavior, and now they naturally side with Su Maoyang and condemned Xiao Yuanshan with dissatisfaction. Xiao Yuanshan suddenly became the target of public criticism, and was so angry that she trembled all over. Suemo, your ring is not even 100 square meters. You are obviously talking nonsense and deliberately blackmailing me. Do you really think I am stupid? Xiao Yuanshan, what you said is wrong. You haven't seen our ring. How do you know it is not 100 square meters? You have already wronged a good person in the matter of losing the elixir. Do you want to wrong him again? Su Maoyang raised her eyebrows and refuted with great momentum. In terms of eloquence, how could Xiao Yuanshan be her opponent? You Xiao Yuanshan felt that the anger rolling in her chest seemed to burst out. She was so angry that her face turned pale. Her head was splitting. And she was about to faint. Now their rings were broken. And there was no way to check how much space was inside. She couldn't provide evidence to prove the space inside. So of course, she was allowed to report it casually. This Suemo is too scary. No wonder she was so calm just now. And even broke the ring voluntarily without a word of complaint. It turns out that she had already planned this step. Su Maoyang saw that Xiahou Yuanshan was so angry that she collapsed and was reluctant to let go. She couldn't help but look at Elder Qiu. Elder Qiu. This Xiahou Yuanshan wronged a good person and asked the guards to break our rings, but refused to compensate. You have always been fair and just. So you have to make the decision for us. Su Maoyang's words undoubtedly meant to remind Elder Qiu. To put it bluntly, Elder Qiu also wronged them and owed them something. They didn't care about Elder Qiu, but only asked Xiahou Yuanshan to compensate for the ring. It couldn't be more reasonable. If Elder Qiu favored Xiahou Yuanshan at this time, it would be a bit unreasonable. Sure enough, when Elder Qiu heard this, he frowned and yelled at Xiahou Yuanshan. Hurry up and compensate them with a 100 square meter space ring. Hearing Elder Qiu's words, Xiahou Yuanshan was so angry that she almost vomited blood. This was simply going to drain her. But due to the Elder's majesty, she had to bite her teeth and swallow her blood. I don't have it with me now. I can only buy it at Lingbao Pavilion. And I'll bring it to you another day. Don't wait for another day. Just now. We will go to Lingbao Pavilion with you to get it. Su Maoyang didn't believe her saying wait for another day. Once this thing is delayed, it will disappear after a while. So it's better to solve it on the spot. Xiahou Yuanshan saw that Su Maoyang was so calculating. And she was so angry that she almost bit her silver teeth. But with so many eyes staring at her, she couldn't refuse. So she gritted her teeth and nodded. Let's go! Chapter 1086 Selecting Weapons. After saying that, Xiahou Yuanshan turned around and walked out of the beast garden. Su Maoyang, Xiahou Wanyin, and Xiahou Zian quickly followed her to the Lingbao Pavilion. Xiahou Yuanshan spent almost all her savings to buy 2 space rings. Her face was long and ugly, and her eyes were as sharp as knives, as if she wanted to cut Su Maoyang into pieces. Seeing that they got such a big advantage, Xiahou Yuanshan was so angry that she glared at them fiercely, and then left angrily. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, she would really be furious. Seeing that the annoying people left, Su Maoyang smiled and handed another ring to Xiahou Wanxian. Xiahou Wanxian got the ring, successfully signed the contract, and used her spiritual sense to explore and find that there was indeed 100 square meters of space. Compared with her previous 10 square meters, it was a world of difference. Although she didn't lose anything and gained a space 10 times larger than her original ring, she still felt sad when she thought of Xiahou Wanyin framing her like this. When Suemo reminded her to be careful of Xiahou Wanyin, she didn't believe it, and was very excited to defend and explain for Xiahou Wanyin. She even patted her chest to assure that she was not that kind of person. Even if she was a little willful, proud, and selfish, she was not bad enough to put her sister to death. As a result, things went against her wishes. Xiahou Wanyin shattered the last glimmer of hope in her heart, and completely cut off the sisterhood between them. In the end, she still let her down and died. All her excuses in front of Suemo seemed so ridiculous and even pathetic. Xiahou Zian also knew that Xiahou Wanxian had suffered a great blow. Yesterday, she was so happy because she had reconciled with her elder sister. But today, she was sent to the 18th level of hell. This gap is really unacceptable. Not to mention that the other party is her beloved sister. Thinking of this, Xiahou Zian patted her shoulder distressfully and comforted her. You should have seen what kind of person she is early. She has been selfish since she was a child, and doesn't care about family affection. For her, as long as she can improve her strength, everything can be sacrificed. This kind of person is not worthy of your kindness to her. You have to be more careful in the future. Well, I know. Fortunately, Suemo found it in time this time. Otherwise we would not be able to escape death today. Xiahou Wanyin is really too much. Xiahou Wanxian nodded in depression. Alas, actually, what I am most worried about now is not Xiahou Wanyin, but the brothers and sisters above Xiahou Yuanshan. This time they are secretly framing you. And next time, they will definitely kill people directly. There will always be times when the 3 of us are alone. Xianer, your strength is too weak. If we are not here, You will not be able to fight back. So I think you still need to buy a weapon to protect yourself. Hearing Xiahou Zian's concerns, Su Maoyang nodded in agreement. Yes, Wan Qian. You are so weak. Your spiritual power and skills are not good. In an emergency, having a self-defense weapon can at least save your life when necessary. Now I just came to Lingbao Pavilion. I heard that the weapons are on the second floor. You can go up and see if there are any weapons suitable for you. As he said, Su Maoyang went up to the second floor regardless of Xiahou Wanchuan's objection. The second floor is a place dedicated to selling weapons. There are countless counters on it. Various weapons are displayed in the counters, and the names and prices are marked on them. The counters are also divided into many areas. From the outside to the inside, the level of weapons gradually increases. Originally, the levels of weapons are from low to high, namely, ordinary weapons, treasure weapons, spiritual weapons, holy weapons, immortal weapons, divine weapons, acquired spiritual treasures, innate spiritual treasures, and chaotic spiritual treasures. Among them, they are further divided into 4 levels: low grade, medium grade, high grade, and top grade. However, weapons of holy weapons and above are very rare in the 9 Nether Realm. Although the Academy is rich in resources, it has not yet reached the level of selling immortal weapons and divine weapons, let alone treasures of the level of innate spiritual treasures. However, for Xiahou Wanqian, who has no decent weapons, the weapons here have already dazzled her and exceeded her imagination. Wow! It is worthy of being Liuguang Academy. There are too many weapons. Xiahou Wanqian was so amazed when she stayed in the area of treasure weapons. However, Su Maoyang didn't like the weapons of the treasure level, so she walked towards the highest level area without stopping for a moment. Xiahou Wanqian saw Su Maoyang stop at the spiritual weapon area, and Xiahou Wanqian and Xiahou Zian were shocked by him. However, before they could speak, Su Maoyang directly ordered, "Come here. Choose here." Hearing her irrefutable words, the two had no choice but to follow her obediently. The weapons here are all at the spiritual weapon level. Priceless, and definitely not something we can afford. Xiahou Wanqian was afraid of attracting other people's strange looks, so she moved closer to Su Maoyang, lowered her voice, and reminded him quietly. Xiahou Zian also nodded. With that little money, it's already pretty good to buy a treasure weapon. Spiritual weapons are not something that people like us can get involved in. Don't worry about the money first. Pick a weapon that you like and suits you. With the underground exchange, Su Maoyang didn't care about money. Seeing Su Maoyang's insistence, the two of them didn't say much, so they just browsed the weapons around. Although they didn't have money to buy, it was good to feast their eyes. After a round, Xiahou Wanqian didn't find one that suited her, and the old Jinjuan in the space couldn't help but remind her. There's a weapon called Yanyu Locking Star Rope over there, which is quite suitable for her. After hearing this, Su Maoyang immediately walked in the direction that the old Jinjuan said, and sure enough, she saw a weapon called Yanyu Locking Star Rope. She reached out and picked up the rope, and found that the weapon was extremely light and soft, and the rope was neither thick nor thin, about the size of an adult man's finger. It was red all over, flashing a faint light, like a fiery red spirit snake, containing some unknown spirituality and power. Although this rope is not very powerful in attack, it is very good at catching people and spirit beasts. It is good at control and defense, which is just right for her as a beast master, the old man Jinjuan explained. After hearing this, Su Maoyang nodded with satisfaction and called out to Xiahou Wanqian. "Wanqian, what do you think of this Yanyu Locking Star Rope?" Xiahou Wanqian hurried over to take a look and really liked it. "Well, this rope is quite interesting." After saying that, she caught a glimpse of the price from the corner of her eye, and her cheeks turned pale with fright. She quickly put the rope back to its original place. "Oh my god! This cost 20 million Xian crystals. Forget it. This weapon looks okay, but don't even think about buying it. I just checked. None of the weapons here are cheap. Let's go quickly." Speaking of this, Xiahou Wanqian turned around and called out to Xiahou Zian, pulling Su Maoyang away quickly. When Xiahou Zian heard that they were leaving, he quickly put down his weapon and followed them. At this time, Su Maoyang couldn't help but glance at the weapon Xiahou Zian had put down, with a frivolous frown, and he already had an idea in his mind. Chapter 1087 Xiahou Family Attacks. The next day, in order to buy weapons for Xiahou Wanxian. Su Maoyang had to go to the underground exchange again and exchange a large amount of black crystals. It seemed that after the last transaction, no matter how much black crystals Su Maoyang bid, the people in the underground exchange had no surprises, and even responded to her requests and actively cooperated with her requests. Although Su Maoyang knew that this group of people must have some intentions, she was too lazy to care so much since she could get so much money. When she came out of the exchange, the sun was shining brightly, and it was almost noon. Last time she went out alone, Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian had a hard time looking for her. So Su Maoyang did not dare to delay and hurried back to the college. But before she reached the college, she ran into the housekeeper Meng of the Xiahou family on the street. When housekeeper Meng saw her, he also ran over anxiously, with a dark face and a cold voice, and made a gesture of invitation to Su Maoyang, with a very tough attitude. "Su Mo, the old man invites you." Hearing this, Su Maoyang was slightly stunned, and then understood. It seems that Xiahou Yuanshan has reported what happened in the academy to the old man Xiahou, and is ready to let the elders of the Xiahou family come forward to teach them a lesson. I think Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian should have been invited long ago, and now they are waiting for her alone. Originally, Su Maoyang didn't want to care about the people of the Xiahou family, but she was worried about Wanxian and Zian. If she didn't go, the two of them would inevitably suffer a physical pain in the Xiahou family. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang had to be patient and said coldly, "Let's go." At this time, the atmosphere in the Xiahou mansion was very solemn. The hall was full of elders, all sitting upright with serious faces, making the atmosphere in the hall very depressing. Xiahou Yuanshan and Xiahou Mingxiu stood in the middle of the hall, with their heads held high and their chests puffed out, looking down at Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian, who were kneeling beside them. They were arrogant, with a bit of gloating in their eyes. Old Master Xiahou and the head of the Xiahou family, who were sitting in the upper seats, frowned, had dark faces, and were full of anger. The hostility they exuded scared Xiahou Wanxian so much that she was in a state of panic and broke out in cold sweats. Xiahou Yuanshan was furious when she thought about how much money she had been cheated out of. She said indignantly to Grandpa Xiahou and the head of the family, "Grandpa, Uncle, Xiahou Wanxian, Xiahou Zian." And that maid took advantage of the fact that they were among the top 3 to enter the academy and ignored us. Not only did they injure brother Jingxiang, but they also caused sister Wanyan to be beaten by elder Qiu. The two of them are still lying in bed. You finally got sister Wanyan into the academy, but they just wanted to go against you and almost let elder Qiu kill sister Wanyan. Xiahou Mingxiu also nodded and said indignantly, "Grandpa, Uncle, before entering the academy, you repeatedly told the 3 of them to assist their brothers and sisters in the academy. But not only did they not assist, they also deliberately tripped them up and even killed Jingxiang in the competition in the arena. Just yesterday, they forced Yuanshan to spend all her savings to buy them 2 100 square meter rings. The 3 of them are not here to assist us. They are here to make trouble. If this continues, we won't be able to survive in Liuguang Academy." Hearing these words, the faces of Mr. Xiahou and the head of the Xiahou family became darker and darker, and their brows were furrowed into a river shape, which could crush a fly to death. Then, the head of the Xiahou family clenched his fist and slammed it hard on the table, making a loud bang sound. And the tea sets on the table and the hearts of the younger generations in the room were shaken. "Asshole! There is such a thing, Father. Compared with the other 5 families, the number of disciples of our Xiahou family who entered Liuguang Academy is relatively small. It was not easy for them to gain a foothold in the academy and concentrate on practicing. But they were beaten seriously by a maid. You spent so much effort, giving gifts and saying nice things, to get Xiahou Wanyan into the academy. But after less than a day or 2, these 3 little beasts from Yuxing Town have caused so many troubles. What's the point of keeping such a heartless little beast?" Hearing the words of the head of the Xiahou family, the other uncles nodded angrily and said excitedly, "Yes, Father. These 3 little beasts are so arrogant that they dare to murder brothers and sisters. If they are tolerated, they will be the next Xiahou Xinhong. They must be severely punished." The old man Xiahou, who had been silent all the time, was also furious. His sagging old face became longer and longer, and more tense, as if it was stuck with paste, and finally roared fiercely, "Come on! Beat them hard. After that, the guards waiting on both sides stepped forward quickly, holding sticks and about to fall on Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian. Stop! At this moment, a loud roar suddenly came from outside the hall. At the same time, 2 silver needles shot from the air and pierced the wrists of the 2 guards. The 2 guards felt pain in their wrists, and the sticks in their hands fell to the ground instantly. The people present were shocked when they saw this scene, and looked towards the door in surprise. Su Maoyang walked in with a cold face, protecting Wanxian and Zian. Who dares to touch them today? Knock me down first. When Grandpa Xiahou saw that Su Maoyang dared to save the junior, he ordered to be punished in front of so many elders. He was so angry that he blew his beard and glared, and shouted with gnashing teeth, "How dare you? I ordered a punishment, and you dared to disobey my order. Come on. Drag this maid down and beat her together." Su Maoyang had a cold face, and did not take his anger seriously. Seeing several guards surrounding her, she raised her arms without hesitation and directly shook the guards away. They all fell in front of the old man, and several uncles with serious injuries. Seeing this scene, several elders were stunned by her behavior. They had never seen such an arrogant maid. Not only did she disobey orders, but she also dared to take action directly. If she continued to indulge her, wouldn't she dare to hit even Mr. Xiahou? Thinking of this, the head of the Xiahou family could no longer sit still. He stood up with his hair standing on end, gritting his teeth and roaring. There were veins on his forehead. It was conceivable how angry he was. "You are rebellious. Today I must peel off a layer of skin from you." After saying this, the head of the Xiahou family stretched out his palm, ready to attack Su Maoyang. But at this moment, Butler Ming suddenly ran in from outside, reporting loudly with a panicked look, "Old man, master, Butler Fan from the Dongfang family is here." Hearing this, the head of the Xiahou family froze, stopped his hand immediately, and stared at Butler Ming in surprise. "Butler Fan from the Dongfang family? Why did someone from the Dongfang family come to our Xiahou family?" In his impression, the Dongfang family has always been unattainable and disdainful of associating with other families. And their Xiahou family is the bottom of the 6 major families. Why would the Dongfang family suddenly come to visit? Chapter 1088 Young Master Dongfang invites. Several other elders, including old Master Xiahou, were shocked by the sudden news and their eyes widened, their faces full of disbelief. After the whole audience was stunned for a few seconds, the old man immediately waved anxiously at Butler Ming. "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and invite him in." Butler Ming nodded repeatedly after receiving the order, turned around, and ran out quickly. After a while, Butler Fan of the Dongfang family came in under his leadership. Seeing Butler Fan, the elder sitting there, even the old man, quickly stood up and greeted him cordially. "Ha ha ha! I didn't expect Butler Fan to come. What a rare guest. Come on. Give Butler Fan a seat." Seeing that old Master Xiahou could be so polite to a butler, it is conceivable how high the status of the Dongfang family is in everyone's mind. Su Maoyang mistook the Dongfang young master for Xiao Linshan last time, so he had a deep impression of the Dongfang family. At this time, he also looked at the housekeeper Fan in front of him curiously. This man is an old man over 50 years old, with a square face, a straight nose and a wide mouth, deep eyes, and a sharp edge. Although his temples are gray, his body is very strong. At such an old age, his figure is still straight and tall. He stands in the center of the hall like a javelin, exuding a military aura. It is rare to be so strong at this age. However, Su Maoyang heard that the Dongfang family is a family of generals. Several generations have been famous generals. They have fought on the battlefield for the Maple Forest imperial capital and have made countless contributions. They have outstanding merits and have an unshakable position in the Maple Forest Empire. Everyone knows that although the national strength of the Maple Forest Empire is not as good as that of the Cloud Tower Dark Domain and the Burning Blood Sky City, its military strength is comparable to these 2 powerful countries. Once, even the army of Fengshuishan City was repelled by the army led by the Dongfang family. It can be seen that the army trained by the Dongfang family is even feared by Fengshuishan City. No wonder people say that the Dongfang family is more terrible than the Maple Forest Empire. It is extremely rare for a family to be more famous than a country. And the housekeeper Fan in front of him can have such momentum, which must have been cultivated under the influence of the military management of the Dongfang family. just when Su Maoyang was looking at the other party. Housekeeper Fan had a stern face and coldly rejected the kindness of Mr. Xiaohu. No need to give me a seat. I am here to do things according to orders. And it is inconvenient to stay for a long time. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. I don't know what Housekeeper Fan is doing, Mr. Xiaohu asked in confusion. Butler Fan explained in a deep voice. Young Master Dongfang wants to see Su Imo, Xiaohu Wanxian and Xiaohu Zian, and ordered me to take them there. Everyone present changed their faces when they heard this. And they were quite surprised. They looked at Su Maoyang and the two siblings kneeling on the ground in disbelief. They didn't understand how the high and mighty young Master Dongfang could know these three lowly guys. Besides, what could young Master Dongfang do to a group of country bumpkins? Everyone found it incredible. And their surprised eyes wandered back and forth between Su Maoyang and the other two. And they didn't understand it for a long time. Even Su Maoyang and the other two were very surprised to hear this news. Su Maoyang had only met young Master Dongfang once. And it was because she mistook him for Xiao Linchen that she had this one-time encounter. The two of them just said a few words. And they didn't even know each other. Why would young Master Dongfang have something to do with them? However, although Su Maoyang didn't understand what Master Dongfang meant, it was not bad to be able to leave the Xiaohu family under Master Dongfang's excuse and avoid being punished. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang pulled up Xiaohu Wanxian and Xiaohu Zian on the ground and said, Since Master Dongfang has invited you, then Housekeeper Fan, please lead the way quickly, and don't let Master wait for too long. Hearing this, Housekeeper Fan looked at her deeply, and seeing that she was smart, a smile flashed across his eyes, nodded slightly, and turned to leave. When Xiaohu Yuanshan saw that Su Maoyang and the others had not been tortured yet and were about to leave, she became anxious and shouted, No, you can't leave. Housekeeper Fan, these three are sinners of our Xiaohu family. They have made mistakes and must be punished. You can't take them away. Xiaohu Yuanshan dared to stop Housekeeper Fan of the Dongfang family, which shows that she hated Su Maoyang and others to the core and lost her mind. Hearing this, Butler Fan paused. His face darkened, frowned, looked at her sinisterly, and said coldly, I didn't expect it to be so difficult to invite someone from the Xiaohu family. Since I can't invite someone, it seems that I have to ask Master Dongfang to come and invite him in person. Old Master Xiaohu saw Butler Fan's face was dark, and his voice was terribly gloomy. He knew that he was angry and immediately scolded Xiaohu Yuanshan. You bastard! How can you talk to Butler Fan like that? You are so disrespectful. How did your father usually educate you? Third uncle saw that the old man was angry. So he quickly stood up and clasped his fists, saying, Father, calm down. Butler Fan, calm down. It's my fault for not educating my child well. And I have raised her to be unruly. As he said that, third uncle walked over and slapped Xiaohu Yuanshan hard, saying viciously, Why don't you apologize to Butler Fan quickly? Xiaohu Yuanshan was slapped in front of so many people. And Su Maoyang and Xiaohu Wanxian, whom she hated the most, were watching. She was so ashamed and angry that she wanted to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. At this time, her eyes were wide open due to shock and were full of tears. It was obvious that Xiaohu Yuanshan was heartbroken by this slap. She was angry and unconvinced. She wanted to laugh at Su Maoyang and Xiaohu Wanxian, but they laughed at her. How could this be? Why are you still standing there? Do you want to be punished by family rules? Uncle San saw that Xiaohu Yuanshan was still stubborn and refused to bow her head, and yelled again. Due to his father's majesty, Xiaohu Yuanshan was unwilling to accept it, so he could only apologize to Butler Fan. I'm sorry. I offended Butler Fan. Please forgive me. Seeing that everyone bowed their heads, Butler Fan, as an elder, naturally didn't care so much. He just glanced at Mr. Xiaohu and asked, Old man, can I take the person away now? Haha. Yes. Of course. Butler Ming. Come on. Send Butler Fan out. Hearing this, Mr. Xiaohu nodded enthusiastically and immediately ordered Butler Ming. Butler Fan raised his hand. No need. I know the way. As he said that, he took Su Maoyang and the other two and walked out of the Xiaohu family quickly. After coming out, Su Maoyang couldn't help asking, Butler Fan, I wonder what Master Dongfang wants to see me about. How can we, as servants, know what the master is thinking? Miss Su will know when she goes there. Butler Fan answered with a smile. And his attitude towards her was even more polite than that of Mr. Xiao. Su Maoyang nodded somewhat flattered. But before she could speak, Butler Fan said to Xiao Wan Yin and Xiao Zian. However, Master Dongfang only invited Miss Su. As for Miss Xiao and Master Xiao, you can make your own arrangements. Hearing this, Su Maoyang's pupils flashed with surprise. It turned out that Master Dongfang came specially to help them out. Chapter 1089 Who Are You? Xiao Wanxian and Xiao Zian also understood after hearing this, and were quite shocked by the kindness of Mr. Dongfang. They had just come from Yuxing Town, and had never seen what Mr. Dongfang looked like. They never thought that Mr. Dongfang would come to their rescue. There were probably not many people in Fenglin Imperial City who had this honor. Now that they heard that Mr. Dongfang had only invited Su Mo, they realized that Mr. Dongfang helped them for Su Mo's sake. Realizing this, Xiao Zian was grateful and nodded immediately. Thank you, Mr. Dongfang. Thank you, Butler Fan, for helping us. We will leave first. Xiao Zian respectfully saluted and took Xiao Wanxian to the direction of Liuguang College. After seeing the two people leave, Butler Fan retracted his gaze, extended his hand respectfully to Su Maoyang, and made a gesture of invitation. Miss Su, please come this way. Su Maoyang nodded and followed. The Dongfang family is located in the center of Fenglin Imperial City, and its area is almost 3 times that of Xiao Mansion, which shows its spaciousness. Walking to the gate of Dongfang Mansion, there is a black gold-plated plaque with 3 big characters Dongfang Mansion written on it. The strokes are like dragons and snakes, swallowing mountains and rivers, and it is quite domineering. Entering from the gate, what comes into view is a spacious courtyard. There are not many flowers in the courtyard, but some strange grasses and fairy vines, which are lush and green, fresh and pleasant. In addition, there are some straight and tall pine trees all around, which makes the whole courtyard solemn and solemn. The courtyard is connected by paths and dotted with rocks. Walking inside, you will see a small bamboo garden. From a distance, it looks lush and green, with layers of bamboos, like an emerald green hat blocking the golden sun. The breeze ripples, the bamboos rustle, and a cool breeze blows in from afar, making people feel refreshed. Seeing this, Su Maoyang couldn't help but sigh that the taste of this Dongfang family is quite unique. From inside to outside, it is all green, with pine and bamboo, which is quite suitable for the style of this general family. Walking along the corridor of the bamboo garden, the inner house is inside. After walking for a while, Housekeeper Fan led the way and stopped at the gate of a garden called Qifeng Garden. Miss Su, the young master has been waiting for you inside for a long time. Su Maoyang heard this and nodded politely. Thank you, Housekeeper Fan, for leading the way. After that, she walked into the garden. This garden is also lush and green, with no flowers to embellish it. It looks extremely simple and even a little monotonous. Fortunately, there is a pond to embellish it. A pool of clear water, sparkling, reflects the blue sky and white clouds. The lotus leaves on the water are connected into one piece, rolling and unrolling with the wind. Refreshing. There is a small arch bridge on the pond, leading directly to the center of the pond. The red pavilion is exquisitely carved and exquisite. Although the layout is simple, it looks quiet and comfortable. When Su Maoyang approached, she could see clearly that there was a man in blue brocade clothes sitting in the pavilion, drinking tea elegantly. That face was exactly the Dongfang Gongzi she met in the academy that day. He seemed to have noticed Su Maoyang's arrival, and his thin lips hooked slightly. With a charming smile, while pouring tea, he asked jokingly, "Since you are here, don't you plan to have a drink?" Su Maoyang saw that the other party had discovered her, so she didn't hesitate, and walked through the small bridge and into the pavilion. At this time, Dongfang Youyu slowly raised his head, stared at her deeply, and then extended his hand and cordially invited. "Miss Su, please sit down." Su Maoyang couldn't figure out what he was thinking, so she frowned slightly and asked cautiously, "Mr. Dongfang, we are strangers. I wonder what you want to talk to me about." Dongfang Youyu raised his eyebrows, and a bright smile appeared on his handsome and elegant face. He chuckled and said, "How can we be strangers? It's only been a few days since we last met in the academy. Has Miss Su forgotten? Mr. Dongfang, I recognized the wrong person last time and disturbed you. If I made you uncomfortable, I apologize here." When Su Maoyang heard this, He thought he was still upset about the last incident, so he immediately clasped his fist and apologized. Dongfang Youyu laughed even louder when he saw this, and his gentle voice was a bit cheerful. Ha ha ha. No need to apologize. I should thank you for recognizing the wrong person. Otherwise how could I know Miss Su? Su Maoyang didn't expect that the mysterious Dongfang Gongzi in the rumors was actually a smooth talker, and he was friendly without any airs. Her face was slightly stiff, and a trace of surprise flashed across her pupils, and her guard in her heart became even stronger. She knew too well how powerful this smiling tiger was. Seeing that Su Maoyang refused to sit down and stared at him defensively, Dongfang Youyu laughed and shook his head, and his tone seemed to be mixed with a little hurt. Ha. What's the matter? I helped Miss Su and your two friends out of trouble. Miss Su, don't you even give me a chance to sit down and drink tea with me? Hearing this, Su Maoyang felt a little guilty. To be honest, they did escape from danger because of him. Thinking of this, she finally sat down under his pleading gaze. Mr. Dongfang, let's get straight to the point and stop beating around the bush. Hee. Miss Su, what are you thinking about? Can't I just invite you to be my guest? Dongfang Youyu always had a gentle smile on his face, picked up the teacup and handed it to her. I'm not in good health and can't drink alcohol. I can only use tea instead of wine. I hope Miss Su won't dislike it. Seeing his enthusiasm, Su Maoyang felt a little scared. She took the teacup and looked at the tea carefully. Dongfang Youyu saw her cautious look and smiled helplessly. Am I so scary in your eyes? Don't worry. I can't do such a dirty thing as poisoning tea. If I wanted to harm you, I wouldn't have to get you out of the Xiaohou family. Su Maoyang saw him say it so clearly, and her expression eased a little. She couldn't help but look into his clear black eyes. There seemed to be some unknown emotions flowing in his eyes, so warm and strong, as if to involve her. Su Maoyang was startled by his burning gaze, and hurriedly lowered her head to avoid his sight. After gradually calming down her inner shock, she opened her mouth to refute. Who told you not to explain the reason for inviting me here? I have to doubt your intention. Dongfang Youyu was not angry at her cold and hard attitude. His eyes were as soft as ripples blown by the wind, and he stared at her intently. My intention is to see Miss Su. See me? Mr. Dongfang, I think I look ordinary, and I am a maid in the Xiaohou family. Even ordinary men look down on me, let alone a nobleman of your status. If I believe you, wouldn't it be too stupid? Su Maoyang frowned and refuted on the spot. She has changed her appearance now, and her appearance is very ordinary and unremarkable. Isn't it strange that Mr. Dongfang wants to see her instead of other beauties? Ha. You are still as smart as before. I knew I couldn't fool you. Dongfang Youyu raised his head and laughed. Su Maoyang was shocked when he heard this. His expression suddenly froze. He frowned and asked, Who are you? Chapter 1090. He is still alive. Before. He said before. That means he knows about her past. Could it be someone from Burning Blood Sky City? Or someone from Cloud Tower Dark Domain? But if he is an enemy, why did he rescue her from Xiaohou's house? If he is a friend, he has a strange face. What's more, she only hung out in Cloud Tower Dark Domain and Burning Blood Sky City before, and never set foot in Maple Forest Imperial Capital. How could she know the noble son of the Dongfang family of Maple Forest Empire? Thinking over it, Su Maoyang has no answer. But she is sure of one thing. She pretended to be a maid, changed her appearance, and was recognized. So there is only one possibility. You are investigating me behind my back. This is not a question, but a certainty. Facing Su Maoyang's hostility, Dongfang Youyu's smile deepened, staring at her with burning eyes, as if there were stars in his eyes, shining brightly. Yes, I did investigate you, but the result made me happy. I thought I would never have the chance to see you again in this life. But God has been kind to me and sent you to me. Suddenly hearing such an inexplicable confession and receiving his affectionate eyes, Su Maoyang was shocked and changed her face. She stood up and could no longer sit still. Mr. Dongfang, I don't have the leisure to sit here and listen to your inexplicable words. Goodbye. As he said, Su Maoyang turned around and was about to leave. Seeing this, Dongfang Youyu was anxious and quickly stood up and grabbed Su Maoyang's hand. Su Maoyang hated being touched by others, and reflexively pulled his hand back to fight back, immediately pushing Dongfang Youyu back 2 steps. Dongfang Youyu seemed to be in poor health. After being pushed by her, he actually started coughing violently. Soon his face turned as pale as paper. But even though he couldn't breathe, he still apologized guiltily. "Miss Sue, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. I cough. 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 I'm just too happy. Cough. Cough. Cough." Seeing him coughing so hard, blood was oozing out of the handkerchief covering his mouth. Su Mayan was shocked and stared at him in surprise. Seeing that his weak appearance did not seem to be pretended, countless question marks popped up in her head. It is said that Mr. Dongfang is mysterious and does not like to appear in the sight of the public. With everyone's stereotype of the fierceness of the Dongfang family, this person is also spread as a legend. It is said that this person is a very powerful and ruthless character who disdains to enter the academy for training and disdains to compete with other disciples. But I didn't expect that he was a weak patient, which was really surprising. No wonder he didn't come to the academy or appear in public. I think the Dongfang family hid him tightly in order to better protect him and prevent him from being hurt at all, which gave everyone a very mysterious and powerful impression. Speaking of which, the Dongfang family also had good intentions for him. "Mr. Dongfang, you are not feeling well. I will not disturb you to recover. I will take my leave now." Su Mayan saw that he was coughing so much that she could not help but frown and said goodbye coldly. Dongfang Yaoyu heard this and called her with great effort. "Miss Su, I am Song Mingxing." Hearing this, Su Mayan paused and froze suddenly. After a moment of stunned silence, she turned around stiffly, with incredible shock in her eyes. "No. Impossible. Song Mingxing is dead." Staring at Dongfang Yaoyu's unfamiliar face, Su Mayan shook her head excitedly. Back in the Sanyan sect, she and Song Mingxing passed the competition and entered the Xingyuan Holy Land. But there, they met a spy from the Burning Blood City. At that time, that person was much stronger than them. Due to the huge gap in strength, neither Su Mayan nor Song Mingxing was his opponent. However, in order to save her, Song Mingxing knew that he was going to die. But he still forcibly blocked a palm for her and died on the spot. Su Mayan was also heartbroken because of his death, because she knew that if it weren't for Song Mingxing, she wouldn't have been so lucky to escape from that man's clutches. So she remembered this life-saving grace in her heart. But how could a person who was clearly dead appear here? And he completely turned into another person? "You are not Song Mingxing. Who are you? Why do you know Song Mingxing?" Su Mayan frowned and angrily retorted loudly. Seeing that Su Mayan was frightened and didn't believe his words, Dongfang Yaoyu was somewhat helpless and patiently explained. "Miss Su, I am really Song Mingxing. When we entered the Phantom Palace together, I was not qualified to enter the Xingyuan Holy Land. It was because of your help that I was lucky enough to enter. Later, you also helped me find a fairy weapon. Have you forgotten all these?" Hearing him tell the situation in detail, Su Mayan opened her eyes wide in shock, pointed at him with a shock in her heart, and couldn't speak for a long time. But how could you?" Dongfang Yaoyu knew her doubts and explained again. "My body was indeed dead at the time. But fortunately, the people of the Dongfang family found it in time, saved my soul, and brought my body back to the Maple Forest Empire. Later, my soul was let out through some secret technique and passed into my current body." Su Mayan gradually understood some things after hearing this. She was not surprised about the matter of soul transfer and body replacement, because even she herself came from a time travel. So she believed that there was always some unknown power in this world. It is said that as long as the body is not reduced to ashes, and the soul is preserved in time, and the person himself has a very powerful soul, there is a high chance that he can enter someone else's body. It's just that the incompatibility between the soul and the body will cause many sequelae. For example, Jun Haosong once suffered from a cold disease because of the body change. This disease could have been cured through recuperation, but he was eager to break through the constraints of the body at that time. So he left the root of the disease forever. If the soul is not strong, or if the luck is bad, it is not compatible with other people's bodies. And there is also a risk of death. Even if Song Mingxing has sequelae, he is lucky to survive. But Su Mayan didn't understand why the Dongfang family would save him. As far as I know, Song Mingxing is from the Yunlu Dark Domain. How could he be related to the Dongfang family? I am actually a child of the Dongfang family. The Dongfang family was destroyed by bad guys. In a critical situation, my father gave me to his confidant to escape. The confidant fled to the Yunlu Dark Domain and died because of serious injuries. I was adopted. However, I have had a necklace around my neck since I was a child. It was a family heirloom given to me by my father. Later, it was broken by the traitor Chiu Gaoqi with one punch, which alarmed the people of the Dongfang family. When my grandfather learned that I was still alive, he sent someone to Xingyuan Holy Land to pick me up. At the beginning, Dongfang Yaoyu was also shocked when he learned about his life experience, and he felt incredible about everything that happened to him. So, it is understandable that Su Maoyang doubted him and didn't believe him. Chapter 1091 is Change. After hearing this, Su Maoyang suddenly realized that it was no wonder that she had not found Song Mingxing's body after searching for a long time after coming out of the forbidden area. She was also wondering why the body suddenly disappeared, and later guessed that it might be the work of the spy from Fenshua Tianqing. But she never expected that he was taken away by the Dongfang family. He said that the necklace his father left for him was broken by the spy. So the Dongfang family came to pick him up. According to his description, the necklace should be a very rare and precious teleportation array that can teleport people from the Dongfang family. As far as she knew, the Dongfang family was best at arranging troops and arrays, and had a high level of attainment in array formations. It was not impossible for them to have a treasure, like a teleportation array. Dongfang Yaoyu saw Su Maoyang standing there in shock, unable to recover for a long time. He thought she still refused to believe him. So he raised his hand and summoned a blood-red sword. The bright red sword was covered with a layer of cold blue light. The two contradictory tones collided together, releasing awe-inspiring power. Su Maoyang was shocked and recognized the blood sword in front of her at a glance. This was the low-grade immortal weapon that she had opened from the shell with two kinds of strange fire. There was no doubt about it. Miss Su, you should believe it now, right? Dongfang Yaoyu coughed twice and asked weakly. At this time, Su Maoyang naturally believed him. Seeing his pale face, he raised his hand in worry. I believe it. You quickly put away the blood sword and sit down to rest. Dongfang Yaoyu saw her nervous look, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He waved his hand to comfort her indifferently. Ha ha ha. Miss Su, don't worry. Although my body is not good now, it is not weak. This little illness can't do anything to me. Hearing this, Su Maoyang was slightly startled and looked at him in surprise. Although his face was pale, his black pupils were firmer than ever before, and his temperament had changed drastically. At this moment, Su Maoyang realized that Dongfang Yaoyu in front of him had been reborn. He was no longer the cowardly Song Mingxing before. Now he became strong, calm, and even had an indescribable confidence. If he didn't say that he was Song Mingxing, Su Maoyang would not be able to recognize him at all. It was enough to see how much the man in front of him had changed. However, he had experienced death, soul transfer and body change, and lived in the military management environment of the Dongfang family. It was reasonable for his heart and personality to change. Seeing his changes, Su Maoyang didn't need to guess that he must have suffered a lot, and suffered a lot. After thousands of trials, he tempered himself to be so strong. Have you been recuperating in the Dongfang family these days? Su Maoyang asked with a tangled brow and a bad look. Well, after the body swap was successful, I wanted to find you, but my body didn't fit well at the time. I would only cause trouble to you and hinder you. So I thought I would go to Yinlu Dark Domain to find you after I recovered. Dongfang Yaoyu smiled and nodded, explaining lightly, but Su Maoyang knew how much pain was hidden behind that bright smile. I'm sorry. It's me who hurt you. If it wasn't me, you wouldn't have to experience death, let alone the pain of body swap. The more gentle he smiled, the more painful Su Maoyang's heart was, and the more guilty he felt. Dongfang Yaoyu shook his head in disapproval. Miss Su, what are you talking about? I should thank you instead. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be qualified to enter Xingyuan Holy Land, let alone have the chance to contract such a precious immortal weapon. The most important thing is that when everyone looked down on me, only you stood by me, and were willing to fight against everyone for a waste like me. This warmth and kindness were undoubtedly a lamp for the cowardly, timid and lonely boy who lived in the water and fire, lighting up his dark and miserable world. In the past, he always complained that fate was unfair to him, and always had those unfortunate experiences and painful memories. But now he understands that all his misfortunes were to meet the best person. God has never treated him unfairly. These days, whenever he endured the torture of cultivation and physical torture, Su Maoyang was his motivation to persevere. Because of this person, he became very strong. very independent, very brave, and even very happy. Facing his burning gaze, Su Maoyong pulled the corner of her mouth awkwardly and smiled lightly. You are too kind. It was just a piece of cake at that time. I remember clearly how dangerous the situation was at that time. Why should Miss Su be modest? But, weren't you in the dark area of Yunlu? How did you suddenly run to the Maple Forest Empire and disguise yourself like this? Donphan Yoyu raised his eyebrows curiously. Su Maoyong's face sank when he heard this. And he responded coldly, It's a long story. I don't want to mention the past anymore. I'm really sorry. Donphan Yoyu saw that she looked bad. His heart was shocked. And he considerately swallowed all his questions back into his stomach. Okay. I won't ask. Let the past be the past. Although I was not born and raised in the Maple Forest Empire, I have been here for a while. And I have the power of the Donphan family behind me. So if you have any difficulties, just tell me. Su Maoyong smiled a little. Thank you. I think you should have called the Underground Exchange. Now that he knows his true identity, combined with the recent strange things, it is not difficult to guess the answer. Donphan Yoyu just smiled and said nothing, obviously tacitly agreeing with her guess. Those dozen disciples who followed me behind were also killed by you. Su Maoyong was still wondering why the group of people who followed him disappeared inexplicably. Now the truth is out. Except for Donphan Yoyu's tricks. No one else. Ha ha ha. Miss Su is so smart. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Donphan Yoyu saw that she understood everything, and shook his head with a smile. Don't call me Miss Su anymore. I'm Su Mo now. Just call me by my name. The man in front of her was willing to die for her. Su Maoyong had no way to keep such a person away from her. Donphan Yoyu was flattered when he heard this. Okay. Don't call me young master in the future. Just call me Yu. Well, thank you for helping me out today. But I have something to do, and I have to go back to the academy. So I can't stay here for long. You take good care of yourself, and I will come to visit you another day. As he spoke, Su Maoyong stood up and said apologetically, What's there to thank each other for? You go first. If you encounter any problems, don't be polite to me. Donphan Yoyu nodded in understanding. After Su Maoyong said goodbye, she quickly walked out of the Donphan mansion and went straight back to Liuguang College. She had exchanged so many black crystals at the trading house before, just to be able to go to Lingbao Pavilion to buy the weapons that Wan Xian and Xian had their eyes on. However, she ran into the two siblings halfway. When Xiahou Wan Xian saw her, she immediately came forward and asked curious questions. Su Mo, tell me quickly, why did Master Donphan ask you to go? Chapter 1092 The Legendary Xiahou Qingyi. Young Master Donphan personally sent someone to invite her. This honor must be envied to death. But she didn't understand. Su Mo came from Yuxing town like them, and it was her first time in the imperial capital. How could she know young Master Donphan? The two siblings were full of doubts, and curious to find out what happened today. Su Maoyong naturally couldn't reveal Donphan Yaoyu's identity. If he was exposed, her own identity would not be hidden. Last time I recognized the wrong person and mistakenly recognized him as a friend. So young Master Donphan was curious about who looked so similar to him. So he asked me to ask. Su Maoyong made up a random excuse. Hearing this, Xiahou Wan Xian sighed with disappointment. Seeing that Master Donphan specially sent the butler to help us out, I thought you two had some relationship. But I didn't expect it to be like this. Xiahou Xian saw Wan Xuan's frustrated look because she couldn't satisfy her gossip, and smiled dotingly and shook his head. The Donphan family is the most powerful family in the Maple Forest Empire. Even the royal family is quite afraid of it. It's not something that we little people can reach. You'd better stop daydreaming. Practicing down to earth is the kingly way. Yes. How can those big guys think highly of us? Let's go to the practice room. I heard that practicing in the practice room can better and faster absorb the power of the spirit stone. And it can also repair the meridians and strengthen the physique. I don't know how many disciples come to the academy's practice room. Su Mo's meridians were damaged before, so he can go there. Xiahou Wan Xian was so depressed when she thought of the rumored practice room, and she excitedly proposed. Xiahou Xian nodded in agreement. Well, let's go take a look. Su Maoyong was also interested when she heard that it could repair meridians. Although her injuries had healed more than half, and her strength was slowly recovering, her meridians still needed to be slowly recuperated. It would be great to have such a place to help her recuperate. Seeing that Xiahou Xian also agreed, Xiahou Wanxian pulled Su Maoyang and walked excitedly towards the training room. However, they didn't walk far before they saw many groups of disciples swarming in the opposite direction of them. Everyone was looking forward to it. As they hurried on, they were talking excitedly. There's going to be a good show at the Colosseum this time. Let's go quickly, or we'll run out of seats. Su Maoyang and the other two were confused when they saw this scene. Xiahou Zian grabbed a passing disciple and asked, "Brother, I want to ask, where are you going?" The man who was grabbed by Zian glanced at him with disdain. "Where did you come from? You country bumpkin? You don't even know there's a human performance at the Colosseum today. No more talking. I'm going to join in the fun." As he said that, the man impatiently waved Zian's hand away and followed the crowd to the Colosseum. Su Maoyang knew that there was a Colosseum in Liuguang College, which was a place dedicated to providing beast fighting for the disciples of the Beast Hall. After the disciples of the Beast Hall contracted the spirit beasts, they would find ways to improve the strength of the spirit beasts, and the duel between spirit beasts was the best way to enhance their combat effectiveness. Therefore, the Academy specially set up an arena to provide a place for all spirit beasts to fight and compete. In Liuguang Academy, whether it is an arena or a Colosseum, everyone likes to bet and gamble. So the arena and the Colosseum are not only a good place to improve the strength of people and spirit beasts, but also a good place to make money. However, usually spirit beasts duel with spirit beasts. It was the first time that Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian heard of people being performed. When they heard this, they were shocked and opened their eyes wide, and curiosity jumped in their eyes. "Second brother, Su Mo, let's go and see it too. It seems to be quite strange and exciting." Xiahou Wanxian couldn't hold back on the spot and wanted to follow to see what was going on. Xiahou Zian always responded to his sister's requests. If she wanted to go, he naturally had to follow, and he didn't dare to have any opinions. Su Maoyang didn't have the heart to spoil Xiahou Wanxian's interest, so he nodded dotingly and followed her. "Let's go!" The three of them followed the crowd and soon arrived at the Colosseum. The Colosseum is located in the west of the Academy, because it is a place for spirit beasts to PK. It covers a very wide area. The arena in the Colosseum is at least several times larger than the arena, and there are countless audience seats around it. At a glance, it is magnificent and spectacular. At this time, there were already many people sitting in the audience seats. When Su Maoyang entered, there were not many seats left. The three of them had no choice but to sit in a more remote corner. As soon as they sat down, they saw a large group of people suddenly coming to the door of the Colosseum, which attracted the attention of many people. Surrounded by disciples, the woman in the front was wearing a moon-white long dress. She had a delicate oval face, and her fair and tender skin was like a blooming water lotus. She was beautiful and charming. Her eyes were bright and full of spirit, like the moon reflected in the lake, shining with waves, clear and charming. She had long black hair, combed into a simple bun, with 2 or 3 elegant hairpins inserted diagonally on her head, and the remaining black hair hung down to her waist, making her look beautiful and elegant. She walked from afar, her white skirt fluttering in the wind, with a faint and elegant coldness. Behind the woman in white were Su Maoyang's mortal enemies, Xiahou Yuan Shan and Xiahou Mingxiu. The other disciples had met once in the last arena competition, and they were all descendants of the Xiahou family. Seeing them surrounding the woman in white, with a flattering look on their faces, Su Maoyang knew without thinking that the woman in white was probably the most precious genius girl of the Xiahou family, Xiahou Qingyi. When in Yuxing town, Su Maoyang often heard of this person's name, and after arriving in the imperial capital, he saw her status in the Xiahou family. Seeing this genius, who was held in the palm of the hand by the Xiahou family, Su Maoyang looked at him curiously. Let's not talk about her alchemy skills, just her appearance and temperament. She is indeed arrogant. Just when Su Maoyang was looking at Xiahou Qingyi, Xiahou Wanxian beside him also noticed their figures and asked in surprise, "Who is the person walking in front of Xiahou Yuan Shan? She is so beautiful." Xiahou Zian had seen Xiahou Qingyi when he was very young. This person was a beauty since childhood, although she became more beautiful when she grew up. Her facial features did not change much. He recognized her at a glance, and couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly, and answered solemnly, "She is Xiahou Qingyi." Hearing this name, Xiahou Wanquan's face changed immediately, and she took a deep breath in surprise. She knew what the name Xiahou Qingyi represented since she was a child. She represents the pride of the Xiahou family, the hope of the Xiahou family, and the enviable talent and strength. Chapter 1093. The one who fought against the spirit beast was a woman. This name had a huge impact on her. In Xiahou Wanchuan's mind, Xiahou Qingyi was an extremely tall and sacred existence. Now that she saw the real person, her excitement almost overflowed from her chest, and her eyes were wide open, full of envy. And Xiahou Qingyi and others walked to the reserved seats and sat down under the gaze of everyone. There were more people coming in one after another. Every time a wave of forces came in, everyone could talk for a long time, until the spacious auditorium was full of seats and even the aisles were crowded. The arena of the Colosseum was kicked off. Seeing the lights on all directions, Su Maoyang actually had the illusion of being in a circus. But it was not much different. The circus was about training animals, and here was about fighting animals. Anyway, they were all related to animals. At this time, a charmingly dressed beauty walked onto the huge stage, saluted the audience, announced the start of the performance, and quickly retreated down the steps. Soon, in the expectant eyes of the crowd, dozens of burly men came up pushing a giant iron cage that was 3 meters high and 8 meters wide. In the iron cage was a huge crocodile. It was estimated that the whole body was 7 meters long, with a dark green hard shell on its body, which was uneven and wrinkled, like a hard warrior armor. The huge mouth opened and closed, revealing sharp teeth. Every time it opened, it seemed to carry great power. It was obvious that once the prey fell into its mouth, it would probably not even leave any bones. Seeing the spirit beast in the cage, everyone present was shocked and gasped in shock. After a moment of silence, everyone burst into excited exclamation. My God! It's actually an 8th level Holy Spirit beast. The iron-armored green crocodile. I can't believe that the Colosseum can produce such a ferocious guy. It's not even a competition with it. It's clearly a fight to the death. The iron-armored green crocodile, although not even a king beast, is frighteningly ferocious. Although the Colosseum is a place for spirit beasts to fight, most of them are mainly for competition, and they cannot kill. The purpose is to allow the disciples' spirit beasts to exercise more and improve their combat effectiveness. If it comes at the cost of death, I don't think many disciples are willing to take this risk. At this moment, an armored green crocodile was actually pushed into the arena. You have to know that there are only 2 outcomes when fighting against such a brutal spirit beast. Either the armored green crocodile is killed, or you die. It is a duel of either you die or I die. It is so dangerous. I really don't know who has the courage to send his spirit beast out to die. Seeing this scene, the audience in the arena all discussed fiercely, guessing who the opponent of the armored green crocodile is. To defeat this brutal beast, at least you have to reach the level of the 9th level Holy Spirit beast to have a chance of winning. However, just when everyone was making a noise, 2 big men took a woman with wounds all over her body and ragged clothes to the ring. The woman's hair was disheveled, making it impossible to see her face. However, due to the torture she had suffered, her clothes were torn to shreds, and her arms, stomach, and even thighs were all exposed. Although her skin was covered in blood, her delicate skin still made the men present excited. They shouted and whistled excitedly. The obscene expressions and blatant teasing filled the entire arena, making Xiahou Wanxian blush and feel very embarrassed. Why is there a half-dressed woman in this arena? Look how excited these men are. It's disgusting. Xiahou Wanxian, a virgin, naturally couldn't stand this kind of obscene teasing, and murmured in disgust. Su Maoyang stared at the woman on the stage expressionlessly, and replied coldly, "Didn't you hear them say that there is a human slave performance today, and the performers are naturally humans and spirit beasts?" Xiahou Wanchuan's eyes widened suddenly when she heard this, her face full of horror, pointing at the woman on the stage in disbelief, and asked in a trembling voice, You mean her? Let her fight with the 8th level Holy Spirit beast." Su Maoyang didn't say anything, and the beautiful host in charge of the beast fighting competition had already introduced it first. Dear audience, the female slave you see now, her spiritual power has been abolished. So today she has to fight the armored green crocodile with bare hands. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone was full of horror, staring at the thin and embarrassed woman on the stage in disbelief. And their hearts were very shocked. They only heard that there was a human performance today, so they all thought that no matter what, it would be a man with strong strength and a strong body. They never thought that the one fighting against the spirit beast would be a female slave covered with wounds. It's okay that she is a female slave, but her spirit power has been abolished. I'm afraid she will be torn into pieces by the armored green crocodile before the fight even starts. This is the first time they have seen such a duel. It's incredible. Xiahou Wanxian couldn't accept such a cruel fact and shook her head. Her eyebrows were frozen and her face was ugly. She shouted indignantly, "My God! This woman has been abolished and beaten with wounds. It's miserable and pitiful enough. They actually let her fight against the ferocious 8th level Holy Spirit Beast. It's too cruel." Compared to Xiahou Wanxian's excitement, Su Maoyang was indifferent and said coldly, "This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. You have to learn to adapt. If you don't have the Xiahou family behind you, you will be as miserable as her. Or even worse." Suddenly hearing this, Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Xian's hearts suddenly trembled, and they couldn't help but look at Su Maoyang. Xiahou Wanxian had never thought about what would happen if she didn't have the protection of the Xiahou family. Now that Su Maoyang mentioned it like this, her heart was shaken, her expression froze, and a chill suddenly ran up her spine. If you are weak and have no background power, you will be trampled on by others. At that time, it is very likely that you will be standing on the stage. Listen to the voices around you. Although they are shocked, they are extremely excited. How many people really pity the slave girl on the stage? Su Maoyang saw that Xiahou Wanxian was shocked by him and couldn't speak. He couldn't help but look sideways slightly, met her surprised eyes, and asked in a low voice. Although the voice was not loud, it fell on Wanchuan's heart. It was as heavy as 1,000 gold. At this moment, Xiahou Wanxian couldn't imagine what it would be like if the slave girl on the stage was herself, facing the constant teasing and gloating excitement around her. By then, how many people would really pity her or even help her? The answer is no. The weak are destined to be trampled on. Thinking of this, Xiahou Wanxian couldn't help but clench her fingers, raised her eyes, and looked at the slave girl on the stage. Her heart was extremely solemn. However, while they were talking, the big man had already opened the door of the iron cage. Chapter 1094. This female slave is not simple. At this time, everyone saw with their naked eyes that the armored green crocodile swung its huge body and quickly climbed out of the cage. Due to excessive force, its tail hit the iron cage, making a series of thunderous sounds. Although this giant crocodile is huge and heavy, its crawling speed is very amazing. In just a few breaths, the armored green crocodile has already rushed towards the female slave opposite and suddenly opened its bloody mouth. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped in horror, and the timid ones avoided their eyes, not daring to watch the bloody scene of the female slave being swallowed alive. Xiahou Wanxian was so scared that she trembled and immediately covered her eyes. She has lived in Yuxing Town since she was a child. Although she has seen many casualties in fights, she has never seen such a cruel method. The female slave had no spiritual power and was covered with wounds. It was expected that she would be torn into pieces. How could she bear to watch? Even Xiahou Xian frowned and looked ugly. This was just a show. But in order to entertain everyone, innocent lives had to pay a painful price. Just thinking about it makes me sad. However, just when everyone thought that the slave girl was going to be swallowed by the armored green crocodile, the bloody and cruel scene did not happen. The thin slave girl suddenly jumped into the air and nimbly avoided the attack of the armored green crocodile. The armored green crocodile was obviously not a pushover. Seeing her jump into the air, it opened its mouth and chased her, with fast speed and great force. And each time it brought fatal damage. But the slave girl was not panicked or afraid in the face of such a powerful attack. Instead, she was calm and fearless. She stepped on the tip of the armored green crocodile's mouth, took advantage of the force to fly into the air, flipped in the air, and retreated several meters. The thin body landed lightly on the ground. But the power of the 8th level spirit beast was too great, and she still slid a distance under the load. Her bare feet left a bloody mark on the ground, and she finally stabilized her body. Seeing this, Xiahou Wanchuan's heart was in a knot. It was already uncomfortable to walk on the ground without shoes, and now she was barefoot against an 8th level Holy Spirit beast. It is conceivable how painful her feet must be. However, this slave girl was unexpectedly tenacious. Just as she stood firm and had not yet caught her breath, she was attacked by the armored green crocodile again. This time, she was not so lucky. The armored green crocodile was too fast. It came to her in the blink of an eye, and its huge mouth opened rapidly. The slave girl wanted to fight back, but her bare hands hit its hard and ugly shell, and there was no effect at all. Instead, it swallowed her into its mouth. Everyone was shocked by this thrilling scene, and their hearts were in their throats, ready to jump out at any time. Xiahou Wanxian screamed in shock. Her face turned pale, but this slave girl was extremely stubborn, and she used her arms to block the upper jaw of the armor-green crocodile, making it unable to close its mouth. In this way, the two sides remained in a stalemate for a long time. Everyone was stunned by the slave girl's fierce and tenacious resistance. 1. Even Su Maoyang's cold expression at this time had cracks. She was originally indifferent to such a duel. In her mind, the law of the jungle is a normal thing. But seeing the slave girl showing her outstanding skills and fearless courage, Su Maoyang couldn't help but have more expectations and even appreciation in her heart. She could no longer stand by and watch. Then, she took out a sharp dagger and threw it to the ring. It must be said that although this slave girl had lost her spiritual power, her reaction and insight were extremely sharp. She immediately noticed the dagger flying from the audience, because her hands and feet were trying to open the mouth of the armor-green crocodile. She had no time to withdraw, so she used her mouth to quickly catch the dagger. Perhaps her physical strength was exhausted. She knew that if she continued to stalemate, she would definitely die. So she did not hesitate at all. She immediately let go of her hands, picked up the dagger, and stabbed it hard at the jaw of the armor-green crocodile. This time, a terrible stream of blood spurted out, and she took advantage of the gap when the crocodile was injured, and her body flashed to the side, and finally escaped from its mouth. Everyone thought she would take a break, but she didn't plan to stop at all. She turned over again and jumped onto the back of the armor-green crocodile swiftly. She used her strength to insert the dagger dripping with blood into its neck again, and blood spurted out again, which made the audience present horrified and speechless, because everyone was too focused on the fight on the ring. No one on the field noticed who threw the dagger to the slave girl. Now that they saw that she stabbed the armor-green crocodile with the dagger, they reacted and looked around for the person who threw the dagger. However, just as everyone had just discussed a few words, a brutal fight broke out on the ring, attracting everyone's attention again. The armor-green crocodile struggled harder because of the severe pain, and directly threw the slave girl riding on its back out. The slave girl had no spiritual power, so she naturally couldn't withstand its force. Her whole body fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string, making a loud bang, which caused quite a shock to everyone's hearts. Seeing this, Xiahou Wanxian was worried for her. While she admired her skills, she was also afraid that she would not be able to hold on for long. After all, she was a human being, a delicate woman. No matter how good her skills were, she would be exhausted by that hard and huge ugly thing. What should I do? The armor-green crocodile was completely enraged by her. She has exhausted her strength now, and has no chance to resist. Xiahou Wanxian sighed anxiously, but Su Maoyang was quite calm, with an ambiguous smile on his lips, and answered in a deep voice, "No, she will win." Hearing such a positive answer, Xiahou Wanxian looked sideways, and looked at Su Maoyang in surprise. She didn't know where her confidence in the slave girl could make her give such a firm answer. However, just when Xiahou Wanxian was puzzled, the slave girl on the stage endured the severe pain in her body, clapped her hands, and propped herself up from the ground. Under her messy black hair, a pair of eyes, like a hungry wolf in the dark night, showed a terrifying fierce light. Then she actually flew forward without caring about her life. Her figure flashed like a rainbow light, and she flashed behind the armor-green crocodile without anyone noticing, and swung her arm towards its head and stabbed it straight down. The action was smooth, fast, accurate and fierce. The armor-green crocodile did not have time to react at all. The dagger had already sunk into its head and dealt it a fatal blow. But even so, the slave girl did not let it go. She pierced its eyes, and pierced its powerful tail several times in a row. After several fatal attacks, the armor-green crocodile was covered with wounds and fell heavily on the ground, completely losing the ability to fight back. At this moment, the game ended, and everyone present was stunned by the slave girl's fierce fighting power, and fell into a brief silence for a while. Chapter 1095. I bought this slave girl. Xiahou Wanxian was shocked when she saw this scene. She couldn't recover for a long time. It was not until the people around her started to make noise that she turned her head stiffly and looked at Su Maoyang in disbelief. How do you know she will win? The slave girl was obviously at a disadvantage, and had almost no chance of winning. She could guess the result like this. Isn't Su Mo too amazing? Hearing this, Xiahou Zian also stared at Su Maoyang curiously, waiting for her answer. Su Maoyang curled his lips, and looked at the two of them meaningfully. A greedy wolf, and a hungry wolf. Who do you think will win? Wan Xian and Zian trembled in their hearts and looked shocked. And then looked back at the bloody, embarrassed, but murderous slave girl on the stage. And suddenly understood at this moment. This slave girl has suffered long-term oppression. Too much hatred and anger accumulated together, waiting for the opportunity to fight back. Because she had no way out. No choice. She had to fight to the death. Which would definitely inspire all the potential in her heart. And the armored green crocodile was a precious 8th level holy beast. And must have been well protected by the master. Now it wanted to eat the slave girl just because of greed and wanted more food. So, between greed and survival, the desire to survive is naturally stronger. Of course, the main reason is that this slave girl is a natural killer. Su Maoyang stared at the bloody and murderous woman on the stage. His eyes slightly fixed. And he pondered seriously. She rarely used the word natural. And now she could give this slave girl such a high evaluation. Which was enough to show her appreciation for the latter. Because she knew very well that if the slave girl didn't have sharp and ruthless skills, no matter how stubborn and strong she was, she would only become the food of the armored green crocodile. After all, the difference in strength between the two was too great, and it wouldn't work without some real skills. But she didn't have spiritual power, and she could still fight like this, which showed how terrifying this person's skills were. From this, it can be seen that the identity of this slave girl is probably not simple. However, no matter how powerful her identity was before, now that her spiritual power was abolished and she became a slave, she could only be slaughtered. Even if she won the game, she would not have a good end if she killed the 8th level Holy Spirit beast. Because in this world, trash is worse than animals. As expected, the elder in charge of the beast fighting competition saw the precious armored green crocodile being killed. And he was furious on the spot, shouting angrily, "Bitch, you are so bold that you dare to kill her. Come on. Drag her down and beat her to death." After the roar, several big men in the audience rushed to the ring and grabbed the slave girl. The slave girl was exhausted after the desperate fight just now, and she seemed to have no strength to struggle. However, her eyes, which were half blocked by black hair, seemed to be poisoned, and stared fiercely at the elder who was speaking. If her spiritual power had not been abolished, she should have rushed up to fight with the elder. Thinking of this, seeing that she was about to be dragged down and beaten to death, Su Maoyang frowned, stood up immediately, and stopped without hesitation. "Wait! I bought this slave girl. Now she is alone. If she wants to fight back to Burning Blood City for revenge, she must build a force and strengthen her strength. And this slave girl is a natural killer. If you can buy her and make her work for you, it will definitely be a great help." At this moment, Su Maoyang's words immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the audience. And everyone looked at her in surprise. Among the audience, some knew her and some didn't. However, most of those who didn't know her had heard of Su Maoyang's deeds. As a freshman, she defeated Xiahou Jingxiang, a top-level spiritual master, in the arena competition, which caused quite a stir at the time. Therefore, even if many people didn't watch the game, they heard some rumors. Now that she stood up and wanted to buy the slave girl, everyone whispered to each other and pointed at her. The person in charge of the Colosseum was a serious middle-aged man. He didn't seem to expect that someone threatened to buy this slave girl. He frowned and stared at Su Maoyang with a gloomy face. He refuted, "Our Colosseum is not a slave market. If you want to buy slaves, go out and buy them." This slave girl violated the rules of the beast fighting and killed the armored green crocodile. She is guilty of a heinous crime and must be executed. Su Maoyang heard this, frowned, glanced at the armored green crocodile lying in a pool of blood, raised the corners of his lips, and asked sarcastically, "Elder, everyone knows that the armored green crocodile is a very ferocious spirit beast. If you compete with it, one side will die. Therefore, this slave girl had no choice but to kill it. Otherwise she would die now. You knew the temperament of the armored green crocodile, but you still push such a ferocious spirit beast up to compete. Isn't it a violation of the rule that you can't kill people? You have violated the rules yourself." So why blame a woman who passively accepts your manipulation? Su Maoyang's question was so powerful that the elder was speechless. You? Seeing that the elder was speechless, Su Maoyang did not give him any chance to defend himself and took advantage of the victory to speak up. Elder, no matter how precious and rare the armored green crocodile is, it is already dead. Even if you kill the slave girl, it will not help. Why don't you sell the slave girl to me? You can get some money to buy a good spirit beast as compensation. I don't need to help you with this account. Right? Su Maoyang's words made the elder's expression stagnant, and his pupils were filled with surprise. Her words undoubtedly woke him up. His armored green crocodile was already dead, and punishing the slave girl would only vent his anger and nothing else. If he sold her for some money, it would be a good idea. Thinking of this, the elder's expression eased and he said, Okay, I bought this slave girl for 1 million black crystals. As long as you can afford this price, I will sell it to you. When everyone heard the price of 1 million black crystals, they all gasped in shock. I didn't expect this elder to ask for a high price. He actually asked for 1 million for a slave girl. It's really amazing that he can say that. Xiahou Wanxian beside Su Maoyang couldn't stand it anymore. So she stood up and retorted, Elder, you are too much. In the slave market, the best slave is only 1,000 black crystals, and most of the others are only a few hundred. You asked for 1 million. It's obvious that you are blackmailing us. This slave can even kill an 8th level holy spirit beast, so the price is naturally more expensive than other slaves. If you can't afford it, don't talk about buying the slave. When the elder heard that they thought it was too expensive, he snorted disdainfully. However, at this moment, a sweet voice, like a yellow oriole, suddenly interrupted. Elder, you. 1 million black crystals. I will buy this slave girl. The person who said this was Xiahou Qingyi, the genius girl of the Xiahou family. As soon as she spoke, she immediately became the focus of the whole audience. And when Elder Yu saw that it was her, his expression jumped into surprise, and he nodded quickly. Okay, this slave girl is Miss Qingyi's. Chapter 1096. Is there really so much money? Su Maoyang frowned slightly when she heard this, and said unhappily, Elder, I was the first one to take a fancy to this slave girl. How can you sell it to someone else? Humph. Who told you that you can't afford it? Of course, I will sell it to someone who can afford it. Elder Yu glanced at her with contempt and snorted. Xiahou Yuanshan couldn't help but add insult to injury when she heard this. Ha ha ha. Suimo. Xiahou Wanxian. If you can't afford so much money, don't talk big and act like a hero. This slave girl is favored by Sister Qingyi. Sister Qingyi is a Dan Wang alchemist. Do you, a maid, have more money than an alchemist? As soon as Xiahou Yuanshan finished speaking, the people around laughed and laughed at Su Maoyang for not knowing her own limitations and daring to compete with an alchemist for something. Su Maoyang also knew that Xiahou Qingyi's sudden price increase was probably aimed at her. Now seeing Xiahou Yuanshan's gloating look, she was more certain of this guess. However, she was determined to buy the slave girl, so Xiahou Yuanshan's ridicule could not stop her. So, she ignored Xiahou Yuanshan's ridicule and said to Elder Yu in a decisive manner, Elder, I didn't say I couldn't afford the money. I still have 1 million xianjing. I will take this slave girl. Sitting in the center of the audience, Xiahou Qingyi didn't expect Su Maoyang to dare to compete with her for the girl. She couldn't help but look sideways in the direction of Su Maoyang. Seeing that Su Maoyang was firm and didn't intend to give up, Xiahou Qingyi's red cherry mouth couldn't help but tilted into a charming arc, and her fair face was full of smiles, like a blooming lily, delicate and tempting. However, Su Maoyang saw clearly that although the smile was beautiful, it was mixed with strong contempt. Obviously, this Xiahou Qingyi did not take them seriously. Sure enough, not long after, she spoke softly, with a clear voice, like jade beads falling on a plate. Very pleasant to the ear. Elder Yu, I will pay 2 million black crystals. When Elder Yu heard this, his expression suddenly froze, staring at her in disbelief. Miss Qingyi, 2 million to buy a slave? Are you sure? Xiahou Qingyi nodded slightly. Yes, I am sure. Seeing this, Elder Yu's pupils dilated, and he was really shocked by her generosity. 2 million black crystals to buy a slave. It really deserves to be the Dan King alchemist. Giving money is straightforward. However, before he could open his mouth to announce it, Su Maoyang interrupted him. I will pay 3 million. She was determined to get this female slave, and there was no possibility of giving it to others. Xiahou Qingyi was clearly against her, and deliberately fighting with her. If that was the case, she would have to accompany her to the end. Hearing that another million was added, not only was Elder Yu shocked, but even the audience was also frightened. They stared at Su Maoyang in disbelief, thinking she was crazy. Xiahou Qingyi was an alchemist, and the apple of the eye of the Xiahou family. Everyone could understand why she was so generous, but they just didn't understand how Su Imo, a maid, could have so many black crystals to squander. Where did she get the confidence to compare with Xiahou Qingyi in wealth? If she wasn't crazy, then what was she? Everyone didn't understand why Su Maoyang spent so much money on a female slave. Xiahou Qingyi was also surprised by her generosity, and it seemed that she didn't expect her to have so many black crystals. After looking at Su Maoyang in surprise, Xiahou Qingyi frowned slightly and continued to bid unconvincingly. I offer 4 million. The high price of 4 million caused an uproar again around them. The slaves were of humble status, but they were sold for 4 million black crystals. This has never happened before. Everyone was shocked inside. However, facing this high price, Su Maoyang remained indifferent, without blinking, and added another price. I offer 5 million. You hearing 5 million? Xiahou Qingyi, who was just indifferent and even a little disdainful, changed her expression slightly, staring at Su Maoyang's beautiful eyes, with unconcealable surprise and anger. You know, 5 million black crystals is already a considerable amount. For Xiahou Qingyi, she can buy a lot of medicinal materials and spiritual stones. Now she has to use this money to buy a slave. No matter how you look at it, it is quite uneconomical. However, Su Imo kept raising the price without caring, as if she didn't take the 5 million into consideration at all. It was obvious that she was deliberately going against her and embarrassing her. No wonder Xiahou Yuanshan gritted her teeth and was extremely angry every time she mentioned Su Imo. Sure enough, this woman was as annoying as she said. It seems that if these country bumpkins from Yuxing Town are not given a warning, they really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Thinking of this, Xiahou Qingyi gritted her teeth, reluctantly gave up, and bid again. I'll offer 6 million. Compared with Xiahou Qingyi's dark and gloomy face, Su Maoyang looked relaxed. He raised his eyebrows slightly and doubled the price casually. I'll offer 7 million. As soon as these words came out, Xiahou Qingyi's chest was immediately blocked, and he was furious and his cheeks flushed. However, Xiahou Qingyi was a proud person. Even though she felt sorry for the money, she was not willing to admit defeat because Su Maoyang was standing still. She had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue to add money. I'll pay 8 million. I'll buy this slave girl. She still didn't believe it. She was the daughter of the Xiahou family. How could she not be better than a maid? Su Maoyang sneered in his heart when he heard it. He stared at her indifferently, not even bothering to raise his eyelids. I'll pay 9 million. Miss Qingyi, are you going to add more? You. Xiahou Qingyi was completely angry with her, and her face turned blue, and she couldn't speak. 9 million Xian crystals had long exceeded her budget, and were beyond her ability to bear. She only had 5 million Xian crystals in total, and even 8 million was already very difficult. How could she dare to add more? Xiahou Shaojun, who was standing next to her, saw that something was not right and hurriedly advised. Sister Qingyi, forget it. We don't need to spend so much money to buy a slave. If the old man and father knew about it, it would be hard to explain. Hearing this, Xiahou Qingyi regained some of her rationality. She was silent for a long time and finally said, forget it. It's just a female slave. I'll give it to you. 9 million Xian crystals is not something you can just call for. I want to see if you, a maid, can come up with 9 million. She still didn't believe that a maid could really come up with so much money. Hearing this, everyone stared at Su Maoyang in unison, all laughing and waiting to see her make a fool of herself. Su Maoyang was straightforward. She walked down the steps and came to Elder Yu, handing him a card. Swipe it. Elder Yu didn't expect her to be serious. He looked at her in surprise, then quickly took the card and swiped it on his own card. He actually had 9 million Xian crystals deposited into his account. He was so shocked that his eyes widened. Chapter 1097. Do you dare to fight with me? Everyone was shocked when they saw this, staring at Su Maoyang in disbelief. They never thought that a maid could really take out 9 million Xian crystals casually. You know, these rich young men and young ladies can't take out so much money. So they can't even compare to a maid? It's just a big joke. Everyone present was twitching and their expressions were stiff because of Su Maoyang's generous behavior. Xiahou Qingyi, Xiahou Yuanshan and others in the audience were shocked by this scene. And the ridicule that rolled to their lips was swallowed back. Impossible. How is it possible? Xiahou Qingyi stood up excitedly and yelled with embarrassment. The Xiahou family didn't give her so much money at one time. How could they give it to a maid? There must be something fishy about this matter. Su Maoyang was amused to see her excited, and couldn't help but curl up the corners of his lips, and nodded to her gratefully. I can buy a female slave. And I have to thank Miss Qingyi for letting me. Seeing Su Maoyang smile, Xiahou Qingyi was even more stimulated. She pointed at Su Maoyang with a frown and shouted, Su Mo, I want to fight a beast with you. Do you dare to accept it? Hearing about the beast fight, everyone stopped talking and stared at the two with bated breath. Xiahou Wanxian knew how powerful Xiahou Qingyi was and didn't want to conflict with her. So she quickly stopped him. Sister Qingyi, Su Mo is my maid. We are all family. So there's no need to be so aggressive. Family? Who are you family with? You have long been expelled from our ancestral home. And you are no longer a member of our Xiahou family. Grandpa took you in because he felt sorry for you and had no place to go. You must put yourself in the right place. Besides, do you think you can call me Sister Qingyi? Xiahou Yuanshan heard this and scolded Xiahou Qingyi before she could speak. The disgusted tone made Xiahou Wanxian feel ashamed and angry. Being humiliated in front of so many people, Xiahou Wanxian felt a little embarrassed. But the other party was outnumbered. She was too lazy to bother with them. So she just called Xian, walked down the steps quickly, came to Su Maoyang, and urged her to leave. Su Mo, let's go quickly. If we stay any longer, this group of people will always cause trouble for us. Now that the people have been rescued, there is no need to stay here. They can't afford to offend Xiahou Qingyi, but they can afford to avoid her. When Xiahou Qingyi saw that they wanted to leave, a trace of contempt flashed in her eyes, and she sneered and asked, What? Are you scared? You are disciples of the Beast Hall. You should be good at fighting beasts. Are you afraid of me? A disciple of the Pill Hall? As soon as these words came out, everyone laughed again, and they despised Xiahou Wanxian, Su Maoyang, and others to the extreme. The disciples of the Pill Hall dared to propose a beast fighting competition. But the disciples of the Beast Hall actually fled in the face of the battle, which was so funny that others laughed their teeth off. This is definitely the biggest shame in the history of the Beast Hall. This bunch of rubbish. Get out of the Beast Hall right away, and stop bringing shame to our Beast Hall. Yeah. I really don't know why the elders let such a group of cowards enter the academy, and assign them to our Beast Hall. They are simply dragging our Beast Hall down, and bringing shame to our Beast Hall. I heard that Su Mo is a maid, with such a humble identity. How could she have a decent spirit beast? I really don't know how she had the courage to enter the Beast Hall. Ha ha ha. I see. It's not that she doesn't have a decent spirit beast. She doesn't have a spirit beast at all. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, the people around laughed. And for a moment, the malice from all directions seemed to drown Su Maoyang, Xiahou Wanxian, and others. Su Maoyang knew that if she didn't accept the challenge today, she and Wanxian would no longer have a place to stand in the Beast Hall. Thinking of this, she pulled Xiahou Wanxian's hand away, looked up at Xiahou Qingyi in the audience, and said calmly, If you want to fight with me, you must have a bet. Without a bet, who would be willing to waste your energy with you? Xiahou Qingyi didn't expect that this maid had such a big appetite and dared to dream of her bet. She couldn't help but sneered. Tell me, how many black crystals do you want? You saw it just now. I don't lack black crystals. So, let's change to something else that I'm interested in. Su Maoyang shook his head slightly, not taking the black crystal seriously. You? Seeing that she was so difficult to serve, Xiahou Qingyi was so angry that her breathing stagnated and her face turned livid. Then she tried to suppress the anger in her chest and patiently said, It's okay if you don't want Xianjing. I have a top-grade Xuepa pill here. This kind of pill has rare medicinal materials and complicated refining techniques. It may not be available on the market even with Xianjing. You should be satisfied with such a precious pill as a bet. Right? When everyone heard that it was Xuepa pill, they all changed their faces in shock. Everyone knew the value of Xuepa pill. They didn't expect Xiahou Qingyi to be so generous that she dared to take out such a rare and precious pill as a bet. It was really amazing. Although they didn't think that Su Maoyang, a maid, could win Xiao Qingyi. They thought highly of her and envied her for having such an expensive bet. However, Su Maoyang frowned slightly and shook his head coldly. Sorry, I'm not interested in Xuepadan. When these words came out, everyone gasped in shock, and they couldn't believe their ears. She was a maid born in a humble family, but she dared to say that she was not interested in the upper Xian-grade Xuepadan. Did she know what an upper Xian-grade elixir was? I really don't know if Su Imo is too arrogant or has a problem with her brain. Or maybe she doesn't even know what the Xuepadan is. Otherwise, how could she not care about such a precious elixir? She is simply a lunatic. Xiao Qingyi was also shocked by her attitude, and her angry pupils were filled with extreme shock. Su Imo, look carefully. This is the upper Xian-grade Xuepadan, which can help the initial stage of the Venerable Spiritual Master to advance to the middle stage of the Venerable Spiritual Master. How many strong people are scrambling for it? But you are not interested. Are you still sane? As a Danzong alchemist, Su Maoyang has many elixirs in his space that are more precious than the Xuepadan. How could he look down on the elixir refined by the Dan King level? At this time, he answered without thinking, I think I have made it very clear that I am not interested in your Xuepadan. You should change the bet. You? This time, no matter how well-mannered Xiao Qingyi was, she was ruined by her. Her cheeks flushed with anger. She gritted her teeth and roared, What do you want? Su Maoyang had already made a plan in mind. She raised her eyebrows and said softly, I want the spiritual weapon of Lingbao Pavilion. Yanyu Locking Star Rope. Hearing this name, Xiao Wanxian looked at Su Maoyang in surprise. She didn't expect that at this critical moment. Su Imo was still thinking about her weapon. Chapter 1098 What is your bet? Even if Xiao Qingyi didn't know how much the Yanyu Locking Star Rope cost, she knew that it would cost 10 million Xianjing just by hearing the spiritual grade weapon. It would even be higher. Hearing such a shameless request, she was once again furious at Su Maoyang, and her hands under her sleeves unconsciously clenched. She had never met such a disgusting person before. Xiao Yuanshan had been cheated by Su Maoyang for 2 expensive space rings before, and now she heard that she was asking for a high price. So she was furious and shouted, Su Imo, you shameless bitch. Do you think you can cut at spiritual weapons? In the Xiao family, only a few children with good strength have spiritual weapons, and even Xiao Yuanshan is not qualified to get them. Su Imo, a maid, dared to ask for such an expensive thing. It was really shameless. Since Miss Qingyi can't come up with the bet I want, then this beast fighting competition will have to be abandoned. Bye. There is no benefit. Su Maoyang will not be stupid enough to waste energy entangled with her. This is her usual style. Seeing Su Maoyang and Xiao Wanxian turning around to leave, Xiao Qingyi was so angry that she was about to explode. She immediately stopped them. Stop! Who said I can't take it out? Since you want the Yanyu Locking Star Rope, then I'll take it as a bet. It depends on whether you have the ability to take it. Xiao Xiaojun, who was standing by, heard that Xiao Qingyi really agreed to her request, and hurriedly persuaded her anxiously. Sister Qingyi, spiritual weapons are often worth tens of millions of black crystals. Where can we get so much money? She was just a Danwang alchemist. Although she could refine black-grade elixirs, no matter how precious the black-grade elixirs were, they were not worth tens of millions of black crystals. There were many black-grade elixirs on the market now, and they could be bought everywhere. It was not rare. However, the more precious black-grade elixirs must be refined with very rare medicinal materials. It was not so easy. Therefore, the mysterious elixirs that Xiao Qingyi refined could give her more time to practice, which was already very good. It would be irrational to use spiritual weapons as a bet. However, Xiao Qingyi was so angry that she couldn't swallow it. When she heard Xiao Xiaojun's words, she asked back dissatisfiedly, Do you mean that you are worried that I will lose to a maid? Xiao Xiaojun was choked by her. Seeing that she was angry, he didn't dare to offend her. He could only follow her words and explain tactfully. No. Of course I believe you can win. But? No buts. I still don't believe that the cheap things from Yuxing Town can produce any spiritual beasts. Xiao Qingyi snorted coldly. The reason why she agreed to use spiritual weapons as a bet so readily was that she was sure that she could beat Su Imo. Seeing that she was so confident, the children of the Xiao family around her didn't dare to persuade her anymore. They couldn't say anything about what Xiao Qingyi decided. However, some time ago, The third prince specially sent a powerful 8th level spirit beast to please Xiahou Qingyi. This spirit beast has won several games, so they are still very confident in the strength of this spirit beast. Although Xiahou Qingyi's behavior is a bit willful, she has the capital to be willful. Suimo, I have already given my bet. What about yours? Xiahou Qingyi narrowed her eyes and asked coldly. Su Maoyang nodded slightly after hearing this, but did not refuse. Since Miss Qingyi is so straightforward, I will not be shy. I will bet on elixirs. What? Elixirs? Suimo, you should understand that I am an alchemist. Do you think I will lack elixirs? Xiahou Qingyi felt that she was severely humiliated and shouted angrily. A maid actually wanted to bet on pills with a pill king alchemist like her. It was too absurd. Does she think that the pills made by the pill king are not as good as the pills in her hand? It's ridiculous. Not only Xiahou Qingyi, but even the audience couldn't stand it anymore. They condemned Su Maoyang, thinking that she was too arrogant and ignorant. But Su Maoyang ignored the accusations and ridicules around her. She took out a lower quality pill from the space and showed it to everyone. She asked calmly, Golden Crow pill. There is an 80% chance that it can help you advance from the peak of the Pill King to the early stage of the Pill Emperor. Are you sure you don't want it? Hearing the Golden Crow pill, the laughter in the audience stopped abruptly. Everyone froze and stayed where they were. After a long time, some people began to sigh one after another. Golden Crow pill. Oh my god. Did I hear it wrong? She actually has such a precious pill? Yes. It's incredible. This pill is a treasure that countless alchemists want to fight for. Isn't Suimo a maid? Where did she get this pill from? Everyone was shocked, and their minds were full of questions. They felt that Su Maoyang was more and more unpredictable. Even Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian, who were standing next to her, were stunned by her actions, and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. They were already shocked that Su Maoyang could take out the Xianin pill last time, but they didn't expect that she actually had other high-quality pills. If she picked up the Xianin pill, then what about this Golden Crow pill? They wouldn't be stupid enough to think that she picked it up again. Of course, the most shocked among them was Xiahou Qingyi. As an alchemist, she knew the value of the Golden Crow pill best. It was a pill that could only be made by a super powerful person at the Danzone level. The herbs needed were very rare, and the refining method was extremely complicated. Moreover, the Golden Crow pill was almost the most precious and rare treasure for an alchemist of her level, because this pill could help her advance to the level of Danwang. You have to know that from the Danwang level to the Danwang level, it was a qualitative leap, and her status and position would change dramatically. By then, she would have a place in the academy, and even in the entire Fonlin Imperial City. And this Golden Crow pill in front of her can realize all her dreams. Thinking of this, Xiahou Qingyi's inner desire became stronger. She swallowed her saliva eagerly, suppressed her inner shock, and nodded in agreement. Okay, I want this Golden Crow pill. If you lose, don't regret it. Haha. I should say this. I hope Miss Qingyi will not regret it. You should keep your word. Su Maoyang chuckled, and a graceful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Xiahou Qingyi frowned and snorted disdainfully. Don't worry. I won't regret it. Can we start now? Seeing her eager look, Su Maoyang's pupils flashed a cunning, and the smile on his lips deepened. Of course, Xiahou Wanxian on the side didn't expect Su Maoyang to really agree. She was shocked and opened her eyes wide. She lowered her voice and urged anxiously. Suimo, are you going to send the blue-scale sky-swallowing python to fight them? The blue-scale sky-swallowing python is the leader of the 10 fierce beasts. If its identity is exposed, your life will be in danger. Chapter 1099, Let me compete with you. The spiritual beast that is the leader of the 10 fierce beasts is a hot commodity that many powerful people are vying for. Once Suimo exposes the blue-scale swallowing sky python, it will definitely cause a big sensation. At that time, I don't know how many people will be jealous and want to kill her and snatch the fierce beast. How could Xiahou Wanxian let her take such a risk? Su Maoyang gave her a comforting smile. Don't worry. I will send Xiao Martin to fight her. Hearing this, Xiahou Wanxian was even more frightened, and waved her hands in disapproval. No. No. Xiao Martin has small arms and legs. So small that you can hold it with one hand. I don't think it can even bite people. How can you let it deal with those big guys? You are sending it to die. No. No. Absolutely not. Xiahou Wanxian had seen the heavenly demon Martin, and she saved Su Maoyong because of its pitiful appearance. She couldn't imagine that Su Mo would let such a cute and petite marten fight against a powerful spirit beast. It was too cruel. She couldn't accept it. When the demon marten in the space heard this, he was so angry that he grimaced and yelled, "What? You can't even bite people. You underestimate me too much. Woman, let me out quickly. I will bite Xiahou Qing's spirit beast into pieces, and let them know what cruelty is." However, Xiahou Wanqian couldn't hear the demon marten's roar in the medicine cauldron space at all. At this time, she turned her head to look at Xiahou Qing, and said loudly and seriously, "Miss Qingyi, Suemo is a maid. How can she have a spirit beast? If you compare with her, people will say that you are bullying the weak, which is not good for your reputation. Since you want to fight the beasts, I will compete with you. Besides, the Yanyu locking star rope was originally a trophy for her. Since it is her trophy, she must rely on her own strength to win it. Besides, last time in the fire scale forest, Suemo contracted the shadow white tiger and the blood-eyed blue sky python for her. Until now, she has not trained them. Now is a good opportunity to train them." When Xiahou Qingyi heard this, she sneered and glanced at Xiahou Wanqian with disdain, and said indifferently, "You too. Anyone can do it." Xiahou Qingyi had heard that the family Xiahou Xinhong had formed in Yuxing Town could barely maintain the most basic life. So how could they afford to buy spiritual beasts? What's more, with the strength of those useless people, it was impossible for them to catch spiritual beasts by themselves. So, whether it was Suemo or Xiahou Wanqian, she didn't care. There was only one result. She would definitely win. Seeing that Xiahou Qingyi agreed, Xiahou Wanqian was delighted and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Okay, let's get started." Hearing this, Xiahou Qingyi waved her hand without any nonsense and released the spirit beast into space. At this time, there was a roar, and a black bear that was 3 meters tall, fat, and muscular jumped onto the ring, exposing itself to everyone's sight. Its shoulders were bulging, its hair was dark and shiny, and its 2 arms, as thick as iron pillars, seemed to be covered with a layer of lightning, with a power that should not be underestimated. On the round and big fat head, there was a pair of red eyes with a fierce light, like 2 blood beads, so bright that it was creepy. When the audience saw the scene, their hearts trembled uncontrollably, and horror suddenly surged in their eyes. Some people who had seen Xiahou Qing's spirit beast were relatively calm, but those who had not seen it were really frightened and smacked their lips in admiration and envy. "Oh my god! It's actually the Thunder Explosion Bear. This guy is so powerful that he can produce the power of thunder. No wonder Xiahou Qingyi is so confident and doesn't take them seriously at all. She really has the capital to be confident, isn't it? I heard that this Thunder Explosion Bear was specially sent to her by His Royal Highness the Third Prince to please her. From the hands of the Third Prince. How bad can this spiritual beast be? Ha ha ha. Who makes her beautiful and a noble Dan Wang alchemist. Of course, the Third Prince is fascinated by her. In my opinion, Xiahou Qingyi will become the 3rd imperial concubine in a short time. Yes, Xiahou Wanqian, the daughter who was driven out of the Xiahou family a long time ago, dares to go against the Xiahou family's jewel in the crown. The future 3rd imperial concubine. It's really stupid. It seems that her fate today will be very miserable. The people around were gloating, mocking Xiahou Wanqian while gossiping about Xiahou Qingyi. Xiahou Wanqian, who was not favored by the public, was very energetic at this time. She released her spirit beast with a wave of her hand. At this time, everyone saw that opposite to the Thunder Explosion Bear, a giant python that was much taller than the Thunder Explosion Bear suddenly appeared. It stood up and was estimated to be 5 meters tall, with the tail coiled on the ring. It was at least 10 meters long. The fat body was green all over, with a faint green light, and the same blood-red eyes, which seemed to be poisoned, made people shudder. Such a giant python suddenly appeared in everyone's sight, and everyone was shocked and frightened. It was as if a thunder had exploded above their heads, and they were all stunned. It was not until the blood-eyed blue sky python on the stage launched the first round of attack on the Thunder Explosion Bear, causing quite a commotion, that the people who were stunned on the spot gradually came to their senses. Some people rubbed their eyes in disbelief, and asked the people next to them uncertainly, Then, is that the blood pupil blue sky python? Am I seeing things? The The reason they asked such questions was not because they didn't know the blood-pupil blue sky python, but because they didn't believe that Xiahou Wanxian actually had a blood-pupil blue sky python. However, just as everyone was speculating and doubting, Xiahou Yuanshan, who was sitting in the audience, saw this scene and jumped up from her seat. She stared at the blood-pupil blue sky python on the stage with her eyes wide open, her eyes surging with incredible shock. Her pale face seemed to be covered with a layer of paste, and she was filled with terrible anger. At this moment, she pointed at the python on the stage, trembling with anger, and her mouth twitched for a long time before she uttered a sentence. No wonder you were able to get out of the fire scale forest smoothly. It turned out that you have contracted the blood-eyed blue sky python. At the beginning, Xiahou Yuanshan and other disciples of the Xiahou family besieged the blood-eyed blue sky python and wanted to seize its snake eggs, who knew that their strength was too weak and they were no match for the blood-eyed blue sky python. Seeing that they were about to be annihilated, they happened to find Xiahou Wanxian. Xiahou Zian and Su Mo were nearby, so she diverted the trouble to them and threw the snake eggs to them to lure the blood-eyed blue sky python over. She originally wanted to kill them with the blood-eyed blue sky python, but who knew that they actually let them walk out of the forest safely. At that time, she was still wondering how they escaped from the attack of the blood-eyed blue sky python. Just thinking about their strength, Xiahou Yuanshan automatically thought that they also used such a shameful method as diverting the trouble to them. Now she understands everything. They didn't escape at all. They directly contracted the blood-eyed blue sky python. Chapter 1100. You are too shameless. Xiahou Yuanshan and Xiahou Mingxiu were completely frightened by the blood-eyed blue sky python summoned by Xiahou Wanxian. How did they manage to defeat the blood-eyed blue sky python and contract it? This is too incredible. Xiahou Qingyi, who was standing by, was also extremely shocked when she saw this scene. You know, the blood-eyed blue sky python is the same as her thunder explosion bear, both of which are 8th level holy spirit beasts. And this blood-eyed blue sky python is considered to be an extremely ferocious spirit beast among the 8th level holy spirit beasts, much more powerful than ordinary spirit beasts of the same level. Although her thunder explosion bear is quite powerful, it is still very difficult to fight against the blood-eyed blue sky python. Now seeing Xiahou Yuanshan suddenly so excited, Xiahou Qingyi frowned and asked loudly, "What is going on?" She couldn't figure out how someone like Xiahou Wanxian could have such a powerful spirit beast. Xiahou Yuanshan came back to her senses after being asked harshly by Xiahou Qingyi, and then hurriedly explained, "Sister Qingyi, we met the blood-eyed blue sky python in the fire scale forest. In order to fight this beast, we sacrificed many brothers. But when we were about to kill the blood-eyed blue sky python, Xiahou Wanxian and her friends suddenly rushed out and tricked us, and took the opportunity to snatch the blood-eyed blue sky python, causing a group of our brothers to sacrifice in vain." Hearing this, Xiahou Qingyi's face became even uglier, and her disgust for Su Maoyang and Xiahou Wanxian reached the extreme. There is such a thing. Humph! Xiahou Xinhong's children are really insidious and cunning beasts who are not presentable. The people around were also shocked to learn the truth. No wonder a country bumpkin from Yuxing town would have such a powerful spiritual beast as the blood-eyed blue sky python. It turned out that Xiahou Wanxian got it by trickery. It's really disgusting. As soon as the truth spread, the entire Colosseum was filled with condemnation of Xiahou Wanxian, Su Maoyang and others, and all kinds of unbearable insults were about to drown the three of them. Xiahou Zian was furious when he heard these rumors that were completely inconsistent with the facts. He said angrily with a sullen face, "These people are really brainless. They believe whatever Xiahou Yuanshan says. They are extremely ignorant." It was obviously Xiahou Yuanshan who deliberately misled them and framed them. But now it has turned into them framing Xiahou Yuanshan and others. If he hadn't experienced this incident personally, he would have almost believed Xiahou Yuanshan's lies. It can be seen how shameless Xiahou Yuanshan is. Su Maoyang saw him getting angry, but he didn't care and comforted him. "Forget it. Let them talk. After all, it is not credible to spread that we three defeated the blood-eyed blue sky python with our strength. Of course, they would rather believe that it was the credit of Xiahou Yuanshan's group. The three of them came from Yuxing town, and their strength has always been looked down upon. But they defeated the blood-eyed blue sky python. I think no one can accept it. Besides, Su Maoyang never cared about the outside world's evaluation and opinion of her, whether it was good or bad. She came to Fonlin Imperial Capital to recuperate and improve her strength. Not to listen to these people's gossip. Xiahou Xian listened to Su Maoyang's words, and knew that this was the truth. His expression eased a little, and he looked back at the ring. On the ring, Thunder Explosion Bear and Blood-Eyed Blue Sky Python were fighting with all their strength. And each blow brought a devastating force. Even though the audience seats were far away from the arena, one could still feel the powerful pressure coming towards them. After several rounds of attacks, the Thunder Explosion Bear, which was just so powerful, gradually slowed down. Although its attacks were violent, its body was too heavy. Facing the flexible attacks of the Blood-Eyed Blue Sky Python, it could resist at the beginning, but later, it consumed a lot of physical strength and became a little tired. The Blood-Eyed Blue Sky Python was also smart. It deliberately circled around and entangled, binding its heavy body so that it could not move. When the Thunder Explosion Bear had no time to defend and exposed a flaw, the Blood-Eyed Blue Sky Python was like a taut bow, and suddenly rushed towards the Thunder Explosion Bear's body, opened its sharp fangs, and prepared to bite it hard. The fangs dripped with green liquid, which was obviously poisonous. If the Thunder Explosion Bear was bitten, there would be no life. Xiahou Qingyi was so shocked by this scene that her eyes were bloodshot. She stood up suddenly and screamed, "No!" The Thunder Explosion Bear was at least an 8th level holy beast, although it was suppressed by the Blood-Eyed Blue Sky Python, and could not deal much damage. Its defense ability was still very outstanding. Seeing that it was about to bite its body, it immediately grabbed the Blood-Eyed Blue Sky Python's neck and threw it out. The Thunder Explosion Bear's arm carried the power of thunder, and the power was so great that even the Blood-Eyed Blue Sky Python could not bear it, and flew several meters away. But the Blood-Eyed Blue Sky Python was not a pushover. After flying out, it raised its head high with high morale, staring at the Thunder Explosion Bear opposite with wide eyes. And the pupils were full of sinister and fierce light, like two stabbing knives, ready to shoot at any time. Seeing this, Xiahou Qingyi knew that if they continued to fight, her Thunder Explosion Bear would definitely not be a match for the Blood-Eyed Blue Sky Python. She quickly took out a pill from her arms and threw it towards the arena. Next, Thunder Explosive Bear took the pill and swallowed it quickly. He immediately recovered a lot of spiritual power and physical strength and became more energetic. Seeing this, Xiahou Wanxian widened her eyes in shock and loudly accused Xiahou Qingyi in dissatisfaction. "Miss Qingyi, the rules of the beast fight are that other people are not allowed to interfere in the competition. Now you give your spirit beast the pill. Isn't that cheating? Humph! Your Blood-Eyed Blue Sky Python just killed my spirit beast and wanted to poison my spirit beast. Isn't that also a violation of the rules? You are also embarrassed to blame me?" Xiahou Qingyi snorted coldly and refuted sharply. Yu Xiahou Wanchuan's cheeks flushed with anger, but she could do nothing about her. Seeing that she was speechless, Xiahou Qingyi spoke even more arrogantly. "I am the master of Thunder Explosion Bear, and the master's strength is also part of its strength. If you have the ability, you can also use pills." Hearing such a slapping word, not only Xiahou Wanxian, but even Xiahou Xian almost exploded, and really wanted to rush up and slap her twice. This person cheated in front of so many people, not only had no sense of shame, but also dared to be so arrogant. It was simply too much. She relied on herself as an alchemist to do whatever she wanted, knowing that they were not alchemists. She deliberately provoked them like this, which was really too much. "Xiahou Qingyi, you are shameless." Faced with her arrogant and disdainful attitude, Xiahou Wanxian was so angry that she trembled all over, pointing at her and cursing. Originally, Xiahou Wanxian was not a character who liked to scold people. It can be imagined how angry she was to scold someone like this today. Hearing her scolding, Xiahou Qingyi had a cold face, as if she didn't take it to heart, with a hint of sarcasm on her lips. "Humph! You framed your own brothers and sisters, and used tricks to steal the spoils that others had worked so hard to win. You are the shameless ones, right?" Chapter 1101 Then I won't be polite. You are making up groundless arguments and slandering others. We have never taken away Xiahou Yuanshan's spoils of war. Xiahou Wanxian pointed at her, gritting her teeth in anger, and her already red cheeks turned purple. Xiahou Qingyi sneered in disbelief and asked sarcastically, "According to what you said, did you personally defeat the Blood-Eyed Blue Sky Python? Although I don't have that ability, Su Mo does. It was her credit that defeated the Blood-Eyed Blue Sky Python. So, We have never used tricks to frame anyone. You can insult me, but you are not allowed to insult Suemo, my brother and my father. Xiahou Wanxian has a gentle temperament, but she can't stand being wronged. And she can't stand the relative she cares about being misunderstood and humiliated. Hearing this, the whole audience burst into laughter. And those who felt it was funny shook their heads repeatedly. And the sarcastic ridicule continued. Ha ha ha. This is definitely the biggest joke I heard today. Suemo beat it. Ha ha ha. Do you believe it? This Xiahou Wanxian is really good at bragging. Her maid can beat the blood-eyed blue sky python. Isn't she going to be so proud? TSK TSK TSK. In order to clear the crime of framing her brothers and sisters, she actually said that it was her maid's credit. I think she is not bragging, but shameless. She really thinks we are fools. In the eyes of everyone, Suemo, a maid, can beat the 8th level Holy Spirit beast, which is undoubtedly a big joke. Even if Suemo is very skilled and defeated Xiahou Jingxiang, a peak respected spiritual master, in the arena competition before, there is still a certain gap between the combat power of humans and spiritual beasts. Spirit beasts are much stronger than humans in both attack and defense. So people with the same spiritual power as spirit beasts are no match for them. Moreover, an 8th level Holy Spirit beast can only be defeated by a strong person who has reached the level of a Master Spirit Master. As far as they know, Suemo has just reached the level of a peak Master Spirit Master, and has not reached the level of a Master Spirit Master. It is simply a pipe dream to want to defeat the extremely ferocious blood-eyed blue sky python among the 8th level Holy Spirit beasts. This Xiahou Wanxian dared to say that it was her maid's credit, which was simply shameless, seeing that everyone around believed her, and not Xiahou Wanxian. Xiahou Yuanshan's uneasiness and guilty mood suddenly disappeared. A smug and provocative smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she smiled at Xiahou Wanxian and said, Xiahou Wanxian, listen. Everyone around is laughing at you. Explanation is covering up. No matter how much you explain, it can't cover up your crimes. Yu Xiahou Wanxian had never seen such a person who turned black and white. The anger in her chest was like a boiler, boiling and almost exploding. Seeing that the other party was blaming her and Xiahou Qingyi was cheating, Su Maoyang was very calm. He glanced at the two coldly and spoke quietly. His voice was not loud, but for some reason, there was always a kind of power that could not be ignored. Miss Qingyi, since you said you can use the elixir, then I won't be polite. After saying that, Su Maoyang silently took out an elixir from his arms. And before everyone could see clearly, he had already thrown it at the blood-eyed blue sky python on the ring. The blood-eyed blue sky python trusted Su Maoyang very much. After all, he was forced to surrender by her. When he saw the pill she threw to him, he knew it was a good thing without even having to guess, and swallowed it without saying a word. The next second, everyone saw with their naked eyes that the blood-eyed blue sky python's body suddenly burst out a dazzling spiritual light, and the power fluctuations released were a whole level stronger than before. Seeing this, everyone froze, suddenly widened their eyes, opened their mouths, and stared at the blood-eyed blue sky python on the stage with an overly frightened look, and couldn't recover for a long time. What did they see just now? The blood-eyed blue sky python was actually forcibly upgraded to a level. The quality of the elixir that can forcibly upgrade the strength of an 8th level holy beast to a 9th level holy beast must be quite extraordinary. The audience was stunned, and Xiahou Qingyi was even more shocked, as if she was struck by thunder. Her pretty little face was gray and pale, without the slightest blood color, and her little mouth was trembling. She wanted to speak, but couldn't utter a sound for a long time. Her beautiful eyes were wide open, as if they were about to pop out. The pride and contempt in them were gone, and only a strong shock surged. She grabbed the armrests of the seat with both hands, because she was too strong. Veins appeared on the back of her hands. It was obvious that she had suffered a great blow. She never thought that the blood-eyed blue sky python would be forcibly upgraded. As an alchemist, she knew that in order to force the 8th level holy beast to upgrade, at least a high-quality pill was needed. But just now Suemo had taken out a high-quality golden crow pill, and now he threw out another high-quality pill that forcibly increased his strength. Is this possible? How could she, a maid from a border city, have so many high-quality pills? As an alchemist of the Dan King level, Xiahou Qingyi boasted that she had many more pills than ordinary disciples. But today, she ran into a wall in front of a maid from the countryside. For her, It was a huge shame. The disciples of the Xiahou family were also shocked by Su Maoyang's move. And they were like half-wooden people. Completely dumbfounded. And Xiahou Yuanshan's face, which had just been gloating, seemed to be frozen. And she could no longer laugh. She was no less shocked than Xiahou Qingyi. Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian saw this unexpected scene. And after a moment of shock, they were also made to laugh and cry by Su Maoyang. They didn't know how many surprises Su Mo had in store for them. Just these endless tricks. I think no one can resist. Originally, Xiahou Qingyi used the Xian Great Elixir to restore the spirit beast's spiritual power, which was shameless enough. Who knew that Su Mo was even more shameless, and actually used the Zun Great Elixir to force the spirit beast to upgrade by 1 level, although it was only a short-term upgrade. This level suppression could also suppress the Thunder Explosion Bear to death. This is exactly the rumor that the higher the virtue, the higher the evil. Is it necessary to continue fighting like this? Isn't Thunder Explosion Bear bound to lose? Thinking of this, Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian suddenly wanted to laugh. Su Mo was really a swindler. Sure enough, just as Wanxian and Zian expected, the blood-eyed blue sky python, which had been upgraded by 1 level, had already attacked Thunder Explosion Bear frantically. Xiahou Wanxian was worried that it would really poison Thunder Explosion Bear to death and violate the rules. So she quickly ordered, "Don't kill it. Just teach it a lesson." The blood-eyed blue sky python received the order, and this time put away its venom, and bit Thunder Explosion Bear's thigh. Then the thick and long snake body directly wrapped around Thunder Explosion Bear's body, strangling it so that it couldn't breathe. Thunder Explosion Bear was bound and couldn't move. The blood-eyed blue sky python bit off pieces of its flesh and swallowed them into its stomach as if it was eating. Soon the Thunder Bear was bitten into a bloody mess. A horrible sight. Chapter 1102, Crazy with Anger. Everyone was so frightened by this shocking, bloody and cruel scene that they were speechless. The blood-eyed blue sky python used such a method that Thunder Explosion Bear would not be killed. But being eaten alive was even more painful than death. You know, it was just a one-shot kill. But now not only could it not die, but it had to endure the pain of being eaten alive by the blood-eyed blue sky python. Even if Thunder Explosion Bear was strong, it was in pain and let out a tragic wail, which made the audience below shudder. Seeing this scene, Xiahou Qingyi was so angry that his face turned pale. He opened his mouth and wanted to yell, because he was too excited. It took a long time for him to burst out a voice. "Stop! Stop! Elder Yu! Stop it! My spirit beast is about to be bitten to death." Elder Yu was also shocked by this scene, and was a little dazed. Suddenly, he came back to his senses when he heard these words. Xiahou Qingyi is a rare Dan King alchemist, and he still has to give him this face. Then he raised his hand and slapped out a palm, and the powerful spiritual power broke through the air and hit the blood-eyed blue sky python by surprise. And it fell off the Thunder Explosion Bear. Xiahou Qingyi below took advantage of this gap and waved to the Thunder Explosion Bear and shouted, "Come back!" As soon as the voice fell, the bloody and scarred Thunder Explosion Bear disappeared in a flash, as if it had returned to Xiahou Qingyi's spiritual beast space. Seeing the farce come to an end, the tense mood of the people present suddenly eased, and they swallowed their saliva with lingering fear when looking at the blood-eyed blue sky python on the stage. Such fighting power is really terrifying. They couldn't imagine how miserable Xiahou Qingyi's Thunder Explosion Bear would be beaten if Elder Yu hadn't taken action. Su Maoyang saw the game come to an abrupt end, and couldn't help but frown slightly. He looked at Elder Yu not far away, and asked in a displeased cold voice, "Elder Yu, the rules of the Colosseum are that other people are not allowed to interfere in the game. You are breaking the rules." Elder Yu didn't expect this man to be so bold and dare to question him. He was so angry that he blew his beard and glared on the spot, and scolded fiercely, "How dare you? Just now, the blood-eyed blue sky python bit the Thunder Explosion Bear to death. If I hadn't stopped it in time, the Thunder Explosion Bear would have been bitten to death. You dare to blame me now? You are so bold. Elder Yu, you can't say that. It's inevitable to get injured in the beast fighting competition. It's just biting off a few pieces of meat, which is not fatal. If the blood-eyed blue sky python really wanted to kill the Thunder Explosion Bear, it would have died of poisoning long ago. Why wait until now? So, we didn't violate the rules of the beast fighting. Isn't it too much of a fuss to say that?" Su Maoyang sneered, and his sharp rebuttal made Elder Yu speechless. "You, Xiahou Qingyi was furious when she heard this. What do you mean it was just a few pieces of meat bitten off? The Thunder Explosion Bear was clearly bitten to pieces, and there was no intact part of its body. With this injury, it would take a while to recover. What's more, it would consume her medicinal materials, pills, and beast cores to recover. As an alchemist, she didn't have to worry about medicinal materials and pills, but she had to buy beast cores. For Xiahou Qingyi, it was undoubtedly a big loss. But Suimo said so lightly that the blood-eyed blue sky python had such a heavy bite, which made Xiahou Qingyi tremble with anger. You Suimo, Xiahou Wanqian, you two bitches. Although you will get hurt in the beast fighting competition, you don't have to be so heavy-handed. You are obviously doing it on purpose to take the opportunity to retaliate against me. Hearing Xiahou Qingyi's furious accusation, Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows, sneered, and said, Miss Qingyi, Thunder Explosion Bear was bitten because it asked for it. How can you blame us? You still dare to quibble. Blood-eyed blue sky python is your spiritual beast, and blood-eyed blue sky python bit people. Of course, it was you who ordered it to do so. Su Maoyang laughed and shook his head. Miss Qingyi, since your Thunder Explosion Bear can't beat the blood-eyed blue sky python, according to the rules of the beast fighting competition, it can avoid physical pain as long as it kowtows and admits defeat. But it just refuses to admit defeat. Then the blood-eyed blue sky python can only beat it until it admits defeat. What do you say it is not asking for it to be bitten? You use Xiahou Qingyi's blood rushed to her head, and she was so angry that she felt dizzy and almost fainted. Her Thunder Explosion Bear was entangled by the blood-eyed blue sky python, and it was difficult for her to breathe. She didn't even have the chance to move. Even if she wanted to admit defeat, she couldn't. But she knew Suimo was lying. But she couldn't say anything to refute it, because of the rules of the beast fighting. As long as one party admits defeat, the game can be terminated to avoid unnecessary injuries. If both sides do not admit defeat, the winner can only be determined until one of them admits defeat. Although Sumo's words are irritating, they are in line with the rules, and no one can find fault with them. So, in this competition, she was speechless and had no words to refute. However, just when Xiahou Qingyi was furious, Su Maoyang's next words made her even worse. Miss Qingyi, the winner is now decided, and your Thunder Explosion Bear lost. It's time to hand over the bet you promised. Hearing this, Xiahou Qingyi's face turned pale, as if she had been hit by a stick, and she staggered back 2 steps, as if she had been greatly stimulated, thinking that she had to pay for a spiritual weapon. A sharp pain hit her head, and she felt dizzy. If it weren't for Xiahou Yuanshan, who hurriedly supported her, Xiahou Qingyi would have fainted on the ground. Sister Qingyi, are you okay? Several disciples of the Xiahou family were frightened by her, and asked worriedly. Xiahou Qingyi panted weakly, and faced Su Maoyang's face with a triumphant smile. She was so angry that she almost bit her teeth to pieces, and her eyes seemed to be spitting fire, staring at her angrily. At this moment, she really wanted to rush up and tear Su Maoyang's face apart. Su Maoyang saw that she was reluctant to express her opinion, so he raised his eyebrows and asked, What? Miss Qingyi, are you going to go back on your word? Just now, you said in front of so many people that you would never regret it. Now this is not a good thing, right? Su Maoyang's words made Xiahou Qingyi look pale. She is the daughter of the Xiahou family, and an elite trained by the Dan Palace. Now she is forced to this extent by a maid. This is the first time in history. Xiahou Qingyi is proud by nature and cares about her reputation very much. Naturally, she can't stand this humiliation. And she can't go back on her word in front of so many people and make people laugh at her. So, even though she knew there was a cliff ahead, she had to jump. Since I have promised, I will naturally not regret it. I don't have much xianjing on me now. You can only wait for 2 days. Xiahou Qingyi said this, and no one knows how much anger she suppressed. Seeing her admit it, Su Maoyang nodded with satisfaction. I know Miss Qingyi is not the kind of person who goes back on her word. Then I will wait for good news from Miss Xiahou. Chapter 1103. She will definitely come to me. When Xiahou Wanqian and Xiahou Zian heard this, they saw Xiahou Qingyi shaking with anger. Her face turned purple, and they tried hard to hold back their laughter, not letting themselves laugh out loud. But this scene was extremely ironic in Xiahou Qingyi's eyes, and it even irritated her so much that her eyes turned red. She felt that if she stayed any longer, she would probably be irritated to death by this group of people. Thinking of this, Xiahou Qingyi couldn't stay any longer, and angrily opened the support of the people around her, and walked towards the exit of the Colosseum. When the other disciples of the Xiahou family saw her leaving, they hurriedly followed to please her. Xiahou Yuanshan didn't expect that she really agreed to compensate for the spiritual weapons. Knowing that this matter was serious, she didn't understand how she would deal with it, and asked worriedly, "Sister Qingyi, are you really going to give Suimo a spiritual weapon? A spiritual weapon is worth tens of millions of black crystals. How can you afford that much money now? If not, we should just default on the debt." "No. If I default on the debt, how will the students in the academy look at me? Will I still be able to stay in the academy in the future?" Xiahou Qingyi was a face-saving person. She was so glorious in the academy at ordinary times. But now she suddenly became a rogue who went back on her word. Where would she put her face? But Xiahou Yuanshan was so entangled that her expression wrinkled together. Xiahou Qingyi took a deep breath, calmed down, and said, "Don't worry. I don't have that much money. But the third prince should have some. Yes. 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 I forgot that the third prince likes Sister Qingyi so much. If he knows you're being bullied, he'll definitely stand up for you. If Suimo provokes the third prince, he'll be in trouble even if he has the ability to reach the sky." Xiahou Yuanshan was reminded by her, and suddenly remembered that Xiahou Qingyi had the third prince as her backer, and nodded excitedly, thinking of Sumo's miserable end for offending the third prince. Xiahou Yuanshan swept away her previous depressed mood and looked forward to it. Xiahou Qingyi narrowed her eyes slightly when she heard this, and a trace of cold light leaked out of her pupils. It was obvious that she had already made a plan. Xiahou Xian saw the disciples of the Xiahou family leaving in disgrace, and smiled at Su Maoyang and Xiahou Wanxian in a good mood. "Let's go too. Go back and wait for Xiahou Qingyi to deliver the spiritual weapons to the door." Xiahou Wanxian laughed when she heard this, glared at Xian who was gloating, and waved to the blood-eyed blue-sky python on the ring. Seeing this, the blood-eyed blue-sky python came to her side obediently, deliberately lowered his body, and rubbed against her body. Xiahou Wanxian touched its huge head with satisfaction and said gratefully, "Thank you for helping me win a spiritual weapon. You've worked hard today. I'll make you something delicious when I go back." The blood-eyed blue-sky python didn't expect that she would thank him. He was a little flattered and his attitude became more intimate. Xiahou Wanxian was intimate with it for a while, then put it into the spiritual beast space and prepared to leave. At this time, Su Maoyang was not in a hurry to leave. He turned his head and looked at the slave girl standing in the right corner of the ring. He looked her up and down carefully, and then Su Maoyang slowly walked towards her. Coming to her, Su Maoyang took out another healing pill and handed it to her. "Take it, and your injuries will heal faster." The slave girl looked at the pill in her hand, but did not rush to take it. Instead, she raised her head, stared at Su Maoyang sinisterly, and said coldly, "Don't think that I will go with you if you do this." "What? Do you mean you still want to stay in the Colosseum, perform beast fighting, and entertain people?" "Oh, no. You killed the spirit beast that the Colosseum carefully prepared. If you stay, you will die here. Have you thought it through?" Su Maoyang saw that she was very wary and repulsive to him, so he asked patiently. When the slave girl heard this, her thin body was obviously stiff, but her face was mostly covered by messy black hair, making it difficult to see her expression. "With my identity, what's the difference between staying in the Colosseum and going with you? I will still become someone else's slave. This is different. First, I don't treat you as a slave. I won't ask you to do things to please others like the Colosseum. Second, I just arrived in Fonlin Imperial Capital and urgently need to build my own power. And your skills are exactly what I need. So, to some extent, we are partners." Su Maoyang threw out two more attractive reasons. The slave girl sneered when she heard this. "Ha. Partner? Are you kidding a 3-year-old? You just want me to work hard for you. To put it bluntly, I serve you. I will do whatever you ask me to do. What's the difference between this and being your slave?" Su Maoyang felt that this slave girl was not simple. And now, he was even more certain of this idea. He couldn't help laughing. "Ha. Of course there is a difference. You work hard for me, and I can help you get revenge." Hearing this, the slave girl's head, which had been hanging down, suddenly raised up. The eye exposed outside suddenly widened, and she was shocked. After a long time, she gritted her teeth and asked, Her voice was cold, as if it floated out of hell. What do you know? Haha. Don't be nervous. I don't know anything. I just saw that you were very skilled. So I guess that you should have received strict and harsh training. And you are not a child from an ordinary family. And you have such great skills. But you have become a slave. Isn't it strange? So, I guess that your identity is not simple. And you also carry a blood feud. Do you think I guessed it right? Su Muliang raised his eyes slightly, and a shrewd dark look passed through his pupils. The slave girl frowned, and her face became more and more ugly. So what? With your strength. It is simply a fantasy to want to avenge me. Okay. Since you don't believe in my strength, I won't persuade you much. But since I bought you, I don't plan to let you stay here. I will give you freedom now. And you can leave at any time. But I still say that if you want revenge, come to the beast garden to find me. As he said, Su Muliang forced the pill into the slave girl's hand, turned around, and left the Colosseum with Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian. After these days of getting along, Xiahou Zian has more or less understood Su Muliang's temperament and knows that this person will not do anything that is not good for him. No matter what he does, he has his own purpose in it. When watching the beast fighting performance, she was indifferent. But later she suddenly bought the slave girl at a high price unexpectedly. It was obviously not out of sympathy, but to use her. But now, she spent so much money. Not only did she not take the slave girl away, but gave her freedom, which made him a little confused. Thinking of this, Xiahou Zian asked in confusion, Su Mo, why did you let her go? Su Muliang raised the corner of his lips and raised a confident smile. Don't worry. She will definitely come to me. Chapter 1104 Absolute Dominance. Xiahou Wanxian didn't expect her to be so confident, and asked curiously, why are you so sure? Looking at the attitude of the slave girl just now, she looked very repulsive, and it didn't seem like she would come to her. Su Muliang looked at Xiahou Wanxian meaningfully, with a smile that made people ask. She is covered in wounds, and has no spiritual power. In addition, she is unfamiliar with the place and has no backers. She has no money, and it is difficult for her to gain a foothold in Fenlin Imperial City, let alone revenge. The elders of the Colosseum were angry that she killed the armored green crocodile. Even if she left the Colosseum, they would probably not let her go. Therefore, I am not only her only hope for revenge, but also her only support. She is very smart and knows how to choose. Well, why don't you analyze these interests for her? Xiahou Wanxian didn't understand. Without waiting for Su Muliang to speak, Xiahou Zian smiled and explained, a loud drum doesn't need a heavy hammer, and Su Mo probably doesn't need a heavy hammer for a drum. Besides, I think Su Mo should ask the slave girl to beg her, rather than her begging the slave girl. She should want absolute dominance. After hearing this, Su Muliang looked at Xiahou Zian with admiration. Although he didn't say anything, he acquiesced to his statement. It must be said that although Xiahou Wanxian's second brother's spiritual power is not very good, he can guess her thoughts and think the same way as her in analyzing problems, which is already very good. However, as Su Muliang expected, the next morning, just after dawn, Su Muliang was still sleeping when he heard someone knocking on the door. When she opened the door, she saw the slave girl standing at the door. She was wearing clothes that had been tortured and beaten to pieces. Her hair was messy, her face was dirty, and her bare feet were bloody. She looked very miserable. She didn't even have the money to change into decent clothes. With her appearance that was worse than that of a beggar, I think the clothing store, restaurant, and inn would not let her in. Now, a man as fierce and stubborn as a wild cat suddenly appeared at her door. I think he must have nowhere else to go. Seeing her awkwardly at a loss under his gaze, Su Muliang was amused. He was not surprised by her sudden appearance, but pretended to be indifferent and said, since you are here, come in and sit down. The slave girl followed her into the room obediently, but still stood stubbornly in the middle of the hall. She did not sit down, but asked anxiously, you said you could help me get revenge. Is it true? Su Muliang raised his eyebrows, and a glimmer of wisdom flashed in his eyes. It was true yesterday, but now, it's too late. I need to think about it again. You don't keep your word. The slave girl didn't expect her to change her mind so quickly. She was so angry that her breathing stagnated, and she angrily accused. Su Muliang heard her scolding, but instead of getting angry, he smiled, as if he didn't care about her. No matter what. I saved you from Elder Yu. Is this how you treat your lifesaver? If I don't keep my word, then aren't you ungrateful? Although she said so, Su Maoyang could understand her in her heart. A person who has experienced life and death and carries a blood feud is extremely distrustful of this world and the people around him. Even if someone rescued her, she would feel that the other person had an intention and wanted to use her. So she couldn't open her heart and trust someone completely in a short time. However, Su Maoyang had enough patience. This person's skills and character were very good. If he could be trained and used well, he would definitely be a sharp weapon for killing. The slave girl heard her question and seemed to feel that she owed Su Maoyang. She said seriously, I will find a way to return the money to you. Okay. Since you want to return it, then give it to me. Su Maoyang was not polite. He stretched out his hand to her for money without hesitation, which made the slave girl embarrassed and pale. She couldn't speak for a while. I don't have money now. I need some time. The slave girl was frozen for a long time before she answered with humiliation. Su Maoyang laughed when he heard this. Time? Do you think you can earn 9 million black crystals if you are given time? Do you have spiritual power, elixirs, or a backer? What do you use to earn 9 million black crystals? By cheating, deceiving, or selling smiles in a brothel? The slave girl's face became even uglier when she heard this. Obviously, she also knew that her chances of earning 9 million black crystals were pitifully small. Seeing her silent and clenched her fists, as if she was enduring a huge humiliation, Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and sneered. You have to know that you are no longer qualified to negotiate conditions with me. I admire your sharp skills and unyielding character, but it does not mean that I must have you. Because what I want is an absolutely loyal and obedient subordinate, not a subordinate who can negotiate conditions. I help you to get revenge. It is a favor, not helping you. It is my duty. You better understand this. After saying this, Su Maoyang stretched out his hand towards the door and made a gesture of invitation. I have finished what I want to say. I still need to rest, so it is inconvenient to entertain you. Seeing that Su Maoyang was going to drive her away, the slave girl knew that she was about to lose her last straw to save her life. She was anxious and knelt in front of Su Maoyang. Cowed out heavily, Zino is willing to follow the master and serve the master. Su Maoyang saw her perform such a great ceremony, and raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise. I hate deception and betrayal. Once I find that you have 2 hearts, I will not be merciful. Have you thought it through? Yes, I have thought it through. I don't expect the master to avenge me. I just ask the master to take me in. As for the enemy, I will kill him myself in the future, so that the master won't have to worry about it. Shinua nodded heavily and said firmly, It must be said that although this slave girl is stubborn and unwilling to submit to others, she still has some brains. She has nothing now. Only by finding a place to rely on in Fenglin Imperial City can she regain her strength and have a chance to take revenge. In fact, the fact that she came to Su Maoyang already means that she has thought very clearly. Su Maoyang saw that she was submissive, and then nodded with satisfaction. Since you have decided to follow me, you must obey absolutely. I don't like disobedient subordinates. Do you understand? Yes. Since Shinua has decided to follow the master, she will not break her promise. Please rest assured. Master. Shinua clasped his fists. Su Maoyang nodded slightly, walked into the room, and casually took a piece of clothing for her. Take a shower, change clothes, and clean up. After you have cleaned up, I will give you the elixir and spiritual stone to help you restore your spiritual power. Hearing this, Shinua's slender body trembled, and she suddenly raised her head and stared at Su Maoyang in shock. Master, are you an alchemist? Chapter 1105 Go to the training room. This Suimo can take out pills at any time, which is too shocking. Shinua has to doubt her identity. I just heard that she is a maid of the Xiaoho family. Would an alchemist be willing to be a maid of someone else's family? This doesn't make sense. So Shinua can't see through Su Maoyang. She always feels that the aura exuded by this woman is particularly sharp. And her speech and behavior are also very elegant, even a little indifferent and mysterious. The feeling she gives her can be summarized in 3 words. Not simple. Just as Shinua was quietly looking at her, Su Maoyang's face darkened slightly, and his eyes met her inquiring gaze with coldness. Don't ask if you shouldn't ask. Shinua received her extremely sharp gaze, heard her low warning, knew that she was angry, and lowered his head quickly as if he was hit by a thorn. Master, please forgive me. Okay. Get up. I don't like others to bow down to me. From now on, you will sleep on your side, and go into the house to clean up. Su Maoyang didn't want to waste time talking to her, so he waved his hand and asked her to get up. After she knew settled down, it was already afternoon. Su Maoyang wanted to practice quietly for a while, but Xiahou Wanxian ran into her room excitedly. Before she saw anyone, she shouted excitedly, Su Mo, come out and see. Xiahou Qingyi really didn't cheat. She really sent the Yanyu locking star rope. Su Maoyang heard the voice, and got up, and walked out of the inner room. Seeing Xiahou Wanxian holding the Yanyu locking star rope, she looked very happy. She couldn't help laughing and shook her head. Congratulations. You have your first weapon. I have to thank you for this. If it weren't for you, how could I have the opportunity to get a spiritual weapon? Now it feels like a dream. Xiahou Wanxian was so excited that she couldn't find the north. She couldn't let go and stroke the Yanyu locking star rope in her hand. She was so excited that she couldn't express it in words. Su Maoyang smiled and shook his head. If you want to thank someone, thank your blood-eyed blue sky python. It helped you win it. Ha! Yes, it also contributed. So today I plan to go to the practice room to practice. I heard that the practice room can not only help people absorb spiritual power quickly and strengthen their bones, but also help spiritual beasts. With my strength and talent, I don't expect to absorb much spiritual power or upgrade to a certain level. Now I just want to help my two spiritual beasts absorb more and make them more powerful. Xiahou Wanxian smiled and nodded repeatedly. Her eyes smiled like two crescent moons, which was very beautiful. Su Maoyang was also quite touched when he heard these words. No wonder those small animals were close to Xiahou Wanxian, because she always thought of spiritual beasts in everything, but not herself. They would rather use the precious spiritual power stone on the spirit beasts than on themselves. Shadow White Tiger and Blood-Eyed Blue Sky Python are lucky to have such a master who devotes himself to the spirit beasts. Xiahou Wanxian was happy, but suddenly remembered that Xiahou Zian was still outside, and hurriedly urged, by the way, my second brother is waiting for us to go to the training room at the gate of the 100 Beasts Garden. You should pack up and go out with me. Speaking of the lounge, Su Maoyang wanted to go before, but was troubled by the younger generation of the Xiahou family, and then by the elders of the Xiahou family. Because of various things, she was delayed and never went. Now she has just reached the peak of the venerable spiritual master, and there is still a distance to recover her strength. So she has to speed up. And this training room can just speed up her training speed. And it also has the effect of repairing her meridians and strengthening her bones and muscles. Su Maoyang naturally doesn't want to miss it. Hearing Xiahou Wanxian's proposal, she agreed without thinking. Well, I don't need to prepare. I can go now. However, I have to bring one more person. Shinua, come out. As soon as the voice fell, Shinua walked out of the side bedroom, quickly came to Su Maoyang's back, and respectfully clasped his fists. Master! Master? Xiahou Wanxian suddenly saw that there was a daughter in the room, and she called Su Maoyang master. The smile on her face froze slightly, and she asked with wide eyes in surprise, Su Mo, who is this person? The woman in front of her was wearing a green dress. She had long eyebrows, a cherry mouth, a delicate oval face, a white complexion, a face as beautiful as the morning glory, and a pair of amber eyes, like cat's eyes, deep and sharp, giving people a chilling sinister feeling. This face was too unfamiliar. Xiahou Wanxian thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out who this person was. If she wasn't someone she knew, how could she appear in Su Maoyang's room? Su Maoyang saw that she was confused, and smiled and introduced. Her name is Shinua, the slave girl I rescued yesterday. She was homeless and followed me from now on. Hearing this, Xiahou Wanxian finally reacted, opened her mouth in surprise, and let out a long "oh." Oh! It turned out to be her. I didn't even recognize her. Yesterday, Su Mo said very confidently that this slave girl would come to her. But she really came. The reason why she didn't recognize the slave girl was that the woman in front of her was too different from the slave girl yesterday. As if she had become a different person. Yesterday's slave girl was still dirty and bloody, and her messy hair blocked most of her face, so her appearance could not be seen at all. Now she has changed into clean clothes. Her hair has been combed into a neat bun. And even her face has faded away, showing her original appearance. Now she is no longer the embarrassed slave girl, but a beautiful woman with outstanding appearance. Seeing this scene, Xiahou Wanxian looked at her up and down in amazement, and sighed. Those people are so cruel. They beat such a big beauty, and made her perform a beast fight. I don't know how they could do it. Su Maoyang smiled. Let's go. Don't waste time, and keep Xian waiting for a long time. Xiahou Wanxian nodded repeatedly, and walked out of the beast garden with Su Maoyang and Shi Nu. The training room of Liuguang Academy is located in the northernmost part. When Su Maoyang and the other two walked to the northern area, they saw many disciples walking in groups in the same direction. The number of disciples here is obviously much larger than that in other areas. I think they all come for the training room. It is said that the training room of Liuguang Academy is the favorite place for all disciples to stay. Some people stay in it for many days and refuse to come out. Some disciples fight for the training room. It can be seen how popular the training room is. Su Maoyang and Xiahou Wanxian followed the bustling crowd to the door of the practice room. Looking up, the practice room is a towering attic that reaches the sky. Above the main entrance of the attic, a huge plaque reads Jinhua Building in 3 large characters. Although it is called Jinhua Building, everyone prefers to call it the practice room. Jinhua Building has flying eaves and raised feet, towering and upright, and the magnificent glazed tiles are dazzling under the sun. The attic is surrounded by giant red pillars, which are painted with colorful paintings and patterns, and look very gorgeous. Looking up and counting, there are a total of 10 floors, which is even more magnificent than Lingdao Pavilion. Seeing this, Xiahou Wanxian couldn't help but exclaimed, the practice room is really well deserved. No wonder so many people are trying their best to stay in it to practice. Chapter 1106 Classification of Training Rooms. Su Maoyang did not stop and walked directly into the building. What came into view was a spacious circular hall. There were many disciples coming and going in the hall, which was very lively. However, due to the large area, no matter how many people there were, it looked very empty. Even the area of the Colosseum was less than 1/3 of it. The edges of the entire hall were built by countless silver beams. Each beam was a door with numbers marked on the doors, which obviously represented different training rooms. On the right side of the hall, there were steps paved with jade, extending upward like a spiral, leading to the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and even higher floors. The overall structure was very peculiar. Next to the steps was a sign with the word suitable for disciples of late-stage Holy Spirit Masters in gold-plated characters. Seeing this, Xiahou Wanxian frowned slightly in confusion and asked, what does that sign mean? Xiahou Xian had heard a little bit about it, and explained, I heard that although this training room has 10 floors, each floor is divided into different levels. For example, the training room on the 1st floor is only suitable for disciples of late-stage Holy Spirit Masters. The 2nd floor is suitable for disciples of peak Holy Spirit Masters. The 3rd floor is suitable for disciples of early-stage Venerable Spirit Masters. And the 4th floor is suitable for disciples of mid-stage Venerable Spirit Masters. And so on. The higher the level of spiritual power, the higher the level of spiritual power. Because the training speed of each floor of the training room is different. Some absorb spiritual power too fast. If the disciple's own level is not reached, it will not be able to absorb it at a high intensity, but will damage the body. And there is a serious risk of self-explosion and death. Therefore, everyone must practice on the floor that suits their level to achieve the best results. So that's how it is. Xiahou Wanxian nodded in sudden realization. Xiahou Xian saw that she didn't know much about the rules of the practice room, and continued to introduce. The 1st and 2nd floors of this practice room are mostly for the bottom disciples in the academy, and the 3rd and 4th floors are mostly for the middle-level disciples in the academy. The disciples who can reach the 5th, 6th, and 7th floors are already very strong. Most of them are disciples from the 6 major families. After all, they have more resources, and it is easier to practice. From the 1st to the 7th floor, everyone can move around freely and choose a room that suits them. But it is very difficult to enter the 8th and 9th floors, because above the 8th floor, not only do you need to reach the level of a midterm Junlingshi, you also need to win the top 80 in the quarterly competition to have a chance to enter. And the 9th floor requires you to squeeze into the top 10 to be eligible. So above the 8th floor are basically the most powerful people in Liuguang Academy. not only with great spiritual power talent, but also with particularly strong combat power. Hearing this, Xiao Wanxian took a breath and smacked her lips with a sigh. I don't think I can even reach the level of a mid-level Junlingshi in my lifetime, let alone squeeze into the top 80 in the competition. With her frail body, she is not suitable for wielding swords and guns at all. Others can knock her to the ground with a little force, even if she works hard to cultivate to the level of a mid-level Junlingshi. Her combat power cannot keep up. Su Maoyang heard this and smiled and reminded, don't belittle yourself. Don't forget that you are a famous beast master. Your skills are not good, but your beasts are. Not only that, they are much stronger than ordinary people. Logically speaking, you have a big advantage in the competition. The reason why the Beast Hall and the Alchemy Hall are so popular is that they have a sense of superiority in this regard. Because no matter from which aspect, the combat power of the spirit beasts is stronger than that of people of the same level, and sometimes even stronger than that of people of a higher level. Therefore, as long as Xiao Wanchuan's spiritual power level keeps up, no matter what competition she participates in, she has a great chance of winning. This is her advantage. And it is also the advantage of all the disciples of the Beast Hall. But the difficulty lies in that it takes a lot of money to practice in the Beast Hall. Because in order to win the competition, the disciples of the Beast Hall must contract high-level spirit beasts. There are naturally only a few who can defeat high-level spirit beasts through their own strength. So most of the disciples have to buy them to obtain spirit beasts. And buying spirit beasts of course requires huge amounts of money. In addition, you have to raise spirit beasts and improve their strength, which costs a lot of spirit beasts, power stones, beast cores and elixirs suitable for spirit beasts. After all, spirit beasts need much more power than humans. So while the disciples of the Beast Hall enjoy the convenience brought by spirit beasts, they also have to pay a lot for it. As for the disciples of the Alchemy Hall, they don't need to participate in such fighting and killing competitions at all. They only need to participate in the alchemy competition, due to their noble and special status. As long as they squeeze into the top 100 in the alchemy competition, they can enter and exit the 8th floor at will. And if they squeeze into the top 20, they can enter the 9th floor. But most alchemists focus on alchemy and rarely dabble in spiritual power. So even if they are given this special exception on the 8th and 9th floors, they can't afford it, resulting in few alchemists willing to practice on the 8th and 9th floors, and still willing to practice on floors suitable for their level. After hearing this, Xiao Wanxian remembered that she now had a spirit beast. She was immediately excited and motivated. Yes, I am not fighting alone now. I also have my spirit beast. For my spirit beast, I must work hard to improve my strength and go to the upper floors to practice. Xiao Zian looked at her expectant look and shook his head with a smile. Okay, don't waste time. At your current level, you should practice on the first floor. Suemo and I will go to the upper room suitable for the level of the Venerable Spirit Master to practice. After practicing, we will meet at the gate of Jinhua building later. Do you understand? Xiao Wanxian nodded in understanding. Yeah. Okay. Then I will go find a room first. As she said that, Xiao Wanxian waved to them and turned to walk towards the beam of light in the distance. Seeing her leave, Su Maoyang looked at Xinua behind him and suggested, you don't have spiritual power now. You can try to practice on this floor. Master, don't worry. I have practiced before, so my body can withstand high-intensity absorption. I want to go to the upper floors with the master. Xinua was very eager to recover her strength, so she didn't have the patience to stay on the first floor and waste time. Seeing this, Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows slightly and reminded worriedly, the floor I'm going to will be very strong. Are you sure you can bear it? Yes, I'm sure. Xinua agreed without thinking. Seeing her so determined, Su Maoyang couldn't persuade her anymore. So he turned to Xiao Zian and said, let's go up too. After that, Xiao Zian, Su Maoyang, and Xinua went up the stairs to the upper floor. Xiao Zian is only an early-stage venerable spiritual master now, so she chose to practice on the 3rd floor. And Su Maoyang is an ancient spirit body, and the practice speed of these rooms can't limit her at all. So, after saying goodbye to Xiao Zian, she took Xinua directly to the 7th floor. If it weren't for the quota restrictions above the 8th floor, she would have wanted to go directly to the 10th floor, because the floors below did not quite meet her needs. Chapter 1107 Choose a Training Room. Zino heard that Su Maoyang was only a peak master of the spirit, and thought she would choose a room on the 6th floor. Who knew that Su Maoyang took her all the way up to the 7th floor? Zino was shocked to see Su Maoyang walking towards the room on the 7th floor, and quickly reminded, "Master, this is a training room suitable for early-stage Junlingshi." Su Maoyang nodded slightly. "Yes, I know." Knowing that she still went? Could it be that she has reached the level of an early-stage Junlingshi? Thinking of this possibility, she knew his pupils flashed with shock. But seeing that Su Maoyang was unwilling to explain too much, she did not dare to ask again, and could only follow her with a lot of doubts, and let her choose a room. Since Su Maoyang was in the limelight, she defeated Xiahou Jingxiang in the arena competition last time, and tricked Xiahou Qingyi into a spiritual weapon in the Colosseum. This kind of thing has long been spread throughout the entire Liuguan Academy. So, her appearance quickly attracted the attention of the 7th floor disciples. "Look, isn't that the popular freshman recently?" "Yes, I heard she's a maid of the Xiahou family. How did she come to our 7th floor with her status? Doesn't she know that this place is not for her?" "Haha. Don't underestimate this maid. She's a peak master of the spirit." "TSK. Peak master of the spirit. So what? We're just early-stage masters of the spirit." The training room is already crowded. Some people don't dare to come up and grab a room even if they have reached the early stage of the spirit. She's just a peak master of the spirit, and dares to come to the 7th floor. She's really a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. She's a bit overestimating her own abilities. In addition to the level division given by the academy, the rules of the practice room also include the unspoken rules between disciples. Because although the practice room is large, there are many disciples in the academy, and it is impossible to allocate a room to each disciple. Therefore, if you want to have a good practice room, you must fight for it through your own strength. And naturally a brutal fight is inevitable. Although the elders in the academy have explicitly stipulated that disciples cannot be harmed, they cannot arrange more rooms in reality. So everyone can only turn a blind eye and indulge them in fighting. As a result, those disciples who have no background and no backing, if they are not very confident in their own strength, dare not go to the upper floors to grab rooms casually, because once they are beaten to death by disciples with backgrounds, the academy will definitely not make decisions for them due to the power of the other party. And sacrificing a life in vain will not be worth the loss. Of course, the disciples who can get a room on the 7th floor are not only of noble status, but also have very good strength. So their personalities are naturally arrogant. Now seeing a maid dare to come here to grab a room with them without reaching the strength, in addition to disdain, they are also very dissatisfied. However, just as everyone was discussing Su Maoyang, and Shi Nuo had already walked in front of a silver beam of light. Su Maoyang had heard early in the morning that in order to open the practice room, an admission token must be used, because only by inserting the admission token into this beam door can the practice room be successfully opened. If you want to take out the token, you must wait until the practice is completed and come out of the room. This method of using the admission token to open the practice room can not only limit the use of the practice room to only disciples of the academy, and the token is inserted in the door during the practice, but also indicate to people outside that someone is already practicing in this practice room. Therefore, one token can only maintain one training room, not two or even more rooms at the same time. At this time, Su Maoyang saw that there was indeed a keyhole on the right side of the beam door, which was very similar to the shape of the admission token. She did not hesitate and immediately took out the token and inserted it directly. The token and the keyhole fit perfectly together, and the center of the beam door suddenly became transparent, revealing the room inside. Obviously, this training room has been successfully opened by Su Maoyang. Then, she turned her head and glanced at Shi Nuo behind her, and asked again, "Can your body withstand this intensity now? If not, it is recommended that you go to Wan Xian or Xian's room. Since one token can only open one room, the intensity of her room is too high, so she can only be recommended to use Wan Xian and Xian's room." Hearing this, Shi Nuo shook her head firmly. "Since the master is not afraid, then I am not afraid either." She had had enough of the life without spiritual power and being bullied. She must become stronger as soon as possible, no matter how much it costs. Su Maoyang was a little helpless to see her insistence. The reason why she was not afraid was because she was an ancient spiritual body. However, even if this female slave was very powerful before, she had no spiritual power now. Su Maoyan was still a little worried that her body would not be able to bear it. He couldn't help but tell her, "Go in later. Do it according to your ability. And don't show off. Understand?" She knew and nodded obediently. Su Maoyan saw that she understood. So he took her into the training room. As soon as the two entered the room, the beam of light outside closed again, immediately covering the situation in the room. Seeing this scene, the people who were talking outside were all shocked, and then laughed with gloating. "Ha. Did you see that the maid entered room 8 just now? It's Xiahou Hongyi's room. Ha. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have noticed it." Xiahou Hongyi is a hot-tempered man. Although he didn't make it into the top 80, he's still 81st. If he knew that Su Mo had taken his room, he would punch her. Su Mo's skinny body would be in trouble. Yes, she's in trouble this time. I heard that Xiahou Xingxiang, who was defeated by her last time, is Xiahou Hongyi's younger brother. Now she has taken his room again. Xiahou Hongyi will definitely not let her go. Ha. This is going to be a good show. The people outside were joking around, but Su Maoyan and Shinua were practicing with great concentration inside. Since Shinua didn't have a spiritual power stone and her body couldn't bear too much spiritual power, Su Maoyan only gave her a small part. Su Maoyan himself took out most of his spiritual power, began to meditate with his eyes closed, and absorbed it. I have to say that the effect of this training room is really good, and the speed is indeed much faster than outside. Su Maoyan had just absorbed it, and she had a faint urge to advance. After only half an hour, a dazzling light burst out from her body. At this time, Shinua, who was also practicing with her eyes closed, suddenly felt such movement, opened her eyes suddenly, and looked at Su Maoyan. Seeing the spiritual power fluctuating all over her body, Shinua was shocked. Her expression froze, and stared at her eyes like rust, motionless. It has only been a short time, and her master has actually advanced to the next level? Did she see it wrong? Can this speed be faster? However, just when Shinua was shocked, Su Maoyan waved her hand to replace the spiritual power stone in front of her, and took out some powerful spiritual power stones from the space again, which shocked Shinua so much that she was stunned on the spot. Those spiritual power stones just now were enough. If it were someone else, it would take at least several months to absorb that amount. But she actually absorbed them all in half an hour. Are you kidding me? Chapter 1108 Brother. You have bad eyesight. Zino has always felt that she has good talent, and her cultivation speed is much faster than that of ordinary people. She didn't expect that the person in front of her was many times faster than her. The key is that Su Mo absorbs so fast, and absorbs so much. Even if she has good talent, her body can't withstand such a high-intensity impact. I really don't know what her body is made of. It's so terrifying. Zino knew that even in her heyday, she would not be able to achieve this level. She had to sigh that this person was too perverted. At this moment, she suddenly had a question. She didn't know what kind of master she followed. However, when Zino was stunned, fierce shouting suddenly sounded outside, interrupting her train of thought. Su Mo, get out and die! The heavy voice sounded outside like thunder, and it shouted several times in succession, making people's eardrums hurt. Su Maoyan wanted to ignore it automatically and take this opportunity to sprint to the middle stage Jun Lingshi at once. But she didn't expect someone to show up at this critical moment to make trouble. There was really no other way. She could only open her eyes, draw her hands, sink her chi into her dantian, and temporarily end this practice. Shinua, who was standing by, heard the noise and his face became solemn. He stood up vigilantly and frowned, saying, "Master, it seems that someone is making trouble outside. Let's go out and take a look." Su Maoyan was very calm. He patted his clothes, tidied them up twice, walked slowly to the front of the beam, and took out the token. At this time, the door of the beam opened automatically, gradually revealing the situation outside. Maybe it was because of the noise. Many people had already gathered outside, and everyone looked happy and gloating, waiting to see the show. As soon as Su Maoyan came out, countless malicious eyes fell on her, and she was the center of attention. She looked around and finally set her sights on a tall and burly man standing in front of the crowd. Because this man looked very similar to Xiahou Xingxiang, but his eyebrows and eyes revealed a more ferocious anger than Xiahou Xingxiang, and his whole body exuded a stronger aura. At this time, he stood in front of him like a demon. He looked ferocious and ferocious. and it was obvious that he was here to cause trouble. And next to him stood a beautiful woman with outstanding appearance, who was Xiahou Qingyi, who had a deep hatred with Su Maoyang. Seeing her appear here, Su Maoyang immediately knew what was going on. His eyebrows raised slightly. A hint of sarcasm flashed across his eyes, and he asked in a cold voice, "Miss Qingyi came here. Are you going to duel with me again? I'm afraid the bet this time is not that simple." Hearing this, thinking that she had been tricked into a spiritual weapon by her, Xiahou Qingyi was furious, and growled in anger. "Bah! Su Mo. It's a question whether you can walk out of this training room alive today, and you still want to bet. Next life." As she said that, she turned her head and looked at Xiahou Hongyi next to her. Her eyes were fierce, and she gritted her teeth and said, "It was this Su Mo who killed many brothers of the Xiahou family, and beat your brother so hard that he couldn't get out of bed. You have to treat her well. In the training room, it's not like outside. The elders always turn a blind eye to the fight for rooms in the training room, because everyone knows the unspoken rules of the training room. It is inevitable to get hurt. If someone pursues it, the elders will just use the excuse that if you don't have the strength, you shouldn't go to the training room to cause trouble." So, when Xiahou Qingyi heard that Su Mo came to the training room, she was determined to kill Su Mo here. Hearing this, the burly man next to Xiahou Qingyi's face darkened, frowned, and his facial muscles trembled. A heavy and angry breath blew out of his nose. "Humph! Dare to hit my brother. I must peel off a layer of skin today. Die!" It can be seen that this man is irritable. As soon as the voice fell, there was no pause. He rushed forward like a tiger, swung his strong arm, and smashed it heavily. The force that bombarded was unstoppable and powerful. The thick arm was like a huge hammer, swinging it, and the force alone could force people back. However, Su Maoyang was calm. She immediately pulled up Shinua and flashed to the side. She avoided Xiahou Hongyi's attack and moved behind the man in an instant. Shinua had never seen Su Maoyang's fighting ability. She had just seen her advance to the initial stage of Junlingshi. She didn't know that she could have such speed when facing an opponent who was also an initial stage Junlingshi and taller and stronger than her. Such strength was beyond Shinua's expectations. Not only was she surprised, but even Xiahou Hongyi's eyes widened in shock. Obviously, he didn't expect that his punch would not only fail to smash Su Maoyang into a meat paste, but now even his figure disappeared. The people around who laughed at Su Maoyang froze their expressions, and couldn't help but widen their eyes when they saw Su Maoyang appear behind Xiahou Hongyi in the blink of an eye. No one could see clearly how she managed to dodge Xiahou Hongyi's attack. At this moment, Su Maoyang saw Xiahou Hongyi still facing the direction where he had just stood in a daze, and couldn't help but pull up the corner of his mouth and sneer. "Brother, your eyesight is not very good. I'm here. Where are you going to hit me?" Hearing the sudden sarcasm of the opponent behind him, Xiahou Hongyi felt a chill on his back, and immediately turned around, with eyes bigger than cow eyes, and a very fierce look in his eyes. This time, he even surged with more powerful spiritual power than before, and rushed towards Su Maoyang like a mountain pressing down on his head. At this time, Su Maoyang made a decisive move and pushed Shinua away, and met Xiahou Hongyi's attack with a ghostly figure. This time, she did not avoid his moves, but stretched out her fist and directly faced Xiahou Hongyi's violent spiritual power. Su Maoyang's physique makes her look down on people who are one level higher than her, let alone people of the same level. Moreover, she has been demoted from the peak Junlingshi, now facing the early Junlingshi. It is easier than crushing an ant. Therefore, everyone only saw the big and small fists colliding with each other, and suddenly burst out a dazzling light. But even if the light is dazzling, everyone dare not close their eyes casually, for fear of missing this life-and-death confrontation. Shinua was shocked by this scene, and her face changed drastically, seeing the confrontation between the two with different sizes. Her heart was in her throat. However, the next second, the result was unexpected. I only saw that the small fist actually blasted Xiahou Hongyi away. Xiahou Hongyi's sturdy body slammed heavily on the beam door behind him in the astonished eyes of everyone, making a loud noise. When everyone saw the scene, they all gasped in shock. The contemptuous expression just now disappeared in an instant. Horror surged in their eyes, and they stared at Su Maoyang in disbelief. Shinua was also stunned by the power that Su Maoyang burst out, and a huge question mark suddenly appeared in his head. Is this Su Mo really just a maid of the Xiahou family? Chapter 1109 cut off her hand. Zino initially rejected becoming Su Maoyang's subordinate. A big reason being that she looked down on her status as a maid and was unwilling to submit to a maid. But now seeing that she didn't bother much and blasted Xiahou Hongyi away with just one move. Such strength immediately made Xinyu respect her. Zino thought she was very skilled. In the past, when she fought against strong men of the same level, she could win with her sharp skills. But she was never as clean and neat as Su Mo. The strength she showed was simply overwhelming those of the same level. Just as Xinyu was shocked. Xiahou Hongyi, who was severely injured, was furious and his face turned blue. His cheeks twitched constantly. And his eyes, that were about to pop out, were bulging and bloodshot. Like a manic beast. Spewing out hot breath. And then a thunderous roar resounded throughout the 7th floor. I will fight you. As an early Junlingsher, he was also the strongest one in the 7th floor. Now, in front of so many people, he was actually beaten to the ground by a thin maid. How could he swallow this breath? So Xiahou Hongyi didn't even have time to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. And he rushed up frantically. The violent spiritual power output instantly wrapped around his 2 strong and powerful arms, turning into 2 huge axes, and chopped directly in the direction of Su Maoyang. Seeing such a torrential force coming, everyone was shocked and silent, holding their breath, and sweating for Su Maoyang. If such a fierce attack landed on Su Maoyang's thin body, it would probably be split in half. However, at this time, Su Maoyang didn't take his attack seriously at all. He just pointed his toes and leaped into the air like a dragon. He waved his sleeves fiercely, casting a curtain of light. The light curtain was like a big knife, and it actually directly chopped the 2 axes made of spiritual power into 2 halves. Then a bright light burst out in the air, and the axe turned into dots of light and scattered from the air. At this time, Su Maoyang took advantage of the victory and kicked Xiahou Hongyi on the forehead, causing him to lean back. She seized this opportunity and landed gracefully. The spiritual power that had been brewing in her hand was ready to go. Seeing that Xiahou Hongyi leaned back and had no energy to defend, she rushed forward and hit Xiahou Hongyi's belly heavily with her fist wrapped in spiritual power. With a puff, Xiahou Hongyi spit out a mouthful of blood. The whole person seemed to be hit by a behemoth and flew out along a parabola. A perfect bloodline was drawn in the air, and blood was spilled all over the ground, which shocked the people around him. Xiahou Qingyi, who was watching this scene, was stunned by the unexpected heavy blow. As if she had been electrocuted, she was in a state of half dementia and half stun, staring at Su Maoyang with horror, and her inner shock was beyond words. She never thought that Su Mo would have such a powerful fighting ability. You know, she was just a lowly maid. Now even Xiahou Hongyi, who was an early Junlingsher, was not her opponent. It was unbelievable. Although Xiahou Hongyi did not squeeze into the top 80, he was at least 81st. How many people have witnessed his strong fighting ability? Now he can't even beat a maid. Is this true? Xiahou Qingyi seemed to be stimulated. She shook her head repeatedly in disbelief, and then quickly took out a healing pill and threw it at Xiahou Hongyi, who fell to the ground and was seriously injured. She gritted her teeth and yelled, "You waste. Stand up and keep fighting. You can't even beat a maid. Are you going to lose face for my Xiahou family?" When Xiahou Hongyi heard this, he received the surprised and disgusted looks from the people around him. Even though his body was churning, he endured the severe pain and swallowed the healing pill in one gulp. He stood up unwillingly, and his whole body burst out with spiritual power again. He dared not slack off at all. At this time, his figure was as fast as wind and lightning, and he rushed towards Su Maoyang swiftly. One of his sturdy arms chopped towards Su Maoyang's neck, and the other punched her ribs. Seeing this, Su Maoyang quickly raised her hand to grab his wrist, because the opponent's strength was too strong. Su Maoyang's hand strength was naturally not as strong as that of a burly man. He was immediately forced back 2 steps by him. But fortunately he was agile. Facing his fist swinging towards his ribs, he shrugged and passed by the fist, just avoiding the attack. Xiahou Qingyi saw the 2 people wrestling in close combat, and Su Mo was entangled by Xiahou Hongyi and couldn't get away. She knew that such a great opportunity was rare. So, without any hesitation, she took out a dagger while Su Maoyang was distracted, rushed forward, and stabbed Su Maoyang's neck. If this succeeded, Su Maoyang would definitely die. Xinyu, who was standing by, did not expect Xiahou Qingyi to be so despicable and shameless, and actually did such a despicable thing as a sneak attack from behind. She was immediately horrified and screamed, "Master! Be careful!" Before the voice fell, she knew a step forward and wanted to stop Xiahou Qingyi. At this time, Su Maoyang was extremely calm. He had already noticed the danger approaching behind him. He accelerated his hand and pushed Xiahou Hongyi back again with a push palm. Then he suddenly turned sideways and moved to the side to avoid the sharp dagger. Xiahou Qingyi didn't expect that she would miss, and she changed her angle unwillingly and stabbed at her again, looking like she was going to take her life. Su Maoyang was also angered by her despicable and aggressive means. He waved his hand without any courtesy, and his spiritual power turned into a silver knife, slashing at Xiahou Qingyi's hands that kept asking for his life. At this time, there was a sharp and shrill scream, which instantly echoed throughout the Jinhua building. Because the noise was so loud, even the disciples who were practicing downstairs were attracted to come up, including Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian. When they came out of practice, they heard others say that Xiahou Hongyi and Su Mo had fought, and they were scared to death on the spot. So they ran up without delay. But Su Maoyang was not injured. But Xiahou Qingyi, who led people to find trouble, fell in a pool of blood, wailing with his dying breath. Shockingly, her fair and delicate hands were cut off and fell to the ground, completely separated from her arms. Blood gushed out of her slender arms, and the scene was extremely bloody and cruel, and everyone around covered their mouths in horror. Xiahou Hongyi, who was seriously injured, was also frightened and trembled in fear. It took him a long time to react and yelled at Su Maoyang angrily. "Su Mo, you bitch! You dare to cut off Xiahou Qingyi's hand! The Xiahou family will not let you go." Hearing this, Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian, who saw the scene, were shocked, took a deep breath with horror on their faces, and looked at Su Maoyang in disbelief. Su Mo actually cut off the hand of the genius girl held in the palm of the Xiahou family's hand. Did they hear it wrong? Chapter 11:10 Jade-Faced Young Master. Xiahou Qingyi is the alchemy genius that the Xiahou family has worked so hard to cultivate. Now her arm has been cut off by Su Mo. If the Xiahou family finds out, will Su Maoyang still be alive? Realizing this, both of them were so scared that they felt cold all over, sweating, and their stiff cheeks turned pale, as ugly as if they were dead. Because the incident was too serious, the elders sitting in the hall also ran up quickly. Suddenly seeing such a cruel scene, they were shocked. They pointed at Xiahou Qingyi on the ground and shouted, "What on earth is going on?" Seeing the elders appear, Xiahou Hongyi seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. He dragged his wounded body and knelt in front of the elders, pointing at Su Maoyang and angrily complaining, "Elder, it was this Su Mo who did it. She is a maid in our Xiahou family. She has always been resentful of my cousin. So she planned to kill my cousin in the practice room. My cousin is a disciple of the Dan Palace. She is a rare and noble Dan king. You have to make a decision for my cousin." Hearing this, the elder looked at Su Maoyang in surprise, and was particularly surprised at her identity as a maid. He had never heard of a maid being able to enter Liuguang College, let alone a maid daring to kill the Dan King alchemist. It was really bold. You have to know that Xiahou Qingyi is not only the apple of the eye of the Xiahou family, but also a disciple that the Dan Palace has focused on training. The elders of the Dan Palace have high hopes for her. Such a good seedling was actually hurt like this. I am afraid that not only will the Xiahou family not let it go, but even the elders of the Dan Palace will come forward to punish her severely. Therefore, if he did not give a serious punishment, it would definitely cause dissatisfaction among the elders of the Dan Palace. Thinking of this, the elder frowned suddenly, glared, and angrily shouted at Su Maoyang, "You Su Mo, you dare to violate the rules of the academy and harm your fellow disciples. I have no choice but to arrest you and put you in the dungeon to accept the punishment." Hearing the dungeon, Xiahou Zian and Xiahou Wanxian were frightened, and their faces changed drastically. They heard that once a disciple made a mistake and entered the dungeon of Liuguang Academy, no one would come out alive because they would be tortured to death by various tortures. Therefore, entering the dungeon is more painful than death. Wanxian and Zian saw Su Maoyang was about to be captured and thrown into the dungeon, and their eyes turned red with anxiety. They knelt down and kowtowed to beg for mercy. "Elder, spare my life. Elder, spare my life." Su Mo just missed her hand for a moment, and she didn't intend to kill anyone. She is not guilty of death. Please forgive her. She is a murderer. She killed people in front of so many people. Her behavior is extremely bad. She must not be forgiven lightly. Xiao Hongi naturally refused to let Su Maoyang go. And he also excitedly refuted loudly. The elder naturally knew which was more important, and did not change his attitude. Okay. No need to say more. Su Mo violated the rules of the academy, and should be punished. As he said, the elder strode forward and prepared to capture Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang frowned slightly when he saw this, and asked in disapproval, Elder, I only cut off Xiao Qingyi's hands, not her life. She was just injured, not serious enough to die. Everyone knows that fighting and getting injured are inevitable when fighting for a room in the training room. I don't believe that no one was injured in the process of fighting for the room before. If you hurt others, you will be sent to the dungeon and tortured. Then I am also injured. This is the injury. I was just beaten by Xiao Hongi. Elder, for fairness, shouldn't you also arrest Xiao Hongi and put him in the dungeon? As she said, Su Maoyang stretched out her arm and showed a small wound scratched by Yu Wei. The wound was only a few centimeters, which was insignificant compared to Xiao Hongi and Xiao Qingyi. I don't know how she had the nerve to show such a small wound that was not worth mentioning, and said that she was injured. Everyone was shocked by her words and her attitude, and they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Hongi was almost fainted by her anger. He pointed at her with gritted teeth and couldn't say a word. This Su Mo cut off the hands of the Dan Wang alchemist, and said that he only cut off his hands and was slightly injured. God knows. A pair of hands is more important to an alchemist than life. If he loses his hands, how can the alchemist peel the medicinal materials? If he controls the flames, how can he copy the elixir? Without his hands, wouldn't he become a useless person who can't do anything? Xiao Qingyi is an alchemy genius in the eyes of many people. She grew up in the eyes of everyone's envy. Now she has lost her hands and can't make elixirs. She has become a waste. It is undoubtedly a blow worse than death for her. This Su Mo even has the nerve to say that she didn't take his life, but just cut off his hands. What's more infuriating is that she not only injured Xiao Qingyi, but also refused to let him go. She wanted to drag him down to the dungeon. What a cruel heart. The elders were speechless in the face of Su Maoyang's sharp questioning. The rules of the academy do not stipulate that people cannot be injured, as long as they are not killed. The academy will not intervene too much. However, Xiao Qingyi's identity is special. She is an alchemist, while Su Mo is just a maid. The elders have to side with Xiao Qingyi. However, Su Mo's strong rebuttal made him seem a little guilty and unable to give a well-reasoned answer. In front of so many disciples, he would not say that he would do whatever he wants. He is so old that he can't even give up his dignity as an elder and his old face. However, just when the whole scene was caught in the overall situation and the two sides were deadlocked, a hearty laugh came from the steps not far away, like spring water hitting stones. Crisp and pleasant. Ha ha ha. Sharp means sharp teeth and sharp mouth. This young master likes it. Hearing the voice, everyone was shocked and turned their heads to look over. A man in a white brocade robe was seen walking down the stairs from the 7th floor to the 8th floor slowly. He had a jade-like face, fair skin, and sharp features, as delicate and charming as if he had walked out of a painting. His peach blossom eyes held a charming smile, and his beautiful red lips were as delicate as petals. And at this moment, he raised a seductive arc, as bright as if to call back spring. He held a folding fan, a 9-ring jade belt around his waist, a gilded hair crown on his head, and long flowing hair on his back. Just like a suave nobleman, he walked down the stairs and slowly walked towards Su Maoyang. His charming peach blossom eyes stared at Su Maoyang, flashing with admiration. Obviously, Su Maoyang's behavior of defeating Xiao Hongi, cutting off Xiao Qingyi, and calmly refuting the elders' difficulties aroused his interest. Chapter 11:11 Helping Out. The appearance of the man in white immediately shocked everyone present and made them open their eyes wide. And they began to talk. The originally stiff and repressed atmosphere suddenly became lively. And it can be seen that this person is very popular. Isn't that the jade-faced young master, Mu Jichen, who ranks 4th on the battle list? Yes, he is a master who practices on the 9th floor. How come he suddenly came to our 7th floor? It seems that he was also alarmed by the fighting here, so he came down to join in the fun. Everyone looked at the jade-faced young master, whispering with envy, and their tone was full of fear, just from everyone's attitude towards this person. It can be seen that this jade-faced young master is not simple. And the women present were even more overjoyed when they saw the jade-faced young master appear, cheering and jumping for joy, all with flushed faces, flirting, trying to attract his attention. Because they didn't dare to go up and say hello. They could only whisper excitedly in private. And the excitement almost overflowed from their eyes. But it was understandable. This man had beautiful eyebrows and eyes, a tall figure, and was quite handsome. He was also the fourth on the battle list, and his strength was very good. No wonder countless women were attracted to him. But for Su Maoyang, who was used to seeing handsome men and had long been immune to handsome men, there was nothing strange about it. In terms of appearance, who can compare with Yunlu Emperor and Fin Tianjin? If the two of them stood here, no matter how popular this jade-faced young master was, he would be eclipsed. However, although this jade-faced young master was not as good as those two evildoers, his appearance was also quite outstanding. However, Su Maoyang didn't understand what this person meant by suddenly intervening, and couldn't help but frown and look at him. When Mu Jichen met Su Maoyang's cold and deep black eyes, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Such a sharp and indifferent look. I'm afraid it's not what an ordinary woman should have. Thinking of this, Mu Jichen raised his eyebrows slightly, and a trace of barely perceptible surprise flashed in his eyes. And then the smile in his eyes deepened, with a hint of ambiguous taste, as if he was more curious about Su Maoyang. At this time, the elder saw Mu Jichen appear. His face was shocked, and he immediately restrained his arrogance. His attitude seemed to have changed 180 degrees and became a little flattering. Mr. Mu, I'm sorry. Something happened here. I will catch this person in the dungeon now, and I will never disturb your practice. Please rest assured. Seeing that he suddenly came down from the 9th floor, he must have been disturbed by the noise below. So the elder did not dare to neglect his promise. Upon hearing this, Mu Jichen grinned lightly, and raised a charming smile. While shaking his folding fan, he said leisurely, Elder, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to do this. Xiao Qing's hand was broken, but she didn't die. Strictly speaking, this woman didn't kill anyone. She just injured someone. Wouldn't it be too much to punish her for the crime of murder? But the elder didn't expect Mu Jichen to suddenly speak for a maid, and was extremely shocked. However, Mu Jichen didn't give him a chance to explain, and continued, Elder, if I remember correctly, some time ago, the son of the Sun family on the 6th floor seemed to have killed a disciple. But he didn't hand him over to the dungeon for disposal, but was only locked up for a few days, and then came out. But now you want to severely punish a disciple who didn't kill anyone. I'm afraid it's hard to convince you. When these words came out, the elder was choked by him. His face turned blue and red, and he was embarrassed. Seeing that the elder was in the wrong, Su Maoyang also took advantage of the situation and pointed at the people around him. Elder, if you hurt someone, you will be locked up in the dungeon. I think everyone present has hurt someone because of fighting for a room. So do they all have to be locked up in the dungeon? Su Maoyang's words were simply a strong medicine, not only blocking the elder from speaking, but also scaring all the onlookers around, who took 2 steps back, fearing that they would be implicated. They were just a group of spectators who didn't know the truth, just watching the fun. But they didn't expect that Su Maoyang's words would put their lives in danger. Can this woman cheat again? Point. She is going to drag all the disciples in the training room down with her, and bury them with her. This method is too cruel. Everyone shuddered with lingering fear, avoiding Su Maoyang as if avoiding the plague god. When Mu Jichen heard this, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. He had never met such a rogue and funny woman, who arrested all the disciples and put them in the dungeon. It's amazing that she could think of it. However, although he laughed, his position was still quite clear. He asked in a deep voice, Elder, what she said makes some sense. I have also injured others on the 9th floor before. Are you going to arrest me and punish me in the dungeon too? Hearing this, the elder was frightened and his face turned pale. He waved his hands quickly. Mr. Mu misunderstood. If I arrested you, the vice president would beat me up and eat me. Don't joke with my old bones. Well, it seems that Elder Lu is also a fair and sensible person. Seeing that he had a good attitude, Mu Jichen nodded with satisfaction. Elder Lu was also old, and he understood the meaning of Mu Jichen's words. And then he tactfully let go. Mr. Mu is right. Su Mo did not kill anyone. and indeed did not violate the rules of the academy. Today's incident was just a normal fight between disciples for the training room, so I will not pursue it. Having said that, Elder Lu nodded to Mu Jichen and quickly left the 7th floor, not intending to make a decision for Xiahou Qingyi. Xiahou Qingyi was a disciple valued by the elders of the Dan Palace, and Mu Jichen was the disciple held in the palm of the hand of the vice president. It was clear at a glance which one was more important, and he did not want to offend the vice president, even if the elders of the Dan Palace and the Xiahou family pursued it. He could push the responsibility onto Mu Jichen. Let Mu Jichen offend the group of people. Xiahou Hongyi was so angry that he trembled when he saw that Elder Lu had let Su Mo go. He pointed at Su Maoyang angrily, but he could do nothing. He was seriously injured and Xiahou Qingyi's arm was cut off. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to the Xiahou family. As a result, the instigator did not pay any price for this, but stood here safely. How ridiculous. However, hearing Xiahou Qingyi's miserable wailing, he was so weak that he was about to faint at any time. Even if Xiahou Hongyi wanted to grind Su Maoyang to ashes, he had to endure it. He picked up Xiahou Qingyi in a pool of blood and ran down the 7th floor quickly. Before leaving, he did not forget to warn fiercely, "Su Mo, you wait." After saying that, Xiahou Hongyi quickly faded out of everyone's sight while holding Xiahou Qingyi. Hearing this, Xiahou Wanxian was nervous and said to Su Maoyang, "Su Mo, what should we do? If you cut off Xiahou Qingyi's hand, the Xiahou family will not let you go." Chapter 11-12. They are surrounded. Xiahou Xian also frowned and nodded solemnly. "Su Mo, you are really in big trouble this time. Xiahou Qingyi is the treasure of the Xiahou family and the greatest hope of the Xiahou family. What you did is basically destroying the entire Xiahou family. Not only will they not let you go, they will also make you die without a burial place." Although Shi Nuo didn't know much about the relationship between these families, but when he heard what they said, he knew that this matter might not end well. He also felt a little worried and asked, "Master, what should we do next?" Su Maoyang didn't take it to heart and responded coldly, "What else can I do? I have finally occupied the room, so of course I will continue to practice." "What? You still want to continue practicing?" Xiahou Wanxian heard this, and was shocked and widened her eyes, exclaiming in disbelief. Even Mu Jichen, who was standing not far away, couldn't help laughing. "Ha ha ha. I haven't seen anyone as carefree as you. The enemy is about to kill you, but you're still thinking about practicing. Your mentality. Even I have to admire it." Hearing him speak, Su Maoyang remembered that it was only thanks to this Mr. Mu's rescue that she was able to escape, because she knew that she was insignificant. Even if she could silence the elders, she couldn't change the elders' decision. If it weren't for this jade-faced young man who came forward to put pressure on her, she would have to go to the dungeon. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang nodded gratefully at him. "Thank you for the rescue just now." "Ha. You don't have to be polite to me. I just think you're funny, and I couldn't help but say a few words." Hearing this, Mu Jichen shook his fan and laughed playfully. His nonchalant attitude made Su Maoyang speechless. Hearing this tone, Su Maoyang knew that this man was a playboy, and he helped her just because she was fun. What did he think of her? A toy to amuse her? Su Maoyang glanced at him unhappily, then retracted his gaze and planned to walk towards the training room. Xiahou Wanxian saw that she didn't care about her life at all, and was anxious to death. She quickly grabbed her and dragged her away forcefully. "No, we can't delay any longer. Go back and pack your things. Xian and I will escort you away." Xiahou Wanxian knew that every second of delay would increase the danger. The Xiahou family was very close to the academy. I'm afraid that the Xiahou family would get the news while they were talking. If Su Mo didn't leave quickly, she would have no chance to leave. Seeing Xiahou Wanxian so excited, Su Maoyang sighed helplessly and tried to break free from her wrist. But she was so strong that she didn't allow her to struggle. So she had to drag her out of the training room and headed straight to the Beast Garden. However, the Xiahou family came very quickly, as if they had predicted that they would escape in advance. Before they could reach the Beast Garden, they surrounded them. Looking around, there were elite guards from the Xiahou family everywhere, each holding a bow and arrow, aiming at Su Maoyang, as if ready to take someone's life at any time. At this time, several figures walked quickly outside the encirclement. They were Grandpa Xiahou, the head of the Xiahou family, and 3 uncles, and even Xiahou Yuanshan, Xiahou Mingxiu, Xiahou Wanyin, and other younger generations were among them. Seeing Su Moyang and Xiahou Wanxian surrounded, Xiahou Yuanshan and others all had a sneer of disdain on their faces. Su Moyang and them had an irreconcilable hatred. And now seeing her arrested, this group of people naturally felt very happy. Because old man Xiahou brought a large group of people to Liuguan College, causing quite a stir. It soon alarmed the disciples of the college. After a while, all the disciples swarmed in to join in the fun. Because they had never seen the elders of the Xiahou family come to the college collectively for such a strange thing as shooting a maid. For a maid, such a large number of people were mobilized. If it was spread out, I guess few people would believe it. Right? Just seeing this posture, everyone was still very curious and fresh. They all surrounded Su Moyang and others, and poked their heads to watch the show. Just now, Su Imo was lucky, and the jade-faced young master rescued her in the training room. But now it was different. This was the Xiahou family who came to the door personally. Su Imo was a maid of the Xiahou family. It was the Xiahou family's family affairs, who had the right to interfere in other people's family affairs. Therefore, this time, Su Imo is in danger. At this time, Su Moyang was surrounded by 3 layers of enemies, and became the focus of everyone. Xiahou Wanxian, Xiahou Zian and she knew all looked gloomy and tensed their nerves, ready to fight at any time. But facing the siege of the Xiahou family, they were still nervous. When Mr. Xiahou saw that they had nowhere to escape, he snorted and spoke. His low voice shook like a landslide, and the rage contained in it was deafening. Su Imo, you are so brave. You have hurt my Xiahou family disciples again and again. And now you have even worsened it, and cut off Qingyi's hands. You dared to do such a rebellious thing. Where do you want to run? Old Master Xiahou was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. And the head of the Xiahou family was so angry that his teeth chattered. His cheeks twitched, and it seemed like smoke was coming out of his head. You can imagine how angry he was. Father, stop talking nonsense to them. I will shoot thousands of holes in their bodies to relieve my hatred. Hurry up and do it. The head of the Xiahou family obviously had no patience to deal with Su Moyang and his group, and he reminded loudly in anger. Upon hearing this, Mr. Xiahou frowned slightly, as if hesitating. After looking at Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian, he said thoughtfully, Xiahou Wanxian, Xiahou Zian, I know that the culprit who cut off Ear's hands this time was that maid, and it has nothing to do with you. So I'll give you a chance to live. And hurry over there. Otherwise, the arrows don't have eyes. Upon hearing this, the head of the Xiahou family immediately refused and angrily retorted. Father, these 2 beasts are with the maid. The maid listened to them. So they must have instructed her. Ear was injured so badly. And she must have been. Can you spare these 2 little beasts? Boss, as the head of the family, you should consider the overall situation. Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian, no matter what, are the blood of our Xiahou family after all. You know very well that there are not many children of the Xiahou family who enter Liuguang Academy. They finally got in, and they were ranked in the top 3. Their future is limitless. Besides, Ear's hand is now disabled, and the others are also seriously injured. If Wanxian and Zian are killed, wouldn't the Xiahou family suffer even more losses and can't hold their heads up among the 6 major families? Chapter 11:13 You 2 are crazy. The head of the Xiahou family was choked by the old man's words and couldn't speak. His old face turned red and then blue. His clenched fists were trembling with anger. Xiahou Qingyi was his most beloved daughter. From childhood to adulthood, he had invested countless efforts in her, hoping that she could stand out and revitalize the Xiahou family. Now, she can't make pills, and has become a disabled person without hands, and can't even take care of herself. Does His Royal Highness the Third Prince still dare to marry her? Even if His Royal Highness the Third Prince really loves her, as a noble prince, how could he marry a disabled person? Even if he doesn't care about face, does he not care about the face of the royal family? But Xiahou Qingyi has now fallen into such a tragic end, and the old man actually wants to protect these 2 culprits. The head of the Xiahou family can't swallow this breath. At this time, he stared at Xiahou Wanxian and the other 2 with wolf-like eyes, wishing to eat them alive. Father, Ear has suffered. Are you just going to let it go after such a heavy blow? Grandpa Xiahou frowned, looked gloomy, and shouted unhappily, Who said let it go? Are you going to shoot Su Mo? After he finished speaking, he looked at Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian, who were standing with Su Imo again, and warned them seriously. Why don't you hurry over? Do you want to be shot with Su Imo? Hearing this, Xiahou Wanquan's face seemed to be on fire, and she was extremely anxious. She quickly pleaded, Grandpa, please spare Su Imo. Since you can spare us for the top 3 places for us to enter Liuguang College, why can't you spare Su Imo? You know, it was she who helped us get the top 3 spots. If it weren't for her, how could the Xiahou family have achieved such results? Humph. You don't need to plead for her. She is just a lowly maid. Everyone in the Xiahou family is her master. Even if she helped you get the spots, that's what she should do. However, she forgot her identity and dared to attack her master. So she must die. You too. Get out of the way. For Mr. Xiahou, Su Maoyang's identity is equivalent to a dog raised by the Xiahou family. Killing her is as insignificant as killing a dog. Not to mention that this is a dog that bites people. Therefore, Su Maoyang will definitely die this time. And there is no room for negotiation. Hearing such ruthless words, Xiahou Wanquan's eyes were red with chills. Speaking of which, every time Su Imo took action, it was because Xiahou Yuanshan and his group took the initiative to find trouble. If they hadn't always been holding Su Imo, if they hadn't been bullying too much, how could Su Imo cut off Xiahou Qingyi's hands if she wanted to kill him? However, the Xiahou family blamed all the fault on Su Imo, just because she was a maid who could be bullied by others. Therefore, Xiahou Wanqian saw very clearly that her so-called blood-related grandfather was an extremely cold-blooded person. The reason why he let her and her second brother go was not because they were his beloved granddaughters and grandsons, but because they entered Liuguang College and were valuable. If they had not entered Liuguang College with Su Maoyang's relationship, her grandfather would probably shoot all 3 of them without blinking an eye. This is the cruel reality. This is the chilling truth. No one in the Xiahou family treats them as human beings. They just treat them as tools to revitalize the family. Thinking of this, Xiahou Wanqian seemed to have made a big decision, and her expression gradually became indifferent. You don't have to waste your breath. I won't go over. Since you want to shoot Su Imo, then shoot me together. Su Imo is my maid, and I am also responsible for her mistakes. I don't want her to be alone on the road to the underworld, while I live a miserable life. Hearing these words and seeing Xiahou Wanquan's unwavering attitude, Mr. Xiahou was shocked, stared at him in disbelief, gritted his teeth and roared. Xiahou Wanqian, do you know what nonsense you are talking about? The Xiahou family sent you to the Beast Hall of Liuguang College to practice. Is this how you repay the Xiahou family? I can enter the Beast Hall of Liuguang College to practice, and I can contract spirit beasts. All thanks to Su Imo. And it has nothing to do with the Xiahou family. Xiahou Wanqian heard this, and frowned in disgust. Hello. Very good. Xiahou Zian. Are you going to die with Su Imo? Old Master Xiahou was so angry at Xiahou Wanqian that his breathing stagnated. He tightened his old face, and looked at Xiahou Zian again with anger. Xiahou Zian also nodded without any hesitation. Well, Su Imo has done a favor to me and my sister. We can walk out of the forest alive. We can successfully enter Liuguang Academy, get the spoils we never thought of, and have the current achievements. All because of Sumo's help. You asked us to abandon her and live in shame. But we can't do it. If it weren't for Su Imo, they would have died long ago in the forest. How could they have the opportunity to enter Liuguang Academy and get so many spiritual stones, elixirs, spiritual beasts, and even spiritual weapons? He was confused and inferior about the future, and he didn't know that he could develop in the direction of a poisoner. Su Imo has helped them so much along the way. How can they be ungrateful, seeing that her brother and sister were willing to be buried with a maid? Xiahou Wanyan asked anxiously. Xiahou Wanqian. Xiahou Zian. Are you too crazy? Grandpa gave you a chance to live, but you didn't want it. Are you still sane? Xiahou Zian glanced at her with contempt and sneered. Do you think we are all as greedy for life and afraid of death as you are? And we don't recognize our relatives and are ungrateful? He was referring to Xiahou Wanyan's betrayal in the forest and the frame-up in the academy. Facing such a person who wanted to kill his relatives, Xiahou Zian felt disgusted to say a word. Hello. Since you want to die, I won't stop you. You can go to hell with that bitch. Xiahou Wanyan was humiliated by him, and her cheeks flushed with anger, and she roared like venting. Seeing that Wanqian and Zian were not afraid of death and were going against the Xiahou family, Old Master Xiaohu was so angry that he trembled all over. He roared with a dark face, and his voice was like thunder, which frightened the disciples who were watching. Humph! I really shouldn't have placed high hopes on you two beasts. From now on, you are no longer disciples of the Xiaohu family, and have nothing to do with the Xiaohu family. Since you want to die with her, I will fulfill your wish today. Seeing that old Master Xiaohu was really going to attack Wan Xian and Xian, Su Maoyang's face sank and frowned. This matter has nothing to do with you. Go over quickly. Don't be stupid enough to wade into this muddy water. In fact, Su Maoyang didn't take such a siege seriously at all. She had survived the siege of the 3 deans of Finshua Tianqing. What was the Xiaohu family in front of her? However, the only thing she was worried about was Wan Xian and Xian. If they were around, not only would they not be able to help her, but they would also get injured and distract her. Chapter 11:14 His fiancée? Hearing this, Xiaohu Wan Xian raised a sad smile and shook her head slightly. Didn't you hear that we have been driven out of the Xiaohu family, and are no longer the children of the Xiaohu family? They don't recognize us. So why are we still going there? Su Maoyang knew that although she was smiling, her heart was bleeding. Being abandoned by one's own relatives and driven out of the family. There is nothing more chilling than this. Xiaohu Xian also nodded, staring at Xiaohu Yuanshan and others opposite with cold eyes, with a sarcastic sneer on his lips. What's more, the disciples of the Xiaohu family are all a group of insidious and cunning villains who rely on their strength to bully the weak. Do you want us to go over and join those villains? Sorry, I can't do it. The thing I regret most is coming to the Xiaohu family from Yuxing Town. Now we can leave such a family. We should be happy. In the past, he was young and ignorant, and he was full of yearning for the master family far away in the imperial capital, always thinking about going back to see it. Now he saw it. He was very disappointed. This family was not as great and noble as he imagined. Instead, he found that these people were cold-blooded animals who had no family affection and were only interested in profit. Even if they stayed, their life in the Xiaohu family would not be easy. So it was better to leave as soon as possible. And Shi Nuo had already recognized Su Maoyang as his master and swore to be loyal to him until death. So there was no reason to quit. Old Master Xiaohu had never thought that they would dare to say such slanderous words against the Xiaohu family even when they were about to die. His anger rose even more, and he roared, "A bunch of conscienceless bastards! Archers, get ready. Shoot!" At the old man's order, the archers surrounding them all raised their bows and arrows and aimed at Su Maoyang and the other two. Seeing the terrifying posture, the disciples around them all took a breath of cold air and immediately widened their eyes and held their breath. It seems that Xiaohu Wan Xian, Xiaohu Xian, Su Imo, and Shi Nuo are really doomed today. However, just when everyone was nervous and worried about them, they heard a roar that pierced the clouds and cracked the rocks from a distance, like thunder exploding in this land. Stop! The loud roar shook everyone, and they all turned their heads to look. I saw a luxurious carriage driving quickly from a distance, and it arrived in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. Seeing the middle-aged man driving the car, everyone's eyes lit up, and their pupils widened with surprise. Almost everyone present knew the driver in front of them, because this person is the servant who serves the Dongfang master. The Dongfang master does not like to show up, and this servant has always been responsible for driving him when he goes out. It's just that the Dongfang master has a special status, and his carriage is the focus of everyone's attention wherever he goes. So everyone has a very deep impression of this servant, since this person in front of him is the Dongfang master's servant. Then the Dongfang master is most likely in the carriage. Realizing this, everyone stared at the curtain of the carriage in shock. At this time, the curtain was slowly lifted in the expectant eyes of everyone, and a face as beautiful as the autumn moon, handsome and elegant, came into view. Perhaps because of illness, the handsome face was a little sickly pale, and the tall and slender body also looked a little thin. Although his appearance is not as exquisite and handsome as Mu Jichen, the most handsome man in Fenglin imperial capital, he exudes a refined and elegant temperament, like a cup of lingering green tea, giving people a fresh and comfortable feeling. Some of the disciples present had the honor of seeing him once or twice. Now seeing him appear, they immediately confirmed their guess that the owner of the carriage was the low-key Mr. Dongfang who didn't like to show up. But why did Mr. Dongfang suddenly appear here? Even if he wanted to find the dean, he shouldn't come to the direction of the Beast Garden. Everyone was confused. And the people of the Xiaohou family were also startled by the sudden scene. They never expected Mr. Dongfang to show up at this critical moment. Although Mr. Xiaohou was old, he still did not dare to neglect the Dongfang family and asked politely, "I wonder if Mr. Dongfang has come here suddenly. What advice do you have?" Dongfang Yaoyu raised his eyebrows and glanced at Mr. Xiaohou casually, as if he did not take him seriously. His indifferent voice was aloof and a little unhappy. "I can't say that I want to give you advice. I just see that Mr. Xiaohou is old and still argues with a young man. He actually mobilized so many people to come to the academy to bully a little girl. I can't stand it." Hearing this, Mr. Xiaohou was shocked and his face became extremely ugly. He heard clearly that Mr. Dongfang's words meant to help Su Mo. However, he didn't understand why Mr. Dongfang, as the eldest son of the Dongfang family and a noble status, would help a maid? Isn't this too strange? No matter how suspicious he was, Su Mo's crimes were so heinous that he had caused the Xiaohou family to suffer heavy losses. If he was not severely punished, how could his Xiaohou family gain a foothold in Fonlin Imperial City? Thinking of this, old Master Xiaohou could not care what Master Dongfang was thinking, and explained with a firm attitude, "Master Dongfang, this Su Mo seriously injured several disciples of my Xiaohou family and cut off my granddaughter's hands. My granddaughter is a famous alchemist. Now she has lost her hands, which is equivalent to taking her life. If I don't severely punish this maid, it will be difficult for me to explain to the younger generations of the Xiaohou family. So, please understand my difficulties, Master Dongfang, and don't meddle in other people's affairs." Old Master Xiaohou's attitude was very tough. After all, this was an internal matter of the Xiaohou family. Even if the Dongfang family had a high status and was very powerful, they couldn't stretch their hands so far and meddle in other people's family affairs. If this got out, it would be a bit unreasonable. Therefore, Mr. Xiaohou had the confidence to talk to Dongfang Yaoyu like this. Dongfang Yaoyu couldn't help but look down upon hearing this, frowned, and looked at him deeply. A trace of anger flashed across his black jade-like pupils, and his cold voice was chilling. "Who said I was meddling? You sent someone to shoot my fiancée. Can't I stop it?" Upon hearing this, everyone present was shocked, staring at Dongfang Yaoyu in amazement, as if someone had hit him on the head with a stick, and was completely stunned. What did they just hear? Fiancé? Su Mo is Dongfang Dongzi's fiancé? Oh my god! Does he know what he is talking about? Su Mo is a maid. How could she be the fiancé of the Dongfang master? Due to the status of the Dongfang family, strictly speaking, Dongfang Yaoyu is more popular than His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Fonlin Emperor doesn't know how many women are trying their best to marry Dongfang Yaoyu and become the daughter-in-law of the Dongfang family. However, Mr. Dongfang was a low-key man who didn't like women. I had never heard that he liked any woman, let alone that he wanted to marry any woman. Now he actually said that Su Mo was his fiancée. It was simply ridiculous. Chapter 11:15 No Honest Confession. Everyone was shocked by Dongfang Yaoyu's words, and they were speechless. The people of the Xiaohou family were shocked. Their brains went blank, as if they had lost the ability to direct their actions. They stood there motionless like wood, staring at Su Moyang with astonished eyes, showing an expression that they couldn't grasp the key. Old Master Xiaohou was also shocked, frowned immediately, and asked uncertainly, "Mr. Dongfang, the fiancé you mentioned is not Xiaohou Wanxian, right?" He really couldn't connect a despicable maid with the noble Mr. Dongfang. Not to mention that this maid was ugly. Even ordinary rich men looked down on her. How could she be loved by Mr. Dongfang? Although Xiaohou Wanchuan's strength was not very good, she was at least pretty and charming. In terms of appearance, she was naturally not comparable to Su Mo. A maid. Now that the three of them were about to be shot, it was not impossible for Master Dongfang to come out to help for Xiaohou Wanchuan's sake. So the old man still favored his granddaughter, and held some hope for Xiaohou Wanxian. However, Dongfang Yaoyu shook his head slightly. The answer that was completely opposite to his expectations made the old man's expression collapse instantly. "No. The fiancé I mentioned is Su Mo." Hearing Dongfang Yaoyu's personal admission, everyone who was not willing to believe that the fiancé was Su Mo was shocked, and they couldn't help but open their mouths and take a breath. Master Dongfang was actually going to marry a maid. This was definitely the most ridiculous joke they had ever heard. Everyone was stunned by such shocking news for a long time before they shook their heads with emotion. obviously unable to accept such a fact. The head of the Xiaohou family was already furious because of Xiaohou Qing's matter. In addition to wanting to kill Su Imo, he also wanted to kill Xiaohou Wanxian and Xiaohou Zian. But now he knows that Su Imo is Dongfang Yaoyu's fiancée. Doesn't that mean that even Su Imo can't be killed? Thinking of this, the head of the Xiaohou family blushed on the spot and asked loudly, Mr. Dongfang, I have never heard that you have a fiancé. How come a fiancé suddenly appeared at this critical moment? In his opinion, Dongfang Yaoyu was probably deliberately making trouble. You must know that Dongfang Yaoyu is the treasure of the Dongfang family, and the heir who will take over the Dongfang family. The Dongfang family attaches great importance to him. How could they let him marry a maid? So, no matter how you look at it, it seems like he made up a story to fool the Xiaohou family. Dongfang Yaoyu remained calm in the face of his questioning, raised his eyebrows slightly, and calmly asked, Why? When did I get a fiancé? Do I have to report it to you? The head of the Xiaohou family? You? The head of the Xiaohou family was choked by him, and his face froze. He tried hard to suppress his anger and continued patiently. No matter what. Su Imo is also a maid of our Xiaohou family. Her life freedom is in the hands of our Xiaohou family. Young Master Dongfang wants to marry our Xiaohou family's maid. Shouldn't he say hello? Dongfang Yaoyu heard this. His thin lips slightly hooked, and raised a faint smile, like the spring light in March, obviously with gentle and warm warmth, but at this time mixed with a trace of unnoticeable sharpness. Head of the Xiaohou family, you may have made a mistake. Just now, Mr. Xiaohou personally drove Xiaohou Wanxian and Xiaohou Zian out of the Xiaohou family, saying that they had nothing to do with the Xiaohou family anymore. As far as I know, Su Imo is Xiaohou Wanxuan's maid. Xiaohou Wanxian has nothing to do with you, let alone her maid. So, even if I have to say hello, I should say hello to Xiaohou Wanxian. When is your turn? Dongfang Yaoyu's sharp rebuttal did not give the head of the Xiaohou family any face, and the latter was so angry that his face turned blue and trembled all over. In their impression, Dongfang Yaoyu rarely showed up, was a very low-key person who didn't care much about worldly affairs, but they didn't expect that he would not only take the initiative to stop it, but also had a tough attitude, sharp words, and an imposing manner. How could he look like a free and easy person? Not only the Xiaohou family and the onlookers were surprised, but even Su Maoyang was quite surprised. When Dongfang Yaoyu was still Song Mingxing, in Su Maoyang's impression, he was a shy, inferior, and even timid teenager, because his cultivation was stagnant. He was always the object of ridicule and bullying in the Sanyan sect. In that environment, his personality would naturally become extremely withdrawn and timid. And the Dongfang Yaoyu in front of him seemed to have shed his cowardice at that time. Not only could he bravely give a sharp counterattack, but he could also choke the other party to be speechless. The sharpness and strength emanating from him really shocked Su Maoyang. What is the saying when a man has been away for 3 days? He should be treated with new eyes? This is it. However, it can also be seen from the side that Song Mingxing's change is all due to the Dongfang family. It is said that because the Dongfang family is a family of generals, they also use extremely harsh military training to train their descendants. I think the Dongfang family has put a lot of effort and hard work on Dongfang Yaoyu these days. Now it seems that Dongfang Yaoyu is also very competitive and has not disappointed the people of the Dongfang family. When Mr. Xiaohou saw that Mr. Dongfang and the head of the Xiaohou family were in a very tense situation, he could not help but speak to ease the atmosphere. Mr. Dongfang, my son was a little excited because my daughter broke both hands. He did not control himself well and offended you. I am really sorry. I hope you will forgive me. But this Su Imo is just a lowly maid. Is she really worthy of the young master's protection? If the young master just wants to help her out and deliberately says he wants to marry her, it will be bad if it gets to the ears of the Dongfang family master. Su Imo has no appearance, no status, and is a vicious woman. Old Master Xiaohou really doesn't understand what the Dongfang young master likes about this woman, so he always doubts the truth of this matter. Dongfang Yaoyu raised his eyebrows and sneered, with obvious sarcasm in his tone. Old Master Xiaohou, this is about my marriage. Do you think I would lie to you about such an important and serious matter? Hearing this, not only was Old Master Xiaohou shocked, but even Su Maoyang looked at him in surprise. She also thought that Dongfang Yaoyu said this deliberately to help her out. But after hearing his serious explanation, she suddenly felt strange and couldn't figure out whether he was true or not. Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian, who were standing by, also looked at each other in astonishment, and their eyes all fell on Su Maoyang, winking and making faces, questioning him. When they heard that Master Dongfang invited Su Mo to be his guest last time, they felt that something was fishy. As a result, Su Mo explained that Master Dongfang was just asking about the identity of the person who looked very similar to him, and there was no other intention. Now it seems that Su Mo was hiding something and did not tell the truth. Chapter 11:16 Joining the Dongfang family. Su Maoyang faced their questioning and dissatisfied eyes, and she was innocent as hell. However, she couldn't explain the marriage to the Xiahou family in front of him. If she did, wouldn't it be embarrassing for Dongfang Yaoyu? Dongfang Yaoyu helped her out with good intentions, and she wouldn't let him down and make him lose face. So, Su Maoyang was speechless and had to choose to remain silent. At this time, Mr. Xiahou was also speechless by Dongfang Yaoyu, and his face was dark and ugly. He was at this age, and he was respected in Fenglin Imperial Capital. Now he was choked by a young man in his early 20s, and couldn't speak again and again. And he was really embarrassed. If he hadn't been the eldest son of the Dongfang family, he would have been angry long ago. Unfortunately, the Xiahou family couldn't afford to offend the Dongfang family. Now that so many things had happened in the family, they were no longer able to face the Dongfang family's anger. Therefore, even if Mr. Xiahou hated the nosy Dongfang Yaoyu in his heart, he had to endure it, soften his attitude, and change his mind. Since Mr. Dongfang has a special liking for our Xiahou family's maid, then I will give him a face and give her to you. The head of the Xiahou family didn't expect the old man to suddenly change his attitude and intend to help others. He was so shocked that his eyes widened and he whispered in disbelief. Father, do you know what you are saying? Su Mo is guilty of a heinous crime. How can you just let it go like this? Shut up. What do you know? Seeing that he didn't know what was going on, Old Man Xiahou shouted angrily. The old man was old, so he naturally looked at things more thoroughly and thoughtfully than the head of the Xiahou family. Now Dongfang Yaoyu insisted on protecting Su Mo. Even if they disagreed, they would not get any benefit from Dongfang Yaoyu, but would offend Dongfang Yaoyu instead. Even if the Dongfang family would not stand up for him and cause trouble to the Xiahou family for such a small matter, Dongfang Yaoyu would inherit the family business of the Dongfang family one day. It goes without saying that when he became the head of the Dongfang family, the first thing he would have to deal with was the Xiahou family. He couldn't offend Dongfang Yaoyu openly because of a maid. However, it was not impossible to want Su Mo's life, but he could only do it secretly, without anyone noticing. And he had to find a scapegoat so that Dongfang Yaoyu would not suspect the Xiahou family. Compared with this way of directly offending Dongfang Yaoyu, it was naturally safer to do it behind the scenes. However, Xiahou Wanxian was not satisfied with what the old man said, and frowned and retorted, Old man, Su Mo is no longer a maid of the Xiahou family. What do you mean you gave her to Master Dongfang? Do you have the right to do so? Ha ha ha. Wanxian girl. Grandpa was angry at the time, and said something harsh. Don't bother with Grandpa. It must be said that the old man is still the wisest. Grandpa Xiahou changed his face in the blink of an eye. He knew very well that since Su Mo could not be killed, there was no need for him to lose two grandchildren who had finally entered Liuguang College because of this matter. It was really not worth it. So he thought about saving them. If Dongfang Yaoyu really intends to marry Su Mo, and Su Mo is a maid of his Xiahou family, then their Xiahou family will also climb up to the big Buddha of the Dongfang family invisibly. And no one can shake their Xiahou family's position among the 6 major families. It was because he thought of this that he apologized shamelessly. However, Xiahou Zian didn't buy his tricks and sneered. Grandpa, you've kicked us out of the Xiahou family, so we are no longer qualified to be your grandchildren. Seeing that the two of them were still angry, Grandpa Xiahou had to lower his posture and gently persuaded. Zian, Grandpa just heard that you had caused so many troubles, and was angry and confused. So he said those words. It was not intentional. No matter what. You are also the blood of the Xiahou family. How could Grandpa really bear to drive you away? So, you are always the children of the Xiahou family. The grandchildren that Grandpa loves. No need. We really can't afford to marry into the Xiahou family. From now on, we should go our separate ways. Xiahou Zian was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and refused directly. Grandpa Xiahou didn't expect him to be so stubborn. and his face turned black when he blocked him. The head of the Xiahou family wanted to kill him. And now seeing his attitude, he was even more furious. Father, if they are willing to leave the Xiahou family, let them fend for themselves. Why are you trying to persuade them to come back? Our Xiahou family can't tolerate such sinister and vicious beasts. Hearing the words of the head of the Xiahou family, Xiahou Yuanshan, Xiahou Mingxiu and other disciples behind him also condemned them. Yes, Grandpa. They dare to frame even their brothers and sisters. What else can they not do? If such a heartless beast stays in the Xiahou family, he will definitely fight for fame and fortune, harm his brothers and sisters, and make the whole family restless. Not only can they not revitalize the family, they will also destroy it. Grandpa Xiahou has always put the interests of the Xiahou family first. After hearing this, he began to waver. Humph. I have given you the last chance, but you didn't want it. Don't regret it in the future. Dongfang Yaoyu heard this and smiled before Wan Xian and Xian spoke. Grandpa Xiahou, don't worry. They will definitely not regret it. Because from today on they are my Dongfang family, and they have nothing to do with the Xiahou family anymore. As soon as these words came out, the people around were in an uproar. They never thought that Dongfang Yaoyu would protect them to such an extent. Not only saving the lives of the four of them, but also taking them in and letting them join the Dongfang family. The Dongfang family is the head of the 6 major families, a force that is powerful in the court, and even the royal family is quite afraid of. How many talented people want to work for the Dongfang family? They were not qualified. Now a group of country bumpkins from Yuxing town, with no strength, have become members of the Dongfang family. This is simply a pie in the sky. Everyone was just feeling sorry for Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian leaving the Xiahou family, and even thought they were stupid. Without the family background, they could not gain a foothold in the academy with their little strength. So everyone thought they were too impulsive and not a wise move. But now, who dares to mock them? Jumping from the Xiahou family to the Dongfang family is clearly the wisest and most shrewd decision. No one expected that the 4 people who were at a disadvantage and about to be shot just now not only saved their lives in a blink of an eye, but also had the support of the Dongfang family. Such a counterattack not only shocked the onlookers, but also shocked the people of the Xiahou family, with very ugly expressions. Chapter 11:17, I have nothing to do with him. Xiahou Yuanshan, Xiahou Wanyin, and others had a long and ugly face when they heard Dongfang Yaoyu's words. They were still thinking of severely punishing Suimo and the other 4, and making them die without a burial place. Unexpectedly, not only did they not get punished, but they became members of the Dongfang family. Is there such an infuriating thing in the world? Xiahou Wanyan saw that her brother and sister-in-law had climbed up to such a big power, and she immediately clenched her fingers, unwilling to accept it. At the beginning, Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian were able to come to Fenglin Imperial Capital because of her. If it weren't for the Xiahou family seeing her as an alchemist, how could they let these 2 rubbish stay? Now, these 2 rubbish who came by chance are doing better than her, the protagonist. Such a gap is really unacceptable to Xiahou Wanyin. However, she didn't know that even she herself came to Fenglin Imperial Capital because of Su Maoyang's light. Now seeing others doing well, Xiahou Wanyin is jealous and can't think of what she did in the past. If it weren't for her betrayal and frame-up, she wouldn't have parted ways with Xiahou Wanxian and the others. When facing the criticism of the Xiahou family just now, if she had spoken out to help instead of adding insult to injury, she wouldn't have missed the Dongfang family. It's all her own fault, and no one else can be blamed. At this time, Xiahou Yuanshan was so angry that she was shaking all over, gnashing her teeth. And she was also jealous of Su Mo's good fortune and being protected by the Dongfang master. You know, even if Xiahou Qingyi wanted to marry into the Dongfang family, the old man Xiahou sent someone to propose marriage. But the Dongfang master didn't even have the interest to meet her and directly rejected her. Therefore, she couldn't figure out how a maid who came from Yuxing town to the imperial capital could hook up with Mr. Dongfang. And how could she become Mr. Dongfang's fiancée in such a short time? Is she better than Xiahou Qingyi? It's unbelievable. Not only Xiahou Yuanshan, but everyone present was full of doubts and even suspicions about this matter. Mr. Dongfang didn't even want to look at other outstanding daughters and ladies from other families, but he wanted to marry a maid, which was really puzzling. But I have to sigh that Suimo must have cultivated 8 lifetimes of blessings to make Mr. Dongfang look at her differently and personally come out to help. At this time, Dongfang Yaoyu directly ignored the surprised and complicated eyes around him. Slightly side-eyed, looked at Su Maoyang, and raised a light and elegant smile. And his tone was very gentle. You won't blame me for taking the initiative, right? Hearing this, the people around were shocked and stared at Su Maoyang with envy. Being able to join the Dongfang family is something that many people dream of. And Su Mo, a maid, would probably jump for joy if she had such an opportunity. Dongfang Yaoyu actually asked her opinion so modestly, which was unbelievable. At this time, Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian were even more flattered. Without waiting for Su Maoyang to speak, they waved their hands and put on a flattering smile on their faces. No. No. It is our honor to join the Dongfang family. The two of them knew very well what kind of existence the Dongfang family was in Fenglin Imperial Capital, and even in the entire Fenglin Empire. Now that they can enter the Dongfang family, and have young Master Dongfang as their backer, it means that the Xiahou family dare not touch them casually. And they can also practice in the academy with peace of mind. Such a great opportunity. Only a fool would refuse it. Moreover, they saw that Master Dongfang was handsome, and his words and deeds were elegant and decent. He was friendly and approachable to country bumpkins like them from Yuxing Town, which showed that he was a very good person. In addition, he saved them again and again, so he was their savior. The key point was that he did not despise Sumo's appearance and identity, and would rather offend the Xiahou family to protect her. Just for this infatuation, Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian were very satisfied. So, no matter from which aspect, Master Dongfang was very outstanding, completely worthy of Su Mo, and a good man who could bring Su Mo happiness. If Su Mo were to marry Dongfang Gongzi, they would be more than happy. Seeing the enthusiastic attitude of Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian, Dongfang Yaoyu couldn't help laughing, and the smile on his face deepened. Since you are willing to go back to Dongfang's house with me, then get in the car. Wanxian and Zian were pleasantly surprised to hear Dongfang Gongzi's invitation, and quickly pulled Su Mo aside and walked towards the carriage. Su Maoyang wanted to say a few words to Dongfang Yaoyu, but before he could open his mouth, he was pushed into the carriage by the two of them. Zina was Su Maoyang's person, and she followed her wherever she went. And now she also got into the carriage. When Dongfang Yaoyu saw that they all got into the carriage, he curled his lips and smiled softly, which was even more dazzling than the sun. When all the women around saw it, they felt like they were bathed in spring breeze, and their pupils couldn't help but be amazed. However, before everyone was in a daze, Dongfang Yaoyu had already gotten on the carriage and told the driver to leave. After a while, the carriage returned to the way it came, and soon drove out of everyone's sight. Along the way, Wanxian and Zian had ambiguous smiles on their faces, and their ambiguous eyes also swept over Su Maoyang and Dongfang Yaoyu. Su Maoyang was a little speechless because of their gazes, and sighed helplessly. He and I are really not that kind of relationship. Don't guess blindly. Su Mo, you are too disloyal. The Dongfang master has confessed in person. Is this called blind guessing? I didn't expect that at this juncture. You still want to hide it from us. Xiahou Wanxian pretended to be unhappy and pursed her lips, accusing. But although she complained like this, the smile in her eyes did not diminish, and she was obviously very happy about Su Mo and Dongfang Yaoyu being together. Xiahou Zian also nodded, and couldn't help but teasing. Su Mo, since the matter has been made public, there is no need for you to hide it from us. Why are you still shy with us? Su Maoyang was overwhelmed by their teasing, and had no choice but to turn to look at Dongfang Yaoyu. Hurry up and explain to them. Dongfang Yaoyu saw Su Maoyang's tangled expression and couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. Yes, you misunderstood. Su Mo and I are just friends now. Dongfang Yaoyu's words were flattering. Just saying that they were just friends now. But it didn't mean the future. However, Su Maoyang didn't notice his thoughts at this time, nor did he think deeply. Su Mo, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ruin your reputation, but the situation was urgent just now, and I had to use my identity as the daughter-in-law of the Dongfang family to pressure them. Dongfang Yaoyu was afraid that she would be unhappy, so he quickly explained. Su Maoyang nodded in understanding. I know. If we don't use this identity, it will be difficult for us to get out. After all, the Xiahou family is dealing with family affairs. No matter how powerful the Dongfang family is, it is impossible for them to interfere in other people's family affairs. But if she is given the identity of the Dongfang family's daughter-in-law, then she is a member of the Dongfang family, and the Xiahou family will naturally have no right to deal with her. In the end, Su Maoyang should be grateful to him. Chapter 11:18 I am from the Cloud Tower Dark Domain. Don't worry. I'm not that kind of pedantic person. And I don't care about my reputation. You don't have to take it to heart. On the contrary, if your father hears that you are going to marry a maid, I'm afraid he will be furious. Su Maoyang knows that her current identity is a bit embarrassing, and she can't reveal her true identity. After all, this is the Maple Forest Empire. If others know that she is the imperial concubine of the Cloud Tower Dark Domain, I don't know how much of a sensation it will cause. At that time, it will not only be the Xiahou family that will hunt her down. It is estimated that the forces of the entire Maple Forest Empire will go out to hunt her down. With her current strength and current situation, it is really inconvenient to reveal the identity of the imperial concubine. She doesn't even plan to tell Dongfang Yaoyu, because the current Dongfang Yaoyu is no longer the former Song Mingxing. He has his own family, relatives, and his own responsibilities. It is hard to guarantee that he will not betray her for his family. In the final analysis, Su Maoyang still cannot completely trust him. However, Su Maoyang was very grateful that Dongfang Yaoyu was willing to help and take them in. Dongfang Yaoyu was moved to see Su Maoyang worried about him, and smiled and shook his head. Don't worry. My father knows you. And he also knows that you once saved my life in Songyan sect. Last time I said you were in the imperial capital, my father wanted me to invite you to visit my home. Now that he knows you are going to stay in Dongfang Mansion, he will definitely be very happy. Su Maoyang didn't expect that the head of the Dongfang family actually knew of her existence, and even knew everything that happened in Songyan sect. However, what surprised her most was that the head of the Dongfang family knew that she was from the dark area of Yunlu, and he could still warmly invite her to visit his home, which was really rare. Xiahou Zian, who was standing by, couldn't help but change his face when he heard about the Songyan sect, and asked in surprise, Mr. Dongfang, is that Songyan sect you mentioned that Songyan sect of the Yunlu Dark Domain? Although they were country people from remote towns, and had never seen much of the world, they had heard of the sect forces of the Yunlu Dark Domain and the Academy forces of Finshua Tianqing. After all, these forces were very famous throughout the Jiuyu realm, and it was hard not to know about them. Dongfang Yaoyu heard this, and suddenly realized that he had said too much, and couldn't help but glance at Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang was more frank, and nodded in acknowledgement. Well, yes, I am from the Yunlu Dark Domain, and was once a disciple of the Songyan sect. She knew that she couldn't hide it from Wan Xian and Zian. She had exposed too much of her strength recently, and they probably had already suspected it. But out of politeness, they didn't ask her to embarrass her. For this, Su Maoyang was grateful. What's more, they were facing death just now, but they didn't leave her alone. Su Maoyang had no reason not to believe such a person, so he didn't hide the truth from the dark area of the Cloud Tower. Hearing her confession, Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian were surprised. Thinking of what they had experienced recently, they nodded in sudden enlightenment, and the doubts in their hearts were solved. No wonder Su Mo has such a powerful skill. It turns out that he is a disciple of the Songyan sect. Since you are a disciple of the Songyan sect, why did you run to the Maple Forest Empire? Xiahou Wanxian couldn't help asking. For this, Su Maoyang didn't want to say more, but just gave a general answer. I was chased by people in the Songyan sect, and fled all the way here. Wanxian and Zian nodded in understanding after hearing this. So that's it. When they found Su Mo by the river, they found that she was covered with bruises, and was seriously injured. They thought that she must have been beaten by the enemies of Songyan sect. Now that these things are connected, Wan Xian and Zian understand everything. When she knew heard this, most of the doubts in her heart were gone. But she didn't expect that her master also carried a blood feud like herself. Seeing Su Maoyang's face gradually getting colder, Xiahou Wanxian knew that she was thinking of the sad things in the past. So she immediately tried to smooth things over and ease the atmosphere. Let the past be the past. You are now in the Maple Forest Empire, and have joined the Dongfang family. You have changed your place and identity. What you need to do now is to abandon the past and start over. Dongfang Yaoyu felt sorry for her, and comforted her. Don't worry. I am here now. No one dares to touch you. When your strength is restored, I will accompany you to fight back. In the past, he did not have the strength to protect her. Now he has the strength and power, and can finally take Su Maoyang under his wings and prevent her from being hurt at all. At this moment, Dongfang Yaoyu was so fortunate that he was still alive. Fortunate that he was a child of the Dongfang family. Fortunate that his father had trained him these days. And fortunate that he could still meet her. Just as the few people were chatting, the carriage had already arrived at the gate of the Dongfang mansion. Su Maoyang had been to Dongfang mansion last time, and knew how vast and magnificent it was. After getting off the carriage, he followed Dongfang Yaoyu into the gate without showing any surprise. She knew it was a cold person, and followed Su Maoyang expressionlessly. But Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian were shocked when they saw the scene. They had lived in Yuxing Town, a place where dogs don't shit all year round. Seeing the Xiahou mansion was shocking enough. Who knew that the Xiahou family was not even 1/10 of the Dongfang mansion? Sure enough, the Dongfang family was powerful and well-deserved. Seeing Su Maoyang and Xinduo had already walked into the mansion with Master Dongfang, Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian came to their senses and hurried to follow. After entering the Dongfang mansion, Dongfang Yaoyu asked Butler Fan to prepare rooms for the four of them and settled them all down. Xiahou Wanxian didn't want to separate from Su Maoyang, and Xinduo was Su Maoyang's subordinate, so the three of them lived in the same courtyard, while Xiahou Zian was divided into another courtyard because of gender. It was not until the evening that Butler Fan came to invite them to the hall for dinner, and the four of them gathered together and went to the hall again. The hall was some distance from the backyard, led by housekeeper Fan. The four of them walked a long way before arriving at the front yard. The hall was already full of people at this time. In addition to the two elderly elders, there were also several energetic young people. When they saw Su Maoyang and the other four come in, they all cast curious glances at them. Su Maoyang, Wanxian and Zian saw that everyone had already taken their seats and were waiting for them. They felt bad and quickly walked to the center of the hall and saluted the Dongfang family head, who was sitting on the top. Dongfang family head was a middle-aged man who looked about 50 years old. But he was tall and sturdy, straight and upright. Under his thick and dark sword eyebrows, he had a pair of dark eyes, as sharp and deep as an eagle, flashing with a sharp light, and his whole body was filled with a momentum of courage that no one could match. Seeing the four of them saluting, his dignified face rarely showed a smile, and he raised his hand slightly. "Ha-ha. I heard that Su Mo saved your life before, so he is a great benefactor of our Dongfang family. Please don't be polite." Faced with the enthusiasm of the Dongfang family head, Su Maoyang smiled modestly and said, "The Dongfang family head is too polite. Now I should be grateful to the family head for taking me in." Chapter 11:19 The Dongfang family with few people. Hearing Su Maoyang's humble words, the head of the Dongfang family couldn't help laughing, and his cold and majestic face became much softer. "Ha ha ha. Our Dongfang family has nothing else but a wide area and many rooms. In addition, there are few people in the family, so most of the rooms are empty. So taking in Miss Su and your friends is just a piece of cake, compared with your risking your life to save my son. It's really nothing." Su Maoyang was a little surprised when she heard this. Logically, the Dongfang family is at the top of the 6 major families, and even the royal family is afraid of them. With such a high status, they should not take them, the ordinary people, seriously. But he didn't expect that he could treat them with courtesy and without any airs. It was rare. After the Dongfang family master finished speaking, the middle-aged man sitting to his right also smiled and nodded, with the same enthusiastic attitude. "You are yours, friends. So be casual at home. Don't be polite. If there is anything inconsiderate, just tell housekeeper Fan." The middle-aged man who spoke looked younger, estimated to be in his 30s. And his facial features were somewhat similar to the Dongfang family master. Just the upright sitting posture and the aura exuded from his body also had the momentum of a soldier. "I think this is Dongfang Yaoyu's 6th uncle." After Su Maoyang learned that Dongfang Yaoyu was the son of the Dongfang family, he went to find out and learned that the older generation of the Dongfang family had a total of 6 sons and 2 daughters. One of the daughters entered the palace as a concubine, and the other married the family's heir. So they had long been away from home. And Dongfang Yaoyu's 2nd uncle, 4th uncle and 5th uncle all died on the battlefield, wrapped in horsehide. So now there are only his father, 3rd uncle and 6th uncle, 3 elders. Although there are few elders in the Dongfang family, they are very talented. Dongfang Yaoyu's father was named a first-class general by the emperor, and he was the most authoritative and highest-ranking general in the Maple Forest Empire. His sixth uncle was named a general of the cavalry, and his status was second only to his father. The two brothers joined forces, and won countless victories, and made countless contributions. As for Donphan Yaoyu's third uncle, he was not interested in fighting, and did not join the army. But now, he is the famous dean of Liuguang Academy. Although he did not make military achievements for the Maple Forest Empire, he trained many masters, and has a very high prestige in the Maple Forest Empire. If he said a word, the Maple Forest Empire would tremble, which shows that his status is not lower than that of the head of the Donphan family. It is precisely because of these three great figures that the Donphan family is still at the top of the family power, even though it has a small population. Speaking of the small population, this should be the most helpless part of the Donphan family. Because the Donphan family is a military family. The sons of the family are destined to go to the battlefield since they were born. They have been in the bloody storm for many years, and it is inevitable that they will encounter dangers, and they will lose their lives if they are not careful. Therefore, it is very difficult to survive in such a dangerous environment, as far as Su Maoyang knows. Although Donphan Yaoyu is now the legitimate son, he actually has two older brothers before him. However, the eldest brother had died on the battlefield before Donphan Yaoyu returned home, and the second brother was captured by the enemy, because he was unwilling to surrender. He was tortured to death by the enemy. So it was Donphan Yaoyu's turn to inherit the position of the legitimate son. The second uncle and the sixth uncle did leave a few sons, but the son of the sixth uncle was still young and had no chance to go to the battlefield. So he survived. The fourth uncle didn't have many sons to begin with, and lost two of them on the battlefield, leaving only one son and one daughter. The fifth uncle was young at the time and died in battle before he could get married. As for the third uncle, the dean of Liuguang College, he never married and had no children. So, in total, in addition to the dead brothers and sisters, the Donphan family only has Donphan Yaoyu and a few brothers, as well as a sister. Of course, there are other children in the family, but they are basically the children of the deputy generals of the Donphan family master. Several of his deputy generals went through life and death with him, and fought for their whole lives. Some died for him, and some died for the country. The Donphan family master felt sorry for their children, who were lonely, and had no one to take care of them. So he took these children to train them. These children naturally regarded the Donphan family as their own home, and were loyal to the Donphan family. Fortunately, whether it was the Donphan family master, the children of several uncles, or the children of those deputy generals, they were all very outstanding under the training of the Donphan family master, and they did not disappoint their dead father. However, with only so few children in the family, it is far from other families. After all, the prosperity of the family can affect the future development of the family. I think this is also what the head of the Donphan family is more worried about. Perhaps it is because many sons died, just from the attitude of the head of the Donphan family towards them. Su Maoyang knew that the head of the Donphan family must be very fond of Donphan Yaoyu. Because Donphan Yaoyu is his only remaining son, he is naturally the most loved one. So he can also be so kind to Donphan Yaoyu's friends. Not to mention that he has saved his son's life. Just when Su Maoyang was lost in thought, Donphan Yaoyu, who was sitting at the seat, stood up and walked to her side, personally leading her and Xiahou Wanxian and others to sit down. Su Mo, don't be polite to my father. Come over here and sit down. Su Maoyang nodded slightly, and walked over to where he pointed. However, as soon as she, Wanxian, and Xinhua sat down, they heard a teasing female voice from the opposite side. TSK TSK TSK. Look at how nervous brother you is. He made Miss Su stand for a while longer, and he felt so distressed, and he couldn't wait to lead her to sit next to him. Are you afraid that your uncle will embarrass your Miss Su? Hearing this teasing voice, Su Maoyang looked up in surprise, and saw a woman in a purple gauze skirt sitting opposite her. She had a flying fairy bun on her head, and a few plump and round white pearls dotted her hair, making her look cute and lovely. Her eyebrows were like crescent moons. Her big almond eyes were smart and playful, and there was an ambiguous smile in them. At this time, she covered her mouth and laughed secretly, winking her eyes, looking quirky. Donphan Yaoyu was thin-skinned. How could he stand her teasing? Her pale cheeks were slightly hot, and she glared at her unhappily. She is a guest. The first time she comes to our house. Of course, I have to take care of her more. The purple-clothed woman did not believe it. And the smile in her eyebrows became more presumptuous. Brother, you don't hide it. What first time? I heard that you invited Miss Sue to come once a long time ago. This time is new. The second time is familiar. Miss Sue is also an acquaintance of our Donphan family. Not to mention, didn't you say that she was your fiancée? As she said this, the purple-clothed woman giggled even more happily. Donphan Yoyu's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this, and his expression was a little embarrassed. But he could do nothing about the naughty purple-clothed woman. You are well informed. Of course. Don't you see whose sister I am? The purple-clothed woman raised her eyebrows proudly, and her playful look made Su Maoyang laugh. Chapter 1120. Talking about Miss Sue every day. Donphan Yoyu saw her like this, and shook his head with a smile. His sister always liked to joke and tease others. Even his brother. Su Mo. She is my sister. Donphan Liue. Who is crazy and has a frivolous personality. Don't take her words to heart. Donphan Yaoyu was worried that Su Maoyang would mind, so he couldn't help but explain. Donphan Liue didn't agree to it, and shouted unhappily. Brother, you don't slander me and destroy the relationship between me and my future sister-in-law. Su Maoyang had a faint smile on his lips. But when he heard this, his smile froze. Future sister-in-law? Did she misunderstand something? Su Maoyang put away her smile and explained seriously. Girl, you misunderstood. Your brother and I are not that kind of relationship. He said that on purpose to help me out. He has no intention of marrying me. Donphan Liue raised her eyebrows slightly, still not quite believing it, and retorted with a smile. Misunderstanding? I don't think so. When my brother was in a coma, he kept talking about Miss Sue every day. I have heard the 3 words Miss Sue so many times. Besides, I have never seen brother you care so much about any woman. He usually doesn't even want to look at other women. But now, he is so active to take you back in person. It just so happens that your last name is Sue. Isn't it the Miss Sue he keeps talking about every day? Xiao Wanxian laughed out loud when she heard this, and suddenly felt that Donphan Liue was a funny person, and his words were so funny. Xiao Zian also smiled, and looked at Su Maoyang and Donphan Yaoyu with an ambiguous look, obviously agreeing with Donphan Liue's opinion. Su Maoyang had never expected such a thing at this time. He was immediately embarrassed by this remark. He turned his head in surprise, and looked at Donphan Yoyu beside him, seeking his answer. Receiving Su Maoyang's surprised look, Donphan Yaoyu's face was even more burning. Fortunately, he was now much calmer than before, and he didn't lose his composure. Without waiting for Su Maoyang to ask, he retorted to Donphan Liue. At that time, Su Mo and I were both in danger, and after I was seriously injured, I didn't know Su Mo's situation, and I didn't know whether she was alive. Of course, I was worried about her safety in a coma. After all, she saved my life and helped me a lot. Worrying about her is just a normal reaction. You think too much. Hearing this, Su Maoyang breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, she knew Donphan Yaoyu's feelings for her. But this kind of feeling was not a love between men and women, but gratitude. In the Phantom Palace, she was the only one who did not despise him, encouraged him, and protected him. Donphan Yoyu was grateful at the time. So when he encountered the enemy in Xingyuan Holy Land, he blocked the palm for her in order to repay her kindness. Moreover, Donphan Yoyu was kind by nature. Now that he met his former benefactor in the Maple Forest Empire, it was normal for him to enthusiastically lend a hand when he saw that the benefactor was in trouble. So Su Maoyang believed that he did not have the love between men and women that Donphan Liue said. And Donphan Liue saw that Donphan Yaoyu was too shy to admit it, and she was amused in her heart. She said what he said, but her expression was ambiguous. Okay. It's just a normal reaction. You don't like Miss Sue. Is this always okay? Donphan Yaoyu heard her say that she didn't like Su Maoyang. Her face became anxious, and she wanted to explain, but she didn't dare to say it. A slightly older young man next to Donphan Liue saw this scene and smiled and rebuked. Your brother Yu has never experienced sex and is thin-skinned, so don't tease him. Donphan Liue heard this and nodded with a smile. Okay, I won't tease him anymore. I'm just afraid that he's like a wooden man and can't please girls. Your brother Yu is so outstanding. Are you afraid that no girls like him? Don't worry about it. You girl. The young man smiled dotingly. Su Maoyang was also amused by her when he heard this. It can be seen that the relationship between the brothers and sisters of the Dongfang family is very harmonious. Take this quirky Dongfang Liu for example. Although she was teasing, she was actually concerned about her brother in her heart. Unfortunately, she misunderstood. The head of the Dongfang family was in a very good mood when he saw the young people joking. He stroked his beard and criticized them. But his eyes were full of smiles. Okay. You guys should be quiet. This is the first time for people to visit our house. You are so unruly. You will scare the guests. After hearing the head of the Dongfang family speak, Dongfang Liu shut up obediently. And the other young people also quieted down. At this time, the head of the Dongfang family looked at Su Maoyang and apologized. I'm sorry to make Miss Su laugh. They were just joking. The head of the family said too much. Su Maoyang couldn't bear it and waved his hand quickly. The head of the Dongfang family smiled and nodded. And spoke again. I heard that you angered the elders of the Xiahou family. So you were kicked out. But don't worry. Since you are in our Dongfang family, at least your safety is guaranteed. I still don't believe it. And the Xiahou family doesn't dare to attack our Dongfang family. Hearing such a firm guarantee, Su Maoyang nodded gratefully. Thank you, head of the family. Uh-huh. Okay. We've been talking for so long. The dishes should be cold. Everyone sit down and eat. The head of the family raised his hand and greeted enthusiastically. After the words fell, everyone picked up their chopsticks and started eating. Perhaps due to the influence of marching and fighting, everyone ate very quickly. And the dinner was over in a short while. The head of the family asked everyone to disperse early in the morning, and specially sent housekeeper Fan to take Su Maoyang and the other 4 back to the backyard. But Dongfang Youyu was left alone. Father, is there anything? Dongfang Youyu asked after everyone left. The head of the Dongfang family raised his eyes, stared at him deeply, and after a long silence, he said, You like her, right? Dongfang Youyu was shocked by the question, and his eyes widened in surprise, and then quickly concealed his emotions and denied it. Father, you misunderstood. Stop pretending. You are my child. How can I not understand you? So many daughters of big families came before, wanting to marry you and form an alliance with our Dongfang family. But you refused without even looking at them, and always avoided the issue of marriage. Isn't it obvious that you still can't forget Miss Su in your heart? Dongfang Youyu didn't expect his father to point out his thoughts at once, and lowered his head in a panic. I'm worried that my father will not agree. So, Su Maoyang is from the Yunlu Dark Domain, and their Dongfang family is a big family in the Maple Forest Empire, and they have a large army. His father will definitely not allow him to marry a woman from another country. Alas, to be honest, I am not very satisfied with Su Mo's identity from the Yunlu Dark Domain. But I am not a domineering and dictatorial father. The woman you want to marry is to spend your life with you. What's most important is that you like her, and you don't have to consider us. The head of the Dongfang family sighed and answered solemnly. Dongfang Youyu didn't expect him to have this attitude, and stared at him with surprise. Father, are you telling the truth? Chapter 11:21 Don't want him to repeat the same mistake. Dongfang Youyu was most worried about his father's opposition, and he had made plans to never marry. He didn't expect his father to be so open-minded and not mind Su Maoyang's identity. Hearing such news, he was overjoyed and said excitedly, Father, thank you. You don't know how precious your tolerance is to me. The head of the Dongfang family saw his excited face and knew that he was deeply involved. He couldn't help but laugh and shook his head. Don't think that I don't object. Which means I agree with you two getting married. This depends on Su Mo's performance. You have to know that not just any woman can be the daughter-in-law of our Dongfang family. Although their Dongfang family does not care about family status, they have strict requirements for character. The arrogant and narrow-minded woman, no matter how noble her status is, can't even think of entering their Dongfang family. Since Dongfang Yaoyu's mother died early, he, as a father, had to worry more about his marriage. But for Dongfang Youyu, he had full confidence in Su Maoyang, both in character and strength, and nodded affirmatively. Father, don't worry. Su Imo is not the kind of person you said. She is the best and most powerful woman I have ever seen. I am worried that I am not worthy of her. Seeing that he was so sure and his tone was full of admiration, the head of the Dongfang family was shocked. He raised his eyebrows in surprise and looked at him deeply. Obviously, he did not expect Dongfang Youyu to have such a high evaluation of Suimo. You know, the sons of his Dongfang family are all geniuses in the eyes of everyone, and each of them is very outstanding. Although Dongfang Youyu did not stay at home all year round, from the time of body replacement to now, he not only endured great torture, but also mastered the Dongfang family's ancestral formation. And now he can use it skillfully. You should know that he has only spent 1 year to achieve such results, which can be said to be very outstanding. However, such an outstanding man is worried that he is not worthy of Suimo, which is really surprising. After hearing what he said, the head of the Dongfang family became more interested in Suimo. Okay, I want to see how outstanding the best woman you mentioned is. It seems that I have to find a time to talk to her alone. Don't. Father, Suimo doesn't know my feelings yet. It's too abrupt for you to talk to someone rashly like this, which will scare her. Dongfang Youyu was worried that he would say some inexplicable words to Suimo, which would push her further away. So he immediately stopped him anxiously. Ha! I haven't even found her yet. But you're already protecting her. Oh! It seems like you've really forgotten your father after you got a wife. The head of the Dongfang family sighed, and shook his head with a hurt expression. Forget it. I won't look for her. I'll just observe her secretly. That's all. Dongfang Youyu saw that he agreed, and said with joy and gratitude, Thank you for your understanding, Father. Okay. Go now. I'm tired too. The Dongfang family smiled helplessly and waved. Dongfang Youyu nodded happily when he heard this, and after saluting, he walked out of the hall quickly. Maybe he was in a good mood, and even his steps became much lighter. The head of the Dongfang family stared at his departing back. The smile on his lips gradually solidified. His eyes flickered, and complex emotions floated, and even his expression became solemn. It was not until the middle-aged man outside walked in that the head of the Dongfang family retracted his gaze, restrained his expression, and asked in a deep voice, Did you hear everything? The man who came in was Dongfang Youyu's sixth uncle. When he heard the head of the family's straightforward question, he nodded in acknowledgement without any hesitation. Just thinking about Dongfang Youyu's thoughts, he couldn't help but worry. Brother, are you really going to let your marry that Suimo? The head of the Dongfang family nodded seriously. If your likes it, I respect his wishes. Dongfang Jianbo didn't expect him to be so straightforward. He was shocked and frowned in confusion. He reminded solemnly, Brother, if you really marry Suimo, it will be difficult to explain to the emperor. You should know that the emperor mentioned the princess's marriage several times before, which clearly hinted to us that he intends to marry the princess to you. If you really marries another woman, how can a princess of a country share a husband with other women? If the emperor knows, he will definitely be furious and vent his anger on the Dongfang family. It will be difficult to end it at that time. The head of the Dongfang family obviously thought about this problem, but he waved his hand without taking it to heart. I will deal with the emperor myself, so you don't have to worry about it. But Dongfang Jianbo saw that he had made up his mind, and he was even more anxious. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the head of the Dongfang family. No buts. I can't let you repeat Shou Ran's mistakes. Never. The head of the Dongfang family said this with great emphasis, almost squeezed out from his lips and teeth, and his calm old face instantly flushed, and he was extremely excited. Hearing Shou Ran's name, Dongfang Jianbo was also shocked. His pupils flashed with surprise, and his face became extremely ugly. Brother, Shou Ran has been dead for so long. You should let it go. Dongfang Jianbo knew that Dongfang Shou Ran's death was a hurdle in his brother's heart that he couldn't get over. Now when he heard him mention this name again, Dongfang Jianbo's heart seemed to be tightened, and a surge of pain surged up. Dongfang Shou Ran. That was a talented young man with high spirits. He was handsome, suave, knowledgeable, and outstanding, whether in spiritual power or formation. He was the one who understood the fastest and learned the best among the many children of the Dongfang family. Although he was the second child, he was deeply loved by the head of the Dongfang family, because the head of the family had favored him as the second son since he was a child. The death of Dongfang Shou Ran was an unimaginable blow to his eldest brother. Dongfang Yanqing's eyes suddenly turned red when he heard this. He punched the table next to him and growled in regret. How could I let it go? If I hadn't forced him to marry the daughter of the Han family, he wouldn't have been angry and unwilling to come back. Nor would he have fallen into the enemy's trap and been tortured to death by the enemy as a prisoner. All this is because of me. How can I deprive you of happiness like this again? It was because of his former arbitrariness that he ruined his most beloved son. Such pain can never be smoothed out in his lifetime. Therefore, he couldn't let Dongfang Yaoyu be like Xiaoran again. He couldn't bear the pain of losing his son again. As long as his son is happy, it is more important than anything else. Even the emperor can't deprive him of such happiness. Dongfang Jianbao thought of Xiaoran's past experience, and felt the same regret as Dongfang Yanqing. Then he fell silent and stopped persuading. Since Su Maoyang moved into the Dongfang mansion, Dongfang Yaoyu ordered the servants to serve him well. With the protection of the Dongfang family, they have no worries about food and clothing, and can practice peacefully. However, they have been stable for only 2 days, and the Maple Forest Empire ushered in a big event. Chapter 1122, a major event for the whole country. That evening, Su Maoyang was still refining the elixir in her room when she heard a burst of hurried footsteps outside. She was alerted when she heard the noise, and immediately waved her hand to put the evil blood cauldron into the space. The next second, a petite figure in goose yellow rushed in quickly. Before she could catch her breath, she excitedly shouted, Suimo! Suimo! I heard an incredible news. The one who came in was none other than Xiahou Wanxian. She was the only one who could enter Su Maoyang's room so casually. Su Maoyang looked at her and laughed. Don't be excited. Talk slowly. Oh! How can I not be excited? I heard that the Yunlu Dark Domain seems to be sending envoys to visit our fallen empire. Now the streets and alleys outside are going crazy. Xiahou Wanxian spoke breathlessly, with a very shocked expression. Upon hearing about Yunlu Dark Domain, the usually calm Su Maoyang's face changed drastically. He stood up from the couch and asked loudly in disbelief. What did you say? People from Yunlu Dark Domain are coming to Fenglin Empire? Xiahou Wanxian had never seen Su Maoyang react so much. In her impression, Su Maoyang had always been a steady and deep person. As long as the news had nothing to do with her, she would be cold and indifferent. She didn't expect that she would be so excited. It was really beyond her expectations. However, it was understandable. Yunlu Dark Domain was such a powerful country. In the Nine Nether Realm, only Burning Blood Sky City could compete with it. Like their Fenglin Empire, they didn't take it seriously at all. Usually, only their Fenglin Empire visited Yunlu Dark Domain, and it was never the turn of Yunlu Dark Domain to condescend to visit their Fenglin Empire. Now there is news that the Yunlu Dark Domain is going to visit the Maple Forest Empire. No wonder Su Mo has such a big reaction. Thinking of this, Xiahou Wanxian understood Su Maoyang's shock, and sighed with the same shock. Yes, now it has spread all over the outside world, and it is very lively. The other party is the unattainable Yunlu Dark Domain. This is the first time I heard that the envoy of Yunlu visited our Maple Forest Empire. It's incredible. Su Maoyang has been concentrating on refining pills in the room these 2 days, and has not gone out. He has no idea about the outside world. When he suddenly heard such news, he was shocked and widened his eyes and asked, Are you sure about this news? Xiahou Wanxian nodded repeatedly. When I first heard about it outside, I didn't believe it. But just before, I heard that the palace sent someone to tell the head of the Dongfang family that they were going to invite the Dongfang family to attend a state banquet or something. But there haven't been any special days recently. And it's not the emperor's birthday. If a state banquet can be held, it must be a big deal. Besides, I just saw that housekeeper Fen sent someone to notify the other disciples of the Dongfang family who are still practicing in the academy, asking them to come back as soon as possible, saying that the head of the Dongfang family has something to announce at the dinner tonight. Looking at this situation, I think it's probably true that the envoys from the Yunlu Dark Domain are visiting the Maple Forest Empire. Hearing this, Su Maoyang clenched her fingers tightly to restrain the surging emotions. Yunlu Dark Domain. She hasn't heard this name for a long time. It was the home of the man she loved deeply. Later, after marrying Jun Haotsong and becoming the emperor's concubine, it became her home. But because of the death of the eldest princess, there was no place for her to stand there. Now she suddenly heard the news about Yunlu Dark Domain, and she couldn't help but feel a little sad and missing. I don't know what's going on in the Yunlu Dark Domain now. I don't know if Jun Haotsong is recovered from his injuries. Is he okay without her around? Is he eating well, healing well, and resting well? This is the only thing that Su Maoyang is worried about these days besides practicing. At this time, Xiahou Wanxian looked anxious. But she didn't notice Su Maoyang's mood changes. She hurriedly urged. The head of the family said he has something to tell us. Everyone is going to the hall. Let's go quickly. We'll know whether this is true or not when we go there. Su Maoyang nodded slightly when she heard it. She also wanted to know whether what Xiahou Wanxian said was true. And she wanted to know why the envoys of the Yunlu Dark Domain suddenly came to the Maple Forest Empire. So, without a moment's delay, she quickly followed Xiahou Wanxian to the hall. At this time, there were already many people sitting in the hall. This time it was much more lively than last time. In addition to the children of the second uncle and the sixth uncle last time, there were also some new faces. I think they should be the children of the deputy generals. This time, even the wife of the sixth uncle was present. Su Maoyang heard that the wife of the sixth uncle was not in good health, so she didn't like to attend such banquets. Now that she can gather with everyone, it seems that the head of the Dongfang family really has something important to announce. Su Maoyang saw this and knew what was going on. He followed Xiahou Wanxian to the center of the hall. After a simple greeting, he turned around and walked to the seat next to him. At this time, Xiahou Zian was already sitting in the seat. When he saw Su Maoyang and the others come in, he waved to them and asked them to come over. Seeing this, Su Maoyang and Xiahou Wanxian walked quickly in his direction and quickly found a good seat and sat down. After sitting for a while, more disciples came in. Everyone waited for nearly half a cup of tea. When the head of the Dongfang family saw that most people had arrived, he cleared his throat and said seriously, Today, I have called everyone together because I have an important announcement. I just got the news that in 2 days, Emperor Yunlu will personally visit my Maple Forest Empire. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was shocked. After a few seconds of silence, they suddenly became noisy. Emperor Yunlu personally visited the Maple Forest Empire. Did they hear it wrong? It was shocking enough to hear that the envoys of the Yunlu Dark Realm were going to visit the Maple Forest Empire. I didn't expect that it was Emperor Yunlu who was going to visit in person. What kind of status is Emperor Yunlu? How could he condescend to come to a place like theirs? Everyone present looked at each other in disbelief. And they were really shocked. Su Maoyang was shocked when he heard the news. The cup in his hand fell to the ground with a bang, splashing the wine all over the floor. The crisp sound caused quite a stir and immediately attracted the attention of others. Xiahou Wanxian, who was sitting next to him, saw this scene and widened her eyes in shock. She asked worriedly, Su Mo, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Su Maoyang realized that he had lost his composure when he heard this, and hurriedly explained, It's okay. I just slipped and fell accidentally. Hearing this, Xiahou Wanxian nodded in understanding. But seeing Sumo's pale face and distraught look, she still frowned in confusion. Are you really okay? I see that you don't look very good. Are you feeling unwell? Chapter 1123. Hearing that Emperor Yunlu is extraordinarily handsome, Dongfang Yuyu, who was standing opposite, stood up nervously when he saw this, and quickly told the housekeeper Fan, who was standing beside him. Quick! Why are you still standing there? Go get a doctor. Su Maoyang stopped talking immediately after hearing this. No. I'm really fine. The master has something important to tell you. Don't let me delay the master's business. As he spoke, Su Maoyang had already calmed down and his face softened, and it looked like nothing was wrong. Dongfang Yuyu was relieved when he saw this, and sat back down again. The master of the Dongfang family glanced at Su Maoyang and said considerately, If you're not feeling well, I'll ask the maid to help you go back and rest. Su Maoyang waved her hand, looking a little apologetic. I'm really fine. I'm sorry to have worried the master. She suddenly heard the news about Jun Haotsong. How could she leave at such an important moment? Dongfang Yanqing confirmed that she was fine, then nodded slightly, retracted his gaze, and spoke again to the younger generations present. You should know that our Dongfang family has been generals for generations, holding military power, and is born to be the guardian of the Maple Forest Empire. It is our lifelong mission and responsibility to maintain the regime of the Maple Forest Empire and protect the safety of the people of the Maple Forest Empire. This time, Emperor Yunlu suddenly came to our Maple Forest Empire in an unusual way. The outside world may see that he attaches great importance to our Maple Forest Empire, but the emperor is worried that the other party's purpose is not pure. So he asked our Dongfang family to maintain order and ensure the safety of the entire Maple Forest Imperial capital. Hearing this, Everyone nodded in understanding, thinking that what the head of the Dongfang family said made sense. Indeed, it was a bit strange that Emperor Yunlu suddenly came to their Maple Forest Empire. With such a noble status, Emperor Yunlu did not take their Maple Forest Empire seriously at all. He would not even send envoys before, let alone come here in person. So no matter how you look at it, it seems that it is not as simple as a visit and exchange. It is no wonder that the emperor has such concerns. After all, Emperor Yunlu's strength is too powerful. If he stamps his feet, I am afraid that the entire Maple Forest Empire will tremble. If he really wants to attack them. Although he cannot destroy the Maple Forest Empire at once, he can also cause great losses to the Maple Forest Empire. Therefore, just in case, they still have to be alert. Thinking of this, Dongfang Yaoyu asked solemnly, "Father, what should we do?" "What you have to do now is to cooperate with your sixth uncle and do all the defensive work. When necessary, a desperate fight is inevitable. However, you don't have to worry too much. Emperor Yunlu is a shrewd man. Even if he wants to attack the Maple Forest Empire, he will not do it openly. After all, this is our territory. He can't help the nearby fire with distant water. Although our Maple Forest Empire is not as powerful as the Yunlu Dark Domain, there are at least several powerful old guys sitting in charge. I believe he still dare not do anything reckless." The head of the Xiahou family explained in a deep voice. Everyone nodded in agreement when they heard this. The tense and solemn atmosphere suddenly became a lot more relaxed. Dongfang Yanqing saw that everyone understood, and continued to remind, "Of course, in addition to ensuring the safety of the Maple Forest Imperial Capital, our most important thing this time is to entertain Emperor Yunlu and his envoys. After all, he is a guest, and a distinguished guest of special status, so he must not be neglected. The state banquet will be held in 2 days, and our Dongfang family will be among those attending the banquet. You should prepare well in the next 2 days, and perform well at the banquet. Don't embarrass the Maple Forest Empire. Understand?" As soon as Dongfang Yanqing finished speaking, all the younger generations present answered in unison. Understood. At this time, Dongfang Liyue was very excited to hear that she would attend the state banquet. She was very curious about the Emperor Yunlu, and she shouted excitedly, "I have never seen the Emperor Yunlu, but I heard that he is very handsome. I don't know if it is true or not. This time I have to see with my own eyes whether this person is as good-looking as the rumors say." Xiahou Wanxian heard this, and took over the conversation with great interest. Her eyes sparkled, and she said excitedly, "Yes, I heard that he has a stunning appearance. Even women feel ashamed when they see him." Dongfang Liyue couldn't help laughing when she heard such a statement. "Ha! The rumors are too exaggerated. Speaking of handsomeness, isn't Mu Jichen from our Maple Forest Empire also a rare handsome man? I want to see who is better between this man and Mu Jichen." Hearing this, Su Maoyang, who was originally in a solemn mood, was suddenly amused by her, and couldn't help but chuckle. Su Maoyang had met Mu Jichen, who was known as the most beautiful man in the Maple Forest Empire. Once, last time in the training room, he helped her out. In Su Maoyang's impression, that man was indeed outstanding in appearance. Handsome, suave, and a rare handsome man. But compared with Jun Haocong in appearance, he was not in the same league at all. It's not that Su Maoyang is partial to her man, but from an objective point of view, Mu Jichen's beauty is not even 1/10 of Jun Haocong's. But this Dongfang Liyue actually compared two people who are so different, which is really hilarious. Dongfang Liyue saw Su Maoyang suddenly laugh, and looked at her in surprise. "What are you laughing at?" Su Maoyang smiled and shook her head. "No, I just think you are very cute." Dongfang Liyue heard this, and a proud smile suddenly bloomed on her face. She held her head high and combed her hair, raised her eyebrows at Su Maoyang. "Not bad. You have good taste." Su Maoyang was amused by her funny expression, and had to admit that Dongfang Yaoyu's sister was indeed a funny person. The disciples around were also laughed at by Dongfang Liyue's shameless words, and the atmosphere suddenly became lively. Xiahou Wanxian was envious when she heard that they were going to attend the state banquet. She couldn't help but ask Dongfang Yanqing, "Master, I wonder if we have a chance to attend the state banquet. I also want to see the style of Emperor Yunlu." Dongfang Yanqing stroked his beard and laughed when he heard this. "Now that you have joined our Dongfang family, you are also our disciples of the Dongfang family. Of course you can attend. It's just a few more seats." No one dares to say anything. Their Dongfang family is powerful in the court and the country. But it's just a few more people. Who dares to offend their Dongfang family for such a small matter? Xiahou Wanxian heard that the master agreed to let them attend the state banquet together. And her eyes lit up with excitement. She almost jumped up with excitement and quickly pulled Su Maoyang's hand. Su Imo, did you hear that? We can go to the state banquet together. Emperor Yunlu came here in person. The scene must be very big and lively. Su Maoyang frowned when he heard this. Forget it. I'm just a maid. How can I attend the state banquet with such an identity? Chapter 1124 Attending the state banquet. Since she learned about her past life, Su Maoyang has no face to face Jun Haosong again, because she will never forget the curse, the scene of his self-destruction, and the hateful look. If she stays with him, it will only hurt him, or even kill him. She had killed him in her past life. How could she bear to hurt him again in this life? Now, the only thing she can do is stay away from him. Dongfang Yaoyu heard her self-deprecating words and retorted disapprovingly. What maid or not? Now that you have become a disciple of our Dongfang family, don't say you are a maid. And no one will treat you as a maid. When the time comes, it will just be a few more seats. Our Dongfang family still has this right. So you don't have to worry. Su Maoyang was choked by him and was speechless, and wanted to refuse. However, Xiahou Wanxian was anxious to persuade him. Su Imo, young master Dongfang has said so. You should go. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't you want to see Emperor Yunlu with your own eyes? He is a man at the peak of strength. A big man who is known to everyone in the Nine Netherworld. Others want to see him, but they don't have the chance. You have such a good opportunity now. How can you miss it? Su Maoyang was unmoved when he heard this, and still politely refused. I don't like this kind of lively scene, and I'm not very interested in Emperor Yunlu. So you guys can go. I'll stay at home and wait for you to come back. Everyone present was shocked when they heard this, staring at Su Maoyang in disbelief. They didn't expect that someone would say that they were not interested in Emperor Yunlu. Does she know who Emperor Yunlu is? She just said such big words. When Xiahou Wanxian heard such disappointing words, her pretty face fell down. She stared at Su Maoyang with grievance, and then hugged her arm and begged like a spoiled child. If you don't go, what's the point of me going alone? Just accompany me. I have never seen such a grand scene since I was born. If I miss it, it will be a pity. I will definitely regret it for the rest of my life. Can't you just regard it as satisfying my wish? Just regard it as my beg you. Xiahou Wanxian knew very well what her identity was. She was able to join the Dongfang family because of Su Mo's relationship. If it weren't for Su Mo, Dongfang Yaoyu probably didn't even know who they were. So how could he treat them so well? Now that Su Mo was unwilling to go, how could she, who came here with a relationship, shamelessly trouble the young master Dongfang to take her? So, she could only beg Su Mo to go together. Su Maoyang was also a little embarrassed in the face of her eager plea. To be honest, she actually wanted to attend the state banquet more than anyone else. She hadn't seen Jun Haosong for too long, and she missed him so much that her heart ached. God knows how much she suppressed her thoughts, restrained her emotions, and endured pain when she chose not to see him. The old man Jinjuan in the space knew the pain and suffering in her heart. Seeing her holding on so hard, he felt distressed and couldn't help but persuade her. Young master, if you want to go so much, just go. There must be a lot of people at the state banquet. And you have changed your appearance again. Sitting in the crowd? As long as you keep a low profile and be careful, it won't be easy to be discovered. Hearing this, Su Maoyang was a little shaken. She wanted to see him, and she was going crazy. But she was more worried about his health. She didn't know if he had recovered from his injury last time, and whether his cold disease had recurred. Too many questions filled her mind, making her worry. After a long silence, Su Maoyang finally succumbed to the longing in her heart, and kept telling herself, just once, just look at him from a distance. Only when she saw that he was fine, Su Maoyang could leave him at ease. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang nodded in compromise, and said helplessly to Xiahou Wanxian, Okay, I'll go with you. This okay, is it? Hearing Su Maoyang's agreement, Xiahou Wanxian was overjoyed and immediately hugged her tightly. Su Mo, you are the best. Seeing her so enthusiastic, Su Maoyang smiled and shook his head. But his heart was unusually heavy. And he was also nervous about meeting him soon. 2 days passed quickly. And soon the day of Emperor Yunlu's visit to the Maple Forest Empire arrived. In the past 2 days, Su Maoyang was restless and didn't even have much time to practice. The people of the Dongfang family were even more busy and spent less time in the mansion. As for the street outside, it was decorated with lights and colors, and the roadside stalls were closed, leaving a wide and clean street, with the purpose of leaving a good impression on Yunlu Dark Domain. On this day, the sun was shining brightly, and the sky was blue. The convoy of Yunlu Dark Domain was covered with flags and banners, and the bandits were flying all the way from the east to the west of the city. The momentum was magnificent, and the scene was very spectacular. The people of the Maple Forest Empire were all crowded on both sides of the street, watching this rare grand occasion. They all wanted to see the dreaded Yunlu Emperor, so they were excited, full of expectations, noisy and lively. The convoy was heading to the Imperial City. Even after all the teams entered the Imperial City, people in the streets and alleys were still looking at the direction of the Imperial City with reluctance, and were reluctant to leave. That night, the Emperor held a state banquet to entertain the Emperor of Yunlu. Almost all the forces in Fenglin Imperial City were invited and rushed to the Imperial City to attend the banquet. In the evening, Su Maoyang, Shi Nua, Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian were all ready, got on the carriage of the Dongfang family, and drove towards the Imperial City. Along the way, Xiahou Wanxian was so excited that she kept chattering, while Xiahou Zian listened quietly on the side, with a doting smile on his face. Su Maoyang was a little absent-minded. Dongfang Yaoyu next to her kept talking to her, but she didn't hear a word. Jun Haotsung's shadow was all in her mind. Su Mo. Su Mo. Dongfang Yaoyu also noticed that something was wrong with her at this time. After talking for a long time, and seeing that she didn't respond, he couldn't help but stretch out his hand, and wave it in front of her. Su Maoyang woke up and looked up at him. What's wrong? Dongfang Yaoyu's pupils flashed a trace of surprise. What are you thinking about? So absorbed? Hee. Nothing. What did you say just now? Su Maoyang pulled up the corners of his mouth and smiled. I said, when we get to the hall later, you just need to follow us to salute. Do what we do. And don't lose your manners in front of the hall. If you lose your composure in such an occasion, you will be in big trouble. Understand? Dongfang Yaoyu reminded. Su Maoyang nodded in understanding. Yes, I know. Dongfang Yaoyu knew that she was a steady person, so he was relatively relieved. Well, when the time comes, you can sit next to me, and I can take care of you if there is anything. Chapter 1125 State Banquet Finding Trouble. While the two were talking, the carriage had already entered the Imperial City. Xiahou Wanxian had never thought that she would have the opportunity to enter the Imperial City in her life. She was so excited that she lifted the curtains, poked her head out, and looked around curiously. When she saw something new, she couldn't wait to share it with Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang was sitting in the carriage. He didn't want to look at the surrounding environment, but when she shouted like this, he also took a look at the Imperial City of the Maple Forest Empire. The Imperial City was brightly lit tonight, and the carriage came along the corridor. The surrounding ancient trees were towering. The flowers were in clusters, and the scenery was unique. From a distance, the layers of the Gui Palace and the Lawn Palace were decorated with lights and colors, and the style of red walls and green tiles was antique, with a heavy sense of history. The most eye-catching thing is the center of the Imperial City, where golden glazed tile roofs are exposed. The four corners of the palace are raised high, like four golden dragons, vivid and ready to fly into the sky. Under the moonlight, they emit a hazy golden light, which is particularly brilliant. The carriage is fast, getting closer and closer. The palace, like a golden island, is also constantly enlarged in Su Maoyang's eyes. Then he can hear the sound of stringed instruments coming from inside, which is endless and pleasant to the ears. Just when Su Maoyang was distracted, the carriage had stopped. The coachman outside opened the door for them. Sir, we are here. Chungming Palace is in front. Dongfang Yaoyu heard the words, nodded slightly, bowed and got off the carriage, and then turned around and stretched out his hand, intending to help Su Maoyang down. Su Maoyang didn't like others touching him, so he politely refused. No, I can do it myself. Dongfang Yaoyu noticed her estrangement, and after his arm froze in the air for a few seconds, he awkwardly retracted it, then suppressed his disappointment and made a gesture of invitation to Su Maoyang and others. The Chungming Hall is in front. I will take you there. Generally, large banquets are held in Chungming Hall. And today's state banquet is no exception. Xiahou Wanxian, Xiahou Zian and others have never been to the imperial city. And they can't tell the direction. So they followed Dongfang Yaoyu and other disciples of the Dongfang family in an orderly manner, and walked to the gate of Chungming Hall together. The eunuch at the gate of the hall saw the head of the Dongfang family coming with a large group of people. He seemed to be very afraid of the power of the Dongfang family. He had a flattering smile on his face, and did not count carefully. He just shrilled and loudly announced, First-rank General Dongfang Yanqing and General of the Cavalry Dongfang Jianba. Bring all their children into the hall. As soon as the loud announcement came out, everyone in the hall looked at the door in unison. After all, the Dongfang family is still very important in the Maple Forest Empire, and it has to attract everyone's attention. At this time, the head of the Dongfang family and the sixth uncle of the Dongfang family walked in with a group of younger generations, and soon came to the center of the hall and clasped their fists towards the emperor sitting on the dragon throne, kneeling on one knee, and the uniform voice was deafening, revealing the military's momentum. Your Majesty, long live the emperor. Su Maoyang and others who followed behind also followed their movements and saluted in a formal manner. What surprised Su Maoyang was that the head of the Dongfang family came to the palace half an hour earlier, but he didn't expect that there were already many people sitting in the hall. Just a quick glance just now, he saw a dense crowd. And I'm afraid that the main forces of the Maple Forest Imperial Capital have basically arrived. Even the Emperor, the Empress, and the concubines were already in place. The banquet had not started yet, and the protagonist had not arrived yet. But everyone was already ready. It can be seen that the Emperor paid special attention to Emperor Yunlu. Just as Su Maoyang was sighing inwardly, the Emperor above quickly raised his hand and ordered with a smile. Two old generals. Don't be too polite to me. Please get up quickly. Come on. Don't give the general a seat. At this time, the palace maid standing next to the hall stepped forward and led the people of the Dongfang family to the designated seats. Su Maoyang and others followed closely behind in a low-key manner, and followed everyone to the seats dedicated to the Dongfang family. However, at this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the seat opposite. Su Mo! Xiahou Wanxian! Xiahou Zian! It's you? This surprised voice, with a loud volume, immediately attracted everyone's attention, and they all looked in the direction of the voice. But everyone didn't expect that the person who spoke was actually the daughter of the Xiahou family. Xiahou Yuanshan, Xiahou Mingqiu, who was sitting next to Xiahou Yuanshan, saw everyone looking at him curiously, and was shocked. He knew it was not convenient to find trouble in such an occasion. He was afraid that Yuanshan would cause trouble again. So he immediately grabbed her and reminded her in a low voice. Yuanshan, tonight is a state banquet. Please pay attention to the occasion, and we will solve it privately if there is anything. Xiahou Yuanshan was even more furious when she heard this, and growled in dissatisfaction. You always let me endure and wait for the opportunity. I have waited for so long, but nothing happened. Don't I know what you are thinking? You are afraid of the power of the Dongfang family, and dare not offend the Dongfang family. So you are reluctant to take action. But Su Mo hurt us so badly, and cut off Sister Qingyi's hands. Are we just going to let it go? Xiahou Mingqiu was so scared when he saw her emotional. He pulled her hard and warned her with gritted teeth. Don't say anything. If you make a fuss like this, it will make things worse. Humph. I just want to make things worse. Otherwise the old man and uncle will always be afraid of the Dongfang family, and dare not take action against Su Mo. Su Mo is just a maid, and she has committed a heinous crime. She is here. Don't you think it is too unfair? So I can't let her, the murderer, go unpunished. Xiahou Yuanshan has been full of anger for a long time, and now she sees that Su Maoyang, a maid, dares to come to such a solemn occasion, and she can't control her anger and bursts out completely. After what happened before, Xiahou Yuanshan hated Su Mo to the bone, and she wanted to grind this person to ashes. But Mr. Xiahou and the head of the Xiahou family compromised with Su Mo again and again. They always asked her to keep calm and find another opportunity to take revenge. But for so long, they did nothing. It was obvious that they wanted to let Su Mo go completely because of the power of the Dongfang family. Don't bother about it. They can be so tolerant. But Xiahou Yuanshan can't. She must make Su Mo pay with blood. The emperor sitting on the upper floor saw the Xiahou family quarreling, and cast a glance, frowning with an unhappy face, and asked loudly, Xiahou Yuanshan, what are you doing? Seeing the emperor asking, Xiahou Yuanshan immediately stood up and answered indignantly, Your Majesty, I want to report the Dongfang family. They let a lowly maid attend such an important state banquet and sit among so many dignitaries. Where do they put everyone present? And where do they put Emperor Yunlu? If Emperor Yunlu knew about it, wouldn't he blame our Maple Forest Empire for not entertaining him well and deliberately humiliating him? Chapter 1126 Drag her out and behead her. Hearing this, the whole audience was in an uproar, and all cast surprised eyes towards the Dongfang family. They never thought that the head of the Dongfang family would actually let the maid attend the state banquet and let the maid sit with them. This was not only inappropriate, but also a behavior that did not take them seriously. The Dongfang family is arrogant, so it's fine if they don't take them seriously. But how can they not take Yunlu Emperor seriously? If Yunlu Emperor knows about it, the consequences will be disastrous. The emperor didn't expect the Dongfang family to do such a thing. He frowned, turned his head, and looked at the head of the Dongfang family, and asked in a deep voice, Dongfang Yanqing, is what Xiahou Yuanshan said true? Dongfang Yanqing heard it, and quickly stood up and clasped his fists. Your Majesty, what Xiahou Yuanshan said is not true. Su Imo is now a disciple of our Dongfang family. That is, a member of our Dongfang family, not a maid. To be honest, Dongfang Yanqing didn't expect Xiahou Yuanshan to have such courage. He dared to cause trouble for the Dongfang family in such an occasion, and in front of so many people. It was really beyond his expectation. There were many people attending the state banquet. How could anyone notice Su Imo in such a dense crowd? Let alone Yunlu Emperor, who came to the Maple Forest Empire for the first time. If Xiahou Yuanshan didn't tell him, how could Emperor Yunlu know Su Mo's identity? Therefore, Xiahou Yuanshan was obviously deliberately making trouble and forcibly accusing the Dongfang family of a crime. Xiahou Yuanshan heard his denial and immediately retorted unconvincedly, Your Majesty, every word I said is true, and I dare not tell a single lie. This Su Imo. Many disciples of Liuguang Academy know her, and everyone knows that she is a maid of my Xiahou family. Some time ago, she came to Fenglin Imperial Capital from Yuxing Town with Xiahou Wanxian, Xiahou Zian, Xiahou Wanyan and others. Xiahou Wanchuan's sister Xiahou Wanyan can testify. Speaking, Xiahou Yuanshan pointed at Xiahou Wanyan, who was sitting not far away. Xiahou Wanyan was named to testify. She received Xiahou Yuanshan's fierce gaze, and could only nod and admit, Yes, Su Imo is a maid picked up by our family. Later, she came to the imperial capital with us. Xiahou Wanxian was so angry that she couldn't speak when she heard her elder sister identify Su Imo again. After a long time, she cursed, Eldest sister, you are really hopeless. I was really blind at the beginning. She really didn't know why she had done things for such a heartless woman before, and almost lost her life. Now she thinks it's not worth it. Xiahou Yuanshan heard this, but she curled her lips and grinned smugly. Old Master Xiahou and uncle didn't dare to touch Su Imo, so she had to ask the emperor to touch her. No matter how powerful the Dongfang family is, do they dare to disobey the emperor's orders? You know, disobeying the emperor. Life is rebellion. A crime punishable by the death of 9 generations of the family. She still didn't believe that the head of the Dongfang family would sacrifice the fate of the entire family for a maid. Thinking of this, Xiahou Yuanshan turned her head and looked at the third prince not far away, pointing at Su Maoyang, and angrily accused, Third prince, that Su Imo is the vicious woman who cut off Sister Qingyi's hands. You have to make a decision for Sister Qingyi. Hearing this, a handsome man in a purple brocade robe sitting on the seat was shocked. His eyes widened, and he shouted, What? She is the one who cut off Ear's hands. Yes, it was she who cheated Sister Qingyi out of a large sum of money last time. Later, she was jealous of Sister Qingyi's alchemy and cut off her hands, which was equivalent to taking Sister Qingyi's life. Xiahou Yuanshan said with emotion, which aroused the sympathy of many people around, and aroused the anger of the third prince, which stimulated him to red eyes. Su Imo, as a maid of the Xiahou family, dared to kill the master. She is so cruel and vicious. What's the point of keeping her? Father, this Su Imo is extremely evil and cannot be forgiven. In addition, the Dongfang family sheltered this vicious woman, who committed such a heinous crime, and brought her to the palace. They are also to blame. I hope that father will punish her severely. The third prince was furious when he thought of his beloved, who had his hands cut off and became a useless person who could not take care of himself. He wanted to cut Su Maoyang into pieces. At this time, he stood up emotionally and begged the emperor with a fist. The emperor had some impression of Xiahou Qingyi. After all, she was an amazing Danwang alchemist. And the third prince had always liked her, and had mentioned several times in front of him that he wanted to marry her as a concubine. Considering that the other party was a promising alchemist, he did not oppose their marriage. But who knew that Xiahou Qingyi had her hands cut off by someone? And it was cut off by a maid, which was simply incredible. Hearing that Su Mo caused the death of a genius, the emperor also got angry. His face sank instantly, and he angrily scolded, Su Mo, you are so treasonous. What crime should you be punished for? Seeing that the emperor was angry and had the intention of punishing Su Maoyang, Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian were scared enough. They stood up quickly, walked quickly to the center of the hall, and knelt down and kowtowed. Your Majesty, calm down. It was Xiahou Qingyi who took the initiative to provoke Su Mo at that time, and Su Mo passively retaliated, and did not intend to hurt Xiahou Qingyi. The disciples of Liuguang Academy can testify, and I ask the emperor to be clear. Yes, Your Majesty, it has always been Xiahou Qingyi who has been causing trouble for us. We country folk from Yuxing town don't dare to cause trouble casually. If you were not forced into a corner, how could you hurt someone? When Xiahou Yuanshan heard this, she disagreed and retorted, if you really didn't mean to kill, you could have defended yourself. Why would you do such a heavy hand? Su Mo was clearly instructed by you to completely eliminate the disciples of the Xiahou family, so that you can replace them and be valued by your grandfather and uncle. You are slandering me. Xiahou Wanxian didn't expect this person to be so insidious that he actually forced such a crime on her head. Humph. You know best whether I slandered you or not. Xiahou Yuanshan snorted coldly. The people around him also thought it made sense when they heard this, and they all nodded in agreement. Since Su Mo was the maid of Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian, she naturally followed their instructions. Many people present had heard about Xiahou Xinhong. They knew that he was kicked out of the Xiahou family and driven to a remote place. He must have held a grudge in his heart, and it was no guarantee that his children would not be the same. Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian finally returned to the imperial capital and the Xiahou family. Naturally, they were suspected of competing for favor and revenge. As long as they eliminated the brothers and sisters in the family, they would have a chance to take the throne. Everyone understood this truth, and the emperor was no exception. After hearing this, the emperor's face became even more ugly, and he finally roared, how dare a maid with so many crimes come to the hall to attend the state banquet? Come on! Drag these three people out and behead them. Dongfang Yaoyu was so scared when he heard that the emperor wanted to kill Su Mo that his face turned pale. He rushed out and knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, spare my life. Su Mo is not a maid. She is the wife that I am going to marry. If you want to kill her, let me die in her place. Chapter 1127. The Emperor of Yunlu has arrived. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Dongfang Yaoyu, as the legitimate son of the Dongfang family, was actually going to marry a maid. Did they hear it wrong? Even the emperor was shocked and his eyes bulged like walnuts. His face was terribly gloomy. He had originally planned to marry the princess to Dongfang Yaoyu. He had hinted to the head of the Dongfang family several times before. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the emperor had plans to marry into the Dongfang family. Dongfang family head is such a smart person. He should have understood his meaning long ago. But now Dongfang Yaoyu said in front of so many people that he wanted to marry a maid. Where does that put the princess? Where does that put him? The emperor? Thinking of this, the emperor was furious, slapped the armrest of the dragon throne, and roared, how dare you? When did you decide your marriage yourself? Since you are so ungrateful, I will fulfill your wish and die with her. Come on. Drag Dongfang Yaoyu down and execute him together. Dongfang family head saw that the emperor was angry with Dongfang Yaoyu. His face changed drastically, and he immediately rushed to the hall. Yang clasped his fists and knelt down. Your Majesty, please calm down. My son is young and willful. He acted on impulse, and did not mean to offend you. I hope you will forgive him for my dedication to the Maple Forest Empire." When the emperor heard the head of the Dongfang family talking about his previous military achievements, he was even more furious and snorted. "Humph. Your Dongfang family is so proud of your achievements because of your achievements. The son you raised is so presumptuous and rude. As the saying goes, if a child is not taught well, it is the fault of the father. I did not punish you because you are old and have made contributions to the Maple Forest Empire. If you don't know what is good for you and try to stop me, don't blame me for being rude to you." Hearing this, the head of the Dongfang family was also shocked by the emperor's anger and trembled. He lowered his head and dared not speak casually. It was no wonder that the emperor was so angry. Originally, if he had negotiated with the emperor privately, he might have helped Dongfang Yaoyu get rid of the princess's marriage. But in front of so many people, Dongfang Yaoyu went against the emperor's wishes and embarrassed the emperor. If the emperor did not punish him, how could he save face? In addition, Xiahou Yuanshan and the third prince were still very confident and aggressive, insisting that Su Imo and others must pay with blood. The emperor was forced like this and really couldn't let them off easily. Su Maoyang saw that Wan Xian, Xian, Dongfang Yuyu, and even the entire Dongfang family were implicated because of her, and she was furious. She strode to the center of the hall, and with a calm face, she asked the emperor sharply, "Your Majesty, I know that you hold the power of life and death over everyone present. But as far as I know, your Majesty seems to have no right to ask about the fights in the academy. Right? Xiahou Qingyi and I are both disciples of Liguan Academy. We fight in the academy. As long as it does not violate the rules of the academy, it is a normal fight. Since even the elders of the academy have not convicted me, it means that I have not violated the rules of the academy. Besides, everyone knows that fighting in the academy will inevitably result in injuries. Since the Xiahou family is afraid that Xiahou Qingyi will be injured, why not send her to the academy earlier and protect her well? Why come to the academy to get involved in this muddy water?" When this was said, everyone was shocked. While everyone was shocked by Su Maoyang's sharp words, they had to admit that she made some sense. In order to better train students and provide good talents for the Maple Forest Empire, the 4 major colleges have the privilege to make their own rules. Any disputes that occur within the college are handled according to the internal rules of the college. The royal family and even the emperor are not allowed to intervene. And Su Imo injured Xiahou Qingyi in the college. If it really violated the college's regulations, it is estimated that he would have been handed over to the college's law enforcement team for handling. How could he stand here? Xiahou Yuanshan didn't expect Su Maoyang to be so eloquent. She was so angry that she trembled all over and yelled back, "Su Imo, according to what you said, is it still the fault of our Xiahou family?" Xiahou Qingyi had both hands cut off. Now Su Imo said that it was all her own fault. It was too abominable. If it's not your Xiahou family's fault, whose fault is it? The fault of the academy or the elders? According to what you said, will the academy been sparring in the future? Su Maoyang sneered, and his cold eyes shot toward Xiahou Yuanshan like a sharp sword, piercing the latter's expression and opening his mouth. Unable to speak. However, even if Su Maoyang's words made sense, the emperor couldn't hold back his face because of his strong attitude. He couldn't bear it anymore and snorted in anger. His low voice seemed to be mixed with ice chips. Cold and hard. The head of the Xiahou family is a minister I value. His daughter is in trouble. Don't I even have the right to ask about it? You are openly accusing me of meddling in other people's business. You are so bold. I dare not. I just think it is too unfair for the emperor to punish the Dongfang family for the Xiahou family. The Dongfang family is loyal to the emperor. They have been generals for generations, fighting in battles, and have died on the battlefield. Don't they have enough sons who sacrificed for the Maple Forest Empire? The head of the Dongfang family has lost 2 sons for you and the whole country. Are you going to deprive him of this last son? If the emperor insists on punishing Dongfang Yaoyu, won't it make the Dongfang family and the 3,000 soldiers feel disappointed? Su Maoyang asked back in a series of cannonballs, loud and powerful, and even the emperor was speechless and couldn't resist. You are so presumptuous. The emperor was so angry that his face flushed, trembling all over, and roared in anger. However, at this moment, a loud announcement suddenly came from outside. The emperor of Yunlu brought the envoy into the palace. The voice was long and far-reaching, and it immediately echoed throughout the hall. Everyone who was shocked by the emperor's anger came to their senses, and looked towards the door in shock. Before the voice fell, everyone felt a fierce gust of wind rushing in from the door, hitting everyone's face, forming a powerful pressure, instantly making the lively hall silent. And you could hear a pin drop. At this time, a tall and slender figure came striding over. He was wearing a jet-black robe and a mink fur banner. With every step he took, the banner swung in a domineering arc, exposing his chilling aura. Like a sword unsheathed, sharp and icy, his untied black hair was scattered on his slender and straight back, and was blown up by the strong wind around him. It was not messy, but rather outlined a sense of arrogance. He was just one person, but he gave people a momentum that could resist thousands of troops, shocking everyone to be dumbfounded and speechless. Chapter 1128 Stunning Beauty. However, the most eye-catching thing is the face that is beyond the world, which makes everyone in the room gasp in amazement. The skin is as white as porcelain and as crystal as jade, as if there is a flowing luster, setting off the lips that are blooming like cherry blossoms, which is more beautiful than ordinary people. Under the long and dense eyelashes, a pair of deep blue eyes like the sea, with a cold blue light, revealing a cold and sharp heroic spirit. At this moment, only one look is enough to give people a sense of death, which scares everyone into silence and holding their breath. The sharp features, like those carved by knives and axes, seem to have walked out of the painting, with the sharpness of the mountains and the deep sea, and the momentum of blooming all over the body. All show the dignity and domineering that only emperors have. Even the emperor on the dragon throne has become eclipsed. When this man appeared, all the heroes left. In the vast world, there was only this man. Everyone present was shocked by such a cold and arrogant temperament, and was fascinated by the face that the world was fascinated by. They had never seen such a handsome man in their lives. The whole hall fell into silence, and only the footsteps of Emperor Yunlu could be heard. Every step fell on everyone's heart, stirring everyone's emotions. Their heartbeats rose and fell with the steps, and they were so nervous that they seemed to jump out of their mouths. At this time, Su Maoyang, who was kneeling in the hall with her back to the door, heard the 4 words Emperor Yunlu, and her body trembled, her pupils dilated, and her body froze instantly. After a long time, she raised her head stiffly and looked at the man walking from a distance. Familiar aura, familiar eyes, and the outline that had been drawn in her mind thousands of times. At this moment, she was completely stunned, as if struck by thunder and lightning. From the moment she left him, the longing had been lurking in her limbs and bones. Now that she saw Jun Haosong appear, the longing in her body seemed to gather together, as if to break through the shackles, explode from her heart, and spread out a strong emotion that made people collapse. This emotion rushed straight to her head, taking away all her ability to think, and made her indulge in this long-lost relationship and unable to extricate herself. At this moment, looking at the face she had been thinking about day and night, looking at the man in front of her who had been engraved in her life, Su Maoyang called his name over and over again in her heart, because she missed him too much. Missed his smell, his temperature, his hug, his voice, and everything about him. It was a pain that slowly corroded her heart. Every time she thought about it, her heart would ache, her face turned pale with pain, and her hands trembled and clenched into fists, trying her best to restrain the emotions that were surging like a flood. She was afraid that she would not be able to control herself, and would throw herself into his arms madly in the next second. However, just as Su Maoyang was staring at him, and couldn't bear to look away, a sharp gaze instantly fell on her, just in time to meet her eyes full of complex emotions. Su Maoyang received Jun Haosong's sharp gaze, and was immediately frightened and trembled all over. She was shocked and immediately lowered her head to avoid the pair of ice blue eyes that seemed to penetrate her soul. Cold sweat crawled all over her back, making her completely exhausted. She must not let him recognize her. Although Su Maoyang didn't look at him at this time, she still felt that sharp and overbearing gaze lingering on her. After a long time, he slowly moved his eyes away. The next second, the invisible sense of oppression disappeared instantly, which made Su Maoyang breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, Xiahou Wanqian, who was kneeling on the side, was so amazed by Jun Haosong who was walking towards her that she was speechless and couldn't help but sigh. It's really stunning. Even women feel ashamed when they see him. I really believe it now. Her understanding of Emperor Yunlu has always remained in rumors. Now that she has seen it with her own eyes, she found that this person is even more handsome than the rumors. Such a surprise, and such a visual impact are really shocking. Donphan Liyue, who was sitting at the table, was also shocked to the point of numbness. Her expression was stiff, but her eyes were flashing with undisguised brilliance. She nodded slightly in the same dull manner. You are right. I am astonished by her beauty. Today I know that there is actually someone who can be so beautiful. At this moment, she realized how stupid and ridiculous her previous thoughts were. She actually compared Mu Jichen with the beautiful and extraordinary Emperor Yunlu. It was simply an insult to Emperor Yunlu. The gap between the two was too big, and there was no comparison at all. Just the domineering and cold aura of Emperor Yunlu, and the noble and elegant temperament were enough to win. However, just when everyone was in a state of amazement and couldn't recover, Emperor Yunlu spoke first. I didn't expect that I would kneel on the ground as soon as I came in. I can't bear such a great gift. The low and magnetic voice was like the rustling sound of bamboo forests in the evening breeze. Hoarse and pleasant. But at this time it was a bit chilling. The voice was not loud, but it landed loudly, shocking everyone present with a tremor in their hearts and a surge of fear. The emperor immediately reacted after hearing this, and ordered in a panic. Quick! Give seats to the envoys from the Yunlu Dark Domain. After the words fell, the palace maids waiting on both sides hurried forward and carefully led the envoys following Jun Haosong to the designated VIP seats. Then, the emperor pointed to the seat beside him with a flattering face, and invited Jun Haosong to take a seat with a smile. Emperor, please sit down. Speaking of which, the Maple Forest Empire has never given anyone such superior treatment. It is estimated that only the Yunlu Emperor has this qualification. Jun Haosong heard the words, walked up the steps expressionlessly, lifted his robe, and landed beside the emperor. His movements were smooth and flowing, without the slightest embarrassment, as if he was born to sit in that position. As a matter of course, the emperor saw Jun Haosong sitting down, and didn't want to resolve the internal conflict of the Maple Forest Empire in front of him. So he quickly ordered, Come here. Drag these people away. As soon as he finished speaking, the guards rushed up and wanted to attack Suimo, Wan Qian, Xian and Donphan Yaoyu. Seeing that these people were about to be dragged away and executed, the head of the Donphan family did not care about the occasion and excitedly stopped them loudly. Your Majesty, please have mercy. I only have one son. If you kill him, how can I live? Hearing this, Emperor Yunlu raised his eyebrows slightly, and his icy blue eyes swept coldly at the people kneeling on the ground. Without waiting for the emperor to speak, he asked coldly, Your Majesty, I don't know what crime these people have committed to make you so angry. The emperor saw him asking, and a guilty smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's just a small matter. Your Majesty, don't worry about it. Since it's a small matter, why make such a big fuss? Besides, this is the first day I came to the Maple Forest Empire, and I encountered murder. If you don't know, you might think that I am really a demon, and I will kill wherever I go. It's not a good influence. Jun Haosong frowned slightly, and there was some dissatisfaction in his low tone. But these people are too presumptuous. If they are not severely punished, I am afraid it will be difficult to convince the public. The emperor was a little embarrassed. Jun Haosong nodded in understanding, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Suddenly he had an idea. In this case, I can give them a chance to atone for their crimes. Chapter 1129 A Difficult Problem. When the emperor heard about the method of excusing sins with merits, he was slightly stunned. He obviously did not expect that Emperor Yunlu would make such a suggestion. He did not understand what he meant and asked in confusion. I wonder what method of excusing sins with merits is what the emperor is talking about. Everyone present was also puzzled. They all stared at Emperor Yunlu curiously, trying to figure out his thoughts. After hearing this, Jun Haosong raised his eyes and glanced at Su Maoyong and others who were kneeling on the ground. His ice blue eyes, as if immersed in a cold pond, flashed a sharp cold light, which immediately made Su Maoyong feel like being thorned. He lowered his head even lower and tried his best to weaken his presence. Although she changed her appearance and identity, she knew Jun Haosong's shrewdness too well. If she was not careful, he would notice the clues. It was better to keep a low profile. Seeing that everyone was staring at him in confusion, Jun Haosong raised his eyebrows slightly. His cold face showed some interest, And then he slowly spoke to solve everyone's doubts. This time, I came to Fonlin Empire and brought a difficult problem. I want to ask your ministers to solve it. If anyone among these people can solve this problem, it will be regarded as a merit to make up for their mistakes and spare their lives. Your Majesty, what do you think? Hearing this, everyone present was shocked. All looked at each other and whispered. Obviously, they did not expect that Emperor Yunlu would propose such a method. But Su Mo, Xiahou Wanxian, and Xiahou Zian are all country bumpkins from Yuxing Town. They have never seen the world. How can they answer the questions of the Emperor? This is almost impossible. The Emperor seems to want to save them on the surface. But this method of atonement is too difficult. At this moment, everyone was even more confused about the Emperor's thoughts. The Emperor's expression froze when he heard this. He glanced at Su Maoyang and others who were kneeling on the ground, and twitched his mouth awkwardly. Emperor, these people are just rough people brought back from the countryside by the Xiahou family. How can they answer your difficult questions? The Emperor really thinks too highly of them. Jun Haocong shook his head in disapproval, raised his eyebrows and looked at the disciples of the Dongfang family on the seats, and said in silence, Isn't there the famous Dongfang family in the Maple Forest Empire? I have heard that the sons trained by the Dongfang family are not only brave and good at fighting generals, but also knowledgeable wise men. I believe that my question is not a difficult problem for them. When the Emperor heard this, he looked at Jun Haocong in surprise. From his words, he could hear that he was full of confidence in the Dongfang family, and even had undisguised admiration. From the tone, the Emperor did have the intention to intercede for the Dongfang family. Perhaps, as the Emperor said, this question was not a difficult problem for the Dongfang family, and was within their scope of solution. Otherwise, the Emperor would not have bothered to intervene in this matter. Moreover, he did not really want to punish Dongfang Yoyu. Although he hated the Dongfang family, he had to rely on the Dongfang family. If he wanted to completely uproot this family that was more powerful than the master, he still needed to plan carefully and wait for the opportunity. But it was definitely not now. Although the maid's words just now were impudent and rude, they were not unreasonable. If he really killed the son of the Dongfang family because of the friction between the younger generations, it would definitely cause dissatisfaction among the Dongfang family. This family had a high prestige in the hearts of the common people and 3,000 soldiers of the Maple Forest Empire. They would definitely feel dissatisfied with the Dongfang family. If it caused public outrage at that time, it would not end well. However, as an emperor, he would never be blamed by a maid. If he gave in to a maid, where would his dignity be? That's why he had to bite the bullet and order the punishment. Now that Emperor Yunlu was willing to give him this step, it would be the best. Perhaps he had thought it through. The Emperor did not object anymore, but nodded in accordance with Jun Haocong's meaning. Okay, then I will give the Emperor this face, and give them a chance to live. If they can answer the Emperor's questions, it will be regarded as preserving the face of the Maple Forest Empire, which is the first merit. The merit can offset the fault. So I will not pursue this matter. Emperor, feel free to ask questions. Seeing that he agreed, Jun Haocong nodded slightly, and looked up at Su Maoyang and others who were kneeling on the ground again. His eyebrows were slightly raised, and a trace of imperceptible green light flashed in his blue eyes. And then he said faintly, My question is, how many scars do I have on my body? When they heard this, the whole audience was in an uproar, and they all opened their mouths in disbelief, and were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Emperor Yunlu said that it was not a problem for the Dongfang family. If it is not a problem, then there is no problem in the world. Who is Emperor Yunlu? They have never had the chance to meet him before, let alone see his body. How can they know how many scars he has? Isn't this asking too much? Everyone thought that the Emperor was deliberately making things difficult for them, and they all started to discuss it excitedly. Emperor Yunlu's question is too tricky. I heard that he never asked maids to serve him because he didn't like others to get close to him. He rarely asked the imperial physician to treat him when he was injured. I'm afraid that even the imperial physician doesn't know how many scars he has. Such a private question is probably only known by him. Yes, even his close people don't know about this. How can we who are far away in the Maple Forest Empire know such a secret? Everyone was a little dissatisfied with this question. But due to the majesty of Emperor Yunlu, they dared not speak out, and could only discuss quietly below and express their own opinions. The most shocked were the people of the Dongfang family. When the head of the Dongfang family heard the tone of the emperor just now, he really thought it was not a difficult problem, but just to help the Dongfang family out of trouble. He didn't expect that this question was so perverted that all the knowledgeable wise men in the entire Maple Forest Empire could not answer it. Now, the faces of all the people in the Dongfang family seemed to be painted with a layer of paste, as pale as paper, stiff and embarrassed. Dongfang Liyue was a straightforward person. When she heard such an impossible question, her small face wrinkled up immediately. She frowned and angrily retorted, "Emperor Yunlu, your question is clearly asking too much. We just met you for the first time. How can we know how many scars you have on your body?" Hearing this, the other members of the Dongfang family also nodded in dissatisfaction. They were really helpless about this problem. If it was a problem that could be solved with knowledge and intelligence, they would still have some confidence. But this kind of personal question was clearly deliberately difficult. Jun Haotsong did not get angry at Dongfang Liyue's accusation. He just glanced at her lightly and said coldly, "I gave you this opportunity. Since you can't answer it, you can only follow the emperor's rules. If you follow the emperor's rules, it will be a dead end." Chapter 1130. How does she know this? Hearing this, the Dongfang family panicked again, and their faces turned red with anxiety. But they were powerless. The head of the Dongfang family was so scared that he kowtowed several times, begging for the emperor's forgiveness. Seeing that the Dongfang family was in trouble because of her, Su Maoyang couldn't bear it. When she heard Jun Haotsong ask such a question, she guessed that he must be suspicious of her. So he used the Dongfang family, Wan Qian, Xian and others' safety to test her, because she was the only one in the audience who could answer this question. And this question was easy for her. However, once she answered, her identity would be exposed. But if she didn't answer, Dongfang Yuyu, Wan Qian, Xian, and she knew it would all die. These people were exactly the ones she cared about and couldn't bear to hurt. Xiaohu Wan Qian and Xiaohu Xian saved her from the injury and coma, and they were her saviors. Dongfang Yaoyu blocked a palm for her when she was in the dark area of Yunlu, and now he saved her from the hands of the Xiaohu family, and he was also her savior. As for the Dongfang family, they did not despise her identity and took her in kindly and warmly. Su Maoyang was also grateful. No matter who it was, she couldn't sit back and watch. In the face of exposing her identity and saving their lives, Su Maoyang seemed to have no choice. Just when everyone was talking about it, she had to bite the bullet and said, "Let me answer this question." As soon as Su Maoyang's words came out, it was like a stone thrown into the lake, instantly stirring up thousands of waves. Everyone who was guessing the answer was shocked, stopped discussing, and cast shocked eyes at Su Maoyang. They never thought that a maid would take the initiative to answer the difficult questions asked by the emperor. It was incredible. Grandpa Xiaohu, the head of the Xiaohu family, Xiaohu Yuanshan and others were also stunned by Su Maoyang. And then, they all shook their heads in a ridiculous way. "Su Mo, you really overestimate your own abilities. Who do you think you are? A maid from Yuxing town. Do you still want to answer the difficult questions of the emperor? I heard that the emperor is not close to women, but only loves the imperial concubine. I think only the imperial concubine of Yunlu knows this answer in this world." Xiaohu Yuanshan laughed directly without giving face. Xiaohu Yuanshan admitted that Su Mo's skills were indeed good among the freshmen of this year. But the questions raised by the emperor could not be answered with skills. This is clearly an unsolvable question. Only the imperial concubine, who was loved by the emperor of Yunlu in the legend, knew the answer. How could Su Mo, a country bumpkin with a low status, know such a private question of the emperor? Could she still be the emperor's concubine? It's really ridiculous. Hearing Xiaohu Yuanshan's words, the others also laughed and pointed, accusing Su Mo of being too arrogant and ignorant. When the third prince saw this scene, he also raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Just now, when he heard the emperor's proposal to give them a chance, he was still worried that he couldn't kill Su Mo. He didn't expect that the emperor would ask such a question, and almost no one could answer it. So his worry was unnecessary. Su Mo will definitely die today. Dare to touch the woman that the third prince likes. This Su Mo must pay a painful price. Thinking of this, the third prince snorted disdainfully, and didn't take Su Mo seriously at all. The people of the Dongfang family didn't expect Su Maoyang to take the initiative to answer questions. They were all shocked and stared at Su Maoyang in disbelief. Their expressions were extremely complicated, with shock, confusion, and suspicion. They also couldn't understand how someone of Sumo's status could have the courage and guts to answer the emperor's question. Could it be that she really knew the answer? Of course. She, a maid of the Xiahou family. How could she know how many scars the Yunlu emperor had? Unless she had seen the emperor's body. But as Xiahou Yuanshan said, the only one who had seen the emperor's body in this world should be the Yunlu imperial concubine. At this time, Jun Haocong heard Su Maoyang's words, and a barely noticeable arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. He nodded without changing his expression. Tell me, what is your answer? Su Maoyang lowered his head and did not meet his burning gaze. After taking a deep breath, he answered in a deep voice. There are 2 scars in total. When she was with Jun Haocong before, he pestered her every day and couldn't get out of bed. Su Maoyang not only saw but also touched his body, so she knew it clearly. What's more, the 2 scars were left because of saving her. When Yunlu Dark Domain and Finxue Tianqing went to war, she disguised herself as a man and mixed into Yunlu's army. It happened that Finxue attacked the border of Yunlu Dark Domain at night. She followed the army to fight. In order to save Jiangzheng, she was almost injured by the enemy's hidden weapon. Jun Haocong was quick to stop her, but he fell into the enemy's trap and was hit by the hidden weapon and almost poisoned to death. At that time, she was scared. Fortunately, she refined the elixir to cure his poison. Otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. The hateful thing is that he clearly knew her identity at that time, and deliberately teased her and asked her to apply medicine for him. So she still clearly remembers the 2 scars, one on the chest and one on the lower abdomen. Everyone didn't expect Su Maoyang to actually give a specific answer. They all frowned in shock. After looking at her suspiciously, they all looked at Emperor Yunlu, waiting for his answer. They didn't believe that Sumo really knew how many scars Emperor had. Even the Emperor was curious whether Sumo's answer was correct, and couldn't help turning his head to look at Jun Haocong. Emperor, I wonder if her answer is correct. At this time, Jun Haocong narrowed his eyes slightly, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was obviously a light arc, but it looked enchanting and gorgeous, with a fatal temptation. Dazzling people can't take their eyes away. And then he opened his red lips slightly, and nodded slowly in the expectant and amazing eyes of everyone. Correct. Jun Haocong's voice was not loud, but it exploded like thunder in the hall. Everyone was shocked and gasped, and horror instantly surged on their faces. Everyone thought Su Maoyang was just making it up, but she actually got it right. How is this possible? How did she, a maid, know that Emperor Yunlu had 2 scars? Everyone present was shocked, and the people of the Dongfang family were stunned, unable to recover for a long time. Even the emperor was quite surprised and couldn't help asking, Sumo, how did you know it? Su Maoyang was expressionless and replied politely, Your Majesty, I guessed it. She knew that she might have exposed her identity in front of Jun Haocong, but she still wanted to make a final struggle. She couldn't recognize him, couldn't go back to him. She didn't want Jun Haocong to be hurt because of her again. The scenes of her previous life were vivid in her mind. She couldn't take the risk. Guessed? The emperor widened his eyes in surprise when he heard it, and after a moment of stunned, he gradually understood. Chapter 1131 The Intention of Emperor Yunlu. If it was really a guess, how could it be so accurate? It seems that Emperor Yunlu deliberately let it go. Otherwise, how could Sumo, a maid, know such a private matter of the emperor? If Emperor Yunlu deliberately protected him, it would make sense, because they couldn't ask the emperor to take off his clothes on the spot to check whether there were really 2 scars. So the number of scars was up to the emperor to say, and no one knew the truth at all. No matter how much Sumo said, the emperor accepted it all. So this question seemed difficult, but it was the simplest question in the world, because it had no standard answer, only the emperor's attitude. So no matter what Sumo answered, they would not be executed. However, what puzzled and even shocked the emperor was why the emperor would intercede for these humble and vulgar people. Was it really because he admired the Dongfang family? However, the fact that the Maple Forest Empire could stand to this day was mostly due to the Dongfang family. If the Emperor Yunlu really had some intentions towards the Maple Forest Empire, the Dongfang family would be a thorn in his side. He probably wanted to uproot the Dongfang family more than he did. How could he lend a hand to them? This was too unreasonable. The emperor pondered and struggled, but still couldn't guess the thoughts of the Emperor Yunlu. He found that this person was too deep and did things unconventionally. It was too terrible to fight with such a person. Except for the emperor. The others present also slowly woke up from their shock after hearing Su Maoyang's answer. Of course, they didn't believe that Su Imo had really seen the scars on the Emperor Yunlu. After all, her identity was there, and there was no persuasiveness at all. Therefore, Su Mo's guess was somewhat credible. From this, everyone understood the intention of Emperor Yunlu, and soon they began to whisper with emotion, all sighing that the lives of this group of people were saved. It is really a great honor for the Dongfang family to be able to ask Emperor Yunlu for mercy. Yes, it seems that Emperor Yunlu has some special feelings for this Dongfang family. I heard that Emperor Yunlu loves talents. It should be out of appreciation. Everyone was whispering with deep feelings, guessing the emperor's thoughts. And the people of the Dongfang family were stunned by this sudden surprise. After a moment, they came to their senses, and their faces were filled with ecstasy. And they were grateful to Emperor Yunlu above. The head of the Dongfang family was so excited that he immediately kowtowed twice to the emperor and Emperor Yunlu. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. The emperor now had a way out, so he naturally didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Then he waved his hand and absolved Su Maoyang, Dongfang Youyu and others of their faults. Forget it. Since Su Mo has answered, I will spare you for the sake of the emperor and will not pursue it. I hope you can learn from it, and don't make the same mistake again. You won't be so lucky next time. Hearing this, Su Maoyang and the other four and Dongfang Youyu all kowtowed to thank them, which was considered to have covered up the matter. Seeing the farce come to an end, Mr. Xiaohe's face was not very good. Although he didn't dare to question the emperor's decision, he was also very dissatisfied in his heart. However, what annoyed him even more was Xiahou Yuanshan. He had never been so disappointed with a grandchild. If Xiahou Yuanshan kept his cool and waited for the opportunity, then their Xiahou family would have the opportunity to kill Su Imo and others behind the scenes, and even have the opportunity to make the Dongfang family fall. As a result, she openly accused Su Imo and others in front of so many people, even in front of the emperor, and insisted that they pay with blood. Now everyone knows that the Xiahou family is not on good terms with Su Imo and others. His act of sending Su Imo to the Dongfang family has become not so simple, but rather a grudge and deliberate revenge. If something unexpected happens to Su Imo and others in the future, everyone will naturally think that it was the Xiahou family who did it. Therefore, after being disturbed by Xiahou Yuanshan, Su Imo and others will be even more helpless. Thinking of the situation he had worked hard to stabilize, but was broken by Xiahou Yuanshan in one fell swoop. He wanted to strangle her to death. At this time, Mr. Xiahou had a stern face, a dark face, and glared at Xiahou Yuanshan with a sinister look, and snorted angrily. Humph. Stupid. The anger in his pupils and the hostility emanating from his body frightened Xiahou Yuanshan so much that she trembled all over and fell into the ice cellar. She knew that her actions today had completely angered the old man, and her life in the Xiahou family in the future would be very difficult. She didn't expect that even the emperor couldn't bring down Su Imo. She had to admit that this person was really lucky. She spent so much effort and so much time talking. But in the end, not only did she not execute Su Imo, she didn't even hurt her fur. She just gave her a false alarm. In the end, she angered the old man. It was not worth it. Thinking of this, Xiahou Yuanshan hated Su Imo even more. Seeing this, Xiahou Mingxiu on the side sighed helplessly. I told you not to say it, but you insisted on saying it. Now you haven't gained anything, but you have caused trouble for yourself. At this moment, Xiahou Mingxiu was also extremely disappointed with Xiahou Yuanshan. She was spoiled since she was a child and developed this kind of domineering character. When she encountered something unsatisfactory, she was prone to impulsiveness. But being too impulsive will only cause trouble. Now, the Dongfang family is in the joy of rebirth after a disaster, while the Xiahou family is in a gloomy mood, all with gloomy faces, indescribably depressed. Even the third prince at this time was full of anger and dissatisfaction, and couldn't help but want to speak, but was stopped by the counselor sitting beside him. The counselor shook his head at him seriously and whispered in his ear, Third prince, now the genius of the Xiahou family has fallen and has no value. Don't offend the emperor and the emperor for such a family, and don't let the prince take advantage of the ready-made. Hearing this, the third prince was secretly shocked and immediately looked up at His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince sitting in the distance. At this time, The crown prince was drinking leisurely, and seemed to have watched a wonderful show, with a smile of unknown meaning on the corner of his mouth. At this moment, the third prince suddenly woke up. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince had many concerns about him. To be honest, he didn't want to see him marry into the Xiahou family to strengthen his power. Not only that, he was always looking forward to his mistakes, and waiting to catch his little braid. If he offended his father at this critical moment, wouldn't it be exactly what he wanted? Thinking of this, the third prince had to grit his teeth and try to endure it. Now that the Emperor Zun is guaranteeing, the Emperor has said that no one in the palace dares to cause trouble to the Dongfang family casually. And the scene has been quiet for a while. In the end, it was the Emperor who broke the deadlock and smiled at the Emperor Zun. Emperor Zun, this is your first time to come to our Maple Forest Empire. I have specially prepared some of our unique songs and dances. Please watch them. After the words fell, the Emperor clapped his hands, and then a group of dancers came in from outside. Chapter 1132 Princess Xianxin's Dance. These dancers are very charming in both their attire and makeup. Their long, slender legs and white breasts are all exposed. They only wear a thin gauze dress to cover the parts that should be covered. Their figures are graceful and soft, and every movement is extremely charming, which makes the men present salivate. These dancers are carefully selected by the Emperor. They not only have beautiful faces, but also delicate figures and wonderful dance postures. So it is a visual enjoyment no matter which aspect you look at. Su Maoyang couldn't help but admire these beauties. It can be seen that the Emperor has indeed put a lot of effort to please Jun Haocong. At this time, as expected by the Emperor, the hall soon reached a climax, with thunderous applause, and seemed very excited. Seeing this, the Emperor nodded with satisfaction. He was quite confident in the song and dance he arranged, and couldn't help but turn his head to look at the Emperor Yunlu next to him. However, surprisingly, Emperor Yunlu didn't seem to be very interested in singing and dancing. He kept his head down, looked cold, and drank silently from beginning to end, completely ignoring himself, as if he couldn't see the beautiful women in front of him. The Emperor had heard before that Emperor Yunlu didn't like women, and later he heard that he favored his concubine and was not an abstinent person. Seeing his reaction now, the Emperor was really unsure of his thoughts, and frowned in distress. I really don't know what he likes. Such a charming beauty. Such a charming dance. Can't catch the eye of Emperor Yunlu. This person's determination is not ordinary, and people can't find any flaws. Fortunately, he still had one last trick up his sleeve. Just as he was thinking about it, the dance on the stage ended, and the dancers all bowed and retreated. Just when everyone was still reluctant to leave, the Emperor raised his lips, looked at Emperor Yunlu, and said with a smile, "Emperor, this time my Princess Xianxin heard that you were coming, and specially prepared a dance to present to you." When everyone heard about Princess Xianxin, their eyes lit up, and they were even more excited. The hall became lively again, as if they were looking forward to this Princess Xianxin. Seeing this, Su Maoyang couldn't help but ask Dongfang Yaoyu next to him, "What are you all excited about?" Dongfang Yaoyu knew that she had just arrived in Fenglin Empire not long ago, and didn't know much about the situation here. So he patiently explained, "Princess Xianxin is a famous beauty in our Fenglin Empire, famous for her drumming. I heard that she can dance and drum at the same time, which is soul-stirring and unparalleled in the world. So it's a great honor to see her dance. And everyone is naturally very excited. Here? You have been in Fenglin Empire for so long, and you just heard it?" Su Maoyang looked at him in surprise. Dongfang Yaoyu laughed and shook his head. "Do you think anyone can see Princess Xianxin dancing? This person is very arrogant. I think she can dance today for the sake of Emperor Yunlu. How can someone of my status be qualified to see it?" Hearing this, Su Maoyang couldn't help but frown slightly, feeling a little uncomfortable. She was willing to dance for Jun Haocong's sake. It seems that this princess is very special to Jun Haocong. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang felt unhappy and glanced at the steps, just in time to meet those ice-blue eyes. Su Maoyang felt a nameless anger and immediately looked away, unwilling to look at him. Seeing this, Jun Haocong raised his sword eyebrows slightly, and a hidden smile flashed across his eyes. At this time, a large group of people came in with more than a dozen vertical drums, and soon surrounded the entire hall in a circle. And then 6 big men came in holding a giant drum like a disc. Just when everyone was curious, a stunning figure suddenly flew in from outside the hall and landed steadily on the huge drum surface. The person came in a red dress, like a fiery enchantment. Although it was not exposed, it set off the slender and soft figure. It was even more beautiful than those exposed and enchanting women just now. The strong wind lifted her black hair like flowing clouds, dancing in the air, stirring her delicate and bright face like a snowy day, and a pair of black eyes as clear as pearls, which were obviously a bit coquettish, but also had a seductive charm. She wore a crystal headdress on her hair, and silver bells were tied on her slender jade feet, as white as beautiful porcelain. Every step she took, a crisp and pleasant silver bell sound was heard. At this moment, she pursed her red lips, and she was as beautiful as a red fruit, like a blood phoenix reborn from the ashes. How can one word describe her beauty? Seeing this scene, before she danced, just standing there, everyone present was amazed. Even if they had seen Princess Xianxun, they would still be fascinated by her appearance every time. Su Maoyang was also shocked when he saw this. He couldn't help but open his eyes wide. He couldn't help but sigh that this princess was indeed a stunning beauty. However, if we talk about her facial features, she is still not as good as Qu Yuyin, the most beautiful woman in the Yunlu dark domain. It's a pity that Qu Yuyin, such a beautiful woman, chose to go against him, and eventually died at the hands of General Yuqi's perverted son. It's a pity. Although the princess in front of him could not match Qu Yuin's facial features, she had a perfect figure and temperament. Her smiles were charming and seductive. She was a beauty that made men crazy. She was different from Qu Yuin. No wonder everyone was so excited just now. This person really had the capital to make people excited. Just when Su Maoyang was thinking secretly, Princess Xianxun on the big drum suddenly waved her hand and swung out two sleeves, like two beautiful sunsets, drawing a beautiful arc in the air. She bent her waist, raised her legs, turned over, and then spun and flew into the air. At the same time, the sleeves in her hand instantly swung towards the vertical drums around. The sleeves were powerful and hit the drum surface all at once, making a loud sound that shook the hall. And she was like a blooming red lotus, beautiful and dazzling. Seeing this, everyone took a deep breath in shock, and they all stood there in astonishment, unable to recover. Even the Emperor of Yunlu straightened his face, staring intently at the red-dressed girl standing on the drum, as if he was in a trance. The Emperor next to him was secretly happy to see that Jun Haosong was finally interested, and a smug smile appeared on his face. At this moment, he suddenly had other thoughts. Originally, she wanted to marry Princess Xianxun to Dongfang Yaoyu, so that she could contain the Dongfang family. But since the Dongfang family was so ungrateful, there was no need for him to use his hot face to stick to their cold buttocks. Now that the Emperor of Yunlu is here, he may be able to plan a marriage with the Emperor. If he has the protection of the Yunlu dark domain, he doesn't have to care too much about the Dongfang family. Chapter 1133 Not as good as someone. Thinking of this, the Emperor's smile deepened, and then he withdrew his gaze from the Emperor of Yunlu, and looked back at Princess Xianxun on the drum. Seeing her beautiful dancing posture, he placed even higher hopes in his heart. At this moment, he felt that his daughter was more and more like a flying phoenix. Yes, a phoenix. A phoenix soaring over the dark domain of Yunlu. Once she married the Emperor of Yunlu, and was favored by the Emperor, the position of the Emperor's concubine would be within her reach. Thinking that his daughter would one day ascend to the position of the Emperor's concubine, the Emperor's pupils were filled with uncontrollable excitement. However, at this time, Princess Xianxun was dancing hard, leaping into the air, falling back on the drum, and beating out another drum sound. Her swaying and enchanting figure was freely released and retracted, accompanied by the drum sound, as if beating on everyone's heart, moving and touching. Before everyone could sigh, they saw Princess Xianxun lifting her long sleeves, swinging them up and down, and throwing a soft but powerful arc in the air again, hitting the vertical drums around them heavily, making several muffled sounds in succession, each of which shook everyone's heart, shocking everyone. Princess Xianxun danced in an endless stream, her soft figure spinning and jumping on the drums, and only saw her long sleeves dancing, crossing left and right, and hitting the drum surface from time to time, which was overwhelming. Xiahou Wanxian, who was next to Su Maoyang, was even more shocked and dazed, and couldn't help smacking her lips and sighing. This Princess Xianxun is so amazing. She can dance, and she can also play drums. This is the first time I have seen such a unique and beautiful performance. Su Maoyang smiled and nodded when he heard this. Yes, This Princess Xianxian is very smart. To be honest, her dancing may not be the most exquisite, and her drumming may not be the best, but she combines the two, which is pleasing to the eye, unique and eye-catching. Dong Fang Yaoyu on the side also agreed and took over the conversation. Yes, in fact, the dance moves are just ordinary water sleeve dances, but she used her inner strength to combine drumming, and the combination of hardness and softness is particularly novel. Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian heard this and nodded in understanding. According to them, this Princess Xianxian is quite thoughtful. However, just as they were whispering, Princess Xianxian on the drum had finished her performance. Then, she was helped down from the drum by the palace maids. She walked gently to the steps and saluted the Emperor and Emperor Yunlu in a proper manner. The pleasant voice was like a trickle of spring water, and it immediately rang out in the hall. Your son greets the father, and greets the Emperor. Ha ha ha. No need to be polite. The Emperor laughed happily when he saw that she had made him proud, and quickly raised his hand to let her stand up. This Princess Xianxian was his jewel in the palm of his hand, and he had always pampered her. Fortunately, she had never let him down, and this time was no exception. Seeing that her father was happy, Princess Xianxian naturally knew that her performance today made him very satisfied. A smug smile also crossed the corner of her mouth, and then she stood up gracefully, confidently standing in the center of the hall, receiving everyone's amazing eyes. Seeing his daughter so outstanding, the Emperor was proud. He stroked his beard and looked at Emperor Yunlu with a smile, asking for his opinion. Emperor, you also watched Chen'er's dance. What do you think? Hearing this, Princess Xianxian also looked at Jun Haotsong with expectation. But when she saw that peerless face, she couldn't help but flash a touch of surprise in her eyes. She had heard of the name of Emperor Yunlu earlier, and knew that he was not only powerful, but also talented and handsome. Seeing him today, it was indeed well-deserved. Even she, who was always picky, had to admit that this man was the most handsome man she had ever seen in her life. Usually, others were amazed by her, but today was the first time she was amazed by others. This feeling was really fresh. Now hearing her father's test, she also wanted to know what Emperor Yunlu thought of her. With a bit of curiosity in her eyes, asked for his opinion. Emperor Yunlu looked at Princess Xianxian expressionlessly, then slightly side-glanced, cast an intriguing look at Su Maoyang who was sitting below, and replied coldly, not as good as someone. Su Maoyang met those ice-blue eyes that flashed with scorching light, and received such a blatant and profound gaze. She was shocked. Her whole body trembled, and she lowered her head in a panic, avoiding his sight. Even so, Jun Haotsong's words still stirred up a pool of spring water, making Su Maoyang's heart pounding. The Emperor was expecting his praise, but he didn't expect him to give such a faceless answer. He was shocked at the moment, and his eyes were full of surprise. The proud smile on his face froze, and he was so embarrassed that his mouth twitched, and he couldn't laugh anymore. In front of the whole court, in front of so many forces in the Maple Forest Empire, Emperor Yunlu's words simply embarrassed him in public and made him lose face. It was a ghost that he could laugh. Princess Xianxian was also full of confidence, looking forward to his compliments, but she never expected this to happen. Her proud self-esteem was hit. She glared and asked unconvincedly, Emperor, what do you mean by not as good as someone? Who am I not as good as? Please tell me clearly. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They all stared at Jun Haotsong in disbelief, and seemed to want to know who Jun Haotsong was talking about. Xiahou Wanxian was also full of doubts. She tilted her head slightly and whispered to Su Maoyang. Emperor said not as good as someone. Is there anyone in the world who is better at drumming than Princess Xianxian? Su Maoyang was stunned by the question and twitched his mouth awkwardly. I don't know. There are people who are better than people. And there are heavens. Maybe there really is. Recalling Jun Haotsong's pointed gaze just now, Su Maoyang's face was a little hot, and he tried his best to hide his guilty conscience. Actually, she had never danced the drum dance, but had performed the drum twice in front of Jun Haotsong and sang 2 passionate songs. But compared with the dance, the drum dance is not the same, and there is no comparison at all. I don't know how he said she was inferior to someone else. At this time, Jun Haotsong saw that Princess Xianxian was asking questions, and he was too lazy to care about her face, and answered truthfully. In terms of dance alone, you can't compare with Yu Yin, the first beauty in the dark domain of Yunlu. And in terms of drumming alone, you can't compare with my imperial concubine. You just took advantage of the situation and combined the two. Although the form is novel, it is not refined. It can be seen by the eyes of the gangsters, but it does not have the momentum and power to hit the soul directly. Although this drum dance is rare. For Jun Haotsong, the emperor of Yunlu, he has seen all kinds of dances, and there is nothing strange about this kind of drum dance. It can only be said that Princess Xianxian dances better than other women. Just seeing her playing the drums, he couldn't help but think of Su Maoyang's drumming performance in the lower plane. And he was actually a little dazed as he watched. Chapter 1134 Being Humiliated. He will never forget the thin and petite figure in the palace of Southern Sui, beating out the wild and domineering sound of conquering the world. And he will never forget the heroic song she sang for him on the lake and river bank of Songyuan Kingdom, which was exclusive to him. No matter which song, it has the momentum of thousands of horses galloping, but also the charm of big and small pearls falling on a jade plate. It is an exciting and powerful performance, which is an effect that other instruments cannot achieve. If he hadn't met Su Maoyang, he would never know that music can also have such a powerful momentum, and never knew that music can also have the power to hit the soul. He has never seen or heard such a performance. So both music and Su Maoyang are unique in his mind. But he didn't know that the drum set came from the modern era, and naturally never appeared in his different time and space. So it seemed particularly fresh. Moreover, in this world, only Su Maoyang can do it. Princess Xianxian didn't expect that Emperor Yunlu would point out her shortcomings bluntly and evaluate her dance as worthless in front of so many people. She was immediately humiliated and her cheeks flushed. She gritted her teeth, and all her pride was ruthlessly shattered by Jun Haotsong at this moment. Since the first beauty of Yunlu Dark Domain is so powerful, I must learn her dance moves when I have the chance. Princess Xianxian gritted her teeth and said unconvincedly. Her tone was very heavy, and it was obvious that she was trying to restrain her anger. An envoy from Yunlu Dark Domain sitting below heard this, and explained kindly. Princess, I'm afraid you don't have a chance. Chu Yun is dead. Dead? Well, it seems that I can only learn from the Emperor's concubine in the future. Princess Xianxian did not expect Chu Yun to die, and frowned in surprise. Then changed her words, and pointed the finger at the Emperor's concubine. Although she was not the best dancer, she was an expert in drumming, because few women use drums as instruments. They liked to play flutes, pianos and other light and gentle talents. And she was different because she knew what other women could not. She did not believe that the Emperor's concubine in the Cloud Tower Dark Domain was better than her in drumming. However, when Jun Haotsong heard that she wanted to learn from Liang, he glanced at her coldly, and his low voice was as cold as a blizzard, so sharp that people could not hold their faces. You are not qualified. When these words came out, everyone was shocked, and suddenly opened their eyes wide, staring at Jun Haotsong in disbelief. Princess Xianxian was famous for her arrogance in the Maple Forest Empire. She was the only one who looked down on others, but no one looked down on her. As soon as Emperor Yunlu came, he humiliated her so badly that she couldn't get off the stage. It was really shocking. In a moment, the whole hall fell into a weird atmosphere. Many women present saw the arrogant Princess Xianxian being humiliated, and they were all gloating and whispering. They were grateful to Emperor Yunlu for venting their anger. They had long been fed up with this arrogant and self-righteous princess. Princess Xianxian had never been humiliated by anyone in front of so many people in her life. At this time, her expression was extremely embarrassed, and she clenched her fingers in humiliation. Even the emperor had a dark face, and could no longer greet him with a smile. But in the face of such humiliation, if he was not afraid of his identity as Emperor Yunlu, the emperor would have been furious long ago, and he would not have to endure it to this extent. Su Maoyang was also amused by Jun Haotsong's venomous tongue when she heard this. Her man was really too unsympathetic to women. Due to the situation, Su Maoyang could only laugh in her heart and dared not show it, while the demon Martin in her space was laughing so hard that he fell backwards. Very excited, however, just when Princess Xianxian was at a loss in the hall, a gentle voice suddenly came from the seat opposite. Emperor Yunlu, the princess is young and has a bad personality. She likes to play and neglects to practice. I am sorry to make you laugh. However, she heard that you are coming to our Maple Forest Empire. Although she is not talented, she also wants to do her part to welcome you. I hope you will not blame me. Su Maoyang looked up in surprise when he heard such smooth words. He saw that the person who spoke was a man in a yellow brocade robe. He had eyes like phoenixes, eyebrows like paintbrushes, a straight nose, rosy lips, and a gentle and elegant smile on his fair face. He was also a rare handsome man, judging from the seat he sat in and his dress. If Su Maoyang guessed correctly, this person should be the Crown Prince of Maple Forest Empire. But compared with the appearance of the Crown Prince, Su Maoyang appreciated his smooth style of doing things more. Because of what he said, Princess Xianxin seemed to be full of sincerity, while Emperor Yunlu was a little nitpicking. This prince was not simple enough to resolve the princess's embarrassment so easily. Jun Haocong listened, but did not make things difficult for her. He just nodded coldly. "Thank you for your trouble, Princess." Princess Xianxin had to step down, so she bowed slightly and walked to the seat next to her under the guidance of the palace maid. However, the atmosphere of the banquet became a little depressing because of the disturbance. Fearing that the emperor would be unhappy, everyone forced themselves to wait until the state banquet was over before they were completely relieved. Su Maoyang saw that Jun Haocong was fine, which was also considered to have satisfied his wish. As soon as the state banquet was over, he hurriedly left with the Dongfang family. Princess Xianxin was angry, so she naturally had no face to stay any longer, and left the hall quickly with a dark face. The emperor knew that she was humiliated today, so after arranging the Emperor Yunlu, he went to Lingxin Palace on purpose. However, before he entered Lingxin Palace, he heard a burst of thunder and crackling sounds from inside, and the sound of porcelain breaking came from inside. He didn't need to look to know that Qi Xianxin was venting his anger. Thinking of the situation in the hall today, the emperor shook his head helplessly and walked in. At this time, the Lingxin Palace was full of debris and in a mess. The whole hall was full of maids kneeling on the ground, and Princess Xianxin herself was furious. When the emperor saw this scene, he frowned slightly and advised helplessly, "Chenner, what are you doing? Emperor Yunlu didn't take our Fenglin Empire, a small country. Seriously? Why are you so angry?" "Father, how can I not be angry? I have heard that the concubine married by Emperor Yunlu is from the lower plane. The emperor actually said that I am not as good as a woman from the lower plane. It's too much to humiliate me like this." Qi Xianxin was so angry that his face turned red and almost bled. "Forget it. I was thinking of letting you marry Emperor Yunlu. But now seeing the emperor's attitude, it seems unlikely." The emperor sighed and gave up the idea. Princess Xianxin didn't expect her father to give up like this, and immediately retorted anxiously, "Father, I want to marry him. I must marry him." Chapter 1135. Even I am moved for him. The emperor frowned and said worriedly, "But the emperor is not interested in you. You can't force it. Who is the Emperor Yunlu? He was so disrespectful in the hall today, not to mention asking him to marry a woman he doesn't like. I'm afraid that it will not just be disrespectful. He will probably be furious." Qi Xianxin's eyes narrowed slightly, and he snorted coldly without caring. "Humph. He is not interested in me now. But it doesn't mean he will not be interested in me in the future. He can even marry women from the lower planes. Is it possible? Do you think that I, a princess, am not as good as a woman from a lower plane?" The emperor had never come to the Maple Forest Empire before, had never seen me, and didn't know how good I was, so I had no chance. Now he finally came, and the opportunity was delivered to my door. How could I give it up easily? I believe that with my beauty, identity and strength, the Emperor Yunlu will be moved by me one day. Today, she saw the stunning appearance and noble and domineering temperament of the Emperor Yunlu, which was not comparable to the men of their Maple Forest Empire. And she was determined to be this man standing at the top, because this was the first man who amazed her, and also the first man who devalued her to nothing. Perhaps it was the psychological problem that the more you can't get, the more you want to get. The humiliation of the Emperor Yunlu aroused her fighting spirit. Her Qi Xianxin's charm had never hit a wall in front of a man, and she didn't believe that the emperor was really unmoved by her, seeing that she was so confident and determined to win. The emperor was also a little shaken. Before, he heard that Emperor Yunlu was not interested in women and never planned to appoint a concubine, so he never dared to dream of marrying his daughter to him. But later he heard that the emperor favored a woman from a lower plane, which meant that he was not interested in women. Now he was in the Maple Forest Empire. As Qi Xianxin said, this was a great opportunity, and perhaps there really was hope. Okay, let's try it. The emperor is not an ordinary person. So you have to put more thought into it. The emperor nodded in compromise, and gave a worried exhortation. Don't worry. I will never let you down. Qi Xianxian smiled with full confidence. Su Maoyang was absent-minded since she came out of the palace. She didn't hear much of what Xiahou Wanxian and Dongfang Yaoyu said to her. Since the Dongfang family was some distance away from the palace, the carriage took a long time to return to the Dongfang mansion. Dongfang Yaoyu saw that she was listless, and thought that she was frightened in the hall. He comforted her considerately. Don't worry. I and the Dongfang family are here for you. The emperor is just making a lot of noise, but not doing anything. He doesn't dare to do anything to the Dongfang family. You are tired today. I will take you back to rest. Su Maoyang immediately declined when he heard that he wanted to take her back in person. No need. I have caused too much trouble to you and the Dongfang family today. You are tired too. You should go back to rest. At this time, Dongfang Liu suddenly appeared from behind and said with a smile. Miss Su, you are too polite. You are my brother's savior. How can you ask us to be your savior? Trouble. I have always disliked Xiahou Yuanshan. Today, she deliberately picked on me, not only targeting you, but also my Dongfang family. You don't have to blame yourself too much. What's more, it was you who answered the question of the Supreme God and resolved the crisis of the Dongfang family. So, in the end, it was also your credit. Hearing this, the head of the Dongfang family, not far away, also came over and nodded. Well, in fact, the emperor has long been dissatisfied with my Dongfang family, and has always wanted to find an opportunity to suppress us. He was so angry today. He just found an excuse to hit our Dongfang family. Miss Su doesn't have to take it to heart. Su Maoyang almost implicated the entire Dongfang family this time. But she didn't expect that the Dongfang family head and Dongfang Liu didn't mean to blame her. Instead, they worried that she would blame herself and comforted her in various ways. Such thoughtfulness, such tolerance, and even taking her feelings into consideration. It would be a lie for Su Maoyang to say that she was not moved. Okay, father. Su Imo is tired. Let her go back to rest. Dongfang Yaoyu saw that Su Maoyang looked bad and interrupted him hurriedly. Dongfang family head saw his nervous look and understood his thoughts too well. He smiled and shook his head, and walked back to his own courtyard. Dongfang Liu also blinked at Dongfang Yaoyu ambiguously, turned around and left tactfully. The other disciples of the Dongfang family also returned to their own courtyards. Even Xiahou Wanxian, Xiahou Zian and the doll she knew hurriedly said goodbye to Su Maoyang and Dongfang Yaoyu, and ran away without waiting for Su Maoyang to speak. Su Maoyang saw their attitude and knew what they were thinking. They just wanted to match her with Dongfang Yaoyu. Unfortunately, she and Dongfang Yaoyu didn't have that kind of intention. Not to mention that she was already married. So it was even more impossible. However, she couldn't reveal her identity now, and she couldn't explain it to them. Dongfang Yaoyu saw that everyone had left, so he insisted on sending Su Maoyang back. Su Maoyang couldn't refuse his kindness, so she had to let him send her to her door. I'm here. I really troubled you today. You should go back and rest. Dongfang Yaoyu frowned unsatisfiedly. What trouble is it? We are all family. If you are so polite to me again, I will be angry. These days, he always felt that Su Maoyang was a little distant from him, as if he really just regarded him as a friend and had no intention of further development. This feeling made him uncomfortable, but he didn't know how to express his feelings. He was afraid that she would be disgusted if he did it too obviously, and that she would not understand his feelings if he did not do it clearly. He had never pursued a woman before, and it was really a headache to encounter such a thing. Su Maoyang couldn't help laughing when he heard it. If I were polite to you, I would not stay in the Dongfang family shamelessly. It is because I treat you as my own that I am afraid of getting you into trouble. Haha. Are you worried about me? Hearing this, Dongfang Yaoyu's heart was almost cheering, but he pretended to be calm on the surface and asked jokingly. Su Maoyang sighed. Yes, you have sequelae due to the body swap, and now you are sick. How can we not worry about you? If you encounter something like today again, don't run out to show off. If the emperor really kills you, have you considered your father and your brothers and sisters? How sad they will be. Hearing Su Maoyang admit that he was worried about him, Dongfang Yaoyu's depressed mood finally cleared up and became bright in an instant. Well, don't worry. I am your backer now. How can I not take care of myself? Su Maoyang laughed and shook his head after hearing this. Okay. I won't delay your rest. I'll leave first. Dongfang Youyu gave a few instructions and left quickly, watching his back as he left. The smile on Su Maoyang's lips gradually solidified, and finally disappeared, and his face became particularly solemn. Recalling Jun Haotsong's performance in the hall today, he obviously recognized her. Now she couldn't go back to Jun Haotsong, so there was only one way left. Hurry up and pack your gifts and run away overnight. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang didn't delay for a moment and immediately turned around and opened the door. However, as soon as she stepped into the door, she heard a gloomy and cold voice coming from inside, as if it floated from hell. I didn't know that you care about people so much. Even I am moved by Dongfang Youyu. Chapter 1136. Why pretend not to know him? Suddenly hearing a cold and familiar voice, Su Maoyang was shocked, trembling all over, and looked up suddenly. In front of the hall, a black figure was sitting on a chair. Even though the light was dim, his unique face was dazzling, and even the darkness could not cover it. At this time, his fair and smooth face was angular and cold, and his deep and sharp ice blue eyes were like a lone wolf in the dark night, flashing a sinister light in the darkness. His high-raised sword eyebrows were slightly frowned, twisting out a bit of anger that could not be ignored. Even though they were so far away, Su Maoyang could still feel the hostility emanating from him, like the cold wind in the 12th lunar month, piercing her heart and bones, and she shuddered immediately. Familiar voice, familiar outline, familiar aura. Who else could it be but Jun Haotsong? Su Maoyang never expected that he would move so fast. Before she could pack up and run away, he was already sitting in her room waiting for her. It seems that there will be no escape from a round of negotiations tonight. Just when Su Maoyang was lost in thought, thinking about how to get out, Jun Haotsong on the opposite side had already spoken. What? Don't you recognize me? It seems that you are getting along very well with the son of the Dongfang family. Jun Haotsong's mouth curled slightly, raising a sarcastic arc. His cold voice was not loud, but it was as cold and sharp as a dagger, piercing people's hearts. Jun Haotsong didn't expect that she would actually talk and laugh with other men behind his back. And she said she was worried about other people's health. But why didn't she worry about his health? It's only been a short time since she left him, and she is surrounded by men. And she has also fascinated Dongfang Youyu. She is really capable to protect her in front of the emperor without risking her life. If it weren't for the fact that Dongfang Youyu had done her a favor, Jun Haotsong really wanted to slap the man who coveted her to death. Su Maoyang was shocked when she heard Jun Haotsong's sinister questioning, and even felt guilty and uneasy. But she pretended to be timid and took 2 steps back, and quickly knelt down to salute. I pay my respects to the emperor. I don't know why the emperor appeared in my room. I am terrified. Jun Haotsong saw her reaction. His angry expression suddenly froze, and a touch of surprise flashed across his eyes. At the state banquet, she had not acknowledged him in order to hide her identity, and he could understand that. But now that they were alone, she was pretending not to know him. What on earth was she trying to do? Jun Haotsong suddenly had a lot of questions in his mind, frowned, and asked coldly, Su Maoyang, what do you mean by this? He was already furious when he saw that she was close to Dongfang Youyu, and now she even dared to pretend not to know him. This woman really liked to challenge his bottom line. Su Maoyang was shaken by his shouting, and replied tremblingly, I don't understand why the emperor appeared in my room. And my name is Su Imo, not Su Maoyang. Did the emperor recognize the wrong person? Hearing this, Jun Haotsong was even more shocked and angry. He stood up suddenly and came to Su Maoyang, pinching her face. His blue eyes were like 2 sharp knives, staring at her eyes, trying to find the slightest flaw in her eyes. His voice was also full of gnashing teeth and helplessness. Leon, how long are you going to torture me? Why are you pretending not to know me? What do you want to do? God knows. He missed her so much that he almost went crazy. On the first day he arrived in Fenglin Empire, he couldn't control his thoughts. He risked breaking into private houses and sneaked to Dongfang Mansion to find her. He was the dignified emperor of Yunlu. But he did such a sneaky thing. He knew that he would be ridiculed by the world if it was spread out. But in order to see her, he didn't even care about his face. But she didn't get close to him, and deliberately pretended not to know her. It was really hateful. However, the most unbearable thing was that she would rather talk and laugh with Dongfang Youyu than get close to him. Could it be that he was not as good as a young master of the Dongfang family? Jun Haotsong's thoughts. Anger, frustration and jealousy all gathered together and almost burst out of his chest. Su Maoyang felt a surge of pain in her heart when she heard this. But for his safety, she had to harden her heart, pretend to be terrified, and replied with a trembling voice, I am not Lianger. The Emperor must have recognized the wrong person. This is the first time I met the Emperor today, and I did not pretend not to know the Emperor. I really don't understand what the Emperor means. Jun Haotsong was furious when he saw her still quibbling, and he gritted his teeth and growled, You know how many scars I have on my body, and you dare to say you are not Lianger. The Emperor misunderstood. That was just a random guess from me. I am just a maid. How could I know the scars on the Emperor's body? If I offended the Emperor, I hope the Emperor will forgive me. Su Maoyang cowed out quickly, and her panic-stricken look did not seem fake. Jun Haotsong's face turned pale because of her attitude, and a breath of anger blocked his chest, making him speechless. After a long while, he took a deep breath and asked with a painful look, Su Maoyang, what do you mean by pushing me away on purpose? Are you planning to abandon me and live with that boy from the Dongfang family? You would rather care about him than recognize me. Am I not as good as that boy in your heart? Jun Haotsong squeezed out every word from his teeth with great force, which showed how angry he was. Su Maoyang felt a pain like a needle prick when he heard this. Her hands hidden in her sleeves clenched unconsciously, and her nails couldn't help but dig into the flesh, leaving a bloody mark. No one knew how much she wanted to throw herself into his arms and hug him tightly at this moment. No one knew how much she wanted to touch his cheek and kiss him fiercely at this moment. No one knew how much she wanted to tell him about her thoughts these days, and tell him that she missed him so much. She had so many things she wanted to do, but she held back. Su Maoyang was originally a person who didn't believe in fate, but after experiencing so much, she found that every danger and every injury of Jun Haotsong was because of herself, which made her have to believe it. She owed him too much in her previous life. How could she be so cruel to harm him again in this life? Leaving him now? For Su Maoyang, it might be. It hurts. It hurts like hell. But compared to his life, his safety, her pain is nothing. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang made up her mind, tried her best to suppress the surging emotions in her heart, and pretended to be afraid to reply. I am just a coarse person from the countryside. Your Majesty has really recognized the wrong person. I beg your Majesty to be magnanimous and let me go. Hearing that she still insisted and refused to let go, Jun Haotsong was furious and could not bear it anymore. He grabbed her arm and warned with gritted teeth. Su Maoyang, I warn you. Don't try to push me away. You are mine in this life, the next life, and the next life. And you can only be mine. You can't escape. Don't even think about escaping. Chapter 1137 Someone. Catch the thief. After saying that, Jun Haotsong grabbed her angrily, lifted her up, and walked quickly to lie on her side. He was determined to make her admit it herself. Su Maoyang was shocked by his actions and struggled in panic. Emperor, what are you doing? Put me down. You don't admit it. Then I will come and check it myself. I don't believe that your face has changed. Even your body has changed. Jun Haotsong's hands were like black iron, holding her tightly, making her unable to move. His low voice was cold and terrible, mixed with violent anger. He knew every inch of Su Maoyang's skin and every sensitive spot. Her mouth could lie, but her body would not. Su Maoyang realized his intention and was shocked. She struggled hard. Emperor, you broke into the Dongfang family's mansion and robbed a commoner girl. If things get out of hand, you can't get away from it. Humph. I am making love with my imperial concubine, who I married in a formal ceremony. Who dares to say that it's not true? Jun Haotsong didn't take her threat seriously at all and snorted coldly. I said that the Emperor recognized the wrong person. I am not the imperial concubine you mentioned. You bully commoners without knowing right or wrong. What's the difference between you and a robber? Su Maoyang was panicked, her face flushed with anxiety, and she retorted angrily. But Jun Haotsong still insisted on his own way. He directly threw her on the bed with force, as if he really wanted to torture her until she admitted it herself. Su Maoyang was so anxious that she could only shout at the top of her lungs. Help! Catch the thief! When she shouted, there was a commotion outside, and a burst of hurried footsteps were heard rushing towards this side. Judging from the noise, There are quite a few people coming. Jun Haotsong didn't expect that she would really fight with him, and actually attract so many people to catch him. He frowned in shock. Seeing the torches outside illuminating the yard, and the hurried footsteps getting closer and closer, Jun Haotsong couldn't stay any longer. If he was discovered in the Dongfang family, he might really be regarded as a flower thief with bad intentions, and he would be in trouble. Thinking of this, Jun Haotsong was so angry that his face turned black, and he gritted his teeth and warned, Su Maoyang, you are so cruel. Do you think you can push me away like this? No way. I will make you admit it yourself. Just wait. After saying that, Jun Haotsong didn't delay, turned around and jumped out of the window, and soon disappeared into the night. Thinking that he was the king of the dark domain of Yunlu, he actually escaped from a woman's boudoir like a thief, which was really embarrassing. But compared to Su Maoyang's ruthless attitude, it made him even more furious. He roared angrily, Black Owl. Hearing the call, Black Owl, who was hiding in the dark, quickly rushed out and clasped his fists respectfully. I'm here. Jun Haotsong looked back in the direction of Dongfang Mansion behind him. His ice-blue eyes narrowed dangerously, revealing a trace of coldness. Watch the Imperial Concubine carefully for me, and don't let her run away. Hearing this, Black Owl was shocked, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't quite understand what Jun Haotsong meant. Run? Why would the Imperial Concubine run away? She refuses to admit that she is Su Maoyang, and she is very reluctant to contact me. She should be tempted to run away. So you keep a close eye on her for me. Jun Haotsong's face was terribly gloomy when he said this, and he gave a serious order. Black Owl was a little surprised by Su Maoyang's attitude, but then he thought about it and understood. Master, the Imperial Concubine should want to break away from the Master's halo and grow independently. After all, she suffered such a heavy blow. The Blood Battle Group and her spirit beasts were all dead. This is undoubtedly a huge blow to her. It is understandable that she wants to become stronger and no longer want to rely on the Master. Master, please give the Imperial Concubine more time and space to grow. I didn't expose her at the banquet. Didn't I just want to give her time and space to grow? But what about her? Jun Haotsong said angrily. Seeing that he was very angry, He Xiao nodded in understanding. Yes, I know that the Master did not expose her in public, not only because he wanted to give her space to grow independently, but also because of the relationship between the Imperial Concubine and the Dongfang family. If the Emperor knew the identity of the Imperial Concubine, the Dongfang family would probably be charged with treason. After all, as a general family, they harbored the Imperial Concubine of the Yunlu Dark Domain. Such a crime is enough to implicate the entire family. In addition, Liuguang Academy is unlikely to accept concubines from other countries as disciples. At that time, the Imperial Concubine's plan to practice here peacefully would also be ruined. The Master is conscientious, which is rare. However, the Imperial Concubine was severely injured, and it seems that her strength has declined a lot. She doesn't want to recognize the Master. She probably feels that she is not qualified to stand by the Master's side, and is afraid of dragging the Master back and causing trouble. After all, she has just lost so many relatives, and there is a shadow in her heart. It is also human nature to be afraid and worried. So, Jun Haotsong frowned slightly when he heard this, and always felt that something was wrong. Is that so? Although it felt like something was missing. What He Xiao said was not without reason. Su Maoyang had lost so many people she cared about, and she must have blamed herself for getting them into trouble. And she would also blame herself for not being strong enough to protect them. At this moment, Jun Haotsong really hated himself for not being by her side when she was in the most difficult, dangerous and needed him the most, and letting her bear such a blow alone. She must be very bitter and painful in her heart. Thinking of this, Jun Haotsong gradually calmed down his anger, and a wave of heartache surged in his chest. Since he had come to the Maple Forest Empire and was determined to accompany her and protect her, he had no intention of leaving easily, whether she admitted it or not. He would always find a way to pester her until she admitted it. Watch her well, and report immediately if there is any movement, Jun Haotsong said coldly with a gloomy face. Hearing this, He Xiao clasped his fists and accepted the order. Yes, I obey your order. Jun Haotsong successfully escaped from the Dongfang family. But the Dongfang family was in chaos at this time. Su Maoyang's shout not only attracted the guards, but also Wan Qian, Zian, Shinua, Dongfang Youyu, and the head of the Dongfang family. As women, Xiahou Wanxian and Shinua naturally had no scruples and rushed in. Dongfang Youyu was also worried about Su Maoyang's safety, so he rushed in without thinking. Fortunately, Xiahou Zian was quick and grabbed him. This is a woman's boudoir. It's not good to rush in like this. It was late at night. Suemo must be sleeping. And she must be wearing thin clothes. If a man rushed in and saw something he shouldn't see, it would damage her reputation. Dongfang Youyu was awakened by his reminder, and he took 2 steps back with an embarrassed look and stopped at the door. When the head of the Dongfang family arrived here, he frowned and asked the guards loudly, "I heard there was a thief. Did you catch him?" Chapter 1138 Her Concerns. Faced with the anger of the patriarch, the patrolling guard clasped his fists in panic. "No, I didn't even see a shadow." At this time, Su Maoyang came out accompanied by Wan Xian and Shinua. Seeing this, Dongfang Youyu immediately went up to her and asked, "Suemo, are you okay? Are you hurt?" As he spoke, Dongfang Youyu looked her up and down nervously to check if she was injured. Su Maoyang shook her head slightly and comforted her. "Don't worry. I'm fine." Dongfang Youyu was relieved to see that she was fine. And then he straightened his face and asked, "What happened? How could there be a thief? Did you see his appearance clearly?" "The light was too dark. I didn't see clearly. I only saw a black shadow flash by, so I didn't recognize his identity." Su Maoyang pretended to be confused and shook his head. Hearing this, the head of the Dongfang family frowned and pondered. "This person didn't go anywhere, but came straight to you. It's obvious that he is targeting you. So this person is likely sent by the Xiahou family or the third prince. They didn't kill you today, so they shouldn't give up. I didn't expect them to be so impatient." Dongfang Youyu suddenly realized. Yes, it must be them. They want Sumo's life. If they can't kill him openly, they will do it secretly. If they didn't succeed today, they should find another opportunity. Thinking of this, Dongfang Youyu immediately turned to the chief guard and ordered loudly, "Assign more guards to protect Sumo's yard. Other guards should also patrol vigorously recently. If there are any suspicious people, report them immediately." "Okay." Upon hearing this, the guards all clasped their fists and accepted the order. Yes. Su Maoyang wanted to brush this matter off, but who knew that after this incident, Dongfang Youyu was worried about her safety and actually monitored the entire courtyard. Now there are patrolling guards everywhere. It seems that she has no chance to escape. Fortunately, the head of the Dongfang family and Dongfang Youyu did not connect this person with Jun Haotsong. However, Jun Haotsong's identity is estimated that no one would believe it if they told others. Who would have thought that the emperor would do such a ridiculous thing? After hearing this, the head of the Dongfang family also agreed with Dongfang Youyu's arrangement. After giving a few simple instructions, he quickly left the courtyard. As for Dongfang Youyu, Wan Qian, Zian and Shinua, although they were worried, they did not want to disturb Su Maoyang's rest. After comforting her for a while, they left reluctantly. Seeing them leave, Su Maoyang finally breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the room weakly, recalling Jun Haotsong's words. Her heart ached so much that she couldn't recover for a long time. The old man Jinjun in the space saw it and sighed with heartache. "Young master, you obviously love him so much. Why do you do this?" Su Maoyang raised a sad smile, and her face looked a little pale. "In my previous life, I was the enemy who killed him and his brother with my own hands, and the enemy who caused his demon clan to die tragically. With such an identity, how can you let me face him again?" Su Maoyang didn't dare to think. If Jun Haotsong recovered his memory, would he hate her? Would he regret falling in love with her? In the illusion, his hatred was so clear. His pain was so heartbreaking. She didn't dare to gamble, and was afraid to gamble, because if that day really comes, Jun Haotsong will be very painful, and even hate this relationship. She doesn't want to see Jun Haotsong suffer, so it's better to suffer a short pain than a long pain. It's best for him to cut off the love with a sword now. She hopes that he can turn back to the omnipotent and indestructible Yunlu Emperor, and turn back to the super strong man who is not bound by emotions and stands at the top. At least, he can be fine, without dying or getting hurt. Su Maoyang has lost too many relatives, and the unforgettable pain is deep in her bones. She can't stand it a second time. What's more, this time it's the man she loves most. thinking that Jun Haotsong will die because of the curse. Su Maoyong dare not take any risks. Because for her, as long as she sees Jun Haotsong alive and well, it's more important than anything else. Old man Jinjuan understands her thoughts and shakes his head helplessly. But he can't do anything about emotional matters. Because of this, Su Maoyong was even more determined to become stronger. Although she didn't know what the future would be like and whether the curse would come true. If Jun Haotsong was really in danger, she hoped that she could protect him for the rest of his life with her strength. She hadn't yet avenged the Blood Battle Group, the Golden Lion King, and the Blue Cloud Leopard. Since there was no way to escape, she had to hurry up and practice. Thinking of this, Su Maoyong cheered up, sat back on the couch, and began to meditate and practice. However, the effect of practicing outside was not as good as that of the academy. Su Maoyong practiced all night, but never broke through to the middle stage Jun Lingshi, and instead used up all the spiritual power stones. However, her meridians were damaged and not healed, so it was very fast to be able to upgrade several levels in such a short time. It seems that she still has to go to the training room of the academy. The key is to repair the meridians as soon as possible. The next day, Su Maoyong went to Liuguang Academy with Wan Xian, Xian, and Shino. Now, Su Maoyong is also quite famous in the academy. He has injured Xiahou Jingxiang and Xiahou Hongyi successively, and cut off the hands of the alchemy genius Xiahou Qingyi. In the end, he was surrounded by the Xiahou family, causing quite a stir in the academy. Therefore, when Su Maoyong and his group walked into the academy, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. Su Maoyong was too lazy to care about irrelevant people, and took Wan Xian and the other two to the training room. However, when the four of them just walked to the door of the training room, they happened to meet the third prince and a young man in a green brocade robe coming out from inside. And the two sides immediately met. When enemies meet, their eyes are red with envy. The third prince Qi Yanchuo was very angry because of Xiahou Qingyi. He wanted to kill Su Imo at the state banquet. Unfortunately, she was lucky and escaped. When they met today, he naturally didn't look happy. "Oh, isn't this the ignorant maid of the Xiahou family? I didn't expect you to dare to come to the academy. You are really brave." Qi Yanchuo looked at Su Maoyong with contempt and sneered. The man in green clothes beside Qi Yanchuo was shocked when he heard this. He opened his eyes wide in surprise and immediately reacted. "Oh, I know. She is the Su Imo who cut off Xiahou Qingyi's hands." Realizing the other party's identity, the green-clothed man raised a cold and sarcastic arc at the corner of his mouth, and scolded condescendingly, "You are so bold that you dare to touch the woman of the third prince. Are you tired of living?" Su Maoyong didn't have time to talk nonsense with them here. He raised his eyes slightly and looked at them coldly. "About Xiahou Qingyi's injury, even the elders of the academy and the emperor didn't hold me accountable. I think I have no need and no responsibility to explain too much to you two. We have something else to do, so I'll leave first." As he said, Su Maoyong was about to leave with Wan Xian and the other two. The green-clothed man didn't expect Su Imo to be so arrogant and didn't take him and the third prince seriously. The anger in his heart suddenly rose 8 feet high. His face was dark, and he shouted angrily, "Stop right there." Chapter 1139. How about a bet? Su Maoyong paused, and was blocked by the man in green again. Seeing that he was pestering her, her face became not very good. She frowned slightly and asked, "Sir, I have not violated the rules of the academy, and I have not offended you. Are you not interfering too much?" "Humph. You offended the third prince, which means you offended me. I heard that you injured Xiahou Jingxiang and Xiahou Hongyi. I, Sun Haoran, would like to learn from your tricks and see how those two trash were defeated by a maid. I wonder if you dare to accept my challenge." The man in green snorted coldly, and his face was full of disdain when he mentioned Xiahou Jingxiang and Xiahou Hongyi. Hearing him call those two trash, it can be seen that his strength must be above them. That's right. If you don't have some skills, how can you walk with the third prince? Xiahou Xian heard this, and was afraid that Su Maoyong would agree rashly. So he immediately leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Su Imo, this Sun Haoran is a disciple of the Sun family among the 6 major families, and is also a member of the Evil Moon Alliance. We can't afford to offend him." "Evil Moon Alliance?" Su Maoyong raised her eyebrows slightly when she heard this, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She has been in Liuguang Academy for a while. Although she hasn't recognized all the people, she still knows a little about the general situation in the academy. As far as she knows, in addition to the 3 major halls, Liuguine Academy also has 3 major alliances, namely the Evil Moon Alliance, the Tianji Alliance, and the Red Star Alliance. However, these 3 alliances are not organized by the academy, but formed spontaneously by the disciples, which are equivalent to small gangs in the academy. And the third prince is the backer of the Evil Moon Alliance, and the members in it are basically his confidants. As for the Tianji League, it is a force led by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. In fact, anyone with a discerning eye can see that the third prince and the Crown Prince have been competing against each other for a long time. Although they are at peace on the surface, their relationship is as hostile as fire and water. Therefore, the relationship between the Tianji League and the Xieyue League is not very friendly. However, the disciples who can join these 2 alliances are all from prominent backgrounds. They either have a strong background or very good strength. No matter which aspect, one aspect is more outstanding to be eligible to join, so ordinary people dare not even think about it. However, there is an exception in the academy. That is the Red Star League. This organization is relatively fresh and unworldly. It is basically composed of disciples who have no background in the Maple Forest Imperial City. They can't stand the overbearing princes and nobles in the imperial capital, and don't want to get involved in the struggles in the court. But they have ambitions, so they gather together to support each other. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. And there are also many disciples with good strength in the Red Star League. So in this way, those young men and women with backgrounds will be cautious and dare not mess around. However, without a background, resources are naturally much scarcer than those of the nobles. So the general strength of everyone is indeed weaker than that of the other 2 alliances. And it is reasonable that they are excluded by the Tianji Alliance and the Xieyue Alliance. At the moment, Su Maoyang can completely understand that this Sun family disciple is helping the third prince. She had heard earlier that the Sun family was the supporter of the third prince among the 6 major families. And this Sun Haoran, as the running dog of the third prince, naturally had to stand up for the third prince. Speaking of which, the Xiahou family was also a supporter of the third prince. But unfortunately Xiahou Qingyi died, and the strength of the Xiahou family was cut off by more than half. So Su Maoyang's move undoubtedly cut off one of the hands of the third prince. And it was no wonder that he hated her so much. However, Su Maoyang urgently needs to improve her strength and combat effectiveness. She just used up all her spiritual power stones last night, and she needs a lot of nutrients. This Sun Haoran volunteered to come to her door, so of course she had no reason to refuse. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang simply agreed. Okay, I accept the challenge. Please. As she said that, she made a gesture of invitation in the direction of the arena. Xiahou Zian and Xiahou Wanxian on the side were shocked by Su Maoyang's decision again. Zian had already reminded her that this person was not small, but she didn't expect Su Maoyang to dare to challenge him. He was really desperate. Seeing her fearless look, Sun Haoran just thought she was a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers. He sneered sarcastically and strode towards the arena. This woman offended the third prince, and today he had to perform well in front of the third prince. Seeing this, Su Maoyang followed without waiting for Zian and Wanxian to stop him. As for Xinua, she was cold-tempered by nature, and the number of words she said in a day could be counted on 5 fingers. Besides, she was under the command of Su Maoyang, and as a subordinate, she naturally had no control over what her master wanted to do. Moreover, she had seen Su Maoyang's strength last time, and she was somewhat confident in her. So, without saying a word, she followed silently. Zian and Wanxian looked anxious, afraid that Su Maoyang would get into trouble, and they followed and watched without worry. At this time, the 2 groups came to the arena, and after signing in front of the elders in charge of the arena competition, Su Maoyang and Sun Haoran walked onto the stage. As soon as the 2 took their positions and the duel posture was opened, they immediately attracted a lot of onlookers, because the arena is located in a busy square. When someone is sparring, everyone will run over to join in the fun, observe other people's skills and strength, and have a good idea of them, so as to prepare for the quarterly competition. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and the enemy, you can fight 100 battles without danger. This is the truth. Although Sun Haoran's strength is not the best in the academy, he is also a character that is not easy to provoke. Those who can join the Evil Moon Alliance are all very capable, and should not be underestimated. Of course, the most shocking person is Su Maoyang. Recently, Su Maoyang is in the limelight. Everyone knows that she is not only good at fighting, but also bold and dares to offend anyone. She just caused a lot of trouble before. Everyone didn't expect that she would stand on the ring again today to challenge the powerful Sun Haoran. Seeing this scene, everyone present excitedly cheered. Last time, they saw Su Mo dealing with Xiahou Hongyi. The spiritual power she exposed was only at the level of an early-stage Junlingshi, which was the same level as Xiahou Hongyi. Therefore, it was understandable that she defeated Xiahou Hongyi with her excellent agility. But the Sun Haoran in front of them was different. He was a mid-stage Junlingshi, a whole level higher than her. Even if Su Mo's skills were sharp, she couldn't reverse the level suppression. What's more, Sun Haoran's combat power was much stronger than Xiahou Hongyi. After all, he was a master in the top 50. Su Mo wanted to challenge Sun Haoran based on the previous 2 victories. This move was really unwise. At this time, Sun Haoran saw that the audience seats were full of people, and suddenly had an idea and smiled. Su Mo, the rewards in the arena are too small. Should we gamble? Anyone with a little status and strength hardly paid attention to the rewards in the arena. So they liked to bet, and liked to have some excitement. Chapter 1140 I Bet Your Life. Su Maoyang glanced at him coldly after hearing this. Tell me, what do you want to bet? Not to mention Sun Haoran. Even Su Maoyang himself felt that the reward was too little. Since there was a chance to win more rewards, that would be the best. Seeing that she did not refuse, Sun Haoran smiled and nodded with satisfaction. Suddenly, a sinister cold light flashed in his eyes, and his low voice was like the ice on the snowy mountain, which made people shudder. I bet your life. As soon as these words came out, the lively square suddenly became silent, and everyone cast a horrified look at Sun Haoran. No one expected Sun Haoran to be so cruel and want someone's life as soon as he came. Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian were so frightened when they heard such a request that their faces changed drastically. They immediately shouted in dissatisfaction. Sun Haoran, Su Mo has already agreed to your competition. Why are you so aggressive? You are a man, and a mid-level Junlingshi, and you are clearly bullying others. Now you even want to kill others. You are too vicious. Sun Haoran, don't go too far. What kind of ability is it for a grown man like you to bully a weak woman? Hearing this, Sun Haoran couldn't help but sneer. She said sarcastically, "Uh-huh. A weak woman. She beat 2 grown men to the ground, covered in wounds. And now she is lying in bed unable to get up. She is not a weak woman. If we talk about viciousness, I have to admit that she is inferior. She cut off her master's hands with her own hands, and even dared to harm the family that took her in. Who is more vicious?" Xiahou Wanxian heard the other party's accusation. Her cheeks flushed with anger, and she retorted unconvincingly, "You are all a group of bastards who distort the facts and reverse black and white. You? They took the initiative to cause trouble, and it was clearly their own fault. Didn't Su Mo even have the qualifications to resist? Forget it. I can't explain it to them. There is no logic in this world. And fists have the final say. Since you want my life, well, I'll give you this chance. I'll bet with you." Su Maoyang interrupted Xiahou Wanxian coldly. She never liked to talk nonsense with the enemy. The 2 sides had different positions, and no matter how they said it, it would be easier to just take action. Wanxian and Zian were frightened by Su Maoyang's decision and turned pale. They shouted in fear. "Su Mo, you are crazy. Sun Haoran is very powerful, and has obviously defeated you. You are so stupid as to gamble your life with him. Don't fall into their trap. Yes, Su Mo, I know you are strong, but there is no need to take this risk. You are still so young. You will have many opportunities to become stronger in the future. Give yourself more time, and don't rush to die. The 3rd prince failed to kill her at the state banquet, and the assassination last night failed. If she loses her life because of a few provocations, it will be a pity." Wanxian saw. Su Maoyang was indifferent to their advice, and looked at Xinhua anxiously. "Xinhua, please persuade your master. What will happen if something happens to her?" Xinhua stared at Su Maoyang on the stage with a cold face. The 4 short words were sonorous and powerful. "I believe her." Since Su Mo conquered her, she knew that Su Mo was a very cunning person. How could such a cunning person dare to gamble his life without absolute certainty. She didn't believe it. The other audiences thought Su Maoyang would refuse. But they didn't expect that she would really agree without knowing the consequences. The lively square was once again in high spirits. And everyone was talking in shock. You know, this is not an ordinary arena duel. This is a life and death duel. Although there have been life and death duels in the academy, they are not common. After all, no one would be stupid enough to really sign a life and death contract with the other party. So, in the eyes of everyone, Su Mo's behavior was almost stupid. Sun Haoran didn't expect her to be so straightforward. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and a sarcastic arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. He stretched out his hand and said, "Okay, since you are willing to gamble your life, in order to avoid the other party cheating, it is safer to sign a life and death contract." As he said, Sun Haoran walked down the steps, came to the elder's table, and signed his name on the life and death book. Seeing this, Su Maoyang also followed and decisively wrote his name next to him. When the third prince saw this scene, his handsome face also smiled a little, which was a kind of satisfaction of prey falling into the trap. Then, he took out a bag, put it on the table in front of the audience, and said loudly to everyone, "Here are 2 million spiritual stones. This prince bets on Sun Haoran to win." When the third prince said this, the whole square was in an uproar. In the usual arena duels, the audience below would open a bet. Some disciples were not strong, but they had a unique vision. They relied on gambling to get spiritual stones. The third prince took the lead in placing a bet without waiting for other disciples to speak, and took out so many spiritual stones, which was enough to show his confidence in Sun Haoran. However, Sun Haoran was also a member of the Evil Moon League after all. Although he was not as good as the top masters in the Evil Moon League, it was too unreasonable if he couldn't even deal with a woman. What's more, he is one level higher than him. In fact, his behavior of challenging Su Mo is really shameless. This Sun Haoran really didn't care about his old face in order to please the third prince. However, although everyone despised it, they were very interested in such a bet, because the outcome was undoubted and it was a surefire deal. Therefore, when the third prince placed a bet, everyone got excited and couldn't wait to take out their own spiritual power stones and put them next to the third prince's bet, fearing that if they slowed down, they would have no chance. After a while, the table where the third prince placed the bet was piled up with spiritual power stones in an instant. Countless. On the contrary, the other table was empty, without even a spiritual power stone. Seeing this, the elder in charge of the competition frowned and shook his head slightly. It seems that this bet is not valid. Everyone was one-sided and bet on Sun Haoran to win, so the bet was meaningless. However, just as the elder finished speaking, a low and cold voice suddenly came from a distance. "Who says it's not true?" This voice seemed particularly abrupt, and immediately attracted everyone's attention, and everyone looked up. I saw a luxurious carriage driving over, and soon stopped in the center of the square. Then I saw a tall and slender figure walking out of the carriage. It was a face as delicate as fine porcelain, with facial features as sharp as a knife, long black hair like a waterfall, lips as beautiful as petals, and ice-blue eyes that seemed to be soaked in thousands of years of black ice. Each one was so beautiful that it was extraordinary, as if it came out of a painting. He slowly raised his eyes, and cast a cold gaze at everyone. His sword-like eyebrows flying into his temples were slightly frowned, and between the frowns, there was a hint of murderous aura and a thunderbolt.